Demon's Diary Chapter 382 to Chapter 438. In the painting, there was a vivid and lifelike young woman of the demon clan. She was standing in the middle of a beautiful landscape with a smile on her face. She looked to be in her 20s or 30s. She had a pair of small white horns on her head. Her facial features were picturesque and elegant. If Xianxia saw this painting, she would be shocked because the face of the woman in the painting was 80% similar to her. It was just that compared with Xianxia, the woman in the painting was less cold like ice and snow, but more gentle and graceful. She was more like a peerless beauty. Siren King stared at the young woman in the painting quietly. The domineering aura belonging to the top powerhouse of the sea region had long disappeared. There was only the eyes full of infinite gentleness. His white robe gave a sense of tranquility and harmony under the reflection of the ancient lamp in the hall. He was motionless as if he had entered the realm of oblivion. However, if one observed carefully, they would discover that the lips of this handsome white-robed youth were slowly moving. As he opened and closed his mouth, he seemed to produce a few syllables. Presumably, it was the name of the woman in the painting. However, no one could hear the exact pronunciation of those syllables and the true meaning they represented. Under the deep sea, in the mine belonging to Siren King. After Lu Ming's body was pushed into the giant hole by the old man, it was like being thrown straight down from the top of the mountain. He only felt the wind whistling past his ears. The turbulent airflow made it difficult for him to open his eyes. Even if he barely opened his eyes, he could only see darkness around him. Feeling that the spiritual power in his body still couldn't be channeled, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a trace of anxiety. Although his physical body was abnormally strong, it was difficult to guarantee what kind of environment he was in when he fell from such a high place. When his body fell to 1,000 meters from the ground, the spiritual sea that was originally imprisoned trembled. The bloodlines outside suddenly loosened, and they all condensed into a cluster of bean-sized blood light. In the next moment, Lu Ming felt the magic power in his spiritual sea gushing out like a river bursting through a dam, crazily rushing into the meridians in his body. Lu Ming's face flashed with joy. Then he made a gesture with one hand. Black gas came out of his body and wrapped him in it. His body that was falling like a boulder suddenly became light, and he slowly landed on the ground from the air. When his feet finally stepped on the ground again, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. His gaze focused as he sized up his surroundings. But in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. There seemed to be an indescribable suppressive force at the bottom of this giant hole. However, just a moment after he landed, his cultivation was forcibly suppressed to the condensation period early stage. At this moment, Lu Ming's previous injuries had not yet healed. The golden moon sword, red hydra leather armor, and other spiritual weapons that had been sacrificially refined were also taken away. His cultivation was suddenly suppressed. Naturally, the situation was not very good. With a thought in his mind, he began to look around. This place was abnormally dim, and the ground was soft. It was all extremely damp silt, exuding a foul smell at the same time. Within the visible range of the silt, there were some black stones scattered messily on the ground. Next to the stones, there were strange plants of 10 meters in size that exuded a faint fluorescence. There was a faint sound of wind flowing in the distance. Obviously, there was a passage leading to a further unknown place. This place was so dim. Even with Lu Ming's amazing eyesight that had taken Wuhua pill, his vision could only reach about 200 meters away. Beyond that, it was chaos and darkness. It was impossible to distinguish. Lu Ming frowned slightly. After taking a deep breath, his mood finally calmed down, and he looked up into the sky. That was the place where he fell from the giant hole in the ground. However, at this time, in the sky thousands of meters above, in addition to the darkness, he could vaguely see a little silver light flickering like stars. The light should be where the previous talisman array was, but it was completely sealed at this time, and no light could shine in. It seemed that if he wanted to escape from this exit, it would definitely be a difficult thing. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then he decided to roughly understand the situation here before making other plans. He immediately followed the direction of the sound of the wind and walked for dozens of steps. He found that there was really a dark and narrow passage not far ahead. He didn't know where it led. TSK, I didn't expect my luck to be so good today. I actually waited for a newcomer. Just as Lu Ming was about to walk out of this passage, a gloomy man's voice suddenly came from the darkness not far away. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and looked toward the direction of the voice. He faintly saw a thin figure was slowly walking toward him in the darkness 100 meters away. When he got closer, Lu Ming could vaguely see the person's appearance. It was a skinny human clan man about 6 or 7 feet tall. He was wearing a tattered robe that barely covered his body. Many parts of his body were exposed to the underground air. Perhaps because he hadn't seen the sun for a long time, his skin was very pale like a dead person in a tomb. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face turned slightly gloomy. He stopped and watched coldly in place. Seeing this, the man was overjoyed. He walked toward Lu Ming without hesitation. Greed flashed in his eyes, and a white bone blade appeared in his hand. It looked quite conspicuous in the dim light. Lu Ming had already released his mental power to scan the opponent, and he found that the aura of the person in front of him was just at the condensation period early stage. In this case, the other party had already shown bad intentions, so he naturally wouldn't be polite anymore. He raised one hand without saying a word. As he moved his mind, a fist-sized fireball appeared above his palm, illuminating everything around him. Through the fire, Lu Ming saw that the man was grinning at him. He pondered for a moment, then he suddenly flicked his finger, and the fireball blasted at the opposite side. The man might have stayed in the darkness for too long. He couldn't help being startled by the red light that suddenly blasted in front of him. Just when the fireball was half a meter away from his body, a beast-like low roar came from his mouth. He moved his arm, and the bone blade left an afterimage in the air. Bang! The fist-sized fireball was instantly split into two, and the sparks scattered. Seeing that the man was so agile, Lu Ming's eyes darkened. He waved his sleeve and habitually wanted to use the Golden Moon Sword, but then he remembered that the Golden Moon Sword and Crimson Hydra leather armor and other treasures had already been taken away by the guards. After a cold snort, he suddenly stomped on the ground with one foot, then he turned into an afterimage and blasted at the opposite side. He left a footprint that was several inches deep in the distance. The man saw that Lu Ming didn't retreat but attacked him instead. His face flashed a hint of ferociousness. His skinny body shook, and the bone blade slashed at Lu Ming's head from top to bottom. Seeing this, Lu Ming took a deep breath while his body was still in midair. After channeling the spiritual power in his body, he punched the bone blade fiercely. At the same time, crimson scales instantly appeared on the surface of the fist. They were densely packed and uneven. Bang, the bone blade bounced up immediately. At the same time, a huge force surged out of the fist. After the man's body stiffened, he immediately took a few steps back. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a sweet taste in his throat. Only then did the man look horrified. He knew that he had met an opponent that was not to be trifled with. He turned around while enduring the severe pain in his chest, and he was about to run away. But how would Lu Ming let him succeed? Just before the man's body could stand firm, Lu Ming's figure burst out again and turned into a gust of wind. The man wanted to dodge in horror, but it was too late. He suddenly felt a strong wind coming from the right side. The man clenched his teeth and swung the bone blade in his hand to the right, trying to force Lu Ming back. But Lu Ming just snorted coldly. He stretched out his right palm and grabbed the bone blade with his bare hand. The scales on his palm and the blade of the bone blade were in close contact, splashing a series of sparks. Lu Ming's right hand held the bone blade tightly in his hand so that it could not move at all. His left hand instantly reached out and wrapped around the man's chest like a vine, then he slapped hard. The man only felt a sweet taste in his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His hand loosened, and his body flew into the air. He slammed heavily into the wall not far from Lu Ming, then he fainted without a sound. Lu Ming held the bone blade that he snatched from the man's hand. He stood on the spot and took a deep breath. Then, he strode toward the man and picked up the unconscious man on the ground. His body flickered a few times, and he disappeared into the nearby tunnel. After Lu Ming entered the tunnel, he rushed forward quickly. He also deliberately concealed his aura, and at the same time, he was always alert to the movements around him. After a while, Lu Ming found a remote and hidden place deep in the tunnel with the man. After Lu Ming confirmed that it was safe nearby, he casually threw the man in his hand to the ground, and he checked the man's body from head to toe. In the process of fighting with him previously, Lu Ming discovered that although this skinny man had the cultivation of the condensation state early stage, the spiritual power in his body seemed to be pitiful. At most, it was only 10% or 20%. During the battle, he didn't seem to have any intention of channeling spiritual power at all. The battle just now was not so much a battle between cultivators, but it was more like the battle between Qi cultivators that he had experienced before he stepped into the immortal cultivation world. As for the strange-looking bone blade, upon closer inspection, he found that it was made of some kind of beast bone. It was quite sturdy, but there were no spiritual energy fluctuations coming from it. It seemed to be a very ordinary mortal weapon that was just a bit sharper. Except for some oars of different sizes and a few palm-sized things that seemed to be beastkin jerky, he couldn't even find a storage amulet. Lu Ming then stretched out his arm and patted the man's chest and arm a few times before standing up and muttering to himself thoughtfully, "This person doesn't look like a physique cultivator, but his physical body is much stronger than the average cultivator. This is a bit strange." Lu Ming looked at the man on the ground. After a moment of silence, he took out an inch-long silver needle from his body. His arm turned into a blur and quickly pierced the man's body a few times. Then, with a flip of his hand, he condensed a ball of clear water and poured it over the man's head, trying to wake him up. Just as he activated the Fa Li in his body to release the water ball technique, Lu Ming couldn't help but frown. His face became uncertain. He could clearly feel that although it was only a small technique, it consumed a lot of Fa Li in his body. It was 3 to 4 times more than usual. In this kind of situation, when he released the fireball technique earlier, he had already noticed that something was wrong. How could this be? As Lu Ming's thoughts turned quickly, he seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes with a serious expression. Not long after he inhaled and exhaled, his face suddenly changed. He discovered that the spiritual qi here was extremely thin. It was actually less than 10 to 20% of the outside world. Under the inexplicable suppression of this place, the amount of spiritual qi that he could absorb from the nearby void was even less. This also meant that it was very difficult to replenish the Fa Li in his body by meditating. Perhaps, he could only use spirit stones, pills, and other external items to maintain the abundance of Fa Li in his body. After such a test, Lu Ming finally understood why this man in front of him, who had a strong cultivation, ended up like this. Hee, newcomer, don't think that you can still activate Fa Li and show off here. If you know what's good for you, let me go. Otherwise. At this time, the skinny man who was slowly waking up let out a mocking laugh after seeing Lu Ming's action of absorbing spiritual qi. His tone was full of threat. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed and he opened his eyes. A hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Without saying anything, he raised one hand and pointed at the void on the skinny man's body. As a cold light flashed from his finger and disappeared into the skinny man's body, the man couldn't help but show a trace of fear in his eyes. "What are you trying to do?" "Ah. Stop." Immediately, an indescribable itch spread all over his body and went deep into his bone marrow. It was like countless ants biting him, causing the condensation state man to immediately roll on the ground and scream miserably. Lu Ming looked at the scene coldly. He allowed it to struggle in pain, his face indifferent. After half a cup of tea's time, the screams finally weakened. The man's body was curled up into a ball. His skin was torn and his body was covered in blood. His aura was extremely weak and he looked like he was on the verge of death. At this moment, Lu Ming raised his arm again and pointed at the void above him. The numbness and itchiness on the man's body immediately disappeared. As his expression relaxed, he suddenly heard Lu Ming's cold voice. He couldn't help but be startled. He looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of fear. "Tell me everything you know about this place honestly. If you hide anything, I don't mind letting you have a taste of what you just experienced." Lu Ming's voice was not loud, but after it reached the man's ears, it was like the voice of a devil from hell. His body trembled, and he almost subconsciously moved back a little. Then, he quickly began to narrate his story. It turned out that this place was the largest deep-sea mineral vein in the deep sea under the jurisdiction of Siren King. There were many rare materials buried in the mineral vein that were very rare to the outside world. At this moment, the place where Lu Ming was located was a huge mine formed by countless slave miners all year round. This underground world had now reached a radius of 100 miles, and it had become a world of its own. The miners here were all cultivators of various races that Siren King and his subordinates caught from all over. Now the number of miners was about 300 or 400. Most of them were condensation state cultivators like the skinny man, but there were also a very small number of spirit apostles among them. When the man said this, Lu Ming was slightly stunned, and he suddenly asked, "Spirit apostles, can such slave miners also be used?" The reason why these spirit apostles can survive is either because they are talented or there are other powerhouses taking care of them. Otherwise, they can't survive the first month with this dangerous area. Seeing this, the skinny man quickly explained. "Oh, is there anything special about this place?" Lu Ming asked seemingly casually. "You are wise. For some reason, this area has very little natural aura, and it also exudes a strange energy that suppresses part of the cultivation of every cultivator who enters here. So even if a person with powerful spiritual power stays in the underground mine for a few months or half a year, his spiritual power will be exhausted. After that, if you want to absorb aura to replenish spiritual power, the efficiency is thousands of times more difficult than the outside world." The skinny man finally said something that made Lu Ming vaguely guess. "Don't those guards come down to check?" Lu Ming asked coldly after his eyes flashed. "Those guards generally won't come down here, and they let us fend for ourselves here. Only a few days at the end of each month, they will appear at a fixed place to collect rare ores in exchange for antidote and some other things." When the skinny man talked about the guards, he clenched his fists fiercely, and his face showed a look of anger. Through the following dialogue, Lu Ming also learned that in the depths of this mine, it seemed to be connected to an unknown bottomless abyss. So every once in a while, there would be a monster called Evil Beast rushing out and devouring the slave miners. This evil beast was not big, and its strength was mostly at the condensation state, but it was extremely bloodthirsty and ferocious. It was very troublesome. Therefore, whenever the evil beast appeared, everyone would join forces to kill it. Therefore, the spiritual power that was recovered with great difficulty would be exhausted to protect their lives. As for the spiritual weapons on the cultivators, they could still be used when they first came here. However, once the magic power was exhausted, these spiritual weapons would only be regarded as relatively sharp weapons. Some lower-grade spiritual weapons would gradually revert to ordinary iron because they couldn't replenish their aura for a long time, and they were eroded by the mysterious energy in the mine. As a result, those small spiritual weapons couldn't play a big role. Instead, it was more practical for the cultivators to refine weapons from the bones of the evil beasts. After saying this, the skinny man was silent with a very honest look. "Is there anything else you forgot to say?" Lu Ming saw it. After hesitating, he suddenly said faintly. "Mr. must be joking. I have told you all the information about this place. There is absolutely no concealment." The skinny man hurriedly explained as he heard the words. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes as he listened. He stretched out his finger and pointed at the man without hesitation. All of a sudden, the pain of being bitten by 10,000 ants came again. After the man screamed, he immediately curled up into a ball again. His hands kept tearing and scratching his skin, and he shouted in fear, "Please spare my life, I'll say everything." When Lu Ming heard this, the gesture in his hand changed and stopped again. "Say it. If you still have something to hide, I won't stop so easily," Lu Ming said blankly. The skinny man didn't dare to hesitate at all. He immediately told the hidden things. To be honest, in addition to the condensation state cultivator in this mine, there is actually a Beastkin clan powerhouse of the crystallization period, and he is the leader of a major force here. There is actually a crystallization period powerhouse here. Lu Ming was really a little surprised when he heard this. However, although this person is a crystallization period powerhouse, his cultivation is also suppressed. His spiritual power is also constantly consumed until there is not much left. Now he is completely relying on his powerful physical body to become a leader in the mine. The skinny man hurriedly explained with a smile. "Oh, I see," Lu Ming nodded, then he showed a hint of Understanding, then he asked, since this crystallization period powerhouse is only the leader of a force, then what other forces are there in this mine, and how are they divided? Seeing that Lu Ming's face eased slightly, the skinny man was relieved and replied with a smile, replying to Mr. There are only two major forces in the cave. One is led by the Beastkin clan crystallization period powerhouse, and the other is led by a condensation period later stage powerhouse of the Bronze Gong clan. A person of the condensation period later stage can actually compete with the powerhouse of the crystallization period. There must be something extraordinary about him? Lu Ming said thoughtfully. Yes, sir. This person is actually a very rare Bronze Gong clan. Although he is at the condensation period later stage, he is born with copper muscles and iron bones. His physical body is even slightly superior to the crystallization period Beastkin clan powerhouse. In this place with thin spirit, he can naturally dominate the area with this. However, Mr.'s physical body is also extremely powerful. As long as you are willing to show a little of your strength, there will definitely be a lot of people joining you. By then, it is not impossible for you to become the leader of the third major force here. The skinny man grinned and said flatteringly, but he was already gritting his teeth in his heart. In a moment, he thought of many vicious ideas, preparing to retaliate against Lu Ming later. In the following period of time, this person was interrogated bit by Lu Ming about other important matters. For example, although this underground mine was huge, there were very few edible things in it. In addition, it was extremely difficult for everyone to absorb the spirit of the outside world, let alone fasting for a long time. If they wanted to survive, they either had to kill the evil beasts and eat their flesh and blood, or rely on a large number of ores to directly exchange for food and spirit stones from the guards. Although this deep-sea mineral vein was rich in various mineral sources, after a long period of mining, the peripheral mining area had gradually become a little scarce. If the cultivators wanted to find enough ores, they could only continue to move deeper into the mineral vein. Of course, the possibility of encountering evil beasts there was naturally several times greater. In the mine, the slave miners had different origins, and there were various races. In such a precarious situation, robbing each other of ores and food was a common occurrence. It happened everywhere in the cave every day. When the fight started, the loser would be bruised all over with nothing, and the worst-case scenario was that he even lost his life. Oh, so you specifically ambushed at the entrance of the cave. You want to rob the newcomers who come here and do these murderous things? Lu Ming said with a spurious smile. He intentionally or unintentionally fiddled with the bone blade that originally belonged to the skinny man. Please forgive me. I just didn't recognize you. If I knew that your strength is so amazing, I would hide from you. How would I dare to offend you? It's mainly because it's near the end of the month. I didn't get much ore this month. After exchanging for the antidote, there is not much left. Therefore, I waited near the entrance of the cave to try my luck and see if I can meet some newcomers. I want to rob some spiritual weapons to exchange for some food. The skinny man's heart skipped a beat as he heard the words. He quickly waved his skinny arms and explained. Listening to what you said, it seems that there are not many new miners here. Lu Ming ignored the man's plea for mercy and continued to ask. You are right. I also heard it from the chatter of several guards when I went to the surface to pay the ore. In recent years, because of Siren King's calamity and shrinking his forces, the newly captured slave miners are much less than before. In the past, there would be several slave miners thrown down from the entrance of the cave by the guards every month. Now I haven't seen one for a month or two. The skinny man sighed and began to speak again. In other words, most of the people who stay here now are the old people who have been here for a few years. Lu Ming asked thoughtfully. It's true. The environment here is harsh. Food and other resources are scarce. There are frequent disputes between forces. Therefore, those who can survive here now, except for some physique cultivators or those with slightly higher realms, most of them have extraordinary temperament. As for those weak ones, if they are not attached to some forces or individual powerful people in the mine, they would naturally be buried somewhere in the mine. The skinny man replied honestly. As Lu Ming asked this, he finally had a general understanding of the situation in the mine. Although the skinny man was not handsome, he knew a lot about the things here. In this way, it saved a lot of time. The skinny man saw Lu Ming standing in the same place and pondering silently. He supported himself with one hand on the ground, slowly moved his body back, and asked cautiously, "Sir, I've already told you everything I know." "I'll tell you everything I know." Before he could finish, Lu Ming glanced at the man indifferently, and a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. The skinny man only felt a buzz in his head, and an extremely powerful mental force suddenly rushed into his sea of consciousness. He couldn't help but scream. His eyes immediately turned white and he collapsed to the ground again. For a while, he didn't feel anything else. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Lu Ming's mouth. He made a gesture with one hand and launched another symbol at the man. A black light went into the skinny man's eyebrows in the blink of an eye. His body trembled, and he slowly sat up again. Looking at the skinny man's lifeless eyes, Lu Ming had a satisfied look on his face. In the following time, in order to ensure that the other party didn't hide anything from him, Lu Ming used some simple enchantment to ask the same question again. After confirming that the previous words were not false and there were no omissions, Lu Ming leaned down and crushed the man's throat with his right hand. The eyes of the skinny man who fell to the ground suddenly flashed with a trace of clarity. His limbs kept twitching a few times, but after showing a trace of unwillingness, his eyes became stagnant. He completely lost his life. After Lu Ming swept away all the things on the other party, he raised his hand and punched a big pit on the ground. He kicked the corpse into it, then he shook his sleeves and hurriedly buried it. He looked at the 2 tunnels not far from here. After a little hesitation, he sneaked forward along one of the tunnels. After knowing that it was so difficult to absorb spiritual power here, he naturally didn't bother to waste his precious spiritual power to release a fireball to destroy the corpse. Half an hour later, in the mine tunnel, in the remote place where Lu Ming was previously, the skinny man's corpse was dug out again. It was lying on the ground covered with mud. Under the faint light of a few green fluorite inlaid on the cave wall, the face that was distorted because of the struggle before death was particularly strange. It turned out to be Sha Lao Air. TSK, if it weren't for Brother Shi's sensitive nose, I'm afraid we really wouldn't have found it. But the person who did it is really straightforward. His elder brother will probably be furious if he knows about this. One of the tall figures said in amazement after checking the corpse. This place is not too far from the exit. When we went to hand over the ore, didn't we also find some traces of fighting not far below the exit? Obviously, this Sha Lao Air was probably killed by the newcomer. A shorter figure next to him said so. This kid probably wanted to blackmail the newcomer and get some benefits, but he didn't expect to be killed instead. It's really a case of going for wool and coming home shorn. Another slightly plump figure said with a sneer. Brother Gu, how should we deal with this matter? Looking at the corpse is still soft, he should be dead not long ago. With your tracking ability, there should be a big chance to catch up with this person. This is a great opportunity to sell a favor to Sha Lao Air. The previous shorter figure asked the tall figure. Forget it. Although Sha Lao Air's cultivation is not high, he is not weak. He can stay here for so long, so he is not easy to deal with. Since the newcomer was able to capture him so easily and bring him here before silencing him, it was clear that he was not an ordinary person. Let's not get involved in this matter, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. The tall figure hesitated a little, but he still shook his head. Although other people felt a little pity after listening, they still nodded. So the group of people didn't ask anything. They directly stepped over the corpse and left toward another tunnel. Half a day later, this corpse was found by another group of slave miners passing by nearby, and it finally spread in this underground world. At this moment, Lu Ming was walking slowly in a dim mine tunnel alone. Not only was there a bone blade on his waist, but the clothes on his body were even more tattered and stained with a lot of mud. He looked very old. His current appearance was like a slave miner who had stayed here for a long time. No one could easily see through his identity as a newcomer. He held a light yellow beast skin map in his hand. The contents of the map were extremely simple and crude, and it outlined a rough outline of the underground mine, causing him to have to stop and carefully identify it every time he arrived at a fork in the road. In the process of moving forward, Lu Ming's eyes kept glancing at both sides of the tunnel. He found that the rough gray-white stone wall was full of potholes, but he didn't see any ore inside. It seemed that they were all collected many years ago. Lu Ming didn't feel strange at all, and he continued to move forward. After all, this place was still near the exit. According to the previous skinny man, the ore here had long been collected. If he wanted to find the ore now, he must go deeper into the mineral vein to get it. What made him frown secretly was that as he continued to move deeper, he couldn't explore too far with such a powerful mental power after leaving his body, and it would be consumed at an astonishing speed. As a result, unless there were some suspicious places, he naturally didn't dare to release his mental power easily. After all, in this underground world where danger lurked in every corner, preserving a portion of his strength might be able to save his life at a crucial moment. After walking like this for about 10 minutes, he saw a light flashing at the end of the tunnel not far ahead. He came to a three-way intersection, and the stone wall near the intersection was inlaid with a few worthless green stones, exuding a faint white light. However, as soon as Lu Ming entered this intersection, his face suddenly changed. His feet didn't move, but his body suddenly slid to the side. Just at this moment, a hoo sound came from above his head. A black iron rod smashed down at an astonishing speed, almost brushing past Lu Ming's body. A loud boom echoed in the entire tunnel, setting off a cloud of dust. After the dust dissipated, there was a large pit of 10 meters on the ground where Lu Ming was standing just now. After Lu Ming's body shook, he appeared 60 meters away, then he looked coldly at a skinny figure that appeared out of thin air on the edge of the pit. "You actually dodged it. I didn't expect a newcomer like you to be quite capable." Seeing this scene, the skinny figure muttered to himself in surprise, then he easily lifted the huge iron rod that was completely out of proportion to his body size. He waved it casually and put it on his shoulder, then he raised his head and looked at Lu Ming curiously. Lu Ming naturally saw the other party clearly. It was a young man in gray clothes with a sallow face and a sickly appearance. His facial features were decent, but he had thick eyebrows and big eyes. He seemed to be about the same age as Lu Ming. He was looking at Lu Ming up and down with a lazy look. "How do you know I'm a newcomer? Do you know everyone here?" Lu Ming looked at the bone blade on his waist and the tattered clothes on his body, then he asked faintly. "It's impossible to know everyone, but I have lived here for so long. I should have some impression of most of the people I have seen. Furthermore, although you have purposely dressed up, anyone who has lived here for more than a year would have a pale face and weak aura. How could you still maintain a vigorous aura of spiritual energy?" The skinny young man chuckled when he heard Lu Ming's words and said unconcernedly. "So that's how it is. I was negligent. I'm Lu Ming, you are also a human cultivator, right? May I know your name?" After Lu Ming nodded, he seemed to turn a blind eye to the sneak attack just now. Instead, he smiled and wanted to ask. "If you want to know my name, as long as you can live for a year, there will naturally be a lot of opportunities in the future. Also, you were able to dodge my attack, so you have the qualifications to live here. Also, I'll give you a warning. No matter where you got the map, you can only trust the first half. The second half of the deeper tunnels will increase or disappear every once in a while." The skinny young man sneered. After he finished speaking, his body shook and turned into a black shadow that disappeared into another tunnel. Seeing the young man's character of coming and going like the wind, Lu Ming touched his chin and smiled helplessly. He then continued to look at the map in his hand with a thoughtful look on his face. According to the news he had previously obtained, the situation in this mine was not very good now. Whether it was spirit stones or food, they were in urgent need. But in this case, those with a strong physical body obviously had an advantage. With the strength of his physical body, there was almost no need for him to fear anyone in this mine. According to Lu Ming's plan, he wanted to take advantage of his current physical strength and spiritual power to explore the situation in the depths of the mineral vein. He also wanted to see what the evil beast was. After all, if he couldn't adapt to the environment here in a short time, he would be too passive when his spiritual power was exhausted. Although he still stored some upper-grade spirit stones and elixirs in the Sumeru snail, even so, with the fast consumption rate here, he naturally couldn't last long. And it was best for him to find a way to get out of here before his spiritual power was exhausted. As Lu Ming thought so, he looked at a place marked on the animal skin in his hand, and his eyes narrowed slightly. According to the map, one of the passages at the fork was the only way to the depths of the mineral vein. On the way, they would also pass through a gathering place similar to the exchange area. For this kind of place where cultivators exchanged goods and resources, Lu Ming was naturally familiar with it, but he didn't expect there to be such a place in this underground mine. As Lu Ming thought of this, he no longer hesitated. His figure flashed a few times and went into the left passage. 4 hours later, Lu Ming followed the directions on the map and entered an unknown number of tunnels. Finally, he saw a faint white light flashing in front of him. He could vaguely see a huge cave not far away. Immediately, a slight smile appeared on his face and he strode forward. This was obviously the so-called exchange area. Lu Ming suddenly felt that his field of vision widened. An empty place with more than a dozen huge stone pillars appeared in front of him. Each of these pillars was as thick as a water tank. Their surfaces were all inlaid with densely packed luminous fluorite, illuminating the entire cave abnormally brightly. Lu Ming glanced at them. This place was about 200 to 300 feet wide. Other than the tunnel they came from, there were several other tunnels, but he didn't know where they led to. But according to the map, one of them should lead to the depths of the mine. It seemed that this place was a well-connected place. From the countless large and small stone pits on the stone walls of the cave and the degree of surface wear, it could be known that this place was also a mining area a long time ago. Now it had become a gathering place for slave miners for some time. There were 40 to 50 slave miners gathered in the cave at this moment, so it didn't seem deserted. Most of the slave miners were of the Sea clan, and there were also some of the Human clan and other alien races. There were only a few of the Demon clan. These slave miners had pale skin, disheveled hair, tattered clothes, and most of their expressions were abnormally numb. There were only a few people who looked calm, but their faces were filled with ferocity. These people placed some things in the open air in the central square of the cave, exchanging some materials and food with each other. Among them, there seemed to be some bone weapons like the bone blade on Lu Ming's waist, but there were only a few spiritual weapons. At this moment, when they saw Lu Ming coming in, except for a few people who turned around and glanced at him, most of them ignored him and continued to talk and meditate. The surrounding walls of the cave were also used. There were some very simple stone caves, but most of them were empty. A few occupied stone caves had a better aura and complexion than those slave miners on the square of the cave. The things placed on the stone platform in front of them were also of much better quality than those displayed in the open air. It seemed that they were masters or powerful people in some forces here. Come to think of it, these slave miners who stayed in the exchange area, except for a few people, were mostly the weakest people in some gangs. Some were even just spirit apostles. The truly powerful people were probably already in the depths of the mine. Lu Ming walked into the cave quietly. After he found an inconspicuous corner and sat down, he began to observe quietly. This place was similar to what he thought before. It had vaguely formed the most primitive market. At this moment, there was a noise in a passage. Lu Ming glanced over subconsciously. He saw 3 bald human race men exuding a strong yin aura appeared at the entrance of another passage. Under the leadership of the person in the middle, they walked to a corner of the cave. Under the bright light in the cave, Lu Ming found that the 2 people behind him each carried a huge linen bag. The surface of the bag was faintly overflowing with blood. A bloody smell suddenly spread in the space of the cave, causing the slave miners on the square to stop what they were doing and look up. The lifeless eyes of many slave miners were filled with a trace of desire at this moment. The 3 bald men strode to a stone cave in the corner and stopped under the gaze of everyone. The leader made a fist salute to a middle-aged man who was meditating with his eyes closed in the cave, then he took a small bag from his waist and handed it over. He whispered a few words at the same time. After the middle-aged man listened, he stretched out a hand to take the small bag. After weighing it a little, he put it in his sleeve. He nodded, then he stretched out another hand and pointed to the stone cave in the middle of the cave wall, then he continued to meditate. Lu Ming found that the clothes on the middle-aged man were surprisingly neat and tidy compared to other slave miners. He even looked like an indifferent adopted son. There was nothing on the stone platform in front of him. It seemed that he was most likely sent by a certain force to manage this place. When the 3 bald men walked to the front of the cave that the middle-aged man had pointed out, the leader suddenly turned around and shouted loudly, "You bastards, 2,000 kilograms of fresh evil beast flesh, 2 spirit stones or minerals of the same value per kilogram. First come, first served." As the voice sounded, the two people behind him put the sacks on their shoulders on the stone platform at the entrance of the cave, making 2 muffled sounds. As the bags were opened, they were filled with pieces of evil beast flesh. "Yuan Meng, you are too black-hearted. Not long ago, it was still 1 spirit stone per kilogram." Suddenly, a sea creature clan slave miner on the square shouted, and several slave miners on the side began to echo. "Black-hearted? Humph, the evil beast now is much more powerful than before. If you have the ability, go and kill it yourself." The bald man called Yuan Meng glared fiercely at the sea race man and roared loudly. After which, he entered the cave and sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. Seeing this, other slave miners couldn't help but look at each other. In the end, there were still a few slave miners who swallowed their saliva and came to the entrance of the stone cave. They lined up to exchange the evil beast flesh with spirit stones from the 2 bald men. After one of the bald men took the spirit stones, the other bald man would use the bone knife in his hand to cut the corresponding flesh and throw it to the one who came. As a result, in less than a moment, there was not much flesh left on the stone platform in front of Yuan Meng. Instead, it was replaced by bags of spirit stones and various ores. Even the man from the sea race who had shouted earlier, after seeing that everyone had gone to exchange for meat, finally took a bag of spirit stones and exchanged for a few dozen kilograms of meat from the bald man. Then, he left through the passage at the side. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the value of food and spirit stones here was far beyond his imagination. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, spirit stones were still common here. Judging from the upper-grade spirit stones in his summer snail, he didn't have to worry about this in a short time. In this way, after Lu Ming stayed here for a while, he learned a little about the price of some items here, then he quietly entered the passage leading to the depths of the mineral vein. This time, in order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, as soon as he entered the passage, he took out an unknown elixir from his body. After smearing it on his body, his face immediately became as pale as other slave miners. After Lu Ming made a gesture with his mental power, his aura suddenly became weaker. In this way, he looked no different from other slave miners. After doing all this, he continued to pick up the map and continued to walk forward according to the directions on the map. After walking like this for a long time, Lu Ming's figure flickered, and he came to a small cave of more than 100 meters in size. There were 2 passages in front of the cave. After a little judgment, he was ready to walk to one of the passages. As a result, from the corner of his eye, he discovered a few corpses glowing with red light, lying in a corner of the cave in a disorderly manner. Lu Ming was startled when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but stop. He walked forward and took a closer look. He found that these people all had their limbs broken, and their death was extremely miserable. Looking at the rotten situation, they should have died only 2 or 3 days ago. Their clothes were all stripped. What was even more strange was that the faint red light on the surface of these corpses actually came from the unknown red insects crawling all over them. This caused Lu Ming to suck in a breath of cold air. These little bugs were less than an inch long, and there were 2 tentacles on their heads. They were lying motionless on the corpses. The red round shell on their back glowed with a faint red light under the light of the blue fluorite on the cave wall. It was very strange. Seeing all this, Lu Ming's face twitched slightly a few times, then he continued to walk toward the passage ahead. Just as they walked past the 2 corners of the road, several figures appeared in front of him. Lu Ming frowned, but he continued to walk forward without expression. He didn't look at these people at all. A faintly discernible divine sense immediately swept over, but after a slight contact, it left again. When passing by these people, Lu Ming obviously felt the hostility in these people's eyes. But fortunately, they didn't seem to have much interest in a slave miner like him. They just glanced at him a few times, then they passed by without slowing down. In the following time, he also encountered several waves of other slave miners on the road. But although these people did not see his identity as a newcomer, when they saw Lu Ming was alone, there was always a hint of hostility in their eyes. But fortunately, he was going deep into the mineral vein at the moment, and he looked like a poor man, so no one really took the initiative to take any action. In a long and narrow cave of more than 200 meters, several luminous green fluorite stones were inlaid on the top, illuminating everything here clearly. The ground and the walls were all bumpy and extremely uneven. At first glance, it was obvious that it was man-made. Judging from the age of the traces, it shouldn't be too long ago, and it was directly cut by someone with a sharp knife. On one side of the cave wall, there was a square passage of several 10 meters high, but the entrance of the passage was directly blocked by a large monster skeleton that was nearly half broken. At this moment, in front of the passage, a young man who looked like a slave miner with ragged clothes and a slightly pale face stopped and looked at the monster skeleton thoughtfully. This young man was naturally Lu Ming. After more than a day of continuous exploration, this place was not far from the deep passage marked in the second half of the map. In the past period of time, he could see some miserable corpses of slave miners from time to time. It was the first time he saw a monster skeleton like this. On this half of the huge skeleton, there was no trace of flesh and blood left on it, and there was no trace of spiritual power fluctuations. It should be dead for a long time. Judging from the remains of the skeleton, it could be vaguely seen that when its body was complete, it should be 30 to 40 meters in size. The shape was generally like a giant dog. Although the bones of the remaining forelimbs and hind limbs were broken, the claws were extremely sharp. There were also some fangs of several inches scattered on the ground near its head. Under the dim light, it glowed a green cold light. This should be the evil beast? After Lu Ming hesitated for a while, he muttered a few words to himself in a low voice. Suddenly, his mind moved. He took the bone blade from his waist and put it next to the skeleton. After a slight comparison, he found that except for the degree of age, the materials of the two were very similar, but there were some subtle differences. But at the next moment, his arm suddenly moved, and the bone blade in his hand turned into a cold light and slashed down. Poof! A thick bone on the skeleton in front of him was immediately cut off easily. As expected. Lu Ming nodded and put away the machete with a look of understanding on his face. Although the half-skeleton in front of him was undoubtedly the remains of the evil beast, the quality of the bones was obviously not as good as the bone blade in his hand. It seemed that there were different types of evil beasts, and the disparity in strength was huge. Otherwise, this half-skeleton wouldn't have been abandoned here so easily and left unattended for so long. But even so, if this evil beast's corpse, which was equivalent to the condensation state, was placed in the outside world, its fur and bones were still good materials for forging spiritual weapons. But here, even the better evil beast bones could only be simply processed into sharp weapons, the fur was made into clothes, and the flesh was only used to satisfy hunger. However, seeing that although the slave miners here were all emaciated, their physical bodies were much stronger than the cultivators of the same rank in the outside world, it seemed that this evil beast's flesh and blood seemed to have some effect of strengthening the body, which was beneficial to the cultivation of Tiger Dragon Hell Prison. A hint of thought flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, but after touching his chin, he immediately put the bone blade back to his waist. He bypassed the evil beast skeleton and continued to go deeper. An hour later, Lu Ming walked out of a small cave with a map in his hand and came to a fork. His face was full of helplessness. Since he saw the evil beast skeleton, it was difficult to find a matching intersection according to the route indicated on the map. After trying several times, he couldn't help but recall the words of the strange young man he met at the fork previously. It seems that this place should be regarded as the depths of the mineral vein. People often open up new tunnels, so the map in my hand is not very useful. Lu Ming couldn't help thinking secretly. After he sighed slightly, he put away the map in his hand and took out another blank animal skin. According to the current terrain, he casually drew it, then he found another fork and flashed into it. Half a day later, the new animal skin in Lu Ming's hand had been drawn with a lot of route marks, and most of the routes had been marked with a cross. Because he was already in the depths of the mineral vein, he did find a lot of caves under repeated attempts in the past. But what made him a little depressed was that most of these places were ordinary ores with little value, or the waste ores that had been mined out. At this moment, he was holding a piece of jerky in his hand. He was chewing it while continuing to search carefully in a narrow and long passage. This kind of jerky made from the evil beast's flesh and blood was quite tough. It was almost impossible to chew. Once it entered the mouth, although there was still a pungent bloody smell that made people want to vomit, it was extremely disgusting. Having said that, since he stepped into the immortal cultivation world, this was the second time he ate the flesh of beasts directly. After all, the effect of refining the beastkin flesh into elixir would be much better, and there would be fewer impurities and side effects. Lu Ming was not used to it at first, but after feeling its special effect, he couldn't help but want to eat it. It turned out that not long after this type of jerky entered the throat, it transformed into a wisp of heat that flowed throughout the meridians, causing his limbs and bones to vaguely feel an indescribable sense of comfort. Even his mind seemed to have become a little more clear-headed. It seemed that, as he had guessed before, this evil beast's flesh was really beneficial to the physical body. But what made Lu Ming a little strange was that this evil beast's flesh had little spiritual power recovery in the body. It was very different from ordinary beastkin flesh. It seemed that this evil beast could not be regarded as a real beastkin, and its origin was worth investigating. When he walked along the passage for no less than a few hundred meters, he saw a new passage that seemed to have just been opened at the end of the passage not far ahead. As he was delighted, he quickly quickened his pace and walked over. When he came to the entrance of the cave, he frowned immediately after looking at the small sword mark drawn with black and red blood at the entrance. After a little hesitation, he shook his head and left to find another mine tunnel. Although there should be a lot of rare mineral resources in this tunnel, since there was a mark left, it was obviously occupied by someone. When Lu Ming walked along the way, he could see some abandoned mine tunnels that had been excavated from time to time. There were various marks at the entrance of quite a few tunnels. In his current situation, there was naturally no need to take the initiative to provoke other forces. At the same time, another cave not far from the mine trading area. The cave was relatively spacious. It was about 300 meters in size. There were several simple stone houses made of boulders on the side. The stone house was completely closed without a window. There were only a few holes on the top of the 4 stone walls. In the open space in front of the house, there were 2 rather burly slave miners patrolling back and forth. Each of them was equipped with a weapon made of the evil beast's bone. Their eyes glanced at the only entrance here from time to time with a vigilant look. In one of the largest stone houses, there was a huge bonfire at the moment. Several pieces of barbecued meat were set up above the bonfire. A burst of meat fragrance mixed with a strong bloody smell was drifting out, filling the entire stone house. Beside the campfire, a muscular man with a ferocious face and a height of 20 meters was pacing back and forth. He was looking at a green-skinned short slave miner who looked uncomfortable with a ferocious gaze. "So, it was a newcomer who killed my brother. But where did you get this news?" Suddenly, the burly man opened his mouth coldly. His 2 thick palms clenched lightly, and a burst of crackling and popping sounds of joints immediately rang out. "Reporting to Boss Shah, I recently cast mystic arts on Tai Lin and others with the help of the beastkin insect. I wanted to explore their movements to see if there are any new resource points, but I didn't expect to hear the news of your brother from their conversation, so I immediately came to inform you." The short slave miner hurriedly replied with a smile. "Humph, I will verify this news personally. As long as it is confirmed to be true, you will naturally get benefits. But if you dare to lie to me, I will break your bones inch by inch." When the burly man heard this, his body came to a halt, and the cracking sounds of his joints came to an abrupt stop. The muscles on his chest and arms bulged up, and a layer of crystal-clear color could be faintly seen, as if they were cast from steel. "Boss Shah, how dare I lie to you? I swear by my inner demon that there will be no falsehood." The short slave miner couldn't help but be startled under the aura of the muscular man. Then he said confidently while patting his chest, "Very well, you release the news for me. Just say that I offer a reward of 2,000 spirit stones to find the whereabouts of this newcomer. A mere newcomer dares to attack my people. Although my brother is just a good-for-nothing, if I don't take revenge for this, I don't know how others will look at me. As long as this newcomer is found, I will definitely make him regret coming to this world." The muscular man ordered the short slave miner with a hideous face. The short slave miner naturally said yes, then he left the room obediently after the muscular man waved his hand. The stone house regained its tranquility again. Lu Ming naturally didn't know that his life was only worth a mere 2,000 spirit stones in the eyes of some people. At this moment, he was already in a self-opened stone cave deep in a mineral vein tunnel. He was taking out array flags from his sleeve to arrange a temporary array. At the entrance of the stone cave, the white-boned scorpion with crimson scales lay quietly on the ground, carefully watching everything around it. This tunnel was an abandoned place that he finally found after a lot of time. He used the inferior-grade iron sword spiritual weapon obtained from the mineral vein guard to spend a lot of time to barely open up this shelter in front of him. Although the stone cave on the wall of the mine was not big, it was only 30 meters in size, but this place might be in the rare mineral vein area. Even the ordinary stones were as hard as iron. Even if he now had a body far beyond the cultivators of the same rank and a body of brute force, under the situation where he didn't dare to easily consume his spiritual power to channel the Tiger Dragon Hell prison, he could only cut off a few inches of the stone wall with each slash. At this time, Lu Ming finally understood why those slave miners would work so hard for some rare ores. If all the ores in the tunnel were so difficult to mine, it was really not an easy task to collect enough for a month. It was even more difficult to get more rare ores. After these days of exploration in the mineral vein, Lu Ming had discovered that these ores, which were rare in the outside world, were not everywhere even in the depths of the mineral vein. Even if he found a mining area where the ores were more concentrated, it was a very time-consuming and laborious task to split open these hard stone walls when his spiritual power was suppressed. The reason why this mine tunnel was abandoned by the original slave miners was that they dug here and found that the quality of the ores they could find was average, or the quantity was not satisfactory, so they simply gave up. However, this was a rare place for Lu Ming. Firstly, this place was far from the main mineral vein, and its location was relatively remote in the entire mineral vein. Secondly, the abandoned mine cave would not attract much attention. Therefore, as soon as he discovered this place, he immediately opened up his own temporary residence here, but he did not immediately start mining any ores after that. Instead, he immediately released Bone Scorpion. After giving a few instructions through the mind connection, he turned to the center of the stone cave and sat cross-legged. He had consumed a lot of physical and spiritual power in the previous exploration and excavation. Naturally, he had to recover first before making the next plan. At the next moment, Lu Ming took out 2 intermediate-grade spirit stones from Sumeru Snail, and he held one in each hand to activate the talent of multitasking. He began to absorb the aura in the spirit stone while recovering his physical strength through breathing. As the spirit stone in Lu Ming's hand began to shine with a circle of soft light, he also began to slowly close his eyes, preparing to enter meditation. An hour later, Lu Ming slowly opened his eyes, and his pupils were as clear as water. Although his spiritual power and physical strength had not recovered to the best state, it was much better than before. After thinking for a while, he immediately took out a few detoxification elixirs collected from the outside market from the Sumeru Snail and consumed them. He then prepared to cast some mystic arts to try to force out the poison of the Sea Emperor pill and the small cluster of strange blood light near the spiritual sea. Since Qing Qing cast a spell to plant these 2 strange enchantments in his body, although Lu Ming did not show anything on the surface, his heart had been a little anxious. He would never allow his life to be in the hands of others at all times. When he was on the Siren King's giant boat previously, although Lu Ming had tried to expel the thing in his body, because he had been under the surveillance array set by the other party in advance, he naturally didn't dare to go all out. Otherwise, it would be self-defeating if he was discovered. He just tried it a little. After that, he still hadn't found a suitable opportunity from the time he left the giant boat until he came to this deep-sea mineral vein. Now, he was finally alone and had found a rather secluded place. Naturally, he had to use all his means. He was ready to use the power of the array and elixirs at the same time to try to break the restriction in his body. After a while, Lu Ming chanted, made a gesture with one hand, and then pointed at the surroundings. More than a dozen colorful formation flags nearby disappeared without a trace after a flash. Then countless white runes emerged from the place where the formation flags disappeared. As they connected with each other, a milky white pattern array of 10 meters immediately appeared on the ground. Lu Ming raised one hand again, and several intermediate-grade crystal stones flew out of his sleeve. They steadily sank into a few grooves at the edge of the pattern array, revealing only half of the crystal. After doing this, his expression condensed. He flicked his 10 fingers repeatedly and began to make a series of complex gestures. He launched countless symbols that went into the pattern array. As a result, the pattern array that absorbed the symbols slowly rotated, and it burst out a white light. It was intertwined in the air like a substance. It formed a white silk net above Lu Ming's head in a few seconds. Although the silk net was only 10 meters in size, it covered the top into a white mist. Because of this summer conch, Lu Ming still had some elixirs and spirit stones with him, but the space was very limited after all. In addition, he still had to put a few important spiritual weapons and other important items that couldn't be abandoned. Therefore, in addition to a dozen upper-grade spirit stones, the rest were only a few intermediate-grade spirit stones. As for the other spirit stones, some of them were used to replenish some formation flags, spiritual talismans, and elixirs when he was in Iron Fire Valley. The rest that couldn't be put into the Summer Conch was put into the storage Summer crystal ball. It had been taken away by the mine guards to confuse outsiders. Now, although this array had been set up successfully, once it was activated, it couldn't get much vitality from the outside world. The consumption of spirit stones was far more than the outside world. Therefore, Lu Ming understood that once the array was activated, it couldn't last for too long. At this moment, the white silk net floating above Lu Ming began to expand and shrink regularly under the change of gestures in his hands. Then, it suddenly fell on top of his head. It quickly spread at the moment of contact, wrapping Lu Ming's whole body. At the moment when he was wrapped, Lu Ming looked inside through divine thought. He found that the bloody light cluster near the spiritual sea was still flickering and rotating slowly, but under the effect of the elixir and the white cloud, it seemed to be a little slower than before. At the same time, the erosion of the black mist on the surface of his internal organs also seemed to slow down. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming's heart was slightly relieved, but then he quickly stuffed a green elixir into his mouth. After he closed his eyes slightly again, he channeled the spiritual power in his body to guide the elixir. This green elixir was called Spirit Cleansing Elixir. It was a kind of detoxification elixir that Lu Ming spent a lot of spirit stones in the market of Iron Valley City. There were only 3 of them, and they specialized in detoxifying some strange poisons. Therefore, they had been hidden in the Sumeru snail for emergencies. As soon as this elixir entered his mouth, it immediately became extremely smooth. It directly dissolved into liquid and flowed into his abdomen. Then, a strange feeling of coolness immediately rose in his body. Under the guidance of spiritual power, it slowly gathered in the spiritual sea. After a few breaths, there was another green light cluster in Lu Ming's spiritual sea. Then, under the channeling of spiritual power, it carefully approached the bloody light cluster. The bloody light cluster near the spiritual sea seemed to be aware of it. The flickering speed suddenly accelerated, and it emitted a circle of bloody light. The green energy cluster trembled, and it couldn't move forward at all. Seeing this, Lu Ming was surprised. As he gritted his teeth, he couldn't help but increase the injection of spiritual power. The originally dim green light cluster suddenly shone with green light. It broke through the bloody light barrier and hit the bloody light cluster. But the next moment, Lu Ming's face suddenly changed. At the moment when the 2 light clusters touched, there was a severe pain like being stirred by countless sharp knives at the same time. This caught Lu Ming off guard. His face became pale and bloodless. There were dense beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. His whole body also curled up in an instant, and he actually bowed like a bow. This kind of soul-deep pain only lasted for a short while. Suddenly, there was a burning feeling in his spirit sea, but it immediately changed into a cool feeling. This repeated several times, torturing Lu Ming to the point where he wished he was dead. As time passed, the cool feeling was gradually replaced by a scorching feeling. The dark green energy in his spirit sea also gradually became smaller and finally dissipated. The Fa that was used to activate the energy block was also devoured by the blood-red light without a doubt. At this moment, the overwhelming pain in his dantian also disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming sat up straight again, but his face became more and more ugly. He sighed in his heart. After hesitating for a while, he took out another elixir and consumed it. He made a gesture and continued to channel his spiritual power. After an hour, when the buzzing sound in the array under Lu Ming stopped abruptly, the crystal stones in the surrounding grooves immediately made a crisp sound and shattered. Lu Ming opened his eyes, revealing a helpless expression. At this moment, he had exhausted all kinds of means and consumed a lot of intermediate-grade spirit stones, but he still couldn't lift the 2 enchantments in his body. The 2 enchantments were used by Siren King to control the slave miners on such a large scale. Sure enough, he could lift them with his current ability, so he must find another way. So in the remaining time, Lu Ming was not willing to consume the limited spirit stones anymore. He put away the formation flag, and after a short rest, he got up and walked out of the stone cave. He began to walk to the end of the tunnel of the abandoned mine pit. It had been a while since he entered the mining area. For now, he could only follow the rules of the underground world. He would first gather a month's worth of ore to exchange for this month's antidote, then he would make a long-term plan. Although on the surface, the corrosion of the black mist transformed by the Sea Emperor pill could still be resisted by his tyrannical physical body, he couldn't guarantee what kind of amazing change would occur when it really activated. Otherwise, there would be many slave miners with strong physical bodies and unruly ones here. How could they be willing to use or to exchange for the antidote? After a while, Lu Ming came to a stone wall at the end of the tunnel. Through the previous exploration, although there were a few qualified rare ores here, there was still some value in mining. After Lu Ming glanced faintly at the bumpy surface on the stone wall, he suddenly grabbed in the air with one hand, and he took a bone ore that was abandoned by someone into his hand. He waved it a few times to test its weight, then he began to dig hard. In the process, Lu Ming did not put Bone Scorpion into the leather bag, but he kept it nearby to be on guard. He was now alone here. In the situation where mental power couldn't be released out of his body for a long time, he naturally needed a powerful assistant to stay outside to prevent being ambushed. This ghost creature was still only at the condensation period early stage, but after mutation, not only it had a layer of scales with amazing defensive power, but the snake head on its back was also extremely poisonous. The general condensation period slave miners were definitely not its opponent. Of course, once Bone Scorpion cast a spell here, it was also difficult to directly restore spiritual power by replenishing the aura of heaven and earth. Fortunately, it was a ghost creature. If it absorbed some yin qi, it could slowly transform it into pure spiritual power, which was better than its current situation. With this Bone Scorpion guard, he didn't have to worry about anything, and he could mine ores with all his strength. As for the demon flying skull that had reached the intermediate stage of the condensation state, he was naturally prepared to use it as a trump card. He would not easily reveal it in front of others. What made Lu Ming feel quite regretful was that the 2 Iron Ape puppet beasts that were originally used for body forging were also taken away by the previous guards in the storage amulet. Otherwise, they could be considered as 2 good miners when they wielded the Vajra iron rod with special strength. Of course, correspondingly, he also had to spend a lot of spirit stones. The pros and cons were not easy to measure. However, with his powerful physical body that was not inferior to the powerhouse of the crystallization period, the mining speed was also very amazing under the full situation, but the physical consumption was also quite high. However, in the case of being unable to channel spiritual power, the bone shovel made of the evil beast's bone was far more useful than the inferior-grade iron sword spiritual weapon. Every time it hit the stone wall, it could bring down a large piece of stone soil. Although this place was away from the main mineral vein, and the ores were relatively scarce, with Lu Ming's amazing speed, he could still find 1 or 2 light blue rare ores every once in a while. This kind of rare ore, called the water mysterious stone, after being refined, was not only an exceptional water attribute material for refining weapons, but it also had a pretty good effect when used to refine water attribute elixirs. If it was placed in the outside world, perhaps every small piece could easily be sold for a high price of hundreds of spirit stones. However, in this place, it could not be considered as the top rare ore, but it was barely enough to report. Of course, if this stone was taken to the exchange area, it could only be exchanged for some evil beast flesh. After the blue ore was dug out by Lu Ming, he was directly thrown on the ground behind him as if he didn't want to look at it anymore. In this way, time passed day by day. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, in addition to releasing Bone Scorpion to mine some ores every once in a while, Lu Ming did nothing else but meditate to heal his wounds and restore his physical strength. As a result, after more than 10 days, he had accumulated more than 100 ores in his hands. Of course, most of them were water mystic stones. But even so, if other slave miners knew about it, they would be tongue-tied. Otherwise, if it was an ordinary condensation period cultivator, in such a resource-poor mine, even if he desperately collected day and night, he would be considered lucky if he could find 1/5 of this amount. According to the rules here, a slave miner was required to hand over 30 rare ores every month in exchange for the antidote of the month. As for the other extra ores, they could be directly exchanged with the guards for some medicinal pills, talismans, and even some low-grade spiritual weapons. However, the price of these ores was naturally 100 times lower than that of the outside world. As for exchanging it with other slave miners in the exchange area, he could also exchange some other kinds of ores he needed, as well as evil beast flesh and bones. On this day, Lu Ming woke up from meditation. The complexion on his face was obviously much better than when he first came here. The injuries left by activating Tai Gang Sword embryo had recovered a lot. When he casually looked inside his body, he suddenly found that the black gas attached to his internal organs seemed to be a bit thicker than before, and the bloody light cluster in the sea of consciousness was still slowly rotating. As his expression changed slightly, he found that there should be only a few days left before the end of the moon. According to the information he had previously obtained, if he was not wrong, it should be the day when the guards came in to collect the ore of slave miners in 2 or 3 days. Since he couldn't get rid of the enchantment in his body for a while, he naturally had to exchange for an antidote first. Of course, in his heart, he still had the intention of studying it after getting the antidote. Therefore, he divided the scattered ores behind the cave. He piled most of the better quality ores together. After putting them in a leather bag, he went out of the cave and found a place where the abandoned rocks were originally piled up to bury them. He returned to the cave again, took out another worn leather bag from his body, and put more than 30 water mystic stones into it. At the same time, he waved at Bone Scorpion at the entrance of the cave. With a bang, the ghostly creature transformed into a ball of black chi and disappeared into his sleeve. Only then did Lu Ming put the leather bag on his back. He swaggered out of the cave and walked toward the exit of the tunnel. Perhaps it was because it was near the end of the moon. Shortly after Lu Ming left the tunnel, he began to encounter some scattered slave miners in a single line. Without exception, they were carrying a bag and rushing back. In the case of the lack of natural aura here, even if there was a storage amulet, it would gradually lose its effect. It couldn't store some things for a long time at all. Therefore, the slave miners here could only use leather bags to carry the mined ores like Lu Ming. When these people saw Lu Ming, there would be a hint of vigilance on their pale and numb faces. They would either speed up their pace and move forward, or they would simply change to another path to avoid him. Facing these people's cautious foster children, Lu Ming smiled faintly, and he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them. One day later. Just as Lu Ming turned a few corners and came to a long and narrow passage, his pupils suddenly shrank and he stopped. Because he found that just at a relatively wide intersection not far in front of him, there were 2 waves of slave miners confronting each other with hostility. At the moment when Lu Ming appeared near the intersection, the 2 waves of people also immediately discovered his whereabouts. Shua, they all looked at him very fiercely. Lu Ming was startled, and he immediately stopped without changing his expression. He also looked at these slave miners. One of the groups only had 2 men and 1 woman, 3 humans, while the other group had 5 men, all of whom were cultivators of the Sea clan. Judging from the breadth of these people, except for the woman and a sea creature clan old man who were at the intermediate stage of the condensation state, the others were only at the early stage of the condensation state. These 2 groups obviously just met, and they seemed to know each other. After taking back their eyes from Lu Ming, they were still in a stalemate. They didn't want to leave. Fairy Xianxia, I don't want to embarrass you. As long as the 3 of you leave half of the ores in the bag to me, you can leave safely. The leader, a sea creature clan old man with a sinister face, said to the beautiful human woman with a sneer. Wei Fandu, don't think that I don't know. Aren't you the boss Shah who joined you a few days ago? Look at what this is. The human woman named Xianxia sneered. She suddenly raised one hand, and a black-red thing vaguely appeared in her hand. What, you? After the sea creature clan old man saw the thing in the woman's hand, he blurted out. His face suddenly changed a few times, and his face was full of disbelief. "Humph, hurry up and get out of the way. My time is limited. I don't have time to waste here." As Xianxia said, she glanced at Lu Ming intentionally or unintentionally, and she said impatiently. Lu Ming stood where he was without moving, his eyes flashing as if he was thinking about something. After the sea creature clan old man hesitated for a moment, he finally gritted his teeth and left, but the direction he walked in was Lu Ming's direction. The 4 slave miners behind him winked, and they immediately followed. "Kid, if you know what's good for you, quickly hand over the bag and the bone blade on your back. Our brother Wei might be in a good mood and let you live." As soon as they walked near Lu Ming, a man with a crimson scar on his face shouted at Lu Ming with a grin as he walked. Lu Ming didn't speak. He just looked at the 4 people approaching him blankly. Seeing that Lu Ming ignored him, the man couldn't help but be furious. He suddenly pulled out the bone blade on his waist and leaped out. He actually jumped more than 30 meters away. As his arm moved again, a blade shadow slashed straight at the opposite side. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly condensed. The joints of his whole body made a paw-paw sound, and he punched upward with one hand like lightning. Bang! The bone blade immediately flew into the sky, and it was inserted into the stone wall of the tunnel in a flash. The lanky man let out a blood-curdling screech, and his whole body turned into a black shadow as he flew backwards. But at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly stomped on the ground with one foot. His figure turned into a gust of wind and overtook the man's flying body. He came to the front of the 4 people first. His 2 arms were blurred, and they immediately turned into a rainstorm of fist shadows. The 3 sea creature clan slave miners were taken aback. Before they could make any defensive posture, they were hit by the fist shadows at the same time. They only felt pain all over their body, and they were dizzy. They turned over and fell to the ground without making a sound. The leading sea creature clan old man moved fast enough. After being shocked, he almost subconsciously made a gesture with one hand. A light blue light curtain instantly appeared on the surface of his body, blocking the dense fist shadows in front of him. But after a while, a crack appeared on the blue light curtain with a crisp sound. "The sea creature clan old man exclaimed." He immediately turned around with a pale face, and he was about to escape desperately. But after the light curtain on his body made a crisp sound, a strong wind came from the back of his head. He felt a chill on his neck, then he turned over and fell to the ground. It was Lu Ming who instantly pulled out the bone blade from his waist. After a lightning-fast wave, he knocked him out with the back of the blade. At this time, the man with a scar face who was knocked away fell heavily to the ground, but his limbs were weak. He couldn't stand up at all. He could only look at everything in front of him dumbfoundedly with a look of disbelief. Lu Ming turned around again at this time. After glancing at the scarred man coldly, he suddenly flickered and appeared in front of the scarred man like a ghost. He moved his arm again and knocked the scarred man out with a bang. Then, Lu Ming unceremoniously looted the ores from the few people, then he carried a bigger bag. He swaggered toward the opposite intersection. The other group of people had long been dumbfounded. When the woman in the lead saw Lu Ming coming over, she immediately took a few steps back in shock. She barely squeezed a smile and opened her mouth, but she still didn't say anything. This person's cultivation is only at the intermediate stage, but his physical strength is so powerful. His face is also strange. He doesn't look like an old man here. Mochi, you have been here for a long time, have you ever seen him? The human clan woman named Xianxia suddenly turned around and asked a lean young man next to her after Lu Ming walked away. I have never seen this person before, but this person can knock away the bone knife made of the evil beast's bone with one punch. He should be a physique cultivator. This reminds me of one thing. Do you still remember 1 month ago? The lean young man touched his chin and said thoughtfully. Oh, you mean the newcomer who killed his brother that Boss Shaw offered a bounty of 2,000 spirit stones? Another young man was shocked at first, then he said affirmatively after thinking about it. It must be this person. In recent years, there are fewer and fewer newcomers being caught. Just the fact that he can kill old Shaw so easily is not something that an ordinary cultivator can do. The lean young man rubbed his palms and said calmly in a very affirmative tone. Looking at this person's appearance, he is probably going to exchange ores for this month's antidote. We can't afford to provoke this person, but it should be fine to just tell him the whereabouts of this person. Mochi, send a message to Boss Sha. 2,000 spirit stones is not a small sum. If we don't inform, others will do the same. Xianxia heard this, and after a moment of hesitation, she slowly instructed the lean young man. The lean young man nodded when he heard the words. He immediately took out a small piece of animal skin. After writing something on it, he summoned a low-level beast that looked like a mouse from a small leather bag on his waist. After tying the animal skin on its body, he threw it to the ground. At the same time, a strange sound came from its mouth. The little beast blinked its 2 bean-sized eyes, then it disappeared into the tunnel on the side. At this moment, Lu Ming was carrying a huge bag full of ores and continuing to move toward the exchange area. He still didn't know that his identity as a newcomer had been exposed, and someone had tipped him off. However, even if he knew about it, he would probably be too lazy to care about it. With his newbie status, if he wanted to establish a foothold in this underground mine, he would definitely have to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. He went to the exchange area this time with the intention of making a big move, so when he saw the sea creature clan slave miners coming to him, he immediately made a move. However, when he knocked out those 5 people, he didn't kill them in order to not attract too much attention. For the rest of the journey, he tried to take some remote small passages, but he still inevitably encountered several other waves of slave miners. But these slave miners, seeing that he was alone and carrying such a huge bag, they were unexpectedly afraid. Not only they didn't come up to provoke him, but most of them quickly distanced themselves or simply took a detour to avoid him. Lu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In this way, the journey was surprisingly smooth. One day later, when Lu Ming carried the bag, he passed through a winding passage and came to the entrance of the huge cave where the exchange area was located. Suddenly, he saw a muscular man with a fat face and a height of 2 meters sitting cross-legged facing the entrance of the passage. His eyes were closed as if he was meditating. Behind him stood 2 rather burly slave miners who seemed to be waiting for someone. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the cave, the muscular man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming. As a result, his face immediately showed a hideous expression, and he looked at Lu Ming with a malicious gaze. Lu Ming was a quick-witted person. His face immediately turned gloomy, and his feet paused. He also stared at the muscular man coldly without saying a word. A dangerous aura suddenly spread between the 2 of them. The muscular man's eyes flashed fiercely. After his shoulders shook, his body stood up silently and said in an unfriendly tone, "You look quite unfamiliar, fellow Daoist, but I do find that bone saber hanging from your waist rather familiar." Lu Ming's expression moved as he heard it. He glanced at the bone blade on his waist casually, then he replied faintly, "Oh, sir must be joking. This bone blade is just a weapon made by the bones of an ordinary evil beast." "It is indeed an ordinary weapon, but it was made by me and given to my brother." "New kid, you've got some guts, huh? You even dared to kill this Shah's younger brother. Don't think about leaving here alive today," the muscular man named Boss Shah said with a sneer. "It turns out that the person who sneaked up on me is your brother. It seems that it is useless for me to say anything. Very well, sir doesn't seem to be a nobody here. I will learn a thing or 2 from you." As Lu Ming heard the words, he was a little stunned, but after looking at the muscular man's huge body, he suddenly replied with a smile. The confrontation and conversation between the 2 had naturally attracted some slave miners nearby. These people stopped what they were doing and looked over here. Their expressions were either now more excited. They all looked like they were watching a good show. In a stone cave in the far corner, the middle-aged man who was originally responsible for managing this place was still meditating with his eyes closed as if he didn't notice what happened here. As soon as Boss Shah heard Lu Ming's words, his pupils shrank first, but he immediately laughed wildly. His 2 big hands suddenly clenched into fists, and there was a burst of crackling joints. At the same time, he stomped on the nearby ground with 1 foot. The seemingly hard stone ground immediately shattered into pieces. A cloud of yellow sand flew out and circled around his body. The muscular man just made a gesture with 1 hand. Poof, the yellow sand instantly rushed to his body, and it formed a layer of extremely rough khaki armor. Under the reflection of the green fluorite on the stone pillar in the cave, a layer of yellow halo appeared. Looking from a distance, he looked like a huge sand puppet. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned. After he moved his arm, he threw the huge package on his back aside. After he shook his sleeve again, a small black sword suddenly appeared in his hand. This newcomer actually wants to use such a broken sword to deal with Boss Xia? Yeah, he is really tired of living. This Boss Xia is a spirit cultivator who can control the power of sand to protect himself, and the spiritual power required is very little. Haha, haha, a burst of sarcastic words passed into Lu Ming's ears without concealment, but there was no change on his face except for a slight coldness in his eyes. Boss Xia saw that Lu Ming was also holding a broken inferior-grade spiritual weapon, and he couldn't help showing contempt in his eyes. He stomped on the ground and turned into a gust of wind. The thick sand armor on his body seemed to be weightless. His fists were wrapped in sand, and they smashed at Lu Ming like two giant hammers. Seeing this, Lu Ming twisted his body without saying a word, and his whole person suddenly became blurred. Boom! A loud sound rang out. On the ground below, a huge pit of several 10 meters suddenly appeared. In a burst of dust, the muscular man wrapped in khaki slowly stood up, and he turned around with a hint of surprise in his eyes. At the place where he originally stood, an afterimage flashed and Lu Ming appeared there with an astonishingly expressionless face. He and the muscular man seemed to have just exchanged positions. Kid, I didn't expect you to escape so fast. However, if that's all you've got, then you'd better obediently accept your fate. In the depths of the sand armor, the giant man let out a low threatening voice. Suddenly, he rubbed his hands together, and a 30-meter-long sand blade appeared out of thin air. The sand on the surface of the blade surged endlessly, as if it were a living creature. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming finally showed a strange expression on his face. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. After he snorted, he suddenly shook his wrist, and the small black sword suddenly transformed into hundreds of dense sword shadows. Then, they suddenly condensed and transformed into a black light sword that was several feet long. Black runes appeared on the surface of the sword. Lu Ming instantly channeled his spiritual power into the sword. The black sword suddenly made a buzzing sound, and it burst into a dazzling halo. After a tremble, it suddenly turned into a black rainbow that rolled toward the opposite side. Sword cultivator, sword controlling technique. Among the surrounding slave miners, there were naturally some knowledgeable cultivators. When they saw this scene, several people immediately lost their voices. Seeing this, Boss Xia was even more shocked. It was too late to dodge, so he could only roar desperately. He slashed at the black rainbow with the sand blade in his hands. At the same time, the brown armor covering his body suddenly shone brightly. Bang! The seemingly huge sand blade was rolled by the black rainbow, and it immediately turned into gravel and collapsed. After the black rainbow circled the muscular man's body, the light faded and it returned to the small black sword. It flashed back to Lu Ming's sleeve. Old Xia yelled. After he staggered 2 steps forward, the sand armor on his body shattered inch by inch. Blood appeared inside, and his huge body immediately split into 2 and fell to the ground. The spacious cavern quietened down in an instant, and many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Some people who also had some thoughts about Lu Ming's huge package couldn't help but have a cold sweat on their backs. The 2 burly men behind Boss Xia even changed their faces. They turned around and disappeared into the crowd without saying a word. The middle-aged man in the stone cave in the corner couldn't help but open his eyes and look at this side at this moment. His face was gloomy for a while, no one knew what he was thinking. After Lu Ming let out a sigh of relief, he took a few steps forward as if there was no one around. He searched the corpse, picked up his package, found an empty corner, and put it down again. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground and waited. When he heard others talking about Boss Xia's special defensive spiritual body, he was determined to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, with his powerful defensive power, it was not a wise move to fight a war of attrition. Only by channeling the sword-controlling technique could he instantly burst out amazing power and shock others in one fell swoop. Now it seemed that the effect was quite good. However, although Lu Ming's maintenance identity and sword-controlling technique were amazing, with the passage of time, except for some nearby slave miners who still looked at him with fear from time to time, the others quickly forgot about this battle and continued to do their own things. The corpse of the muscular man was quickly dragged directly out of the exchange area by several slave miners. They found a place to bury it casually. Of course, some people who rushed to the cave later would naturally be warned by their companions who pointed at Lu Ming. However, some other slave miners secretly curled their lips and disagreed. In their hearts, Lu Ming relied on the fact that he was a newcomer and still had Fa Li in his body to display such a sharp attack. If he waited another 3 to 4 months, even a sword cultivator would not be able to use a flying sword to attack. Soon after, the human race woman named Xianxia and her 2 companions also came to the cave. When they saw Lu Ming sitting there intact, they were startled at first. After they inquired about what happened just now from the people they knew, they were naturally all shocked. They couldn't help but look at each other. They immediately didn't dare to look at Lu Ming anymore. They hurriedly hid in a farther place and gathered with several other companions. During the rest of the day, as the miners in the depths of the mineral vein returned one after another, more and more people gathered in the huge cave. In the blink of an eye, the number of people had broken through the 200 mark, and there was still an endless stream of people entering. However, most of the people who came later had a fierce look on their faces. The aura they exuded was far from that of some ordinary slave miners. Most of these people were in groups. The small group had 3 or 4 people together, the big group even had 20 or 30 people in a group. Among the 2 groups with the largest number of people, one of them was mostly the sea creature clan with various fish scales on their faces, but everyone looked arrogant. They seemed to be adopted children who didn't put other slave miners in their eyes at all. The other group consisted of cultivators from various clans, but all of them were strong and had icy cold expressions, and they seemed to be experts in body refinement. Moreover, most of them wore short-sleeved leather robes with an earthen yellow eye embroidered on their cuffs. The 2 groups of people gathered in the huge cavern had more than 100 people in total. They occupied the most central areas of the east and west ends of the cavern. The other small and medium-sized groups that were already here looked at these 2 groups with reverence in their eyes, and all of them avoided the 2 groups. It seemed that these 2 groups were the 2 great forces that the skinny young man had mentioned. At this time, in another corner not far from where Lu Ming was sitting, a small team of slave miners were whispering with their heads lowered. With Lu Ming's immense mental power, he could hear everything clearly after releasing it slightly. TSK, this group of sea race is still so domineering and arrogant. All of them look down on everyone. A coarse voice said indignantly. Even though he had deliberately lowered his voice, his loud voice still made the people around him frown. It's better to be quiet. If they hear it, it will be another trouble. A middle-aged man quickly persuaded. Aren't they just relying on an old guy of the crystallization period to support them? If not, others may not be really afraid of them. After the previous person snorted a few times, he finally lowered his voice a little. Both sides are so aggressive. Do you think this Iron Alliance will have a conflict with them again this time? At this time, another person asked carefully. I don't think so. After all, it won't be long before the guards arrive to collect the ores. No one would be stupid enough to disrespect those guards at a time like this. They definitely wouldn't dare to cause trouble or start a fight before that. The middle-aged man shook his head and denied this statement. From their dialogue, Lu Ming confirmed what he thought in his mind. The leader of the sea race forces that occupied the center of the east end of the cave was the only crystallization period Beastkin clan slave miner in the mineral vein. It was said that he was half sea race and half Beastkin clan. His origin was quite strange. The other group of people occupying the west end seemed to be another major force called the Iron Alliance. Its leader must be the legendary Bronze Gong clan physique cultivator powerhouse of the condensation state later stage. After Lu Ming came back to his senses, he immediately began to carefully observe the 2 big groups. The group of sea race forces at the east end of the cave had about 40 people at the moment. Among them, the sea race people accounted for 80 to 90% of them. Most of them had purple and black scales on their faces. In addition, there was a beautiful woman with golden scales on her face. She was about 20 years old. Judging from the breath she exuded, she seemed to only be at the intermediate stage of the condensation state. However, the other sea race people seemed to be led by this woman. They clustered together and looked at the other side of the cave with provocative eyes. But under the observation of Lu Ming, he did not find that these people looked like the powerhouse of the crystallization period. As for the Iron Alliance at the west end of the cave, although the number of people was much more than the east end, they were faintly divided into several small groups based on race. All of them were sitting on the ground. But what made Lu Ming slightly surprised was that there was no existence similar to the powerhouse of the Bronze Gong clan. The two groups looked at each other from a distance, staring at each other. The atmosphere was quite tense. Just a group of stragglers. What can they do? A sea-race person with crimson scales on his face suddenly broke the silence and muttered. His voice was not loud, but it was very eye-catching at this time. It was clearly transmitted into the ears of everyone in the cave. Yeah, look at these people piling up here and there. Those who don't know would think that they are a small force. Another Silver Scale clan person next to him saw this, and he immediately echoed. His voice couldn't help but be a little louder than the previous person. Hee, they actually call themselves the Iron Alliance. It's really ridiculous. It's more like the Rust Alliance. A blue-skinned Beast King clan person sneered and said leisurely. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately caused the people of the same force around to burst into laughter. At the same time, the faces of the Iron Alliance people on the opposite side couldn't help but turn gloomy. Several people suddenly stood up. The people who were originally sitting scattered stood up at the next moment under the leadership of these people. The air suddenly became tense. Who do you think you are? You are just a group of small fries. A short human slave miner with a pale face said coldly first. If I remember correctly, the girl with the golden face seems to be the Golden Scale clan who claims to be the Sea Region royal family. Unfortunately, if it weren't for those scales, she would be a rare beauty. A brawny Beast King clan man with golden pupils beside him interjected with a malicious look on his face. After the Golden Scale clan woman heard the words of the brawny Beast King clan man, her face suddenly became extremely cold. She immediately snorted and said, I heard that your alliance has recently found a place with an unusually rich mine. I think Yan Luo is mining day and night with others. I wonder why you didn't let your subordinates go together. As soon as the woman said this, a few people in the Iron Alliance people on the opposite side immediately looked ugly. Fairy Yun Ming is quite well informed, but your alliance's leader Lan Shi seems to have rarely appeared in front of people recently. Even when a 6-person team of your alliance was robbed, he didn't seem to care. I don't know what he is busy with. A gray-haired Beast King clan old man of the Iron Alliance said faintly. You can't ask about Senior Lan's matter. The golden-scaled woman immediately replied with a gloomy face. Although the two forces kept quarreling and glaring at each other, no one really made a move as they were afraid of each other. The people of other small and medium-sized forces who were watching on the side, after a long time, except for a few people who were still paying attention with interest, the rest of the people ignored them. Lu Ming also retracted his gaze. After pondering for a while, he looked at the people of other forces at the edge of the cave. Most of these small and medium-sized forces were in groups of 3 to 5. The leaders were mostly at the later stage of the condensation period, and there was a huge bag beside them. It must be the ore harvest of this team in the past month. After a closer look, Lu Ming found that many of the leaders of these small groups were also very vigorous. Obviously, their physical bodies were far stronger than other companions. One of them was the strange young man who attacked him with an iron rod at the fork of the tunnel that day. This young man was still carrying a huge iron rod that was obviously different from other people's weapons, and there were also 5 or 6 human cultivators in front of him. They were occupying an open space in the middle of the cave. The young man seemed to feel that Lu Ming was looking at him. He suddenly turned his head and smiled at him, then he turned his head and continued to whisper to the people around him. In addition, Lu Ming also found that there were also 4 or 5 slave miners who were alone like Lu Ming. No one was near them, and they were meditating with their eyes closed. In this way, another half a day had passed. At this time, in the exchange area, the slave miners came one after another. It had reached a scale of more than 300 people. After the people of the two forces who were hostile to each other constantly ridiculed each other, they finally calmed down. For a time, the giant cave returned to calm again. A rush of footsteps suddenly came faintly from the entrance of a tunnel that no one had entered before. Everyone in the cave who was meditating with their eyes closed looked at the entrance of the tunnel. After a while, 7 or 8 Beast King clan guards in black clothes rushed out of the tunnel. When he saw the leader of the guards, Lu Ming frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes. This person was the middle-aged Beast King clan man who plundered Lu Ming's things that day. As soon as he came in, he glanced at the cave, and he immediately showed a spurious smile. He led the people behind him and walked to the open space in the middle of the cave. The middle-aged man seemed to be calm on the surface, but it could be seen from the expression in his eyes that he seemed to enjoy the fear and anger of these slave miners, so he deliberately walked very slowly. Wherever he passed, whether it was those small and medium-sized forces or the 2 major forces in the middle, they all took a few steps back silently and made way for him. After a while, a group of guards finally walked to the open space of the central square and stopped in front of a stone platform about 10 meters high. The middle-aged man did not speak immediately, but he looked around. After seeing a hint of expectation in the eyes of the surrounding slave miners, he nodded with satisfaction. He coughed lightly and announced loudly, "I'm Chen Gang, hee. I don't think I need to introduce more. Most of you know me. The rules are generally the same as in the past, but the exchange conditions have changed slightly this month. 35 rare ores can be exchanged for a Sea Emperor pill antidote." As soon as his voice sounded, there was a sudden uproar in the field. Last month, it was still 30 ores for 1 antidote. Why did you suddenly raise the price without informing us in advance? Someone started to shout. As soon as they heard this, the crowd at the scene was even more turbulent. Many slave miners whispered for a while, and all of them had different expressions. Lu Ming glanced at them calmly and found that most of the people who shouted were from small and medium-sized forces. The slave miners belonging to the 2 major forces were silent. They seemed to be used to this scene. Yeah, now the peripheral mineral veins have long been exhausted, and some places with rich minerals are mostly occupied. The ore mining is not as good as before. Not only that, in recent months, those evil beasts also seem to have become a little crazy, and they appear more frequently. Some of the other slave miners were still shouting in a hurry. Seeing this, Chen Gang, who was standing in front of the stone platform, suddenly said coldly and loudly, "Silence. Do you think you can decide the rules here? If you don't want to exchange for the antidote, leave as soon as possible. If you don't abide by the rules, don't blame me for being rude." This voice resounded through the audience. The slave miners who were shouting were shocked, and they suddenly shut up. The huge cave instantly became quiet. Seeing this, Chen Gang looked a little relaxed and continued to say, "Let me remind all of you that I can also collect the antidote on behalf of others when I see the ore. However, the antidote's effects can only last for 7 days. Don't even think about keeping it until the next time the poison flares up. Those who didn't have enough ores would just be asking for trouble." Of course, those who had extra ores could also exchange them for some medicinal pills, talismans, and the like. Alright, let the exchange meeting begin. After the middle-aged demon clan guard finished speaking, he took a step back and put his hands behind his back, no longer speaking. In the following time, several Beast King clan guards behind stepped forward, took out a few storage talismans, and released a large pile of spirit stones, talismans, pills, and other items on the stone platform. Then, they signaled the audience to come forward to exchange. Most of them were hundreds of identical green bottles, which were obviously the so-called antidote for the Sea Emperor pill. At first, the cave was quiet. Many slave miners of small and medium-sized forces were silent. They just looked at the 2 groups of people occupying the east and west ends of the center of the square. But these mine guards didn't seem to be surprised. They just stood near the stone platform and sneered without any intention of urging. But after a while, the Golden Scale clan woman named Hua Ming took the lead, surrounded by 2 sea creature clan people, to exchange a large bag of antidotes and some elixirs and talismans on behalf of her force. The Beast King clan elder of the Iron Alliance also went forward to exchange on behalf of the Iron Alliance. In an instant, the antidote and other items on the stone platform were reduced by half. After the 2 major forces received their antidote for the month, they left from the 2 tunnels beside the cave like a gust of wind. They must want to take the antidote immediately so that they could return to the depths of the mineral vein as soon as possible. After the 2 major forces left, the large space left was immediately occupied by other forces. At this time, there were only about 2/3 of the people in the cave compared to before. After that, the rest of the small and medium-sized forces also came forward and began to exchange. In front of the stone platform, after a guard took the bag of the person who came to exchange, another guard would hand a black leather bag with the antidote to the other party. In addition to the Sea Emperor pill antidote that required 35 rare ores, the remaining ores could be exchanged for spirit stones at a ratio of 120. Other low-level talismans and medicinal pills needed a few ores to exchange for one. Such an exchange ratio, if it was in the outside world, it was simply unimaginable. But here, everyone could only accept it in silence except for a few words in their hearts. Therefore, except for the previous two wealthy forces, the rest of the small and medium-sized forces rarely exchanged for other items. Even if there were, they would only exchange for some spirit stones. After all, in the special environment here, spirit stones were extremely scarce. At the juncture of life and death, one more spiritual power could increase the chance of survival. The exchange had been carried out in a rather strange atmosphere. Although many people of small and medium-sized forces came forward and looked at the guards, especially the leader named Xianxia with a gloomy face, the whole process was still orderly. "Boss, we have a total of 4 people. Why did you only exchange for 3 antidotes?" Suddenly, a questioning voice broke the silence in the cave. The voice came from a young man with purple lips in the corner of the cave. The leader of the 4 people was a muscular man with slanted eyebrows. He just took a bag of ores, but he only exchanged for 3 antidotes. "Brother Wang, this can't be helped. I didn't expect Xianxia to raise the price privately. There are more than 20 ores left here. You should find another way." The muscular man with slanted eyebrows also seemed to have a headache about this. After throwing a bag to the thin young man, he looked like he had tried his best and there was no other way. After the young man with the surname Wang saw the blank expression of the other 2 companions, a look of disappointment flashed across his face. He immediately picked up the bag and took out the bone sword and spirit stones from his waist. He began to find some other forces to find ways to gather ores. The same scene kept repeating during this period. Many small groups had to give up their weak companions because they couldn't gather enough ores. Of those who were abandoned, some stumbled and left in dejection. There were also some who, after hearing the news, were immediately enraged and attacked their companions. They wanted to take back a detoxification pill, but they were killed by their companions instead. Xianxia, who was standing behind the stone platform, watched the scene in front of him with a faint smile. He had a gloating expression. Some gangs that still had spare power began to recruit companions with ores as a price to expand their forces. The strange young man who carried a huge iron rod on his shoulder used an antidote to recruit a condensation state early-stage human companion at this time, then he left with the rest of the people. When passing by Lu Ming, this person smiled at Lu Ming meaningfully. Lu Ming stood in place and observed quietly for 10 minutes. When he saw that there were only 1/3 of the people left on the field, he touched his chin and finally grabbed a huge leather bag nearby to join in. While waiting here before, he had quietly scanned the ores in the bag with his divine thought. He found that including the ores obtained from the 5 sea creature clan people, there were about 200 pieces in total at the moment, but most of them were ordinary rare or similar to the water mystic stone. However, this number was enough to surprise those guards. As for Xianxia, in the face of Lu Ming, who had personally sent him into the mine not long ago, he didn't even blink his eyes, as if he didn't see anything. Lu Ming immediately exchanged 3 antidotes with the guard in front of him. At the same time, he used the extra ores to exchange for some low-level elixirs and talismans. The reason why he did this was naturally to prepare to study 2 more antidote elixirs. After Lu Ming finished exchanging, he immediately didn't want to stay here. He left the exchange area from the previous tunnel without saying a word. On the way back to the depths of the mineral vein, nothing happened all the way. 2 days later, Lu Ming finally returned to the original abandoned tunnel again according to the self-made animal skin map. After confirming that no one entered his temporary cave house during this period, he patted the leather bag on his waist and released Bone Scorpion to guard here again. He turned around and entered the cave, sat cross-legged, took an elixir to restore spiritual power, and began to meditate. An hour later, Lu Ming woke up from meditation, and he immediately took out the leather bag containing the antidote from his waist. He took out the Sea Emperor pill antidote from it. However, the insight pill was the same as the Sea Emperor pill that was swallowed in the giant boat. It was about an inch in size and was black. The surface exuded a faint brilliance, and there was a faint fragrance that made people feel refreshed when they smelled it. This is the antidote of the Sea Emperor pill. But it can only restrain the toxicity for 1 month. If I can know its composition. Lu Ming looked at the black elixir in his hand and murmured thoughtfully. Combined with the current information, after taking this Black Sea Emperor pill antidote, it could temporarily suppress the erosion of the internal organs of the black mist transformed by the Sea Emperor pill. When Lu Ming learned alchemy from Fan Baizi in Xinjing, he once heard the alchemy master mention the experience of this kind of temporary antidote. In order to achieve the purpose of controlling the poisoner, there were only 2 possibilities for this kind of antidote. One was that although the antidote contained a small amount of symptomatic elixir, it also contained a small amount of the same ingredients as the poison. While suppressing the toxicity, it also buried the opportunity for the next outbreak. Under such repetition, the toxicity would accumulate over time and eventually become a serious problem. The second was that this kind of antidote didn't contain an antidote elixir, but another kind of overbearing poison. It was just temporarily suppressing the toxicity for a period of time. After a long time, the 2 poisons would merge into one, and it would naturally cause endless trouble. With Lu Ming's current alchemy attainments, if he knew the actual composition of this elixir, there might be a way to find the real detoxification method. When he was meditating just now, he used his mind to look inside his body and found that although the black mist was corroding his organs a little faster, it hadn't really started acting up yet. He had 3 antidotes at the moment. Although it only lasted for 7 days, excluding the 2 days on the way back to the cave house, there were less than 5 days left. It should be enough for him. As Lu Ming thought of this, he immediately raised his hand and gently stuck the black elixir on his forehead. He was ready to use his mental power to check the composition and structure. As a result, when he released a wisp of mental power to explore it, he could clearly sense a faint spiritual fluctuation from it, but the elixir didn't behave strangely at all. His expression was slightly stagnant, then he continued to control his mental power to explore the elixir slowly. At the next moment, he suddenly felt a force of obstruction coming from the core. This wisp of mental power could no longer move forward. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but frown slightly. He suddenly made a gesture, and his eyes suddenly flashed. A mental power that was many times more powerful than before surged out and shrouded the black elixir on his forehead. He wanted to force his mental power into the elixir. At the same time, a strange thing happened. But this black elixir seemed to sense something, and the obstruction force from it also increased a bit. When it could no longer resist the invasion of Lu Ming's huge mental power, the surface of the elixir suddenly burst out a strong pale red light. Lu Ming's face suddenly changed. He threw the elixir on his forehead forward like lightning. As a result, after the black elixir flew 10 meters away, it burst into a green smoke with a bang and turned into nothingness. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming's face couldn't help but look a little ugly. It seemed that in order to prevent the antidote from being cracked by others, Siren King set up some kind of mysterious enchantment in it. Once it was forcibly stimulated by mental power, the elixir would be destroyed instantly. After Lu Ming's face was gloomy for a while, he suddenly moved his arm and took out a small jade bowl with one hand. He threw it in front of him, then he made a gesture and chanted. He made a series of symbols and flashed into the jade bowl. The surface of the jade bowl burst into white light, then it floated in front of Lu Ming and slowly rotated. Lu Ming raised one hand again. After a little blue light appeared, it condensed into a water ball and went into the jade bowl. He took out another black elixir and gently picked it up with 2 fingers before placing it into the jade bowl. Then, he extended his index finger and pointed at the elixir. As soon as the black elixir entered the bowl, it floated on the water surface. It kept rotating along the direction of the jade bowl, emitting circles of red light. The jade bowl responded to it, and a layer of white light curtain immediately appeared, covering the entire jade bowl. Lu Ming's expression condensed, and his chanting tightened. His finger suddenly sank, and he spat out a word separate. The small bowl trembled, and it immediately made a buzzing sound. The elixir on the water surface showed signs of melting in the next moment. Some parts were faintly glowing, exuding some green and crimson liquid. At the moment of contact with the water, it condensed into some black and brown flocculant, faintly exuding a faint fishy smell. Lu Ming was delighted when he saw this. He immediately scanned it with his mental power. At the same time, his mind quickly turned and went through all the spiritual items in his mind. He found that this black and brown flocculant was a material called blackine silk, and the green and crimson liquid contained a kind of medicinal materials called green saltpeter and red stone resin respectively. Among them, blackine silk was a kind of attribute material with a certain degree of toxicity, but it could also be refined into some elixir that was beneficial to those who practiced attribute techniques. As for the latter two, they were a relatively common alchemy material, and there was nothing special about them. Just as he was about to channel his spiritual power to further decompose the elixir, he found that the red light on the surface of the elixir was flashing wildly, and the entire jade bowl began to tremble slightly. Lu Ming immediately smiled bitterly. He immediately retracted his finger, picked up the jade bowl with one hand, and poured it out at lightning speed. At the next moment, the black elixir that was still in the air burst open like before. In less than a moment, the two Sea Emperor pill antidotes were destroyed. Even Lu Ming couldn't help but feel frustrated. If it weren't for the ores that were exchanged for these two antidotes, he would probably be more depressed. Looking at the last black elixir in his hand, Lu Ming couldn't help but hesitate. If he took it immediately, he believed that he would be safe for the next month, but it wouldn't be of much help to completely remove the Sea Emperor pill's enchantment. For him, the most important thing now was to find a way to get rid of the two enchantments on his body. He didn't want to really be restrained by them. After Lu Ming thought quickly, he immediately focused his mind. He gritted his teeth and decided to take some risks and not take the antidote immediately. After he put away the elixir, he continued to sit cross-legged and adjust his breath. While restoring spiritual power through Spirit Stone, he used divine thought to inspect his internal organs from time to time, monitoring the black mist on the surface of his internal organs. A night of peace. At noon the next day, Lu Ming, who was meditating, suddenly frowned. He instantly bowed his body reflexively, and his face became abnormally pale. He pressed his abdomen with one hand, and a heart-wrenching pain came from his internal organs. Sweat rolled down from his forehead. This kind of sudden severe pain, even a person like Lu Ming, felt unbearable in an instant. He endured the severe pain in his abdomen, and he immediately scanned his body with mental power. He suddenly found that the black mist on his internal organs had become much thicker than before, and the speed of corrosion had also become extremely astonishing. At the same time, it began to devour the blood essence in his body. Lu Ming clenched his teeth and forcefully endured the strong backlash of the poison. His mind began to spin quickly. After memorizing the situation in his body, he quickly took out the detoxification pill from the leather pouch. With one hand, he placed it in his mouth and swallowed it with his head raised. As a result, as soon as this antidote entered his throat, it turned into a fireball and went into his abdomen, then it turned into several different colors of energy that went to the black mist in his body. After a quarter of an hour. After Lu Ming's face alternated between white and white, he finally opened his closed eyes, exhaled a long breath, and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. After he swallowed the antidote of the Sea Emperor pill, he finally suppressed the poison again at this moment. In this way, although Lu Ming was able to analyze the composition of two types of elixirs in the antidote, namely military salt and noxious jade, he was still unable to figure out the origins of the remaining few ingredients. However, after this torment, his internal injuries had become even more severe than before, and he had also lost quite a bit of blood essence. In desperation, Lu Ming could only swallow a few elixirs, and after taking out a few intermediate-grade spirit stones from the Sumeru snail again, he began to meditate with all his strength and began to heal his injuries again. One day after half a month, Lu Ming was meditating in the stone cave. Suddenly, Bone Scorpion near the entrance of the stone cave suddenly stood up and made a strange hissing sound. Lu Ming was startled. He instantly opened his eyes and scanned the outside of the cave with mental power. As a result, his face changed drastically the next moment. Swoosh! His body shook. Not only did he get up instantly, but he also turned into a phantasm and rushed out of the stone cave. As a result, when the phantasm condensed, Lu Ming's body flashed out of the tunnel, but his eyes were staring at the tunnel 100 meters away. His face showed a trace of solemnity. On the other side of the tunnel, there was a cloud of gray mist that appeared out of thin air. Not only there were bursts of space fluctuations, but there was also a green giant beast that looked like a wolf desperately trying to break free from it. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He moved his arm almost without thinking, and a punch was launched in the air like lightning. Boom! An invisible giant force slammed out and hit the mist. The huge azure beast that had just broken free had no time to dodge. It let out a low roar and its huge body was forcibly struck out of the mist, flying 30 to 40 feet away. But in the next moment, the beast shook its slightly dizzy head and actually stood up again in a wobbly manner. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but be a little surprised, but he moved his body and appeared in front of the giant beast with a series of afterimages. He turned into 5 people and spun around the giant beast crazily. Chi-chi, a dozen white blade shadows immediately slashed on various parts of the green giant beast's body almost at the same time. But apart from slashing the beast and making it roar in pain, it didn't really hurt the beast. It only left red and white interlaced marks on its green fur. After the beast was dazzled by Lu Ming's quick attacks, it finally became ferocious. Suddenly, it pounced at a figure that surrounded it without caring about anything else. Its 2 giant claws that were like sharp blades immediately clawed down with a fishy smell. All the figures suddenly blasted back at the same time, dodging the giant claws. However, 4 of the figures scattered, and only the figure that was facing the giant beast condensed again. Lu Ming's real body appeared, but there was a hint of surprise on his face. Lu Ming only knew at this time why many slave miners in the mine changed their expressions when they talked about the evil beast. Not to mention the other abilities of this beast, this kind of tenacious defense was definitely not something that a condensation state cultivator could break. It was possible to kill it with the strength of several people. However, he was not an ordinary condensation state cultivator. Others were helpless in the face of the evil beast's defense alone, but as long as he used his physical strength, it was not too difficult to kill this beast. Lu Ming's thoughts turned quickly, but the bone blade in his hand had already crossed in front of him. After taking a deep breath, his arms suddenly became thicker. Blue veins immediately burst out on his arms like earthworms. At this time, the green evil beast had already groaned. It opened its mouth full of fangs, jumped up and pounced at Lu Ming. Bang! A group of smaller red shadows behind Lu Ming pounced out. After a flash, it immediately knocked the green evil beast down from the air, and they instantly fought together. While Bone Scorpion and the green evil beast were fighting, Lu Ming finally had time to see the specific appearance of the green evil beast. He had a pair of curved horns on top of his head, a huge wolf-like head, fangs bared in his mouth, and his crimson eyes were filled with endless brutality. His body was covered with green stripes, and his limbs were curved and thick. His sickle-like claws slashed through the void, making a series of piercing sounds. From afar, he gave off a very ferocious feeling. Just as Lu Ming was observing, the green evil beast had fought with Bone Scorpion for a few rounds. Bone Scorpion twisted its body, and it barely avoided the claws of the evil beast every time. Then, the snake-like tail hook behind it moved and turned into dozens of black lines. Facing the storm-like attack of the black lines, the evil beast waved its claws to resist while it kept jumping. It actually dodged them one by one, and it suddenly roared. After one of its forelimbs made a squeaking sound, it suddenly grew a lot. Bone Scorpion was caught off guard, and its body was slapped out immediately. It slammed heavily on the cave wall. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he appeared next to the evil beast like a ghost. His 2 thick arms just moved, and the bone blade that he held together slashed out. This blade seemed to be slow, but it was fast. Even though the evil beast knew that it was not good and jumped up, it was still slashed on its back by the shadow of the bone blade. There was only a gotcha sound. Although the bone blade did not slash the evil beast's body, the incredible force that surged from it instantly turned into an invisible shock wave that surged into the evil beast's body, shattering its internal organs instantly. After the green evil beast screamed, it suddenly turned around and ran. However, it only ran a few steps, then its body suddenly collapsed to the ground. Black blood flowed out of its 7 orifices, and it could no longer move. The figure flickered, and Lu Ming appeared next to the evil beast again. After looking at the beast coldly, he suddenly lifted his foot and stomped on the evil beast. Poof! The seemingly incomparably hard body immediately exploded into a red and white substance. Only then did Lu Ming withdraw his calf that was covered by a layer of crimson dragon scales. After he withdrew his aura, his thick arms returned to normal. At this time, Bone Scorpion jumped out from the side. It opened its 2 giant pincers to vent its anger, tearing the evil beast corpse apart. It seemed that once the evil beast died, its defensive power was not as good as before. Then the white bone scorpion lowered its body and made a hissing sound beside Lu Ming's feet. The stinger on its back began to shake unsteadily. Lu Ming then looked at the evil beast's corpse again. This beast's rank wasn't high. It was only at the early stage of the condensation state, but it was the first evil beast he killed personally. However, what Lu Ming was most interested in was the flesh and blood that could strengthen the body and the bones that could be made into weapons. After studying the corpse for a while, he used the bone knife in his hand to dissect it without hesitation. Lu Ming took out a jade bottle to store talisman weapon. After filling it with 12 kilograms of evil beast's blood, he cut off the flesh and blood that was about a few hundred kilograms. He dried it directly into piles of jerky and let Bone Scorpion carry it all back to the stone cave. After a little observation, he found that these evil beast bones were much tougher than the half of the evil beast's corpse that he had seen before, but compared to the bone blade in his hand, it seemed to be a little worse. He dissected these evil beast bones quickly and transported them back to the stone cave. He found a corner and piled them up. Lu Ming looked at the pile of evil beast bones in front of him. He touched his chin with his hand and pondered. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He flipped his hand and took out a thick crimson book from the Summer Snail. It was the Flame Cultivation scripture that he got from Yanju. After Lu Ming got this book, he just roughly flipped through it and put it back into the Summer Snail. He was going to take it out and study it when he was free. At this moment, after he quickly flipped through the second half of the forging section, his eyes focused on one of the pages. Bone Wind All, inferior grade spiritual weapon. This kind of single-use item could be considered the only low-grade spirit tool recorded in this scripture. The special thing about it was that it almost didn't need any magic power to exert a terrifying power, and the power was proportional to the huge force of the throw. According to the above records, there was once a powerful condensation state physique cultivator who used this inferior grade spiritual weapon to exert the terrifying power of a superb spiritual weapon. He even injured the crystallization period powerhouse unexpectedly. When Lu Ming first saw this description, he was naturally taken aback. After all, it was really incredible to injure the crystallization period powerhouse with an inferior grade spiritual weapon with the power of the physical body alone. If this was the case, the Bone Wind All would come in handy in this kind of place where the aura of heaven and earth was scarce. The key was the material to forge this item. It only needed some skeleton materials and a little bit of wind-grinding copper. Both could be easily found in this underground mine. Of course, the quality of the skeleton material was also the key to the power of this spiritual weapon. Although the evil beast in front of him was not of a high grade, its bones were also rare forging materials because of its natural strong physical body. As for this kind of consumable weapon, the refining process was several times easier to learn compared to other lower grade spiritual weapons. For a novice like Lu Ming, it was even more suitable. Of course, because it didn't have high requirements for the enchantments, there weren't many places that needed to consume spiritual power in the entire forging process. The only troublesome thing was that he had never been in contact with forging before. Even if it was a simple spiritual weapon, it probably couldn't be forged easily. After a long while, after Lu Ming finished reading the forging method recorded on this page, he suddenly closed the book in his hand. His face was a little uncertain. Forget it, in this case, although I still have superb spiritual weapons such as Golden Fallen Sand and Nine Skulls Shield, it is impossible to spend a lot of spiritual power to sacrificial refine them. Even if I expend a lot of effort to sacrificial refine them, I don't have enough spiritual power to activate them. Now the intermediate and upper grade spirit stones in the Summer Snail can still support the consumption of forging. I will give it a try first. If it really doesn't work, I will just stop. After Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, he finally murmured and made a decision. After instructing Bone Scorpion to continue to guard the cave entrance, he returned to the stone cave again. Next, Lu Ming continued to use part of the time to take elixir to adjust his breath, and part of the time, he used the newly obtained evil beast bones to try to forge the bone windall, a one-time inferior grade spiritual weapon, according to the records in Flame Cultivation scripture. In the beginning, Lu Ming first picked out a few relatively thick evil beast bones, then he used the bone blade in his hand to cut them into 8 pieces of the same length. Then, he began to carve some quite mysterious spirit patterns on the surface of one of the bones according to the description in the book. Once he made a mistake in the carving, he immediately threw the evil beast bone aside and replaced it with another one. 10 days later, in the stone cave where Lu Ming lived, there were only a dozen cone-shaped bones with the thickness of an arm and the length of half a foot. The surface of each bone was covered with dense spirit patterns. As for the other scrapped evil beast bones, he dug a big pit outside the cave and buried them directly. After a few more days, the 1-month period was up again. During this month, Lu Ming did not mine ores because he was researching the antidote and focusing on forging the bone windall. Therefore, he took out a part of the ores he collected last time and went to the exchange area again. A few days later, when he returned to the stone cave, in addition to another detoxification pill on him, there were dozens of yellow ores in the bag behind him. After Lu Ming returned to the stone cave, he immediately took out a small black cauldron from the summer snail and threw these yellow ores into it one by one. Then his expression condensed. He opened his mouth and spat out a wisp of crimson flame, immediately wrapping the small cauldron. At the same time, he made a gesture with both hands, and his 10 fingers flicked like wheels. He immediately launched a series of symbols into the cauldron. The original pieces of ores immediately dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye, vaguely turning into a cauldron of yellow metal liquid. At this time, Lu Ming grabbed with one hand again. He immediately took a bone all that had already been engraved with spirit patterns to the front, and he controlled it to slowly fall into the cauldron. 4 months later, Lu Ming, who was meditating in the stone cave, suddenly opened his eyes. A black gas rolled out from his body. After it circled above his head, it suddenly split into 2, forming a black mist dragon and a black mist tiger. After the 2 roared, they went back into Lu Ming's head and disappeared. Until today, the original injuries in his body had finally healed completely, and his spiritual power had also recovered to its peak state. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. But when Lu Ming scanned the summer snail with divine thought, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this moment, the intermediate-grade spirit stones in the summer snail had all been consumed. Even the upper-grade spirit stones were missing a few pieces. There were only a dozen pieces left. The reason why these spirit stones were consumed so fast was that on one hand, he had been constantly absorbing for healing over the past few months. On the other hand, it was because he kept trying to forge the bone windall. As Lu Ming thought of this, he suddenly grabbed in the air, and 2 4-inch-long spiritual weapons appeared in his hand. One end of the 2 was sharp, and the whole body was pale yellow. The surface was covered with dense tiny spirit patterns. There were 2 holes on the handle. The overall look was a bit weird. These were also the only 2 bone windalls that he successfully forged after 4 months of continuous attempts. But when Lu Ming thought of the description of its great power in the book, he finally felt quite comforted. However, for these 2 inferior-grade spiritual weapons, he not only spent a lot of precious spirit stones here, but he also consumed the bones of several evil beasts that he killed in the past few months. It was really hard to judge the pros and cons of exchanging these 2 one-time items at such a high price. Lu Ming also discovered that recently, the number of evil beasts in the nearby area seemed to have become more and more frequent. The passage he was in was still an abandoned passage far from the main mineral vein. It could be imagined that in other areas with more rare ores, the probability of evil beasts appearing would only be more than the nearby area. In the past 4 months, most of the evil beasts Lu Ming encountered were the same as the first time he encountered. They were only at the condensation state early stage, but a few of them were already at the condensation state intermediate stage. Through these few encounters, he also discovered that the evil beasts did not only have one form. In addition to the wolf-like ones he encountered previously, there were also some forms such as tigers, leopards, cats, and dogs. Their sizes ranged from a few feet to more than 100 meters. Without exception, they all had 2 feet on their heads. Their whole body was covered with various colors of stripes. Their physical defense was very strong, and they also had a certain resistance to poison. With the cooperation of Lu Ming and Bone Scorpion, it was extremely easy to kill the evil beasts several times. As a result, in addition to the bones, there were also a lot of dried meat left at the moment. Under the continuous consumption, his physical body was far stronger than when he first stepped into this place. On this day, Lu Ming just returned from the exchange area. After taking the antidote for the month, he sat cross-legged in the cave. He looked at the bumpy ground outside the cave. His eyes flickered, and a trace of reminiscence gradually appeared on his face. Since he was captured by Siren King to the deep-sea mineral vein, it had been a long time. He recalled the experience of traveling with Yi Tianmei all the way out of Yunchuan, across the sea, and coming to Biyuan Island. It was still vivid in his mind as if it was yesterday. Moreover, the extremely erotic scene from 6 months ago made Lu Ming feel as if he was in a dream. Now that he woke up from the dream, the beauty was gone, and he was in this underwater mine. He didn't know when he would see her again. This made Lu Ming's face flash a trace of inexplicable complexity. I don't know how she is now. After a long time, Lu Ming took a sigh of relief and murmured with some melancholy. Lu Ming's thoughts finally returned to him after a moment of absent-mindedness. He calmed himself down and began to think about the possibility of escaping from this place. At this time, since the injuries on his body were all healed, he could really start to think about the specific method to escape this mine. To him, taking advantage of the fact that he still had spiritual stones to replenish his spiritual power was the best time to escape this place. Otherwise, when they ran out of spiritual stones and lost the power of spiritual weapons like other slave miners, and could only survive by relying on their physical strength, the possibility of escaping would naturally be extremely low. However, if he wanted to escape this place, then he would naturally have to face 2 great difficulties. One was the 2 restrictions within his body, and the other was the escape route from this place. As long as one of the 2 couldn't be resolved, it would be wishful thinking to truly regain freedom. For the former, he had tried various detoxification methods for the black mist in his body, but they were not effective. He had also done a lot of research on the antidote. Although he had analyzed a lot of components, there were still a few that he couldn't figure out. The biggest taboo of alchemy was to generalize. Moreover, he still had doubts about the purity of this antidote, so there was no better solution to deal with it so far. As for the blood-colored ball of light floating in the spiritual sea, it should be able to activate and confine the spiritual sea under certain circumstances. Its other effects were still unknown, but it should not be a threat to his life for the time being. However, if he wanted to remove it, he had no clue. As for the escape route, Lu Ming only knew the entrance when he came in that day, but it was heavily enchanted. Even if he broke the enchantment and rushed out, he would have to face the mine guards and the unfathomable old man, not to mention the giant beast of the crystallization period and the mysterious 12 huge puppets. Thinking of this, Lu Ming stood up in irritation. He frowned and paced in the stone cave. The expression on his face became more dignified. Just after Lu Ming walked back and forth a few times, he suddenly found that the bone scorpion near the cave entrance moved. It actually raised its head and made a strange hissing sound. Lu Ming was startled after hearing it. His figure immediately flickered, and he was already in the tunnel outside the cave entrance. After looking around, he suddenly took a deep breath. He saw that in the 100 meters tunnel that he could see, it was filled with clusters of gray-white mist of several 10 meters in size. As it tumbled, it began to condense quickly. In the blink of an eye, several clusters of mist had been connected into one, forming a large chaotic gray-white mist sea. In the mist sea, amazing space fluctuations were constantly coming out. There were also faint beast roars and looming black shadows as if countless evil beasts were about to rush out. Evil disaster. After Lu Ming exclaimed, the relevant rumors and news he heard in the exchange area not long ago suddenly appeared in his mind. This so-called evil disaster naturally referred to the evil beast disaster. It was different from the 1 or 2 evil beasts that occasionally broke through the barrier from the bottomless abyss and entered the mineral vein. The evil disaster referred to the fact that the barrier between the bottomless abyss and the mine would suddenly weaken for some reason after a period of time, causing many evil beasts to rush into the mining area at the same time. Once the evil disaster broke out, there would be hundreds or even thousands of evil beasts appearing in the mine at the same time. There might even be condensation period later stage or even crystallization period evil beasts. This was undoubtedly an unexpected disaster for most of the slave miners who were already struggling to survive here. Even if Lu Ming was stronger than others, if he was trapped by some evil beasts, he would probably die. Because once the evil disaster broke out, if someone was entangled by the evil beasts and couldn't escape in a short time, more evil beasts would be attracted. In this case, even as a powerhouse of the crystallization period, he didn't dare to be careless. He could only escape far away. However, according to the old slave miners who had stayed here for decades, this evil disaster should only break out once in 5 or 6 years. It had only been 2 to 3 years since the last outbreak. Logically speaking, it should be safe during this period of time. Could it be that something unexpected had happened during this period of time? Seeing that the nearby mist clusters were still approaching each other, Lu Ming's thoughts turned quickly. He called Bone Scorpion with one hand without thinking, then his figure flickered and rushed toward the entrance of the tunnel. According to the past practice, as long as he could escape to the area near the exit, the mine guards would naturally activate the enchantment in the cave to block the powerful evil beast tied outside. After a long time, these evil beasts would be sucked back into the bottomless abyss by an inexplicable force. In the past, in the few months when the evil disaster was about to come, the slave miners would generally try to stay away from the main mineral vein, or they would simply wait near the exit. Even if they wanted to mine ore, most of them would choose some more remote mineral veins or try to find more people to go out together. What Lu Ming had to do now was to seize the time when the evil beasts had not completely broken through the barrier and quickly escape back to the entrance of the mine. The outbreak of this evil disaster was so sudden and strange. He didn't know how many slave miners like him would be killed by the evil beasts. With Lu Ming's powerful physical body, he could only see a gray shadow flashing repeatedly in the tunnel. After a few blurs, he had escaped nearly 1,000 meters away. The exit of this tunnel was already faintly visible. Under the mental connection, Bone Scorpion also understood the danger at the moment. It turned into a group of phantasms without hesitation. Its limbs moved repeatedly, making a rustling sound as it followed closely. At this time, in another large gray mist near the exit of the tunnel, there was a sudden evil wind. The next moment, a multi-legged evil beast with a flat body like a centipede rushed out of it, blocking the entrance of the tunnel tightly. This evil beast was not only tall, but the countless hooks on both sides were extremely sharp. It was dancing wildly in the sky. Wherever it passed, there was a loud whistling sound. Clusters of yellow mist appeared out of thin air, and they instantly turned into a few dense small hurricanes. It vaguely formed a wind wall that pressed toward Lu Ming. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face sank slightly, but his running speed did not slow down at all. As his mind moved, a large crimson scale appeared on his shoulder in an instant. When it collided with the oncoming hurricane wall, it directly penetrated through it. Except for a burst of sizzling sound, it didn't seem to be affected at all. Seeing that he was a few 10 meters away from the evil beast, he suddenly stomped on the ground and blasted at the evil beast like an arrow. The multi-legged evil beast was furious when it saw this. Several weird compound eyes stared at Lu Ming in the sky at the same time. It shook its head and immediately spurted out a cloud of stinky green mist. It opened its mouth full of fangs and bit at Lu Ming fiercely. Seeing the green mist coming, Lu Ming didn't dodge at all. He just flicked his sleeve, and a gust of wind rolled out, blowing away the poisonous gas. His other hand grabbed in the air, and a small black sword appeared out of thin air. After twisting his waist again, he suddenly turned into a series of afterimages to dodge the bite of the opposite giant mouth. He appeared behind the evil beast and slashed with a backhand. With a whistling sound, a black sword light flashed like lightning and cut the evil beast into 2 pieces. Before the 2 pieces of the evil beast's corpse fell to the ground, Lu Ming had already rushed out of the tunnel with Bone Scorpion without looking back. But when he rushed out of the tunnel, his pupils couldn't help but shrink again. At another tunnel leading to the exchange area, there was also a cloud of gray mist rolling and condensing, and there were already 2 toad-like evil beasts blocking there. However, these 2 beasts looked a little stupid. Although they saw Lu Ming, they just stood in place, and they didn't mean to attack. But at the same time, there were bursts of low roars in the tunnel behind. Obviously, other evil beasts were rushing out of the mist and rushing in his direction. Lu Ming's heart sank. He knew that he couldn't be entangled by other evil beasts at this time. He didn't think much and rushed into another seemingly empty tunnel without hesitation. Just after the time of Lu Ming's departure. In the tunnel that he was originally in, a gust of wind suddenly blew and a loud chi-chi sound was emitted. Under the flying sand and rocks, the tunnel was immediately covered in a yellow blur. A few enormous black shadows could be vaguely seen scuttling out amidst a few low and deep roars. They charged into the seemingly empty tunnel together without any hesitation. The two huge toad-like evil beasts blocking the entrance to the exchange area saw this situation, and their stupid expressions were swept away. After making two strange goo-goo sounds, they also jumped down for 100 meters and disappeared in a few seconds. In a magnificent underwater palace thousands of meters away from the deep-sea mineral vein, in a room on the top floor of the palace. The room was about 100 meters in size, and it was extremely spacious. The ground was not only covered with gorgeous and exquisite blue jade, but the surroundings and the top of the room were also inlaid with crystal blue crystal stones. These glowing crystals glowed with a faint blue light, making the entire room look extremely exquisite and luxurious. The room was clean and tidy. The tables, chairs, and beds carved from white jade were spotless. There were several pots of unknown light blue flowers placed by the window that allowed one to have a panoramic view of the deep sea. At this moment, in front of the bed, a stunning woman wearing a green water-cloud rusty dress was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her hair was over her shoulders, and her graceful figure was motionless. It was Yi Tianmei who made a 10-year appointment with Siren King. At the next moment, her jade face moved, and she suddenly opened her eyes. She let out a sigh of relief, but her face was still cold. She seemed to turn a blind eye to everything in the room. Today, she had finally recovered from the serious injuries caused by activating the sword embryo spirit several times half a year ago. During this period, Siren King did not appear once as he promised. But every once in a while, he would ask a maid to send a delicate jade box. There was a pale golden elixir exuding a mellow and rich fragrance in the jade box. Yi Tianmei recognized that this elixir was the rare top-grade healing elixir awakening pill in the entire sea region. She did not refuse this. With the help of the miraculous medicinal power of this medicine, his injuries were able to recover in such a short period of time without leaving behind any hidden injuries. Now as the crystal light flowed in Yi Tianmei's eyes, she suddenly opened her mouth, and a light silver sword flew out. It hovered in the air and floated in front of her. Su Sohu put his hands flat on his legs and chanted. In an instant, a layer of faint silver light covered his body. As the light expanded and contracted, the small sword in front of him also trembled slightly. The faint silver runes on its surface slowly flowed, and it let out a soft buzzing sound. Yi Tianmei looked at the small sword in front of her. She closed her eyes again with a cold gaze. In the next moment, an indescribably enormous strand of sword insight shot into the sky. Yi Tianmei, who was wrapped in silver light, was like an unsheathed sword. Her aura was astonishing. Meanwhile, in a rather spacious passage deep in the mineral vein of the deep sea, looming in a grey robe, his arm became blurred, and the small black sword in his hand suddenly turned into a black rainbow. It cut the head of a lizard-like evil beast in half. At the same time, his other arm moved, and a fist covered with crimson scales also slammed heavily on another small evil beast that was less than a foot long, sending it flying like a sandbag. Whoosh! A black line flashed and pierced through the flying evil beast's body, nailing it to the nearby wall. It then shrank back in a flash. It was Bone Scorpion behind Lu Ming. After seeing the opportunity, it ejected the strangely long snake head on its back, accurately piercing the vital part of the small evil beast. This winged little beast let out a low roar and struggled to fly up again. However, its skin turned purplish-black in an instant, and it fell to the ground, unable to get up. With the strong toxicity of Bone Scorpion's snake head, even if these evil beasts had a certain resistance to toxicity, if they were injected with venom, as long as their strength was not too strong, it could make them unable to move for a moment. After Lu Ming retracted the small black sword, his mind moved, and the crimson scales on his hand were also retracted instantly. Just at this moment, from the dark tunnel behind them, another low roar came faintly from it. Lu Ming showed a hint of helplessness. After sighing, he waved one hand and the bone scorpion behind him immediately jumped. With a blur, it became a few inches in size and landed steadily on Lu Ming's shoulder. His figure flickered, and he blasted out again in a series of afterimages. After a few flashes, he suddenly appeared at the end of the passage and continued to run forward at a fast speed. An hour later, a fierce and unusual scuffle was taking place in the center of a huge intersection that connected 5 or 6 passages at the same time. Between the sword and sword shadows, the bloody hurricane was intertwined in the air, and the roars and explosions were heard continuously. Lu Ming in a gray robe was holding a black spiritual sword. He was surrounded by more than a dozen evil beasts with 7 or 8 other slave miners, desperately resisting. The 3 people among the slave miners were the 3 men and women who reported to Boss Sha that day. At this moment, the woman named Xianxia was holding a bone sword and fighting with a jackal evil beast. The other 2 people not far away were fighting back to back with 3 or 4 evil beasts. While Lu Ming was fighting with 2 tiger-type evil beasts with amazing defense, he was constantly scanning the battlefield, looking for an opportunity to escape. At this moment, a Beast King clan slave miner who was fighting with a black leopard evil beast heard a deafening roar above his head. He hurriedly raised his hand with a shocked face and launched the bone shield in his hand upward. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and took out a talisman. It exploded instantly, turning into a light shield to protect himself in it. But he only heard a loud bang in his ears. There was a loud chi-chi sound above his head. Hundreds of green blades burst out from a mantis-like evil beast that had just appeared, and they blasted down overwhelmingly. As the green light flashed, the bone shield was cut into countless pieces in a sharp sound of metal friction. The dense green blades only condensed slightly, then they continued to sweep toward the Orc clan slave miner. A blood-curdling scream was heard, although the beast-kin slave miner pulled out another bone sword and waved it wildly in the air. It only took a few seconds under the slash of the incomparably sharp green light aura. Its body and light shield were turned into minced meat, rolling up a blood mist. After the giant mantis-like evil beast fell, a pair of compound eyes flashed red, then it jumped on the cave wall again and climbed to the next target. On the other side, a slender sea creature clan man was waving his bone fork vigorously under the pincer attack of a wolf-type evil beast and a pig-type evil beast. He seemed to be at ease for a while, but after hearing the scream, he couldn't help but shiver in his heart. He immediately glanced at the nearest entrance in front of him, and he had the idea of escaping from the battlefield quickly. He held the bone fork in both hands and waved forward to knock away the wolf-shaped evil beast in front of him, then he slammed the bone fork on the ground. His body bounced up from the ground and kicked the head of the pig-shaped evil beast that was about to pounce on him. With the rebound force, he leaped forward for 40 meters, then he took out a talisman without hesitation and stuck it on his body. Suddenly, he was wrapped in a green light and blasted out from the entrance of the tunnel. But just as he escaped for 100 meters, there was a sudden gust of wind in front of him. A huge figure blurred and blocked the way ahead. The slender sea creature clan man's complexion changed. After a ruthless look flashed in his eyes, he did not slow down his escape speed, but he accelerated by 2 times. At the same time, he spat a mouthful of blood essence on the bone fork in his hand. The bone fork suddenly became huge as it shone brightly. It was actually a spiritual weapon. He threw forward with one hand, and the huge bone fork turned into a black light that blasted forward. At this moment, the blurred figure in front of him condensed. It was a giant bear-like evil beast with a body size of about 60 meters. A black light flashed, and the giant fork had arrived in front of the beast. However, it didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, it let out a low roar and slapped its palms forward like lightning. With a pu sound, the giant bone fork was caught between its palms and it exerted force at the same time. With a kacha sound, the bone trident instantly collapsed, and turned into powder that scattered down. Then the giant bear evil beast's figure blurred again. The next moment, it appeared in front of the escape light transformed by the sea creature clan man. Its 2 palms clapped forward again. The slender sea creature clan man's face couldn't help but change drastically. He only felt that the air around him was tight, and he couldn't move at all. Before the scream sounded, the sea creature clan man burst into a cloud of blood mist under the pressure of the 2 giant palms. This giant bear evil beast actually had the cultivation of the condensation period later stage, In a blink of an eye, 2 slave miners died in front of them. This made the remaining few people change their complexion after witnessing this scene. Some people immediately showed despair. Seeing this scene, the human clan woman named Xianxia's face turned pale. She dodged and dodged a bite from the jackal. She suddenly shouted to her 2 companions on the side, "If this goes on, all of us will be slaughtered by the evil beasts. Mochi, Xiao Wu, the 3 of us will immediately escape separately. One of us will survive." As soon as she spoke, the woman leaped back and immediately took out 2 talismans. After one of them exploded, it instantly turned into a cloud of black mist that wrapped the jackal evil beast in front of her. The other orange talisman was stuck on her body, and she was wrapped in an orange light. She leaped toward a nearby tunnel entrance. As the other 2 young men heard it, they looked at each other and immediately launched a few fierce attacks. After forcing back the evil beast in front of them, they also leaped toward the adjacent tunnel and fled. But at the next moment, from the other side of the tunnel, 7 or 8 evil beasts occasionally emerged. They surrounded the 2 together again. As the 2 were shocked, they tried to resist in a flurry. They were trapped in the evil beast group again in an instant. Just as Xianxia didn't escape far away, the giant bear-like evil beast suddenly appeared in front of the tunnel that she was trying to escape from. As it roared, its 2 forearms blurred, then it launched dense palm shadows. Each palm shadow turned into a great crescent moon with a length of a foot. In an instant, dozens of crescent moons blotted out the sky and the earth as they surged towards the escaping light that Xianxia had transformed into. Their momentum was overbearing and terrifying. Seeing this, Xianxia couldn't help but tremble in her heart. She couldn't care about anything else. She waved her hand and launched several talismans out of her sleeve. They blasted forward, and she said explode at the same time. After a roar, the talismans in front burst open, turning into a dazzling red light that temporarily blocked the crescent moon. Seeing this, the giant bear evil beast stomped its feet and jumped up. Its 2 forearms shook again, launching another crescent moon. It blasted at Xianxia at lightning speed. After a few whooshing sounds, a few crescent moons penetrated Xianxia's body, but at the next moment, her body immediately turned into crystal light spots and dissipated. At the same time, a few meters behind the golden giant bear evil beast, there was a faint fluctuation, and a slender figure appeared. It was Xianxia. As soon as the woman appeared, she did not hesitate to crush another talisman in her hand. After a flash of yellow light, she was already deep in the tunnel ahead. Xianxia turned around and looked at the 2 companions behind her, then she sighed lightly. Her figure flickered into the tunnel and escaped without looking back. The giant bear evil beast naturally noticed the escape of the opponent. It immediately hit its chest madly with its big palms, making a furious roar. Its figure blurred again as it rushed toward the tunnel where the woman disappeared. At the same time, several evil beasts nearby also followed behind it. Seeing all this, Lu Ming's eyes flickered slightly. He waved the black sword in his hand a few times, and the black sword chi forced the tiger-shaped evil beast to take a few steps back. He leaped and appeared behind another tiger-shaped evil beast that was about to pounce on Bone Scorpion. He reached forward with one hand and grabbed one of its hind legs like an iron hook. He exerted force with his 5 fingers expressionlessly, and a strange shock suddenly surged out of his fingertips. He then pulled it from an incredible angle. Suddenly, there was a click sound, and the hind leg of the tiger-shaped evil beast was forcibly broken. Under the pain, the beast twisted its body and fell to the ground involuntarily. The bone scorpion took advantage of the change in shape and appeared above the beast. Its 2 giant pincers slammed down heavily, instantly accelerating the beast's fall. The evil beast landed on the ground with a boom, smashing a big pit on the ground. It couldn't get up for a while as it let out a low roar. As soon as Lu Ming landed, he suddenly made a gesture with one hand. Black gas rolled out of his body. After a dragon's shadow roared in the black gas, his figure grew a bit bigger. Layers of crimson scales appeared on his body. At the next moment, he channeled the black gas to roll Bone Scorpion nearby, then he rushed toward the nearest tunnel. After punching away a few evil beasts that blocked the way, he grabbed the eyeball of a condensation period. Intermediate stage evil beast. The other evil beasts involuntarily stepped back a few steps, but their gaze at him was even fiercer. But Lu Ming took this opportunity to rush into the tunnel. After a few flashes, he disappeared. In the cave, after more evil beasts emerged from other tunnels, there were roars and screams for a while, but after a while, there were only roars left. Half a day later. Lu Ming's face was a little pale as he desperately ran forward in a tunnel. According to the impression of the mineral vein map in his mind, there didn't seem to be a tunnel that led directly to the exchange area in front of him. In fact, he might have even gotten further and further away from it after making a few turns in a hurry. However, under the siege of the evil beasts, there was no better way to save his life except to constantly escape into the seemingly empty tunnel and try to get rid of the evil beasts behind him. According to the previously obtained intelligence, the evil disaster would generally last about 3 days after the occurrence. After 3 days, the evil beasts would return to the abyss like a tide. In the next few months, it was almost difficult to find the evil beasts in the mine. Therefore, as long as he could not be besieged by the evil beasts in these few days, even if he could not escape back to the entrance of the mineral vein in time, he could still save his life. Now that the evil disaster only happened for half a day, the number of evil beasts that died in his hands was no less than a dozen. If it was a normal day, it would be a big income, but in this case, he could only escape. How could he care about these evil beast corpses? Lu Ming's face was uncertain for a while. His figure flickered a few times like a ghost, and he was already 100 meters away. About 500 meters behind him, there were more than a dozen toad-like evil beasts that were about 10 meters in size. Each of them was as fast as Lu Ming, and they were following him closely. Occasionally, when Lu Ming threw a backhand punch, the evil beast that was closest to him was blown away. The evil beast immediately turned over again as if nothing had happened. It continued to join the group of evil beasts, and it seemed to be chasing closely. In the depths of the tunnel further behind these dozen small evil beasts, there was a faint low roar. Obviously, there were more evil beasts chasing far behind. If not, as long as Lu Ming made up his mind and cast the sword-controlling technique without sparing any spiritual power, he might be able to kill these 10 evil beasts that were only at the condensation period early stage. But if he really did this, he would be surrounded by the evil beasts that swarmed behind him in an instant. By then, it would be a dead end. Swoosh. Lu Ming shook with Bone Scorpion on his shoulder and rushed around a corner. When he entered a giant cave in front of him. At the next moment, his face suddenly changed, and his body immediately stopped in place like a pillar. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Ming's face instantly turned pale. In the huge cave that seemed to be 100 acres in size, it had become a sea of evil beasts. Under the illumination of the green fluorite inlaid on the cave walls, Lu Ming glanced around and clearly saw about 50 to 60 wolf-sized evil beasts. They were densely scattered in the cave. The roars came one after another, and the momentum was astonishing. These evil beasts were under the command of a giant wolf-shaped evil beast that was about 3 to 4 times the size of these ordinary evil beasts in the corner. They were desperately launching rounds of attacks at the entrance of the cave on the stone wall. The huge wolf-shaped evil beast was dark and shiny. It stood motionless in the middle of several evil beasts that were only 1/3 of its size. Its pair of blood-red eyes were staring at the cave on the stone wall. It looked particularly conspicuous. The stone cave was also filled with shouts of killing at this moment. From time to time, some evil beasts were knocked out like sandbags, but then other evil beasts rushed in. It seemed that many people were desperately resisting the evil beasts' wheel attacks. The 2 entrances leading to other places were also blocked by many evil beasts. At the moment when Lu Ming appeared, the evil beasts that were chasing him appeared from the back of the tunnel with a low roar. They continued to rush toward Lu Ming without saying a word. Many of the wolf-shaped evil beasts in front of the cave also turned their heads and stared at Lu Ming. Their red eyes were full of murderous intent. How decisive was Lu Ming? Seeing this situation, the small black sword in his hand made a clear sound almost without thinking. He poured all his spiritual power into the sword, then he waved it suddenly. It turned into a black crystal rainbow that blasted out. Wherever it passed, there was a bloody light. 5 wolf-shaped evil beasts that pounced on him were instantly minced into a bloody rain. While Lu Ming channeled the sword-controlling technique, his body also leaped up like a maggot. He turned into an afterimage and followed the crystal rainbow. He rushed to the outside of the cave not far away in an instant. He grabbed the small black sword that revealed its original shape after one blow. After his other arm turned blurred, he pulled out the bone blade from his waist and repelled the two evil beasts that pounced on him. After Lu Ming's figure flickered again, he appeared at the entrance of the cave. Looking into the cave, he saw two burly human race muscular men standing side by side in the small open space at the entrance. Each of them was holding a giant bone hammer with a bloody surface. They were fighting with several evil beasts around them. One of them waved his arm, and the giant hammer whizzed toward an evil beast. Bang! Under the heavy blow, the evil beast's whole body flew out and slammed into a cave wall outside the cave, splashing a layer of dust. The other muscular man was swinging the bone hammer in his hand aggressively, forcing several evil beasts in front of him to not dare to approach for a while. There were several other evil beasts' corpses lying on the ground nearby. The two of them naturally saw Lu Ming, who suddenly appeared in the cave at a glance, and they couldn't help but be surprised. It turns out to be you. If that's the case, let this friend come in. Before waiting for Lu Ming to speak, there was a soft from the depths of the cave. He actually took the initiative to let Lu Ming enter without hesitation. Lu Ming heard this somewhat familiar voice, but his heart moved. He forced back an evil beast that was blocking in front of him with a punch, then he jumped into the stone cave. When the two muscular men saw this, although they looked a little surprised, they actually didn't stop him from entering. Just a moment after Lu Ming stepped into the stone cave, the evil beasts outside the stone cave let out a shrill howl. Several evil beasts jumped into the entrance of the stone cave and joined the attack. When the two muscular men at the cave entrance saw this, their faces turned gloomy, but the giant bone hammer in their hands danced more and more rapidly. With the narrow terrain, they actually forced the new and old evil beasts to be unable to take a step forward. The stone cave wasn't big, it was only about 100 meters in size. Except for a few stone beds and a few large bags piled up on the side, there were no other furnishings in the cave. The first thing that caught Lu Ming's eyes was a sallow and skinny face with thick eyebrows and big eyes. It was just that the sickly face added a hint of gray complexion. It was the thin young man he met when he first entered the underground mine. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on a stone bed in the middle, and the huge iron rod with a length of more than 20 meters was leaning against the stone wall. This was the first time that Lu Ming saw this rod leave the hands of the young man. He couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He looked at the young man up and down a few times. Only then did he realize that the gray clothes on the young man's body were tattered at this moment. There were still a lot of bloodstains on the surface. He didn't know whether it was the evil beast's or his own. But looking at his current appearance, he was obviously injured, and it looked quite serious. With such strength, he was actually injured like this. It could be seen that he must have experienced a fierce battle not long ago. Lu Ming almost subconsciously thought of the black giant wolf-like evil beast that was 4 times larger than the surrounding evil beasts outside the cave. Beside him, there were also 4 men sitting cross-legged. One of them was the person who was previously recruited by the thin young man with an antidote at the exchange meeting. Although he only had the cultivation of the condensation state early stage, his physical body was quite powerful like the other 3. At this moment, when he saw Lu Ming coming in, he just glanced at him blankly, then he continued to meditate and adjust his breath. The thin young man also looked at Lu Ming and Bone Scorpion on his shoulder a few times, then he said with a smile, "Lu, you can arrive here safely in this evil disaster. It seems that I have underestimated you as a newcomer. You're being too serious. I just found it early, ran fast enough, and was lucky. I wonder if you are willing to tell me your name now." Lu Ming laughed with a noncommittal look. "I'm Xianxia. After I was in trouble 7 or 8 years ago, I was temporarily elected as the leader by several brothers. However, in our current situation, I don't think there's any need to explain anything." When the skinny young man called Xianxia heard this, he said with a smile. However, this smile seemed to affect the injuries on his body, causing him to suddenly cough a few times. His face was even paler instantly. "So it's fellow Taoist Xian. This place is completely surrounded by evil beasts. Together with the evil beasts that are chasing me, the number is astonishing at this moment. I absolutely can't force my way out. But I just saw that the original beast herd here seemed to be led by a giant black wolf-like evil beast. Could Brother Xian's injury be related to this beast? Lu Ming pondered for a moment before slowly asking. That's right, I was injured by this beast. This evil beast has the strength of the condensation period later stage, and it can also change the size of its body on its own. I was caught off guard when it mixed in with the ordinary evil beasts. Fortunately, the other brothers came to their rescue in time and were lucky enough to rush into this land of death. They could still rely on the terrain to hold on for a while. However, Lu actually escaped to this place. It seems that we have some fate together. Xian Yuan said with a slight smile. This kind of fate, I don't want it. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard the words. Hee, unless you really plan to break out, otherwise you can only stay here for a while. Now the situation is urgent, I won't say any nonsense. Brother Lu is now in the same boat with us. If he wants to survive, I'm afraid he has to put in some effort. What does Brother Xian want me to do? Lu Ming thought slightly, and he faintly guessed something in his heart. It's very simple. Brother Lu can break into this place alone, so his strength must be extraordinary. This evil disaster has just begun. According to the past practice, there are still more than 2 days. During this period, I need you to take turns to defend the evil beast's attack with the other brothers. Change every quarter of an hour. What do you think? Xian Yuan's expression was a little serious. When Lu Ming heard this, he immediately nodded and agreed without thinking. Outside the stone cave at this time, there would be more and more evil beasts. There were even evil beasts of the condensation period later stage, and all the passages were already blocked. There was no other way for him to survive this evil disaster with the young man. Although this young man named Xian Yuan seemed to have lost most of his combat power, his companions seemed to have extraordinary physical bodies. As long as the cave entrance was not broken and they took turns to rest and recover, they should be able to survive for a long time. Very well, Brother Lu is really a smart person. I don't need to waste my breath. But you must have consumed a lot of your physical strength all the way here. You can meditate and rest first. After they take turns, it will be your turn. Xian Yuan saw that Lu Ming agreed so readily, and he couldn't help flashing a hint of joy on his face. At the same time, he said with a big grin. If that's the case, I won't be polite. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming didn't refuse. He waved his hand and kept Bone Scorpion into the leather bag around his waist. He let it rest for a while, then he found an empty space in the stone cave and sat cross-legged. Xingyong, Huadan, you two go out and take turns. Xian Yuan instructed the 2 men who were sitting cross-legged not far from him. One of them was the condensation period early-stage cultivator. The 2 just responded, then they stood up, took the bone weapons from their waists, and walked to the cave entrance. After a while, the 2 strong men who were guarding the cave entrance walked into the cave one after another. The bone hammers in their hands were dripping with blood, and their bodies were also riddled with wounds. The clothes on their arms and knees had long been torn into strips, and tiny blood stains could be vaguely seen. The arm of the person walking at the back seemed to have been pierced by something. A bloody hole the size of a thumb appeared out of nowhere. Dark red-black blood was flowing out of it, emitting a foul stench. Those toad-like evil beasts are very difficult to deal with. Not only are they extremely fast, but the angle of their tongue attack is quite strange. The muscular man whose arm was seriously injured looked a little pale. After saying this, his body trembled and fell down. The burly man who was walking in front was startled when he heard the sound of someone falling to the ground behind him. He quickly turned around and helped him up. With the help of the others, he laid him flat on a stone bed. After feeding him an antidote, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Lu Ming's face was a little uncertain. The small toad-like evil beasts that chased him before were really difficult to deal with. Fortunately, he had never been entangled with these evil beasts, otherwise he would be in big trouble. Seeing this situation, Xian Yuan's face was a little ugly. Now that another person was seriously injured, the situation was naturally even worse. However, just as he coughed slightly and was about to say something, a scream suddenly came from outside the cave, followed by another person's roar, "Brother, you're dead. Huadan is also poisoned. Someone come and help me." As soon as this voice came into the stone cave, everyone's expression changed drastically. I will go and deal with it first. I have some understanding of this kind of evil beast. It shouldn't be too difficult to deal with it. Before waiting for Xianxia to speak, Lu Ming suddenly stood up after his eyes flashed. He pulled out the bone blade from his waist and strode out of the cave. By the way, I still have a bottle of elixir. It should be good for Brother Xian's injury. However, after he took a few steps, he suddenly flicked his sleeve without looking back. He immediately threw out a small green bottle a few inches high. Then his figure flickered. After 2 flashes, he rushed to the entrance of the cave. There was a whistling sound, and the beast's roar suddenly became louder. Xianxia caught the green bottle. After looking at the entrance of the cave where Lu Ming disappeared, a strange expression flashed on his face. After opening the bottle cap, he sniffed the bottle with his nose, and he was suddenly refreshed. The thin young man was a little moved. With his experience, he could almost instantly confirm that the thing in the bottle was definitely the best elixir. In this underground cave, not to mention top-grade healing elixirs, even inferior elixirs that did not meet the standard grade were extremely rare and precious. Among the things that the slave miners could exchange from the guards, elixir was the rarest, and the healing elixir was the most expensive. The young man glanced and found that there were 2 green elixirs in the bottle. He was even more surprised. After all, the other party had lived in the mine for a few months. It was impossible for him not to know the value of these superior grade healing elixirs. After Xianxuan's face changed for a while, he looked at the macho man lying on the stone bed next to him. He finally poured out a pill for him to consume, and he took the other one. Then, he channeled the little spiritual power in his body and began to refine the medicinal power to heal himself. When the other man stumbled back into the stone cave with a black face, Lu Ming, who was at the entrance of the cave, had just used a blade shadow to cover the 2 toad-like creatures. Another man next to him waved a bone sword, desperately resisting the evil beast's attack from the other direction. Be careful. After Lu Ming forced the 2 evil beasts back with wounds all over his body, he glanced at the man, and his face suddenly changed as he reminded in a low voice. Almost at the same time, behind a wolf-shaped evil beast that was blown away, there was a fluctuation. A dark green figure of several 10 meters flashed out. It was a giant evil beast that was twice the size of an ordinary toad evil beast. The man was also a person with rich experience in fighting against enemies. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He waved the bone sword in his hand without thinking, and it turned into a sword shadow that blocked in front of him. At the same time, he instantly crushed a talisman in his other hand. After a bang, a layer of blue light curtain emerged, protecting the man in it. As soon as the giant evil beast appeared, it immediately opened its mouth, and a slender red tongue as thick as a finger rolled out. It avoided the sword shadow at a strange angle and stabbed on the light curtain. A crisp cracking sound came. The giant toad evil beast's tongue just paused slightly, then it pierced through the light curtain on the man's body. Ah! The man twisted his head, and the long tongue barely grazed the side of his neck, causing blood to spurt out. It turned out that this person seemed to have expected that this protective light curtain could not resist his attack, so he desperately dodged at the moment of life and death. At this moment, a bone sword flashed like lightning, and it slashed on the evil beast's long tongue, cutting it in half instantly. After the giant evil beast screamed, it immediately flew out of the hole and landed on the ground not far away. A pair of red eyes stared at Lu Ming, who ruined its plan. It made a strange chirping sound. At the same time, there were poison bags of different sizes on its back. It looked very hideous. Lu Ming's figure flickered again, and he stood side by side with the macho man. Thank you. The macho man didn't say much. He took out a detoxification elixir and swallowed it. After that, he put a talisman on the wound, then he stared at the giant toad evil beast in front of him motionlessly. Mr. is responsible for cleaning up the other evil beasts around. Leave this big guy to me. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and glanced at the giant toad-like evil beast, then he said slowly. For Lu Ming's suggestion, the man named Xingyong had no objection. After nodding, he moved and waved his bone sword at another low-rank evil beast. Lu Ming stood in the same place, holding the bone sword in one hand, looking coldly at the giant evil beast below. After the giant toad made a strange goo-goo sound, its 2 hind limbs suddenly exerted force, and its body rose into the air again. Several poison bags on its back suddenly burst open, ejecting a few extremely thick black mist from it. It instantly covered half of the space in front of it. Lu Ming looked at the black mist that swept in front of him. He raised his hand without hesitation. A fist-sized fireball turned into a red light and disappeared into the black mist. He then spat out the word explode. A muffled boom. As the black poisonous mist tumbled, it dispersed in an instant as if it was swept by a gust of wind. However, at the next moment, Lu Ming found that the space in front of him was empty. The toad evil beast disappeared into thin air. At the same time, a few 10 meters away in front of him, there was a sudden fluctuation. The toad evil beast flashed out like a ghost. As soon as it opened its mouth, an intact long tongue ejected again. It was aimed at Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming stood in the same place without any expression, but a red light flashed on his forehead. Several layers of bean-sized crimson scales immediately emerged from his forehead. Xing, after the toad evil beast's long tongue touched the crimson scales, it was immediately bounced back. The evil beast couldn't help but be startled. It seemed to be extremely surprised by the scene in front of it. However, Lu Ming moved his arm and with a gotcha sound, his arm suddenly expanded. A hand covered in scales grabbed the long tongue. He only felt that the place he grabbed with one hand was extremely cold and slippery. His eyes flashed fiercely. His 5 fingers just shook, and an invisible shock came out immediately. It went straight to the evil beast's head along the tongue. The toad evil beast was shocked when it saw this. After its long tongue was unable to move, it suddenly closed its mouth and bit off its own tongue. At the same time, the poison bags on its back burst open. The black poisonous mist swept toward the place where Lu Ming was. Lu Ming's expression condensed. He tapped on the ground with one foot and immediately retreated backward. At the same time, several fireballs flew out from his hand. After a burst of explosion, most of the black poisonous mist was blasted away immediately. When Lu Ming stood still and looked again, he found that the seriously injured toad evil beast had taken the opportunity to escape from the hole at this moment. It jumped more than 100 meters away and escaped. At this moment, the other 2 wolf-shaped evil beasts rushed to the hole and went straight to Lu Ming. In the next hour, Lu Ming and Xianxuan's companions took turns to guard the hole like this to prevent the evil beasts outside the cave from breaking in. After a hard battle, everyone except Lu Ming had been injured. Fortunately, there were no more casualties, but everyone naturally felt tired under such an intense battle. On the other hand, Lu Ming did not use much spiritual power during this period. He only used his powerful physical strength to defend several waves of extremely turbulent evil beasts. After a long time, the sound of fighting and roaring outside the stone cave were still endless. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged in the corner of the stone cave at this moment. He closed his eyes and meditated to adjust his breath, seizing all the time to restore his physical strength. After several rounds of blood-soaked slaughter, the others already felt that they couldn't take it anymore. If there was no such a stone cave, they could take advantage of the narrow terrain to fight in turns. Otherwise, they might not be able to block the evil beasts outside. At this time, Xianxuan and his companions in the stone cave, except for one who was killed by the toad evil beast, only 2 of the remaining 6 people still had the power to fight, but they were also injured to varying degrees. They were defending at the entrance of the cave at this moment. On the other hand, Xianxuan, who was sitting opposite Lu Ming, looked much better than before after taking the elixir given by Lu Ming. However, if he wanted to make a move, he might not be able to do it in a short time. This made Lu Ming quite regretful. At this time, if he could have a strong helper, the hope of saving his life would naturally be a lot greater. From the evil disaster to now, it had only been half a day, but the evil beasts gathered outside the stone cave gave people a feeling that the more they killed, the more they killed. Although he didn't feel strenuous by relying on his powerful physical body, it was really hard to say how long he could last under such circumstances. After all, there was still a giant wolf evil beast of the condensation period later stage that had been eyeing outside. Brother Xian, Jingyong is also injured. The evil beasts outside seem to be crazy. They keep coming at us. I can't hold it anymore. A hurried shout came from outside the cave. Xianxuan was shocked when he heard this. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. After looking around the cave, he finally looked at Lu Ming in the corner. It made sense. At this moment, only Lu Ming had the ability to fight in the cave. Seeing the slightly apologetic gaze in Xianxuan's eyes, Lu Ming took a deep breath and immediately stood up. He cupped his fist and said, "Fellow Taoist Xian, may I borrow your weapon?" Lu Ming's original bone blade was finally bitten into several pieces by an evil beast when he defended last time. When Xianxuan heard this, he couldn't help but be startled, but he immediately nodded and said, "Lu, you don't have to be polite. Just take it." Then he grabbed the huge iron rod leaning against the stone wall with one hand. He took a slight breath and swung it. The iron rod flew over with a whistling sound. The huge iron rod was still on the way, and an almost suffocating evil wind came first. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He shook his shoulders slightly, and his arms became thicker. He grabbed the flying iron rod in his hands. At the next moment, Lu Ming only felt that his hands were heavy, and his heart was slightly shocked. This huge iron rod was actually a bit heavier than he originally expected. A burst of exclamation came from the others. Everyone had a surprised expression on their faces. Xianxuan looked at Lu Ming with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he said calmly, "My Chaos Essence refined iron rod made of black iron weighs 1,300 pounds. After I entered the condensation state, this is the first time I borrowed this weapon to others. I hope it can help Lu." "Very well, with this weapon I should be able to defend for a while." After Lu Ming moved the iron rod a few times, he said with a smile on his face. Then he carried the iron rod on his shoulder, and his figure flashed out. It was not an exaggeration to describe the situation at the cave entrance as tragic. A muscular man with blood all over his body was guarding alone in the middle of the cave entrance. He was waving the giant bone hammer in his hand. Although he could hit one or two evil beasts that pounced at him with every blow, he was already out of strength. As soon as those evil beasts fell to the ground, they could stand up again as if nothing happened. They roared and joined the besieging evil beasts again. Another man not far from him was Xingyong, who had previously fought side by side with Lu Ming. At this moment, one of his legs was already badly mutilated, and his body was also full of injuries. The wound caused by the giant toad evil beast's tongue on his neck had burst open, and blood was flowing out. However, he was leaning against the stone wall at the edge of the cave entrance, and he was still waving the bone sword in his hand with a crazy expression. For a while, the evil beasts in front of him did not dare to come too close. In the middle of the two, there were already several evil beasts' corpses and broken limbs. "Leave this place to me. You two go to the back to rest first." Lu Ming leaped to the open space in front of the macho man. After giving a command in a low voice, he suddenly swung the iron rod on his shoulder. A wolfhound evil beast that wanted to rush forward was badly beaten with one blow. Then he waved the iron rod that was more than 20 meters long, and it turned into a black rod shadow like a small hill. It swept toward the surroundings like a stormy wave. Once those evil beasts touched it, they would either be killed by one strike, or they would vomit blood and fly backward on the spot. This iron rod that weighed more than 1,000 pounds was like a paper paste in his hand. At this time, Lu Ming's tyrannical physical power was finally completely revealed. In just a few seconds, 3 or 4 evil beasts were killed by Lu Ming's rod shadow, and the nearby roars came one after another. Seeing this, the man who had just helped the muscular man surnamed Xing showed an unbelievable expression on his face. He was stunned on the spot for a while. At the same time, the huge black wolfhound evil beast standing on the high ground in the corner of the cave seemed to have noticed a slight change in the battle situation. Suddenly, it raised its head and made a shrill howl. Countless black gas emerged from its body, and it rolled around its body surface. It instantly attracted the wolfhound evil beasts around it to stop and roar at the sky. Its momentum was astonishing. The giant wolfhound evil beast's eyes flashed with red light. Its figure was slightly blurred, and it disappeared on the spot. Above the open space not far ahead, a black light flashed. The giant wolfhound evil beast's figure emerged, and it went straight to the cave where Lu Ming was wrapped in black gas. Behind it, a dozen wolfhound evil beasts also rushed together. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming knew it was not good, but he was still waving the black giant rod in his hand. Various thoughts were already turning in his mind. Even Xianxia, who was at the condensation period later stage, was injured by this giant wolf evil beast's sneak attack. Lu Ming naturally didn't dare to underestimate this evil beast, not to mention there were a few other slightly larger wolf-shaped evil beasts next to it. They didn't look like ordinary evil beasts, so they probably couldn't be defeated easily. Just when Lu Ming was shocked, there was a long roar that sounded like a dragon's roar from nowhere. It resounded throughout the huge cave for a while. After Lu Ming heard it, his face couldn't help but change. After the black giant wolf evil beast that was rushing to the cave heard it, it suddenly stopped in place, then it raised its neck and let out a clear howl. After that, it turned its head and ran toward a tunnel. The many evil beasts that were originally besieging the cave also stopped their attacks. In the rumbling sound, they rushed toward the same tunnel like a tide. The momentum was even more massive. The evil beasts that were originally densely packed in the cave were gone in an instant. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming put away the iron rod in his hand, and his face was full of surprise. After the other macho man was stunned for a while, he suddenly laughed out loud. He hurriedly helped the man surnamed Xing, who was originally supporting him, to lean against the stone wall. Then he quickly rushed into the stone cave to report the good news to Xianxia and others. The macho man surnamed Xing also couldn't suppress the joy on his face. At the moment when he leaned against the stone wall, he laughed while coughing due to internal injuries. After a while, the cheers of other people also came from the cave. For them, the sudden retreat of the evil beasts naturally allowed them to escape from death. But after 10 minutes, Lu Ming and Xianxia did not dare to delay anything. They immediately left the cave. After identifying the direction, they quickly retreated to the tunnel of the exchange area. No one could guarantee whether these evil beasts really retreated or it was just a temporary retreat, so they still had to rush to the entrance of the mine at the fastest speed. At that time, if the evil disaster happened again, they would be guaranteed to be safe. Along the way, Lu Ming and others really didn't encounter half an evil beast. It seemed that after the outbreak of evil disaster in such a short time, it really disappeared. Everyone was overjoyed and couldn't help but quicken their pace. The two who were more seriously injured were directly carried by their companions, so their journey was not delayed. On the way, they also encountered several other batches of slave miners who had the same idea. Most of them were injured and in a sorry state. After they hit it off, they started to travel together. Among them, Lu Ming found a familiar figure. It was the human clan woman named Xianxia who had escaped before him at the fork. She seemed to be alone, but he didn't know what kind of mystic arts she used before. She was actually safe and sound under the pursuit of the giant bear evil beast. The woman naturally noticed Lu Ming as well. After being startled, she forced a smile and continued to follow the crowd to the tunnel ahead. Half a day later, when Lu Ming and the others finally returned to the huge cave where the exchange area was located, the scene in front of them gave them a huge shock. But in the exchange area at this moment, it was a mess everywhere. The cave that was originally 3,000 meters wide had less than half of the space left at the moment, and the other half of the cave had all collapsed. The ground was full of potholes. In one corner, there were many mutilated corpses of slave miners of various races, and more of them were the remains of various evil beasts. Several slave miners were cleaning the rest of the ground. This place obviously experienced a fierce battle far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In the remaining cave, some slave miners were gathering there. They were whispering with different expressions. There were about 100 or 200 people. Lu Ming and others inquired about it. It turned out that not long ago, a crystallization period early stage evil beast suddenly appeared near the exchange area with a large group of evil beasts, and it immediately launched an ambush and slaughter on the people in the cave. The people who stayed in the exchange area for a long time plus some people who escaped nearby had already gathered a lot of slave miners. Among them, there were people from the two major forces. After discovering this situation, they immediately gave up the previous hatred and reached a temporary agreement to attack and defend. Under the organization of several condensation state later stage slave miners, they began to use the narrow terrain of the tunnel to take turns to defend. But other evil beasts were easy to deal with. Only the evil beast leader of the crystallization period was really difficult to resist. The most tragic defense was also the battle with this evil beast. According to a slave miner, this beast was an ape-like evil beast with 2 horns on its head. Its height was 5 or 6 times that of an ordinary evil beast. Its whole body was dark brown, and it had infinite strength. Its every move had great momentum. The entire cave was shaking, and the stone pillars were collapsing one after another. Under its rampage, almost no one could resist it. In less than a moment, many slave miners were torn to death by it. If it weren't for several condensation state later stage slave miners who joined forces and desperately entangled with it, perhaps the entire exchange area would have been broken by it, and the evil beasts would have rushed in. But at this moment, the only crystallization period powerhouse in the entire underground mine, the leader of the half-beastkin and half-sea creature clan force, Xianxia, suddenly charged out from a tunnel entrance and directly confronted this giant ape-like evil beast. In the end, after a fierce battle, Xianxia did not hesitate to mutilate one of his arms as the price to release a powerful mystic art. He instantly injured the crystallization period giant ape evil beast and blinded one of its eyes. The giant ape-like evil beast immediately turned around and fled, and the other evil beasts also retreated. Xianxia, who paid such a big price, didn't give other slave miners a chance to speak at all. He raised his hand and blew a blue demonic wind, sweeping the golden scale clan woman, Yuan Ming, who was also trapped here, and disappeared from the cave. After listening to this narrative, Lu Ming and others couldn't help but look at each other. At this moment, suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps in the tunnel. Afterward, the figure flickered, and more than 20 Iron Alliance people with yellow I logo embroidered on their cuffs rushed out. These people were covered in dust, and most of them were injured. They obviously experienced a fierce battle. Only a muscular man with a medium stature and bronze skin didn't seem to have any injuries on his body. He immediately attracted the attention of Lu Ming. Is this person the leader of the Iron Alliance? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and asked Xian Yuan next to him. Yes, this person is the leader of the Iron Alliance, Yan Luo. I also have some friendship with him. Xian Yuan sneered, lifted the huge iron rod in his hand and carried it on his shoulder. Before he finished speaking, he seemed to have affected his internal injury, and he coughed a few times. The cough seemed to have attracted the attention of the muscular man named Yan Luo. As he glanced at this side, a hint of surprise flashed on his face. He immediately strode over. Xian Yuan, you are actually injured, and you seem to be seriously injured. Did you encounter some crystallization period evil beast? Yan Luo's voice was like a big bell. There was a hint of ridicule in his inquiry, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. If I really encounter a crystallization period evil beast, how can I come back alive? By the way, Brother Yan, I will introduce someone to you. This is Mr. Lu Ming. Although he is only at the intermediate stage, his strength is very powerful. If it weren't for him this time, I might really die. Xian Yuan didn't care at all. Instead, he introduced Lu Ming to him with a smile. Oh, I have heard about Boss Xia being killed some time ago. It seems that he was killed by a newcomer named Lu Ming. Could it be you? The muscular man named Yan Luo looked at Lu Ming a few times, then he touched his chin and said with a weird look. That's exactly what I did. I wonder if you and this Boss Xia. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he said calmly. Don't worry, they are not friends, and they have a lot of conflicts. Brother Lu, you don't have to be too cautious. Although Yan Luo looks scary, his temper is still good. Xian Yuan smiled and waved his hand at Lu Ming. I do have some conflicts with Boss Xia, but because of some other things, it is inconvenient for me to make a move on him. Now Lu Ming killed him by chance, it saves me a lot of trouble. I still have to thank you. Yan Luo glanced at the young man with annoyance when he heard this, then he said to Lu Ming with a relaxed expression. Brother Yan is too serious. Lu Ming replied with a smile. Brother Xian has saved my life. Now that you have saved him, you are also my friend. Brother Lu, you can just call me Yan Luo's name in the future. You don't have to be so polite. Yan Luo nodded and said. In the following conversation, Lu Ming vaguely learned that Xian Yuan and Yan Luo both came from a place called Chuanhua Island in the sea, and they knew each other before they were captured by Siren King's men as mining slaves. Xian Yuan also saved Yan Luo's life by chance. Therefore, after coming to this deep-sea mineral vein, even if Xianxia was unwilling to join the Iron Alliance, Yan Luo still took care of him. This evil disaster happened so suddenly, and it seems to be organized to raid the exchange area so close to the exit. This has never happened in the past. Xianxia looked at the ruins in front of him and sighed. This matter is indeed a bit strange. It is reasonable to say that the evil disaster should not break out now. Yan Luo also frowned and said, Brother Yan, we just learned that when this place was besieged by the evil beasts, Xianxia actually appeared, and he didn't hesitate to lose an arm to repel the leading crystallization period evil beast. This doesn't seem like his style. Is there any hidden story? After Xianxia hesitated for a while, he suddenly asked Yan Luo with a strange expression. To say that this crystallization period powerhouse was trying to save other mining slaves in the exchange area, perhaps no one present would believe it. But to say that he was willing to sacrifice one of his arms just for the Golden Scale clan woman, it still sounded a little unlikely. After all, Xianxia was not a real sea creature clan elder. He only had half of the sea creature clan bloodline. In any case, his move also resolved the danger of this evil disaster. As for the reason, he may have his own considerations. Yan Luo hesitated for a while, then he said with his eyes flashing. Seeing this, Lu Ming's heart shuddered. He vaguely felt that the other party seemed to know something, but he didn't show it on his face. When Xianxia listened to Yan Luo's answer, he was startled at first, then he also showed a hint of realization. He sneered and stopped asking. During the conversation, a few sea creature clan people suddenly emerged from the side of the tunnel. As soon as they entered, they hurriedly walked toward the place where another major force gathered. They were suddenly surrounded by a group of sea creature clan and beastkin clan of the same force. The low and inaudible discussion immediately came out. After a while, those sea creature clan people seemed to have unified their opinions. Under the gaze of some small and medium-sized forces around, they followed behind the few people and rushed to the side of the tunnel. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared at the entrance of the tunnel. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He looked at Yan Luo on the side, but he didn't seem to care at all. At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps from the other side of the tunnel, then 5 people dressed in the Iron Alliance appeared, walking straight to where Yan Luo was. Boss Yan, a few of us have surveyed the nearby tunnels for a few miles. In addition to finding some corpses, we did not find any living evil beasts. These people walked to Yan Luo, and the leader immediately said respectfully. Very good. From the current signs, it should be certain that those evil beasts have retreated at this moment. There is no sign of a comeback. Yan Luo listened, and his face was slightly relaxed. He nodded and said. The people on the side also breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the leader say so. But for the sake of safety, it is not appropriate to go deep into the mineral vein in a short time. After all, this evil disaster is different from the past. It is difficult to guarantee that there will be no changes. Xianxia on the side cautiously suggested. Younger brother Xian is right. Moreover, we are also severely injured at this moment. Everyone else is also occasionally injured. It is better to return to the Iron Alliance's base with me to rest and then make a long-term plan. Brother Xian, what do you think? At such a close distance, if those evil beasts reappear, we can also hide at the exit enchantment in time. Yan Luo nodded in agreement after listening to Xianxuan's words, then he asked again. After a brief discussion, Xianxia, Lu Ming, and the others naturally had no objections. After all, in a situation like this, it was safer to have more people. Moreover, they were in the encampment of one of the 2 major forces. In this case, even if the evil disaster reappeared, they could escape to the entrance of the mineral vein in the fastest time. Okay, then let's set off immediately, but this time we have to take a longer detour. Yan Luo said with a smile when he saw this. It turned out that the Iron Alliance's encampment was not too far from the exchange area. They only needed to pass through a few tunnels and caves to reach it. However, the passageway from the exchange area to the encampment had already collapsed due to the intense battle earlier, so everyone could only take a detour. But even so, the Iron Alliance's encampment was only an hour away from the exchange area. Later, after Yan Luo instructed a few people to stay in the exchange area and pay attention to the nearby movements, he took Xian Yuan, Lu Ming, and the next group of men, about 30 to 40 people, and walked to another tunnel in the cave. On the way, when Xian Yuan told Yan Luo about the thrilling experience of guarding the stone cave, he praised Lu Ming's strength. Brother Yan doesn't know. The situation at the time was really thrilling. I wanted to take advantage of the narrow terrain of the cave entrance and take turns to fight. I didn't expect the evil beasts to increase in numbers. We were also injured one after another. If it weren't for Brother Lu's bravery, he defended the cave alone after repelling a later stage evil beast to prevent those evil beasts from approaching. The consequences would be really unimaginable. Xian Yuan was carrying the Chaos Essence refined iron rod on his shoulder at the moment. His face was still pale, but when he talked about the incident that day, he couldn't help but smile. It was quite different from the cold impression he gave to Lu Ming before. Hee. Brother Xian is overpraising me. I was just trying to protect myself at the time. Lu Ming could only reply with a wry smile when he heard Xian Yuan's praise. Oh, it turns out that Brother Lu's strength is so extraordinary? After listening to Xian Yuan, Yan Luo's eyes lit up. He was very interested in Lu Ming. Not only that, Brother Lu can actually use my Chaos Essence refined iron rod. I'm afraid his physical strength is not inferior to your Brass Gong clan's physique cultivator. Xian Yuan added with a smile. Okay. Brother Lu, when we get to the encampment, how about we spar? After Yan Luo heard it, he said directly with a hint of excitement on his face. This? Lu Ming couldn't help but be startled. Brother Lu doesn't have to hesitate. The Brass Gong clan is originally aggressive in nature. It is normal for Brother Yan to be excited. Xian Yuan saw Lu Ming's hesitation, and he added indifferently. Okay, I have heard of Brother Yan's name for a long time. I will see the magical power of the Brass Gong clan's powerhouse. Lu Ming heard the words, and after thinking for a while, he actually agreed. For him, it was also a rare opportunity to measure the true strength of the Iron Alliance leader. I know that Brother Lu is also a forthright person. Let's go quickly. We are not far from the encampment now. Yan Luo saw Lu Ming agreed, and he couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh. After an hour, Lu Ming and others entered another huge cave under the leadership of Yan Luo. The cave area was 1,000 meters wide and more than 100 meters high. It looked extremely spacious. In addition to the passage when they came, there were 2 other roads leading to unknown places. The stone wall and the top of the cave were also inlaid with a lot of green fluorite, flashing a faint light. It reflected the half-acre-size aquamarine pool in the center of the cave. There were dozens of stone houses scattered around the pool. Each stone door was imprinted with a yellow eye symbol. At this moment, there was no one in the cave. Most of them must have fled to other places when the evil disaster broke out. As soon as everyone entered the cave, after a little tidying up, each person occupied a stone house and rested first. The night was uneventful. Early the next morning, Yan Luo and Lu Ming stood on an open space in front of the pool, facing each other. There were many people nearby, watching with excitement. Xian Yuan and others were also among them. Brother Lu, let's start now. The brawny man cupped his fist at Lu Ming and said, then, Brother Yan, please enlighten me. Lu Ming naturally didn't dare to neglect this Bronze Gong clan powerhouse. After taking a deep breath, he replied solemnly. As soon as Yan Luo heard this, he sneered. His arms just shook slightly, and there was a burst of dense firecrackers from his body. The next moment, the powerful aura belonging to the condensation state later stage soared into the sky. Seeing this, Lu Ming was shocked. As he was about to channel the spiritual power in his body to cast the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison, Xian Yuan's voice suddenly sounded in his ear, Brother Lu, if it's possible, why don't you show off your Imperial Sword technique? If you can perform well, there might be great benefits waiting for you. After Lu Ming listened, although his expression was as usual, he was naturally inexplicable. Xian Yuan actually asked him to use the sword-controlling technique that consumed the most spiritual power, and he didn't explain the reason. This naturally made Lu Ming puzzled for a while. However, with his extraordinary intuition, he vaguely felt that the thin young man's words were not malicious. After weighing in his mind, he decided to give it a try according to the voice transmission. After Lu Ming finished weighing in his mind, he immediately flicked his sleeve decisively, and the small black sword appeared in his hand. He just waved it in the wind, and the small sword trembled slightly, making a long and clear sound. In an instant, dense sword shadows emerged. After they suddenly condensed, they transformed into a 10 meters long black light sword. The small black sword was vaguely wrapped in it. At the same time, an amazing sword will burst out from it, causing the nearby air to make a whistling sound as if there were countless invisible sharp blades shooting and intertwining in the air. Sword Cultivator. Seeing this situation, Yan Luo did not show a surprised expression, but a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Obviously, the Iron Alliance leader also knew clearly that Lu Ming killed Boss Xia with the sword-controlling technique. After he immediately groaned, the veins on his arms bulged. After he suddenly separated his hands, a circle of bronze color swelled up on the surface of his arms, and it quickly spread to his whole body. In a moment, Yan Luo stood in the same place like a bronze man. Under the fluorescent light in the cave, his body surface reflected an amazing metallic luster. He took a big step and immediately walked toward the opposite red rumbling. Every step was extremely heavy, and the momentum was amazing. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he lightly tapped the light sword in front of him. Swoosh, the light sword turned into a black crystal rainbow that blasted out. After just a flash, it turned into an 80 meters long black sword shadow that appeared on top of Yan Luo's head. It slashed down without saying a word. Before the huge sword shadow fell, it made a burst of sharp sound. It left a series of afterimages wherever it passed. Facing such an amazing attack, Yan Luo's face faintly felt a stabbing pain, but he was not angry but happy. He didn't even mean to dodge at all. One of his bronze arms turned over, and he put on a silver glove. He immediately shouted angrily and punched fiercely into the air. An invisible giant force immediately soared into the sky. An earth-shattering loud noise, a cluster of silver halo suddenly appeared on top of Yan Luo's head, and the entire cave trembled slightly. After the huge sword shadow in the air condensed slightly, it was forced to deflect slightly by the silver light, and it barely touched Yan Luo's shoulder and fell down. Boom. On the ground on the side of the brawny man, the mountain suddenly collapsed and the ground cracked. A huge trench of 100 meters long appeared out of thin air. It almost cut the nearby pool apart. Just when the onlookers exclaimed, a red line suddenly appeared on Yan Luo's left bronze-like shoulder, and a stream of blood suddenly spurted out from it. Although the black sword shadow was deflected, the invisible sword chi released from it still cut Yan Luo's shoulder. When Yan Luo saw this scene, he was not angry but happy. Then he made a gesture, and the yellow light around his body faded. His skin returned to its original appearance, and he laughed and said to Lu Ming, "Haha. Brother Lu's sword control technique is really shocking to the extreme. If it wasn't for me still having a glove woven from silver silk, I don't know if this bronze gong spirit physique would be able to withstand it. Thanks for letting me win, Brother Yan. My sword controlling technique has just been learned not long ago, so I can't control it as I wish." Lu Ming raised his hand and waved. After retrieving the small black sword that returned to its original shape, he said with a slight smile. Seeing this, the other Iron Alliance people who were watching here whispered for a while. Although they looked at Lu Ming with different expressions, most of them contained a trace of fear. With Yan Luo's strength in their minds, Lu Ming was naturally a real powerhouse since he could hurt him with a sword. In the underwater mine where the strong preyed on the weak, the strong was far more awe-inspiring than outside. What Lu Ming didn't expect was that although Yan Luo was the leader of one of the two major forces in this mineral vein, and his physical body was no less powerful than the crystallization period powerhouse, he seemed to be unusually forthright. Although he was injured by Lu Ming's sword-controlling technique in this spar, he became more enthusiastic after that. He even ordered a larger stone room to let Lu Ming live in it. In the next 2 days, Yan Luo continued to send people to inquire about the evil beast, but judging from the successive feedback, the evil disaster seemed to break out without warning, and it retreated so strangely. In addition, from the news from the exchange area, the mining area guards led by Chen Gang finally appeared, but they only took a look, and they didn't stay for long before they left again. In this regard, Yan Luo just sneered, and he didn't pay much attention to it. During this period, Lu Ming had been staying in the stone house, meditating and adjusting his breath. Yan Luo also sent a lot of roasted evil beast jerky for him to eat. Xian Yuan also came to the stone house once to look for Lu Ming. This man still looked sickly, but his complexion was much better than before. He even found 2 pots of wine from somewhere. He chatted with Lu Ming while talking about his experiences outside. He was very comfortable. In his words, Xian Yuan seemed to be quite grateful for the previous gift of medicine, but he did not mention a word about the so-called great benefits as if he had never said it. Seeing this, Lu Ming naturally wouldn't take the initiative to ask. 2 days later, after confirming that all the evil beasts in the mine had returned to the abyss, Lu Ming immediately bid farewell to Yan Luo. After declining his invitation to join the Iron Alliance, he set off to return to his residence. Xian Yuan and others continued to stay in the Iron Alliance station to recuperate. Sure enough, on the way back, not only did Lu Ming not see an evil beast, but he also encountered very few slave miners along the way. When he returned to the stone cave where he originally lived, the gray and white mist that filled the nearby mine tunnel had already disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming raised his hand and released a bone scorpion to continue to guard, then he flashed into the stone cave. It was a good fortune to be able to escape from the evil disaster this time. It could be considered as escaping a disaster, but there would be good fortune after surviving a disaster. This made Lu Ming's desire to escape from this place even stronger. However, he had consumed a lot of physical strength and spiritual power at this time, and he urgently needed to replenish it. Lu Ming immediately sat down cross-legged. After taking out a spirit stone in each of his hands, he began to close his eyes and adjust his breath. When he was in the Iron Alliance station, he naturally would not reveal the upper-grade spirit stone in front of others. A few days later, when Lu Ming was still sitting cross-legged, suddenly there was a hissing sound of bone scorpion at the entrance of the cave. His eyelids moved, and he suddenly opened his eyes. But judging from the sound of bone scorpion, it didn't seem to be attacked by an enemy. Just as Lu Ming was about to explore with his mental power, a voice suddenly reverberated in the cave, "What's wrong? Brother Lu, I haven't seen you for a few days. How are you? It turns out that Brother Xian is here. Since you are here, come in and have a chat." Hearing the voice, Lu Ming said with a change of expression. The next moment, a gray figure flashed and appeared in the stone cave. It was Xian Yuan. "It seems that Brother Xian has recovered well. You are already full of energy." Lu Ming looked at Xian Yuan a few times and said with a chuckle. "This is all thanks to Brother Lu's upper-grade elixir." Xian Yuan cupped his fist toward Lu Ming and said with a smile. "It's nothing. The reason why I was so generous was that I hoped that Brother Xian could recover his fighting ability as soon as possible." "That's right, Brother Xian's visit this time isn't just to chat with me, right? What's the matter?" Lu Ming suddenly changed the topic and went straight to the point to inquire about the other party's intentions. "Brother Lu, do you want to leave this place alive?" Xian Yuan heard the words, and the smile on his face disappeared. He said with a little solemnity. "Leave this place? Do you mean to leave this underwater mine?" Lu Ming was startled when he heard this, but he asked calmly. "Yes, I'm talking about leaving this deep-sea mineral vein." Xian Yuan still said solemnly. "In that case, Brother Xian might as well tell me." After Lu Ming was silent for a while, he said slowly with a strange expression. "I wonder if Brother Lu still has some doubts about Lanxi's attack." Xian Yuan heard the words, but he asked meaningfully. "Oh, does Brother Xian already know something?" When Lu Ming heard the words Lanxi, his mind moved, and he had some guesses. "I just learned the truth not long ago. In fact, the reason why this senior Lan appeared in front of the beast herd was really for the Golden Scale Clan woman. This woman is a key figure for us to escape from here, so he had to show up to save us." Xian Yuan replied calmly. "Very good. Brother Xian, tell me in detail about this matter from the beginning to the end." Lu Ming looked solemn and asked seriously. "In fact, this thing started many years ago. Senior Lan was one of the earliest batch of slave miners who were imprisoned in the mine. He had been here for hundreds of years. Mr. Yan Luo was only imprisoned here more than 30 years ago. the thin young man began to talk about it in detail. It turned out that the leaders of the two major forces here, Yan Luo and Lan Shi, the two powerhouses, whether they entered the mine first or became a slave miner later, naturally no one was willing to linger in this dark place for a lifetime. Therefore, the two seemed to be incompatible on the surface, but in fact, from the first day of the formation of the two major forces, they quietly joined hands to conspire to escape. The reason why there were constant conflicts between the two forces was naturally to show to other slave miners and the slave miner guards to prevent them from being suspicious. Now, under the quiet efforts of the two, they had found a way to suppress the enchantment in their bodies, and they finally found a route to leave the mine. The reason why Lan Shi had been invisible in front of everyone recently was that he had been busy with this escape route. Yan Luo led a group of men to collect ores day and night to exchange for some spirit stones, elixirs, and talismans. At the same time, they were looking around to make other preparations for escape. However, for the sake of secrecy, to prevent Siren King's spy among the slave miners and to leak the news, only a few confidants of Yan Luo and Lan Shi knew about this matter. As for other slave miners, only those who were recognized by the two and were strong enough would be quietly informed. Xianxia in front of him was naturally one of them. However, if they wanted to successfully carry out the escape plan, they still needed the assistance of some people with strong attack power. There were not many people in the entire mine who could meet this condition. So far, they still couldn't gather enough people. Therefore, Xianxia asked him to use the sword controlling technique when he competed with Yan Luo. Afterward, Yan Luo was also very satisfied with the power of Lu Ming's sword-controlling technique, so he asked Xianxia to come over and invite him personally. After Xianxia finished speaking, he immediately shut up and waited for Lu Ming to digest the news before giving an accurate answer. After Lu Ming listened, his face was uncertain for a while, then he asked solemnly, according to this, Senior Lan and Brother Yan Luo have a well-thought-out plan for this plan. Does Brother Xian know the specific escape route? You know, we are deep in the seabed. The entire mineral vein is surrounded by Siren King's people with many enchantments. When Xianxia heard this, he shook his head. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, they will only tell us the specific escape route and method at the moment before the action. Before that, these people don't know. Brother Lu, with your qualifications and strength, are you really willing to be imprisoned here for a lifetime? Are you willing to join us? Lu Ming frowned slightly, and he fell into deep thought again. After a while, he suddenly smiled and asked, Brother Xian, you are not the only one who came on this trip, right? While the two were talking, he had quietly released his mental power. He found that outside the stone cave, there were two strange and powerful auras hidden. If his mental power wasn't strong enough, and he deliberately probed it, other condensation state intermediate stage cultivator couldn't detect it at all. When Xianxia heard this, a strange expression flashed across his face, but he admitted very frankly, I didn't expect Brother Lu's spiritual sense to be so powerful. Because this matter is of great importance, I have no choice. I hope you can forgive me. However, what I've said before is absolutely true. There is absolutely not the slightest bit of falsehood. As Lu Ming heard the words, his eyes flashed. After looking at the thin young man in front of him for a moment, he suddenly raised one hand, and a yellow talisman blasted out. After a bang, it burst open out of thin air. A layer of white light curtain flashed and instantly covered the two of them, cutting off all contact with the outside world. Xianxia didn't show the slightest surprise about this. He seemed to have known that Lu Ming would do this. After Lu Ming did all this and made sure that the condensation state's divine thought couldn't invade, he asked with a smile, okay, now Brother Xian can tell me the truth. With the magical powers of Lan Shi and Yan Luo, coupled with the help of powerhouses such as Brother Xian, there is nothing that can't be done. Why do you look for me, a newcomer who just entered the mine not long ago? Aren't you afraid that I am Siren King's spy? As for people who are good at powerful mystic arts, with so many condensation period later stage cultivators in the mine, how can we not gather enough people? No matter how others look at it, they should be more reliable than me. After Lu Ming finished speaking, his eyes flashed as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia looked solemn as he heard the words. He looked at the white light curtain nearby, then he replied with a wry smile, Brother Lu, since Brother Lu asked like this, I will tell you directly. On that day, I asked Brother Lu to use his spiritual power to cast the sword-controlling technique in front of Yan Luo. Firstly, I want to thank you for giving me the elixir. I really want to give Brother Lu a chance. Secondly, our plan really lacks a person with a powerful attack. Brother Lu, you don't think that anyone can be qualified for the powerful attack that I said, right? Even among the other slave miners of the condensation period later stage, there are a few people who have mastered mystic arts that have amazing attack power that is not inferior to the sword-controlling technique. But they have been locked in the mine for so many years. Without spiritual power to nourish their bodies for a long time, I am afraid that even their meridians have already withered a lot. How can they cast any powerful mystic arts? Brother Lu is different. You just entered here not long ago, and you still have more than half of the spiritual power in your body. The sword-controlling technique you cast can naturally be as powerful as outside. This is the person we really need for our plan. As far as I know, for some unknown reason, this plan seems to require some people who can cast powerful attacks to work together to launch a joint attack. And not long ago, it seems that someone else has recommended another candidate. Even if Brother Lu agreed, he might have to fight with the others. At this point, this plan has already reached the point where the arrow is knocked on the bowstring, and it has no choice but to be released. It really can't be delayed any longer. As Xianxia spoke, his expression became serious. For him, after he saw Lu Ming kill Boss Sha with one blow with his sword, he had the intention to recruit him. When he later experienced the outbreak of evil disaster and Lu Ming's generous gift of medicine, he naturally felt a little grateful in his heart, so he no longer hesitated to recommend Lu Ming to Yan Luo. He even asked Yan Luo to personally persuade Lu Ming to join. Although Yan Luo knew that Lu Ming was just a newcomer, under the urgency of time, he naturally couldn't care too much. Moreover, he had personally seen the power of Lu Ming's sword-controlling technique before. With Xianxuan's recommendation, he agreed to this matter and sent 2 confidants of the condensation period later stage to follow Xianxuan here. After listening to Xianxuan's account, Lu Ming immediately hesitated for a while, then he slowly asked again, since Brother Xian has said so much, it should most likely be true. But how can I believe that Brother Yan Luo has really found a way to suppress the enchantment in my body? Xianxuan seemed to have expected Lu Ming to ask such a question. He took out a pitch-black bottle engraved with mysterious runes from his arms and threw it over. He then said with a mysterious look on his face, Brother Lu, when the poison in your body breaks out next time, take the thing in this bottle, and you will know how effective it is. Lu Ming grabbed the bottle and immediately pulled out the cork when he heard the words, but he found that there was only a black insect egg-like thing inside. It was half an inch long and as thick as a chopstick. It was motionless, and there was no spiritual power fluctuation. Lu Ming stared at the thing in the bottle for a long time, but he couldn't see any clues for a while. He couldn't help but feel a little surprised in his heart, but he nodded calmly, in that case, thank you, Brother Xian. If the thing in the bottle is really effective, I will naturally join. I also don't want to let go of such a good opportunity. If the black mist that had troubled him for so long could really be removed, he could naturally breathe a sigh of relief. As for the bloody light cluster in the spiritual sea, although the other party didn't say it, he probably had a foolproof countermeasure. Most likely, he would only tell me after joining the plan. Seeing this, Xianxuan also breathed a sigh of relief. He said with a hint of joy in his eyes, Brother Lu's choice will never be wrong. Since that's the case, I will leave now and reply to Brother Yan Luo first. Lu Ming nodded and didn't ask him to stay. He made a gesture and pointed at the white light curtain. Poof, the light curtain immediately turned into crystal light spots and dissipated out of thin air. After Xianxuan cupped his fist at Lu Ming, he turned around and left without the slightest intention to stay. Not long after Xianxuan left, the 2 hidden breaths at the entrance of the cave also disappeared. Lu Ming sat in the cave, stroking the rune on the surface of the black bottle in his hand with his fingers, and he fell into deep thought again. At the same time, below the underwater palace, in a secret room that was heavily enchanted from the inside. In front of a crystal-clear white jade bed, Yi Tianmei, whose face was as cold as snow, was meditating with her eyes closed. Her appearance was still beautiful, but her body was covered with a layer of faint silver light that flickered non-stop. Under the reflection of the aqua blue crystal around the room, it was like a dream, it was abnormally beautiful. Around this woman, there were silver long swords of a foot long inserted upside down. There were as many as 8 swords, and they formed a circle flashing with a cold light. After an unknown amount of time, the woman opened her beautiful eyes. After looking at the silver long swords around her, a strange expression suddenly appeared on her face. After a while, a sneer suddenly appeared on her face as she muttered to herself in a low voice, "I'm not afraid." Promise of 10 years. Dual cultivation partner is ridiculous. Do you really think I will believe in such an agreement? Although I don't know what your real purpose is, after I master the 9 moons child mother sword array that I have been afraid to practice, even if I am not your opponent, with the 9 swords combined into one, who can catch up with me if I want to leave? After Yi Tianmei murmured, a chill appeared on her face. She immediately opened her mouth, and a few inches long silver sword was spurted out. It turned into a cluster of silver light above her head, and it immediately made a burst of clear sound. The 8 silver long swords nearby also buzzed at the same time as if they were responding. As Yi Tianmei's eyes flashed, her 10 slender jade fingers changed quickly like a wheel, forming a strange gesture. At the same time, a soft chant came out of her mouth. At the next moment, her gestures stopped temporarily. After a shout, the faint silver light on her body suddenly expanded and shrank, and silver runes appeared and flowed out. And this woman was wrapped in this silver light. She was as cold as a moon fairy. After her sitting cross-legged body trembled, she floated in the air and slowly rotated. Her green dress also fluttered without wind. After Yi Tainan raised her eyebrows, she suddenly changed the gesture in her hand again. Streams of silver runes shot out from her fingers. After a few flashes, they all went into the surrounding 8 silver long swords. At the next moment, the silver long swords flashed one after another. At the same time, they buzzed loudly and trembled slightly. Immediately, pieces of silver sword shadows were faintly visible. As for the small silver sword hovering above the woman's head, its entire body shone with a bright silver light. After condensing again, it transformed into countless silver threads of light, intertwining with the light released by the 8 silver long swords around it. In an instant, a sword array with a diameter of 10 meters was vaguely formed with Yi Tianmei as the center. At this moment, Yi Tianmei's figure froze and stopped rotating. Then, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly made a sword gesture. Swoosh swoosh. The 8 silver long swords rose from the ground one after another. Under the control of Yi Tianmei's mind, they all rotated around the small silver sword quickly. Every time it rotated, the silver light on the surface of the long sword became brighter, and the rotation speed suddenly became faster. After a few seconds, the 8 silver long swords had become extremely dazzling. After a tremble, they blasted toward the small sword in the center at the same time. Boom! Above this woman, a group of silver light immediately appeared in the air. It was as dazzling as a silver moon in the sky. In the silver light, all kinds of runes appeared and disappeared. The momentum was astonishing. As the silver light converged, a giant sword exuding an astonishing murderous aura appeared above Yi Tianmei's head in silver light. For a time, it gave people a feeling of monstrous momentum. Yi Tianmei looked at the silver giant sword in front of her. Without hesitation, she opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Her 10 fingers quickly flicked at the blood essence. The blood essence immediately turned into a blood mist that circled in the air, then it all went into the giant sword. At the moment when the blood mist disappeared, the silver giant sword released a circle of bloody silver light, and it trembled slightly. A clear sound, under a flash of the silver giant sword, it suddenly divided into 9 again. The small sword turned into a silver light and hovered around the woman's body. The other 8 swords returned to their original positions. Some runes appeared on the surface, and each of them was connected to the small silver sword by a transparent crystal silk. Yi Tianmei pointed at the small sword in the air with one hand, and it immediately flashed wildly. The other 8 long swords also rolled in silver light at the same time, expanding and shrinking as if they were echoing each other. At this time, Yi Tianmei spat out a mouthful of fragrance. She slowly closed her eyes again and continued to adjust her breath. Gradually, 1 small and 8 large, the 9 flying swords gradually returned to calmness. However, with the woman's even breathing sound, it also flickered rhythmically as if it had really become a part of Yi Tianmei's body. However, on the roof of the secret room, under the cold light below, a pale silver array also appeared with Yi Tianmei's breathing sound. 2 days later, in a rather exquisite and elegant hall in the underwater palace, Siren King in a white robe sat on the main seat in the middle of 2 rows of white jade tables and chairs. The hall was not big, and there were a few pots of unknown pale blue flowers by the window. On both sides, there were a man and a woman standing. The woman had a stunning face. She was wearing a lotus green dress. She was slim and had snow-white skin. She looked like she was in her early 20s. It was Callan. She lowered her head blankly at the moment, looking at her toes. No one knew what she was thinking. The man was white-haired and full of wrinkles. He was actually a hunchback old man who was nearly 60 years old. He was holding an account book in his hand. He was leaning sideways and reporting something to Siren King. "Sir Siren King, after you released the news that you were seriously injured in the Heaven's Retribution, it really made those sea creature clan people relax their vigilance. In the past year, we quickly cleaned up some small and medium-sized forces at the edge of the Golden Scale clan's power. Except for a few stubborn people who have been wiped out on the spot, the rest of the forces are willing to surrender to Sir Siren King and offer." But at this moment, Siren King's face suddenly changed. He raised his hand to interrupt him, then he waved his hand to signal him to retreat. The hunchback old man opened his mouth. Although he was somewhat inexplicable, he didn't dare to violate anything. He could only leave the hall in a hurry. "You also retreat first." Siren King's face was a little gloomy, and he also told the woman on the side. "Yes." Callan seemed to have just recovered from her shock. After bowing to Siren King with some fear, she hurriedly retreated. After the young man in white robe saw Callan walking out of the hall, he immediately flicked his sleeve and took out a scroll that exuded a faint silver light. After slowly opening it, the portrait of the stunning Beast King clan young woman who looked like Yi Tianmei appeared in front of him again. On the original lifelike portrait of the woman, there was a thin layer of water mist at this moment. It was much blurrier than before. At the same time, there was a faint bloody light on the young woman's body. Is it too late? If this is the case, it seems that I can't wait for another 10 years. I must find a good time as soon as possible. Siren King looked at the portrait of the beauty in front of him, and his face was uncertain for a while before he murmured. Subsequently, he put away the scroll and suddenly walked toward a stone pillar behind his seat. He made a hand sign with one hand and spat out a light blue rune at it. The rune disappeared into the pillar in a flash. With a muffled pu sound, a blue light flashed on the surface of the stone pillar, and a small black door suddenly appeared from within. The young man in a white robe moved and flashed into it without hesitation. He walked down a pale green stone staircase. As for the small door behind him, it closed with a flash of light. The young man in white robe walked in the darkness for a full 10 minutes. After a sudden light, he walked into a crystal-clear ice cave covered with ice. The ice cave was only about an acre in size, and it was completely empty. There was only a huge icicle as thick as a water tank standing in the center. In the icicle, a beautiful young woman in a white palace dress was closing her eyes slightly, and she was frozen motionlessly. The appearance of this woman was exactly the same as the portrait of the beauty in the previous scroll. After the young man in a white robe saw the woman in the icicle, the indifferent look on his face disappeared quickly. He immediately put on a kind of infatuated look and walked toward the icicle step by step. In the stone cave of the underwater mineral vein, Lu Ming was sitting with his eyes closed at the moment. The expression on his face seemed to be a little painful. Sweat drops kept sliding down his cheeks, and a trace of black gas was exuding from his body surface. There was a small black bottle on the open space in front of him. The bottle stopper had been pulled out, and it was empty. After about 10 minutes, Lu Ming's expression moved. He opened his mouth and spat out a cluster of green poisonous blood with a few black threads. After the blood fell to the ground, a stench suddenly spread in the stone cave, and the ground where it was corroded into a small hole in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath, then he released divine thought to scan the situation in his body. He frowned. Not long ago, when the 1-month deadline was up and the poison in his body acted up again, he swallowed the unknown insect egg in the small black bottle without hesitation. As a result, as soon as it entered his abdomen, it immediately turned into a cloud of stinky green liquid, and it quickly spread, wrapping Lu Ming's internal organs in it. As soon as the black mist on the internal organs touched the green liquid, the speed of its spread was forcibly suppressed. However, it was only temporarily suppressed based on the situation. It would probably break out again after a while. However, in this case, it could play a similar effect as a temporary antidote, but it couldn't really remove the poison. During the period of time when he got this unknown insect egg, he had naturally checked it many times. Although he couldn't recognize its origin, he was sure that it had not been tampered with, and it was harmless. Only then would he feel at ease to consume it. For this month's antidote, he still went to the exchange area on time to exchange. On the one hand, it was to ensure that nothing went wrong. On the other hand, he didn't want to attract others' attention. After all, since he killed Boss Shaw with a sword that day, fewer people dared to trouble him, but he also received the attention of many small and medium-sized forces. This time, since the leaders of the two major forces in the mine teamed up to escape from this place, they must have a set of thorough plans. For him now, it was naturally a good opportunity to escape from the bottom of the sea. As long as he could leave here and have a way to temporarily suppress the poison in his body, he wasn't afraid that he couldn't find the real detoxification method outside. His only concern now was that he didn't know much about the nature of Lan Shi and Yen Luo, and he was still confused about the specific escape route. Listening to the tone of Xianxuan's words, it seemed that it was also a risky thing to leave the underwater mine according to Lan Shi and Yen Luo's method. In the case of not fully understanding the overall plan, he had to make some precautions. He didn't want to be directly abandoned after being used by the other party. As Lu Ming thought of this, he seemed to think of something, and he smiled dumbfoundedly. The current situation was very similar to the time before he entered the cultivation world and escaped from Savage Island that was about to sink. At that time, among the hundreds of people who had solemnly vowed to escape the island together, only a few dozen people were able to board the small boat and survive before the island sank. These 10 or so people were all the most cunning and powerful people on Savage Island. If someone can escape from here alive, I must be one of them. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. After murmuring, he closed his eyes again. A few days later, Xianxuan appeared in the stone cave as Lu Ming expected. At this moment, the injuries he suffered during the evil disaster had completely recovered. Although his face was still a little pale, the aura he exuded was the same as when Lu Ming first saw him. "Brother Lu, counting the time, you must have made a decision, right?" Xianxuan said with a smile as soon as he saw Lu Ming. "The thing you gave me before can indeed temporarily restrain the poison of Sea Emperor pill in my body, but how long can this thing suppress the poison at a time?" Lu Ming did not directly answer Xianxuan's question, but he asked with a slight smile instead. "I only took this thing once a few months ago. According to Brother Yen Luo, it should be able to suppress the poison for half a month. The actual effect is indeed so. Although it is not as long as the antidote from the guards to suppress the poison for a long time, fortunately, the eggs can be stored for a long time." Xianxuan touched his chin after listening, then he said frankly. "In this way, as long as the quantity can be guaranteed, it is enough for us not to worry about the poison in our body for a short time. In that case, I will join." Lu Ming was not surprised by this answer, and he immediately nodded and said, "That's great. I will go back and tell Brother Yin." Xianxuan's face suddenly showed a smile. "Wait. Before that, I want to see Brother Yin and Senior Lan again. I still have some questions that I want to ask face to face. Brother Xian, please pass them on." After Lu Ming's eyes flashed, he stopped the young man and said solemnly, "Of course, Brother Lu, since Brother Lu agrees to join, even if you don't speak, they will take the initiative to meet you." Xianxuan waved his hand at Lu Ming as if he had expected it, and he promised. Then, this man left like a gust of wind. 5 days later. In a cave far from the main mineral vein of the deep-sea mineral vein, in an extremely hidden stone cave, Lu Ming, who was dressed in a grey robe, calmly stood side by side with the other two alien races with extraordinary auras. The person sitting not far in front of them was the rumored Lan Shi. It was an ordinary-looking, inconspicuous old man. His figure was slightly thin, his face was ruddy, and his eyes were slightly turbid. If one were to say that he was eye-catching, it would be his long dark blue hair and the short crystal horn on his head that was half an inch long. Lu Ming's gaze condensed, and he looked at the two arms on both sides of his body. Obviously, the rumored broken arm of the crystallization period powerhouse had now regrown through some kind of mystic arts. At this moment, Xianxia sat blankly on a stone chair in the middle, and Yan Luo with bronze skin stood next to him with a spurious smile. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned subconsciously. This scene was really unexpected. It seemed that the rumor in the mind about the difference in strength between the two was just a cover-up. Xianxia's strength was definitely above Yan Luo. Otherwise, the two would never appear in front of him. The three of you are all people who were recently recommended to me by others, and you all want to see me in person. Now that the three of you have seen me, just ask whatever you want, but I can only answer one question. It's best to think about it before you speak. Xianxia's deep eyes glanced at the three people in front of him twice, then he spoke faintly. Lu Ming and the other three glanced at each other. One of them, a green-skinned alien race muscular man with messy hair, immediately took 2 steps forward, cupped his fist and asked, "Senior Lan, I'm Sun Kuan of the Green Clan, I've known your names for a long time. Don't say anything more. Talk about your question." Xianxia interrupted his words impatiently and said in a cold voice. "I want to know where the insect eggs that Senior gave me can temporarily suppress the toxicity of Xianxia pill come from? I seem to have never heard of it. How many of these insect eggs can each person who participates in this plan get?" The Green Hunter clan muscular man surnamed Sun was startled when he saw this, but he immediately asked quickly. This is already 2 questions. Since you are the first to ask, I will make an exception and answer all of them. I have been here for more than 100 years. Through the research of the antidote components provided monthly, I finally learned a little about the habits of this Xianxia pill. After more than 10 years of painstaking breeding and hybridization, I have the spirit insect eggs you see today. Therefore, there is no such spirit insect in the outside world. As for the number. As Xianxia said until here, his voice paused, then he thought about it and continued to reply, because this insect is not easy to cultivate, and the time is limited, so I don't have too many eggs. But as long as you are sincerely willing to join my plan and promise to listen to my orders during this trip, I will provide more than 10 eggs to each of you at one time to temporarily suppress the toxicity after escaping from here. After listening, the Green Hunter clan muscular man opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but Xianxia didn't wait for him to speak. Xianxia stretched out a hand and gestured to another sea creature clan man with a gloomy face next to him to ask questions. The man was also straightforward. He just cupped his fist and asked directly, "Senior Lan, although the poison of the Xianxia pill can be temporarily suppressed. But I don't know if Senior has any countermeasure to the enchantment in the spiritual sea in our body? If there is an enchantment in our body, I'm afraid we can't leave this place easily. The bloody light cluster in your body is actually just a slightly complicated blood path enchantment. It will only activate when you leave a certain range of the mineral vein. Although it doesn't affect your life much, it can instantly seal your magic power, which is quite troublesome. However, this old man has also developed a secret technique to break it not long ago. When the time comes, as long as this old man expends some of this old man's magic power before taking action, I can help you all directly expel it from your body, forever eliminating any future troubles. Are you satisfied with this answer?" Xianxia replied without thinking when he heard the words. After listening to Xianxia's narration, the sea creature clan man was naturally overjoyed and said satisfied, then he stood aside. With such a person, everyone's attention naturally turned to the last person, Lu Ming. Lu Ming was silent for a moment before he spoke with a calm expression. "Senior Lan, when I was taken into this place, I found that the exit was heavily enchanted. Not only are there many guards patrolling, but there are also crystallization period cultivators and beastkins guarding. I'm afraid that there are also a large number of guards patrolling around the mineral vein. I wonder how Senior can ensure that you can take us out of this place safely." After listening to Lu Ming's question, Xianxia frowned slightly for the first time. After hesitating for a while, he slowly replied, "You don't have to worry about what you said. When we leave, we won't pass through the entrance of the mineral vein where we came from. It's just that this route is of great importance. You will know the specific situation in the future. It's not convenient for me to say more now. Lanxi's answer was vague. Obviously, he would not reveal the specific plan at this time. Lu Ming was naturally a little disappointed in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. After thanking him, he kept silent. But at this moment, Lanxi showed a strange smile, and his voice suddenly turned cold. Don't be happy too early, three friends. Since I have answered your questions with all my heart, then it's time for the three of you to make your own choice. Make a choice? Senior Lan, what do you mean by this? Haven't the three of us already chosen to join the plan? The Green Clan muscular man vaguely felt that something was wrong, and his face changed as he asked. Humph, it was only the three of you who were willing to join previously. I never said that I would accept all of you. To tell you the truth, because my escape method is special, the number of escapees is also limited. Now I only need to add one more companion. The conditions of the three of you are almost the same. You should be barely qualified, but because of this, only the strongest among the three of you can get my recognition and become the last important companion in my plan. As for the other two, hee. Lanxi said in the end, and his face immediately showed a cruel smile. Although he didn't finish his sentence, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that with the importance he attached to this plan, the other two people who weren't recognized would most likely die. When Lu Ming and the other two heard this, their hearts naturally sank. At this time, Yan Luo, who was standing next to the old man, frowned. He couldn't help but look at Lu Ming with an apologetic look. He seemed to be expressing to Lu Ming that he didn't know beforehand, but he didn't say anything to dissuade him in the end. Only one of the three can stay. Does Senior Lan think that we will agree to such conditions? That burly man from the Green Clan suddenly cried out in rage. But before he finished speaking, suddenly a thick arm moved like lightning, and he unexpectedly punched the Sea Creature Clan man standing next to him. The Sea Creature Clan man wanted to avoid it in a hurry, but it was too late. With a bang, his face was smashed into pieces, and his bones were exposed. How dare you? After the man yelled angrily, his eyes suddenly became blurred. His head was dizzy, and his feet staggered back a few steps. There was a poof in his sleeve, and a black smoke came out without warning. It actually condensed into a hideous black bone dagger. Under a flash, it went straight to the lower abdomen of the green-skinned muscular man. But at this moment, the Sea Creature Clan man only saw a flash of green light in front of him, and his neck was cold. After that, he felt that he was lifted into the air, but a familiar headless body appeared in front of him. Then, his vision turned black, and he lost consciousness. Just when the head of the man from the Sea Clan was chopped off by the large man from the Green Clan with a long green blade, the black bone dagger that had just pierced in front of him once again turned into a cluster of black gas and dissipated. From the muscular man shouting to suddenly beheading the ruthless Sea Creature Clan man next to him, the whole process only took a breath. It was as sudden as a flash of lightning. At this time, the headless body of the Sea Creature Clan man shook a few times and fell heavily to the ground. Lanxi just looked at everything that happened in front of him with a blank expression, but there was a hint of madness in the corner of his mouth. Yan Luo's face changed slightly, but then it returned to normal. Very well, now you are the only one left. After the Green Clan muscular man put the green long blade in front of him, he turned around with a hideous face and said to Lu Ming. This is exactly what I want to say to you. At the moment when the green-skinned muscular man suddenly made a move, Lu Ming had already silently retreated a few 10 meters away. At this moment, after seeing the other party speak like this, he replied with a yawn. Seeing this, the muscular man's eyes flashed fiercely. He didn't speak immediately, but the green long blade in his hand shook. Suddenly, countless emerald branches emerged from it. After they intertwined with each other, they turned into a huge emerald green wooden sword. At the same time, countless black thorns emerged from the sword. He just waved the giant sword in his hand at the place where Lu Ming was. Suddenly, dense black thorns shot out from the giant wooden sword. For a time, there was a burst of whistling sound. The space in front of Lu Ming was covered in overwhelming black light. The giant wooden sword in the muscular man's hand flashed in green light, and there were countless black thorns on the surface. After he shook it again, many more black lights blasted out as if they were endless. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly let out a low roar. After he clenched his fists, his body suddenly expanded in a burst of crackling sounds. His hands and the vital parts of his body were instantly covered by crimson scales. He suddenly punched forward fiercely, and a huge force immediately surged out. The black lights that blasted from the opposite side, after a tremble, were all shaken away in a burst of sharp ping-pong-pong-pong sound. Only a few that escaped the net left some white marks on some of the crimson scales. Seeing this, the Green Clan muscular man's face couldn't help but change. He shook the green wooden sword in his hand, and suddenly a few green thorns flew out from it. Under a wave of fluttering, they immediately turned into a blurry rope shadow that went straight at Lu Ming. At the same time, he leaped up, and the giant sword in his hand directly turned into a green light that slashed at Lu Ming. A sneer flashed across Lu Ming's face. After he also punched away the black lights in front of him, he stomped on the ground with one foot. With a swoosh, his figure became blurred and disappeared on the spot. At the next moment, the figure in the air shook. Lu Ming somehow broke through the green ropes and appeared directly in front of the Green Clan muscular man who was still in midair. After the black gas on his body surface rolled and condensed, a black mist dragon and a black mist tiger appeared above his head. He punched again with a hoo-hoo sound. As the muscular man was shocked, he only had time to block the giant sword in front of him and spit out a talisman that turned into a layer of green light curtain to protect himself inside. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming smashed the giant wooden sword into pieces with one punch. After another punch, his arm suddenly expanded and burst open the green light curtain. The 5 fingers that were wrapped in crimson scales flashed and directly penetrated the muscular man's chest, crushing the beating heart inside. The burly man only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream. Just as Lu Ming retracted his palm, he stumbled backwards and fell to the ground with a putong sound. After just 2 confrontations, the Green Clan muscular man was killed by Lu Ming cleanly. And because he didn't use the sword controlling technique from beginning to end, Yan Luo, who was watching the battle on the side, flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lan Shi, who was sitting on the stone chair, couldn't help but flash an unexpected expression on his face. A pair of slightly turbid eyes re-evaluated the young man in front of him. There seemed to be a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Fellow Taoist Lu is indeed extraordinary. Since you're the only one left among the 3 of us, you're naturally qualified to participate in my plan. But let me ask you again, are you really willing to join? You don't mean to force yourself? Lan Shi said slowly. I naturally want to have a chance to escape from this seabed mining area. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he replied without hesitation. Very good. Hearing Lu Ming's sensible words, Lan Shi nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand behind him. Yan Luo immediately took a bulging leather bag from his waist and threw it lightly. The bag flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood calmly in the same place. When the leather bag flew to him, he raised his hand and caught the leather bag in his hand. At the same time, Lan Shi's faint voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears again, here are 10 insect eggs and the token of my plan. You can go back and prepare now. The operation will officially start after 3 months. At that time, I will let someone send someone to inform you with the same token. During these 3 months, you don't have to waste your physical strength to mine ores. You just have to meditate and cultivate spiritual power to keep your state at its peak. As for the ores that you need to pay every month, someone will naturally pay and send you the antidote on time. After all, although the insect eggs could suppress the poison in the body, the number was not too much. Now that everyone was still in the mine, they still needed to take the monthly antidote. In this way, it could also confuse the mine guards so that they would not be suspicious. Lu Ming scanned the bag with his divine sense and found that in addition to the 10 identical small bottles, there was also a small golden shell with some mysterious runes inscribed on it. In addition, there were more than 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Although it was not a lot, it was still a considerable amount of wealth in this mine. Lu Ming naturally wouldn't be polite. After thanking him, he carefully put away the leather bag without saying a word. After cupping his fist and bidding farewell to Lan Shi, he turned around and left the stone cave. Watching Lu Ming's figure disappear at the end of the tunnel ahead, Lan Shi suddenly turned his head and asked Yan Luo on the side, "It is unexpected that this person is also a body cultivator." Moreover, his physical body seems to be quite powerful. However, is his imperial sword technique really as extraordinary as you said? It won't ruin our plans, will it? Brother Lan, don't worry. His imperial sword technique is extremely powerful. With just an inferior grade spiritual weapon flying sword, he can break the physical defense of my bronze gong spirit body. If Senior gives him the mid-grade spiritual sword, the power will be better than before. There should be no problem. Yan Luo heard the words, and he guaranteed without thinking. That's naturally the best. Just give him the spiritual sword. Lan Shi heard this, and the worries in his heart seemed to be completely removed. I don't know why, but I always feel that the strength of this person is not limited to this. He may even hide his strength. Yan Luo's eyes turned like this, and he added. Oh, why do you say that? Lan Shi's expression moved after listening to this. In order to test the true strength of this person this time, we specially found these two people. Although we are not really interested in them, they are not weak. Lu Ming can kill the Green Clan man so easily. It can be seen that he definitely has a lot of trump cards. It's impossible that he only has the imperial sword technique. Yan Luo touched his chin and said with a flicker in his eyes. What you said also makes sense. Whether he hides his strength or not, as long as we can really use him. In addition, how is the cultivation of the last batch of eggs? If it is ready, you know how to deal with those people, right? Don't leave any traces. Lan Shi nodded, then he changed the topic and asked again. I understand. This batch of eggs will mature after 2 months. If the survival rate is similar to the past, about 70%, then it should be enough to use when the plan is launched. Yan Luo replied calmly. Very well, about the selection of the host of the Forbidden Blood symbol, how is the progress? Lan Shi's eyes flickered a few times, and he asked again. The matter of the blood symbol has been selected from the slave miners according to Brother Lan's request, and they are appeased with the condition of leaving this place. As for the time, it's not up to them. Yan Luo replied respectfully, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. The forbidden blood symbol is of great importance. We still have to be very careful to ensure that there are no big mistakes. What's more, the condensation of this blood symbol must be carried out at the last step. Before that, the host must survive. Once the blood symbol is condensed, it must be used within 7 days, otherwise, it will lose its meaning. Otherwise, why would we wait until recently to find the host? Lan Shi shook his head slightly as he heard the words. Brother Lan can rest assured that I will send someone to keep an eye on them at all times. If it really doesn't work, I will extract the blood symbol from their bodies a few days before the action date. Yan Luo smiled and said very confidently. Okay, since you have considered it thoroughly, I can rest assured. Lan Shi showed satisfaction. In addition, regarding the problem of evil qi erosion, several people have recently found some methods through the analysis of the evil beast bones. Oh? Tell me about it. Lan Shi seemed to be refreshed when he heard this. Actually, we can refine those evil beast bones into a few days later, in the underwater world not far from the underwater palace, in an inconspicuous building made of huge blue stone. In a dark secret room under the building. A Beast King clan muscular man with a purple sarcoma on his head and a slightly hideous face was sitting on the only black wooden chair in the room with a gloomy face. It was the crystallization period Beast King clan named Jiao Chan who brought Lu Ming into the deep sea mineral vein. A mysterious man covered in a grey robe stood in front of him, reporting something to him. According to you, after 3 months, Lan Shi, this old guy, will start to act? Very well, if it weren't for the sake of his relationship with Sir Siren King, how can I let him live so comfortably in the mine? When I catch him on the spot, I will immediately abolish his cultivation and let him experience the feeling of living a life worse than death. At that time, Sir Siren King will not blame us for this. After Jiao Chan listened, he suddenly smiled hideously. Listening to his tone, he seemed to be an old acquaintance of Lan Shi, and he seemed to have a deep grudge against him. Seeing this, the mysterious man didn't say anything, but his eyes flickered as he looked at the muscular man in front of him. Humph, you can rest assured that as long as the news is confirmed to be true, I will guarantee your freedom after the matter is completed. Are you afraid that I will break my promise? Jiao Chan saw the mysterious man in front of him was silent, and he promised with a cold snort. When the mysterious man heard this, he cupped his fist and retreated silently. Looking at the figure of the mysterious man retreating, Jiao Chan took out a jade disc array with one hand. He made a gesture and pointed at it. Immediately, the surface of the disc array flashed with a milky white light, and a line of small words flashed into it. Then, the burly man suddenly stood up and strode straight out of the secret room. It was a hidden cave in an underwater mine. It was very remote and rarely visited by people. The entrance of the only passage connected to this cave was also full of countless boulders. Even if a slave miner passed by, he would mistake it as an abandoned mineral vein and turn away. It was precisely in such a cave that stood a stone house. The inside of the stone house was not big, it was only 80 meters in size. In the center, there was a small array with a diameter of 20 meters. It was condensed by blue runes, emitting circles of faint blue light. From time to time, an inexplicable aura faintly overflowed from it. The array was inlaid with more than a dozen fist-sized intermediate-grade spirit stones. An old man was standing in the center of the array with a solemn expression. His dark blue hair was fluttering without wind. He was the only crystallization period powerhouse here, Xianxia. At this moment, he was holding a crystal-clear crystal mirror in his hand. He kept chanting, then he made a gesture and launched a white light into the array. In the next moment, a burst of spiritual light flashed on the surface of the array, and there were faint milky white light spots flying out. They turned into strands of pure energy, slowly gathering in the crystal mirror, and finally went into it in a flash. As more and more light spots gathered, the crystal mirror in the old man's hand gradually flashed. Suddenly, the old man stopped chanting. As his expression moved slightly, he suddenly threw the crystal mirror in his hand in front of him. At the same time, he stretched out a finger and gently drew in the air. After the crystal mirror became blurred, it suddenly turned into a blue light ball and floated in front of him. Poof, the spirit patterns in the array under his feet flashed. At the same time, 8 thumb-thick blue light beams were ejected from it, instantly connecting with the light ball. Suddenly, the blue light ball condensed, and the crystal mirror appeared again. At the same time, the light on the surface turned, and it grew wildly out of thin air. It instantly turned into a 10 meters huge mirror. The old man opened his mouth and spouted a cloud of energy on the giant mirror. Immediately, a layer of blue mist emerged on the surface of the mirror, and a vague figure gradually appeared. The figure was covered in a blue robe from head to toe. The face couldn't be seen at all, but it was vaguely a graceful woman. Tell me, this is the last crystal mirror in my hand. From the beginning to the end of the operation, you and I will no longer be able to contact each other. Xianxia looked carefully at the blurred figure of the woman in the crystal mirror. After confirming that the other party was correct, he said slowly with a blank expression. I know it even if you don't say it. The crystal mirror is so precious that even I don't have a few in my hands. If it weren't to keep in touch with you, I wouldn't use this treasure at all. But it is enough. Our clan is ready at this moment, and we only need the final push. The bigger the momentum of your action, the better. As long as you can involve some of Siren King's men and weaken the power of the underwater palace guards, our clan will have a greater chance of success. Of course, if you can attract 1 or 2 more crystallization period Beast King clan, it will be even better. The woman in the crystal mirror said in a pleasant voice. Attract 1 or 2 crystallization period powerhouses? You really dare to say that? If there are 3 or 4 crystallization period powerhouses, I'm afraid I will die here even if I have a backup plan. Needless to say, as long as the plan is launched, the momentum here will definitely not be small, but how many people can be attracted by then is not something I can control. Xianxia said coldly with his hands behind his back. For this plan, our clan has been preparing for many years, plus some lucky coincidences, we can finally put it into practice. So, we can only succeed, we can't fail. The specific time of your action must be launched according to the agreed time. It is absolutely not allowed to be earlier or later. The woman in the crystal mirror didn't care about Xianxia's answer and said. You have said this many times before, so I naturally know the importance of it. That person actually dares to collude with Jiao Chan, who is responsible for guarding the mineral vein. If I hadn't been reminded by you many years ago, I'm afraid I would really be betrayed by him, and I might not even know it. This time, I must let him know the price of betraying me. Xianxi's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said with a hint of ferociousness. You are not simple either. You can actually come up with such an escape plan, and you can make everyone else believe it. Then, you secretly leaked the news and perfectly cooperated with us. It's just a pity that those slave miners trusted you so much. I'm afraid they still don't know what is going on until they die. The woman in the crystal mirror suddenly giggled and said. They are dreaming. If it is so easy to escape, why would I be trapped here for hundreds of years? But if you didn't provide me with this kind of spiritual worm cultivation formula, I wouldn't be able to make others believe so smoothly. Xianxi's eyes flickered, and his expression returned to normal. It's fine as long as you know. If it weren't for the fact that you possess half of our bloodline, I wouldn't have contacted you back then. After the deed is done, we'll make you an elder of the race according to our agreement, and you'll enjoy the benefits of the race from then on, the woman in the crystal mirror said. I hope so. Xianxia replied lightly. In addition, I don't care about the others, but you must rescue the pure-blood royal family member of our clan who is stranded here. If you do this well, the clan will naturally give you other benefits. The woman in the crystal mirror seemed to have thought of something again, and she added in a rather solemn tone. Humph, if it wasn't to save her, why would I break my arm to deal with the evil beast of the crystallization period? Isn't that asking for trouble? Do you really think he can help me get out of here? Xianxi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he asked calmly. Then I'll have to trouble you, Brother Lan, the woman in the mirror said with a sigh. So the two talked a few more times. After discussing some details, the crystal mirror and the spirit stone at the edge of the magic circle suddenly shattered at the same time with a bang. The woman's figure disappeared into the air together. Seeing this, Xianxia turned and left blankly. After pushing the stone door open, he walked to the corner on the side of the cave. Before walking to the rock wall, his arm suddenly became blurred, and he slapped a few times on the rock wall like lightning. After a bang, a stone door suddenly appeared on the rock wall in front of him. After pushing it open, Xianxia entered another very secret stone room. The room was inlaid with some fluorescent stones that emitted light, and on a high platform in the center, there was a small altar with a diameter of several 10 meters. A small four-edged stone pillar was erected in the center of the altar. It was as black as ink. On the surface of the altar, there were circles of faint silver spirit patterns. They were dense, almost covering every inch of the altar. At the edge, there were several black crystal stones inlaid. Xianxia walked slowly to the altar. After praying, he raised his hand solemnly and made a strange gesture. The spirit patterns on the surface of the altar in front of him suddenly lit up. A dazzling white light beam suddenly burst out from the stone pillar, rushing straight to the top of the altar for more than 100 meters. Seeing this, Xianxia suddenly spat out a black token, and it turned into a cloud of black mist that went into the light beam. After the light beam shook for a while, a ghostly howl came out from it. The pillar of light then disappeared, only to be replaced by an indistinct black ghostly face that let loose a low roar toward the elderly man before disappearing again in a flash. 1.5 months passed in a flash. During this period, the deep-sea mineral vein was calm as if the previous evil disaster had never appeared at all. Lu Ming had no other gains except killing several evil beasts and obtaining some evil beast materials. He used the bones of these evil beasts to refine a bone wind, all at the cost of spirit stones. At the end of the month, a slave miner came to the door of the stone cave where he was. After throwing the antidote pill for the month, he turned around and left without saying a word. Lu Ming naturally put it away without hesitation. For the rest of the time, he stayed in the stone cave to adjust his breath, accumulate spiritual power, and adjust his body and mind to the peak state. A few days later, an uninvited guest came to the stone cave. Lu Ming looked at the middle-aged human man in a leather robe in front of him without saying a word, and he frowned slightly. The person in front of him was one of Yan Luo's confidants whom he met that day. After the man in the leather robe looked at Lu Ming blankly, he suddenly flicked his wrist, and a golden object flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming reached out and took a look. It was a golden shell. As his mind moved, he took out another golden shell with his other hand. When he put the two together, it was a perfect fit. There was no gap at all. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, then he put it on his forehead. The runes on the shelf flowed, and Lan Shi's voice sounded in his ears at the same time. After listening to these words, Lu Ming couldn't help but be shocked. What? Let us gather now? The plan is advanced, and we will start immediately. After Lu Ming moved the golden shell away from his forehead, he stared at the other party and asked word by word. The man in the leather robe nodded expressionlessly. Lu Ming's thoughts turned quickly for a while. His eyes flickered. After weighing the importance of it, he took a long breath and said, "If that's the case, let's go." Half a day later. After passing through some hidden passages that he had never been through, Lu Ming finally came to a long and narrow cave in the deepest part of the mineral vein under the leadership of the middle-aged man. Along the way, Lu Ming vaguely learned from the conversation with the middle-aged man that the action was advanced. It seemed that the plan might be exposed, so they had to act in advance. As for the specific problem, the middle-aged man also didn't know. After Lu Ming entered the cave, he looked around and found that in addition to the entrance, there was also a passage at the other end in the distance, but it was vaguely covered by a layer of white mist. In the cave, there were already more than 20 people gathered there. Everyone looked dignified and worried. Among them were Xianxia, the Golden Scale clan girl, and the woman named Xianxia and others. Unexpectedly, Yan Luo and Lan Shi were not there. After the middle-aged man brought Lu Ming to this place, he walked away by himself and occupied the place with the others. After Lu Ming's expression moved, he also walked slowly to Xianyuan's side, and his lips moved slightly as he asked with a voice transmission, "Brother Xian, did you get any news from Yan Luo? Is this plan really exposed?" "Brother Lu, I was also brought here by others, but I was a little earlier than you. I didn't receive any news in advance. And during this time I haven't seen Yan Luo." Xianyuan smiled bitterly, and he also replied with a voice transmission. After listening, Lu Ming's mouth twitched slightly, then he stood side by side with Xianyuan and Lan Shi. As time passed, people were constantly being brought into the cave. When they saw familiar people in the cave, they couldn't hide the surprise in their eyes. Obviously, many people had never formally met before. When there were more than 30 people gathered, a blue-scale clan man in the crowd suddenly walked to the front, cupped his fist and announced loudly to everyone, "You are all companions selected by Senior Lan. Please wait here for a while. Senior is already on his way here, and he will arrive soon to discuss the escape plan with you. Senior Lan gathered us and said that the plan is advanced, and now you let us wait here in vain. Shouldn't you give us an explanation?" A muscular man with his arms crossed asked gloomily. "I also don't know what Senior Lan's plan is. As for the explanation, when Senior Lan arrives, you can ask him yourself. I'm just responsible for passing the message. Don't find the wrong person." The Blue Scale Clan Sea Creature Clan replied with a sneer. After the muscular man snorted, his face was a little uncertain, but he didn't say anything more. When Lu Ming and others saw this, they all had different expressions, and none of them took the initiative to say something. After an hour, there was a sound of footsteps at another entrance. After the gray and white mist tumbled violently, a figure emerged and walked out in a few steps. Everyone's gazes swept over with a whoosh, but when they saw who it was, they all turned pale with fright. The owner of the figure was the initiator of this plan, the only local crystallization period powerhouse, Lan Shi. He was holding a soft bronze-skinned person in his hand. It was actually Yan Luo. "It's Brother Yan." "Senior Lan, what do you mean?" As soon as he saw this situation, there was a commotion in the crowd, causing the surrounding gray mist to tumble. Several people immediately stood up, and someone asked on the spot. Lu Ming was also very surprised, but he calmly glanced at several people. He immediately recognized that these people were Yan Luo's confidants whom he had met at the Iron Alliance station before. The middle-aged man in leather robe who brought him here was also among them. Xianyuan, who was standing next to him, looked very ugly after seeing the face of the person in Lan Shi's hand. Obviously, he was also unprepared for this sudden scene. "What do you mean?" "Hee, if I didn't discover it early, I'm afraid you will be betrayed without knowing it. Otherwise, why would I take the risk and suddenly advance the plan? As for the specific situation, you can ask Mr. Yan Luo." After Lan Shi snorted coldly, He flicked his wrist and threw the person in his hand directly to the ground. A bang sound was heard. Yan Luo's face was down, and his body fell to the ground like a puddle of soft mud. He lay motionless, and in just a few seconds a series of chain-like emerald green spirit patterns appeared on his bronze-colored skin, and it flashed with a faint aura. It instantly spread all over his body, and it wandered like a living creature. It was really weird, as the spirit inscriptions flickered, even its aura became faintly discernible. Obviously, Xianxia had planted an enchantment on Yan Luo at this time. For a while, the scene was silent. Everyone's face showed an unbelievable expression. Yan Luo's confidants who were filled with righteous indignation before couldn't help but be a little surprised at the moment. They shut their mouths tightly and didn't dare to say a word. "Brother Yan, is what Senior Lan said true?" After Xianxuan's face changed a few times, he finally took 2 steps forward and asked Yan Luo on the ground, but his words couldn't help trembling. As if hearing Xianxuan's question, Yan Luo, who was originally lying on the ground, moved a finger, then he stood up little by little under the gaze of everyone. Seeing that Yan Luo, who was famous for his physical strength, even had difficulty standing at this moment, many people's faces changed slightly. They looked at Xianxia with deep fear. Yan Luo's hair was disheveled at this moment, and his face was a little pale. He barely managed to stand firm. With a pair of lifeless eyes, he slowly glanced at the people in front of him. Finally, his gaze fell on Xianxuan, and he said faintly, "Xianxia is right. I contacted the mine guards and reported your every move. It has been like this for a few years." Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this. Xianxuan's face was even paler. The people present today naturally had high hopes for the escape plan. Otherwise, they would not join this plan. Even a considerable number of Iron Alliance's confidants were directly recommended by Yan Luo. Now that he had taken the initiative to reveal the plan to the mine guards, how could they not be furious? "Yan Luo, you invited us here and colluded with the guards. What are you trying to do? We trusted you so much and worked so hard for you, but you colluded with the guards." For a time, doubts and curses lingered in the crowd. The eyes of others looking at Yan Luo were even more ferocious. For everyone's performance, Xianxia had already expected it, but he just looked on coldly with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Yan Luo suddenly grinned and laughed wildly. His eyes were full of madness. Everyone was shocked, and they suddenly quieted down. After the laughter stopped, Yan Luo suddenly straightened his body and said with an arrogant expression, "You people, do you really think there is a way to escape? It's ridiculous." Everyone was stunned when they heard it. They didn't know what Yan Luo meant for a while. But a sea creature clan member took a step forward and said with a sneer, "You've already been deserted by everyone, and you've lost everyone's trust. Do you think anyone will believe you when you speak such nonsense? Humph, since it has come to this, I don't have to hide anything. The escape route that Xianxia said is completely impossible to pass. Xianxia has been deceiving you since the beginning of this plan. Although I don't know what his true purpose is, since he deceived me first, what's wrong with me trying to find a way to survive? It's just that I didn't expect that his true strength is really above me. Now that I am not as good as him, I have nothing to say. But soon, you will come down to accompany me together. You won't be too lonely on the road to hell." Yan Luo became more and more excited as he spoke. His voice was full of indescribable madness. As soon as these words came out, the originally noisy crowd suddenly quieted down again, but everyone's eyes all fell on the blue-haired old man standing behind Yan Luo. Their eyes were full of shock, suspicion, and other expressions. Seeing this situation, Xianxia's mouth snorted slightly. He raised one hand and slapped forward in the air. Pung! Yan Luo's head was smashed by a hard blow, and red and white things splashed on the ground. At the next moment, the emerald green spirit patterns on the skin of Yan Luo's headless corpse suddenly flashed wildly. After a burst of expansion and contraction, the original bronze skin began to dim, and the flesh and blood quickly shriveled. In an instant, a headless corpse fell to the ground lightly. Xianxia glanced at the people present, and his face showed a spurious smile again, but his eyes were extremely cold. He slowly said, "In fact, when I started planning this plan, I had already discovered that Yan Luo's intention was not right. He secretly colluded with the mine guards, but seeing that he is the master of a major force and still has some value, I let him live for a while. During this period, I also gave him a lot of opportunities, but unfortunately, he is still stubborn. Therefore, I have never told him the real escape method, so that he mistakenly thought that this plan was impossible to achieve. As for the real escape method, when everyone in the cave heard this, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. But after Lanxi's voice paused, his tone suddenly became cold. You will wait here for a few more days, then you will know the result. As for those who don't want to wait, feel free to do so. Then the crystallization period powerhouse sat cross-legged on the ground and meditated on his own. Seeing this situation, everyone present couldn't help but look at each other. Although they didn't know who deceived who first between Lanxi and Yan Luo, and they didn't know if the escape route that Lanxi said really existed, they naturally wouldn't delve into it since things had come to this. As for Lanxi's last words, it was mostly just a casual remark. If anyone really wanted to leave, with his ruthless character and Yan Luo's example, the outcome could be imagined. Not long after, the people who were originally gathered together also sat cross-legged on the ground in groups of 3 to 5. They were either whispering to each other or meditating on their own. After Xianxia sighed, he flicked his sleeves, and a fireball flew out. Boom, it hit Yan Luo's headless corpse and turned it into ashes. Then, with a gloomy expression, he found another corner and closed his eyes to rest, ignoring everyone. Lu Ming had been watching everything that happened. Although his expression did not change, he looked at Lanxi, who looked confident not far away. After raising his eyebrows, he immediately walked toward a place with fewer people. 2 days later, outside a secret room in the underwater palace. An ugly woman with dark blue skin in a red robe appeared at the entrance of the passage leading to the secret room with several Beast King clan maids holding red cloves. When they were still a short distance from the door of the secret room, the maids suddenly stopped under the gesture of the ugly woman. Fairy Yi, Siren King summons you. Please quickly change into the clothes that I brought for you, and quickly follow me to see him. The ugly woman shouted and transmitted her voice to the room. After a long while, Yi Tianmei's cold voice came from the room. Siren King suddenly summons me. What is the matter? I don't know this. Fairy, please open the door and change your clothes. Siren King has been waiting for a long time. The ugly woman urged impatiently. It seems that this Siren King doesn't intend to give me too long. But fortunately, 2 days ago, I finally completed the sacrificial refining of the sword array. Now there is no need to see him. After a long while, Yi Tianmei's cold voice came from the secret room again. How dare you, what did you say? When the ugly woman heard this, she immediately realized that something was wrong. After reprimanding with a changed expression, she immediately flipped her hand, and a green talisman appeared in her palm. She was about to crush it. But at this moment, the stone door that seemed to be thick and flashing with a faint white light suddenly burst open. In the splashing gravel, a silver rainbow flew out at lightning speed. After another blur, another 8 silver long swords appeared in the nearby air. They turned into countless silver threads that engulfed the ugly woman and the Beast King clan maids behind her. After a scream, the ugly woman and these Beast King clan maids were directly cut into countless pieces of minced meat. The entire passage was instantly shrouded by clouds of blood mist, and it was filled with a thick bloody smell. As the dense silver threads condensed, they once again turned into 8 silver long swords hanging in the air, making a buzzing sound. Then another silver light flew out from the room, and it turned into a cluster of silver light that soared into the sky with the other 8 flying swords. It instantly penetrated the layers of bluestone floors and the layers of enchantments that covered the entire palace, rushing straight to the light blue light curtain above. At this moment, somewhere in the underwater palace, Siren King's gloomy voice suddenly came from Flying Sword Technique. Fairy Yi, if you want to run away from me so easily, you are a bit delusional. As soon as Siren King's voice sounded, the space above the palace fluctuated. A giant hand of 100 meters in size emerged in the blue light flashing, pressing at the silver light cluster below. Before it fell, the powerful power contained in the giant hand had shrouded everything within 1,000 meters below. Yi Tianmei, who was in the silver light, only felt that the surrounding air was tight, and her escape speed suddenly stopped. At the same time, the giant sword under her feet trembled without any warning, causing her to stumble and almost fall. Yi Tianmei's jade face was cold. Crystal light flowed in her beautiful eyes. She made a gesture and uttered the word quick. The 8 silver long swords around her suddenly flashed, and they all merged into the giant sword under her feet. Under the combination of the 9 swords, an acre of silver light array appeared under her feet. As countless silver runes danced in it, a silver light beam as thick as a water tank rose into the sky. Poof, the silver light beam suddenly turned into a sky-piercing silver sword. With a flash, it easily split the giant blue hand from the middle. Then the sky-piercing giant sword became blurred again, and it turned into a crystal rainbow that penetrated the blue light curtain of the underwater world and escaped to the surface of the sea. A crisp cracking sound came from below. The big hand that was cut into 2 instantly shattered like a collapsing soil, turning into spots of silver crystal light that disappeared in the air. At the same time, in the ice cave of the underwater palace, next to the icicle of the frozen woman, Siren King's real body stood aside. He held the icicle with one hand and made some kind of gesture with the other. At the moment when the giant hand above the palace was defeated, his figure trembled. He immediately opened his eyes, and his face was full of anger. After looking deeply at the beautiful woman in the icicle in front of him, his body moved, and he disappeared in a phantasm. After a while, a dragon roar resounded through the sky from the palace, then a light blue dragon with the size of 100 meters rushed out, chasing in the direction of Yi Tianmei's escape. There was a twisted blue horn on the dragon's head. Its body was covered with light blue scales. Green lightning intertwined and flickered on its body surface. It looked like a real dragon from a distance. Its momentum was astonishing. With just a few shakes of its head and tail, it also appeared in front of the enchantment above the underwater world. It instantly passed through it and rushed to the surface of the sea. In a blink of an eye, the silver crystal rainbow had rushed out of the thousands of meters deep seabed and appeared on the surface of the sea. It pierced through the huge waves of more than 1,000 meters and blasted in a certain direction. After a while, a huge wave was set off on the surface of the sea that had just calmed down. A blue dragon soared into the sky with a gust of wind and rain. After circling in the air, it flew toward the silver crystal rainbow with a serious gaze. The crystal rainbow transformed by Yi Tianmei in front seemed to be aware of the dragon's close pursuit. There was a clear and long cry from it. Dense silver runes immediately appeared in the silver light, and they burst open one after another, turning into waves of astonishing fluctuations. The crystal rainbow immediately shone dazzlingly. After a flash, it suddenly appeared 700 meters away. Its speed was more than twice as fast as before. Seeing this situation, the blue dragon that was chasing behind first showed a surprised look in its eyes, but it immediately let out a dragon roar after a trace of ruthlessness flashed. The next moment, after its body suddenly became blurred, a circle of dazzling blue light burst out from its body, and it turned into an overwhelming blue light wave that drowned it. After that, the blue light wave chased after it. Its speed was also increased by more than half. In the blink of an eye, the two disappeared from the nearby sea without a trace. What? Siren King actually left the Sea Emperor Palace alone? It's wonderful. God is really helping our clan. Pass down the order, the 6 hall masters immediately start to take action. First destroy the Sea Emperor Palace, then destroy Siren King. When we take down his lair and his henchmen first, let's see how he can fight with our clan alone. Deep under the sea, far away from the Sea Emperor Palace, a majestic sea creature clan old man with a fishtail and a golden crown on his head immediately laughed after hearing the report of a sea creature clan guard who was half kneeling in front of him. Yes, your majesty. The sea creature clan guard immediately responded and retreated. Humph, Siren King? After I catch you, I will seize your Jin Dan and refine your true spirit. It will help me break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and become the real king of the sea region. The sea creature clan old man's eyes flashed as he looked at the direction of the Sea Emperor Palace, and he murmured. He couldn't hide the excitement on his face. After the time it took to finish a meal, the originally calm sea region suddenly boiled. With a burst of rumbling sounds, the sea began to surge wildly. Waves of huge waves rolled up to 100 meters, and huge island-like sea beasts emerged from it. Most of these sea beasts were covered with spiritual scales, and their huge mouths were full of fangs. As they swallowed, the sea was tumbling. As soon as they emerged, they began to break the waves in a certain direction. On the wide back of the giant beast, there were rows of sea creature clan guards wearing armor and holding green tridents. Their armor was shining with a circle of blue halo under the reflection of the scorching sun. Looking from a distance, the blue lights were rising and falling one after another. The momentum was extremely amazing. In the farther horizon, after a burst of birds chirping, many dense black sea beasts appeared, and they became clearer at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was the black beastkin that Lu Ming had seen on the sea previously. They flew toward the sea beasts in bursts of wind. Not long after these black beastkin flew over overwhelmingly, there was a loud buzzing sound behind them, causing the sea below to tremble. Then a black shadow appeared in the distant sky. There were more than a dozen huge flying boats the size of a hill. These giant boats were 3,000 to 4,000 meters long. The surface was inscribed with beautiful blue spirit patterns, and there were black spikes of several 10 meters long everywhere. They looked very ferocious. On the deck of the giant ship, human figures were moving. One could vaguely see a number of fully armed blue-armored soldiers. They were densely arranged in a neat square formation. Their killing intent soared into the sky. One look and one could tell that they were elite soldiers. At the front of one of the giant boats, a woman in a colorful robe was standing on it. It was the Sea Region royal family pseudo-pellet state powerhouse, Xianxia, who appeared once on Yunchuan Island. Behind her, there were more than a dozen sea creature clan people with red, blue, and silver scales on their faces. Everyone looked dignified, and the aura they exuded was extremely powerful. They were the crystallization period powerhouses of the Yunchuan three clans. In the depths of the sea on the other side, there were several black shadows with amazing aura. They were silently swimming toward the underwater palace. One of them was a huge black shadow. It was a giant octopus with lavender demonic patterns all over its body. It had 8 tentacles, and each of them was more than 1,000 meters long. In front of its head, there was an extremely beautiful woman's face, but her eyes were flashing with green light. There was no expression at all. At the same time, in a seemingly unusually tall pavilion near the underwater palace, a woman in a red dress stood in a shadow on a certain floor, looking at a disc flashing with pale silver text in her hand. A hint of madness flashed in her eyes. Hee hee, I didn't expect your Sea Region royal family majesty to be so decisive. As soon as Siren King left, he is ready to fight. In this case, you and I have to start taking action. These days, I have secretly helped you to get rid of many other Beastkin clan powerhouses who wanted to target you just for this day. The woman chuckled and turned around. After her face appeared from the shadow, it turned out to be Chili, the Beastkin clan crystallization period powerhouse. Not far behind her, there was another beautiful woman with snow-white skin. Her face was full of strange expression, but it was Callan. I am naturally grateful that you can protect my innocence, but I can't understand why you, as a Beastkin clan and a confidant of Siren King, betrayed him and joined our clan early. If you didn't use the crystal mirror to personally contact the seniors in the clan and talk to me, I wouldn't believe you at all. Callan asked slowly. It's not up to a sea creature clan little girl to ask about my matter. If it weren't for your succubus physique, which is still useful to me, I wouldn't care about your life or death. Well, now that your Sea Region royal family has started to take action, we are going to take action too. Remember to listen to my instructions. By the way, I also have to send a message to the guy in the mine to let him take action to distract the guard's attention. At this moment, the more chaotic it is, the better. Chili glared at Jialan and said. She suddenly took out a crystal ball that was half an inch in size with a crystal clear surface from her arms, and she crushed it. Poof! A bean-sized crystal rune appeared out of thin air. After it swayed in the wind, it became the size of a bamboo hat, and it disappeared into the air in a flash. Let's go. Chili instructed, then she walked down the attic. A crystal light flashed in Jialan's beautiful eyes. After biting her red lips, she still followed. At the same time, in the hidden cave deep in the underwater mineral vein, Lu Ming and others were still waiting quietly. Suddenly, there was an inaudible crisp sound in the air. Lan Shi, who was sitting alone at one end of the cave, had a half-inch size crystal ball hanging on his waist burst into pieces in a flash. Such a scene naturally attracted the attention of others. Many people opened their eyes and looked at the old man in front of them. There was a hint of doubt in their eyes. But this crystallization period powerhouse just looked down at the empty rope on his waist, then he showed a hint of sarcasm on his face. He didn't explain anything and closed his eyes again. Although Lu Ming and others were full of doubts, seeing this situation, they could only look at each other. No one really asked anything. The entire cave was in an extremely strange atmosphere at the moment. Half an hour later. Above the deep-sea world governed by Siren King, outside the light blue light curtain 1,000 meters above the seabed, there was an endless deep blue sea. Between the waves, every few miles, some Beast King clan guards riding giant blue sharks could be seen patrolling back and forth. Most of these guards were wearing green tight leather clothes, with short blades on their backs and long spears in their hands. At this moment, in a team of guards on the sea, 2 younger Beast King clan guards were patrolling back and forth along a fixed route under the leadership of a muscular man with a black demonic pattern on his face. They were talking about the amazing scene they had just seen. Siren King actually showed his true body this time. His aura is really amazing. This is the first time I have seen it since I have been a guard for a few years. One of the blue-skinned young Beast King clan guards said with excitement. Yeah, Siren King is the only Jin Dan state powerhouse in our sea region. He is the real king of the sea. His true body is a blue crystal dragon. It is said that his bloodline also inherited a trace of the ancient true dragon bloodline. I don't know who is in the silver rainbow that appeared just now. It actually made him so angry. Another Beast King clan guard said so. His eyes were full of admiration. Humph, what do you know? The previous crystal rainbow is clearly some kind of extremely brilliant sword controlling technique. As far as I know, there is no such sword cultivator powerhouse in our deep-sea Beast King clan. It is most likely the crystallization period female sword cultivator who entered here half a year ago. A Beast King clan muscular man said with a cold snort. What, isn't this woman the rumored dual cultivation partner chosen by Siren King? Why did she run out of the sea palace and let Siren King chase her personally? The previous young Beast King clan was taken aback, and he said in amazement. It's really a bit strange, who is it? Another young Beast King clan guard still wanted to say something, but the Beast King clan muscular man's face suddenly turned gloomy. The giant fork in his hand suddenly shook toward the distance, and he groaned at the same time. The 2 Beast King clan guards were shocked. They immediately raised their heads and glanced at the depths of the sea ahead. In the seawater about 1,000 feet away, there was a red light that had appeared out of nowhere. As it flashed, it was shooting toward them. Commander Luo, it's bad. Something big has happened. Before the escape light arrived, a panicked voice came from it. Oh, so it's Brother Yen. Exactly what has happened to make you so flustered? Aren't you supposed to patrol the perimeter? The Beast King clan burly man took a closer look and saw the person clearly. He put away the giant fork in his hand and asked in surprise. Not good, we've discovered the Sea Race's army 200 miles away. They're coming our way, and they'll arrive here soon. The escape light arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. As the light faded, a skinny Beast King clan young man with green hair appeared in it. He said quickly with a panicked expression. What? There's such a thing? At this moment, Lord Sea Monarch was not in the Sea Monarch Palace. But how many Sea Race clan are there? The Beast King clan burly man's face suddenly changed as he asked hurriedly. I can't tell clearly. In short, there are many. Even the Golden Scale clan, the Sea Region royal family, has appeared in the enemy's army. Even the people of the top 10 tribes of the Sea Race have been discovered. The green-haired Beast King clan young man reported in horror. The Golden Scale clan and the top 10 tribes of the Sea Race have all appeared. I will send a warning immediately. You immediately gather the other brothers and return to the underwater enchantment immediately. Since the Sea Race has come out in full force this time, it is impossible for us to delay and stop them. The Beast King clan burly man sucked in a breath of cold air, and then gave a decisive command. He raised his hand, took out a small turquoise conch, and made a gesture with one hand. A white light flashed into it. The next moment, a shrill scream suddenly came from the conch, and it went deep into the deep sea for tens of thousands of meters. At the same time, the Beast King clan guards, who were originally scattered within 100 miles, gathered together and rushed to the underwater world crazily. At the same time, the entire underwater world was also in chaos. Teams of Beast King clan guards rushed out of various buildings on the seabed. In the blink of an eye, the sky above the originally calm underwater world was densely packed with Beast King clan guards. Everyone had a vigilant look on their faces. A tense atmosphere could be felt from a distance. In every corner of the underwater world, arrays appeared one after another, causing all kinds of fluctuations to be emitted in the nearby air. Under bursts of flashing lights, dense enchantments of various colors immediately appeared out of thin air outside the blue light curtain of the underwater world. For a time, the entire underwater world was illuminated in various colors. After a while, outside the conference hall of the Sea Emperor Palace, 8 escape lights with powerful aura flashed into it almost at the same time. They were the crystallization period generals under Siren King. After hearing the alarm, they had gathered as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Of course, these Beast King clan powerhouses only occupied a small part of the crystallization period generals under Siren King. More Beast King clan powerhouses were all stationed at other strongholds at this moment, or they went out to perform tasks. They couldn't rush back here for a while. In the conference hall, the lights were brightly lit. Xianxia in a green robe looked gloomy. He listened to the previous Beast King clan muscular man reporting the news about the Sea Creature clan army without saying a word. There were also 7 Beast King clan people with the same powerful aura standing behind him. Outrageous, the location of the Sea Emperor Palace has always been extremely secretive. How can it be exposed suddenly? A short Beast King clan man was furious after listening to the report of the muscular man of Beast King clan. Needless to say, there must be an outsider who leaked the location of this place. I originally believed that apart from the demon race, Lord Demon King's subordinates didn't need any other foreign races. Otherwise, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Another white-haired old man with a sharp voice said with a cold snort. This is not the time to complain. Now that Sir Siren King is not here, only a few of us can barely preside over the overall situation. The most urgent thing is to immediately send a message to the other nearby strongholds so that other colleagues can come to help. As long as we hold on a little, we can wait for the reinforcements. Of course, we must also contact Sir Siren King in time. Several Beast King clan powerhouses nodded one after another. Then someone took out a few white jade disc-like magical weapons and began to cast a spell to connect. However, a strange scene happened. Aside from the initial buzzing from the formation plates, all of the spiritual light emanating from them faded, and there was no further reaction. Not good, someone used enchantment to block all the nearby areas. All long-distance communication is interfered with, and it can't be transmitted smoothly. Among them, a crystallization period Beast King clan who was good at array immediately exclaimed. As a result, these Beast King clan powerhouses all had a drastic change in their expressions. It seems that the Sea Creature clan has been planning this attack for a long time, and there is a high-level betrayal of Sir Siren King. Otherwise, this will never happen. After Xianxia was shocked and angry, he immediately had a hint of realization. Xianxia, what should we do now? If Sir Siren King can't return, and the reinforcements from other stations can't arrive, it is impossible for us to resist the Sea Creature clan army alone. A Beast King clan muscular man with thick black hair on his face looked uncertain, and he said hesitantly. Xianxia also looked dignified, but after a little thought, he suddenly gritted his teeth. As his arm became blurred, he pulled out a few inches long emerald green feather from his body. Everyone, don't worry. This feather was formed by me sacrificing my blood for hundreds of years. There are only 3 of them in my body. As long as I use it with my unique mystic arts, I should be able to communicate with Sir Siren King in a short time, but this casting process may take some time. But as long as Sir Siren King can rush back in time, we will have nothing to worry about. Xianxia's eyes slowly swept across the people in front of him, and he explained. As soon as this remark came out, all the Beast King clan powerhouses were overjoyed. They immediately patted their chest and said that they would try their best to buy time for him to cast the spell. So after a little discussion, everyone dispersed and flew away from the Sea Emperor Palace in escape lights. After Xianxia hesitated for a while, he turned around and strode toward the depths of the palace. On the way, he suddenly took out a jade token and made a gesture. A line of small words flashed into it, but after a while, there was still no response. Strange, Chili should not have a mission to go out. She didn't come to the hall to gather before, and there is no response at all at this moment. Qing looked at the disc array in his hand, and he muttered to himself. He couldn't help but have a hint of surprise in his heart. Then he put away the jade pendant without thinking much, pushed the door into a room, and stopped in front of a wall hanging a landscape painting. Qing tapped a few times in the air with one hand. After a few green lights flashed into it, the landscape painting split apart, revealing a dark secret room. The secret room was only 30 to 40 meters in size. There was nothing except for a small array inscribed in the middle. Qing walked to the front of the array blankly. As he flicked his sleeves, several fist-sized green crystal stones flew to the four corners of the array and were embedded in the grooves. At the same time, he launched a symbol at it. After the green light flashed in the array, there was a burst of low humming sound. Then a circle of strange green light rippled from the center, and runes were looming in it. After Qing's figure flickered, he stood on the teleportation array. At the same time, he opened his 5 fingers, and the emerald green feather appeared in his palm. With a poof, the feather flew up into the air. After a spin, it was suspended in the air. A glimmer of light flashed in Qing's eyes. He flicked his sleeves into the air. After a green glow flashed, the feather suddenly turned into a green light cluster with the size of an inch. Then he chanted while flicking his 10 fingers, launching a series of symbols into the green light cluster. After the green light cluster expanded and shrank a few times, it suddenly made a clear chirping sound. It instantly turned into an emerald mini bird. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky. After a blur, it went directly into the air under the roof and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, under the command of other crystallization period Beastkin clan powerhouses, the entire underwater world also began to show its ferocious face. On an open space not far from the Sea Emperor Palace, a short Beastkin clan man was standing, instructing several Beastkin clan guards in front of him. After that, these Beastkin clan guards nodded and dispersed, walking into rows of huge green buildings on the side. After a series of roars sounded, the top of these buildings suddenly cracked open one by one. Bronze chariots of 100 meters long emerged from it. These chariots were strange in style. The surface of the chariot was flickering in blue light, and the chariot in front was pulled by a seahorse giant beast of several 10 meters long with spikes all over its body. The surface of this bronze flying chariot was imprinted with countless strange light blue runes. After it appeared, it all floated quietly in the low air. Under the command of the short man, there were immediately teams of Beastkin clan guards waiting on the side, and they swarmed into it. On the other side, a tall and thin Beastkin clan old man with white hair and beard was floating in the air with a blank expression, holding a green jade rui in his hand. In the open space below, several teams of Beastkin clan guards were holding some formation flags and other items to quickly set up a circular array of several 10 meters in size. Under the channeling of the old man's spiritual power, the jade rui in his hand shone brightly. Countless runes flashed out of it and went into the array. Following that, one massive beast-like puppet after another surged out of the flashing green formation amid a series of ferocious roars. There was an endless stream of them, and it was impossible to tell how many of them there were. On the other side, as the clear sound of a flute rang out, countless one-horned anacondas frantically crawled out of some of the underground caves around the underwater palace. Although these anacondas had different sizes, each of them exuded the breath of the condensation period. They raised their heads and made a creepy hissing sound. In a blink of an eye, the underwater palace was surrounded by thousands of anacondas. Above the palace, there was a Beastkin clan muscular man with thick black hair on his face. He was gently stroking a few inches long emerald flute in his hand. The Beastkin clan guards that appeared previously were divided into dozens of teams under the command of some higher-ranked Beastkin clan guards. They lined up into a rather neat battle formation, holding a trident shining in green light above their heads. They were chanting some spells. Then the eyes of these guards glowed red, and the aura exuding from their bodies suddenly soared, giving people a feeling of monstrous momentum. The most surprising thing was that the four tower-like huge buildings closest to the Sea Emperor Palace, after a violent tremor on the ground, suddenly began to deform in a loud rumbling sound. In an instant, they turned into four giant puppets with a height of 10,000 meters. The giant eyes shot out beams of golden light. Under the intertwining call, the dark deep sea around the underwater world was extremely bright, making the surrounding underwater scenery visible. The four giant puppets raised their arms at the same time, and they each turned into a huge saber and a bronze giant shield. Every move caused the surrounding space to distort. There were even bursts of ear-piercing screams. Each of them exuded the terrifying aura of the crystallization period. At the same time when the giant puppet appeared, there was a sudden thunderous roar on a square platform of 100 meters in front of the Sea Emperor Palace. A white-haired Beast King clan hunchback elder was standing on it while holding a blue crystal ball in his hands. As the old man chanted, strange crimson fire clouds began to appear in the sky above the stone platform. Under a burst of thunder and lightning, 5 translucent miniature WYRMs flew out of the clouds. They were about 10 feet long, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they swam around. The old man suddenly opened his mouth and spouted 5 mouthfuls of blood essence one after another. It turned into a thick blood mist and went into the crystal ball in his hand. Then, a ruthless expression flashed in his eyes, and he channeled the spiritual power in his body. The moment the old man's face aged a little, the blood light in the crystal ball shone brightly. Bloody runes flew out from it and went into the bodies of the mini-dragons in the air, making their bodies grow to more than 1,000 meters in length. Around the stone, there was a circle of Beast King clan guards holding 5-color formation flags. At the moment when they saw the dragons condensed, they immediately poured all their spiritual power into the formation flags in their hands. After a burst of light on their bodies, they waved the formation flags in their hands with all their might, setting off waves of 5-color light that soared into the sky and went into the bodies of the dragons. The 5 dragons immediately rolled and turned into 5 colors of black, white, green, red, and blue. They wandered on the blue light curtain. The next moment, after the 5 dragons danced for a while, the light emitted from their bodies intertwined into a 5-color light curtain, covering the entire underwater world under it. On the surface of the 5-color light curtain, the 5 dragons wandered, and they let out a dragon roar from time to time that resounded through the sky. Humph, let you small fries taste the power of the 5-color true dragon array that Sir Siren King personally arranged at the cost of his blood essence. The old man raised his head and looked at the 5-color light curtain on the blue light curtain, and he said to himself with a stern face. In a stone house in the underwater mineral vein. Jiao Chan, who was responsible for all the mine guards, was frowning while holding a jade disc array that exuded a milky white light. He also received the news from other crystallization period Beast King clan not long ago, and his face suddenly became a little ugly. But after lowering his head and thinking for a while, he suddenly made a decision and raised his head to shout, "Let's go. Come, ask all the guard commanders in the cave to come to see me." "Yes, Sir Jiao Chan." Someone outside the house immediately answered respectfully, then he quickly ran to deliver the order. After a while, 4 Beast King clan guards in black suits with several silver spirit patterns on their faces stood in front of him. The middle-aged mine guard Qin Gang, who once took the golden moon sword and crimson hydra leather armor from Lu Ming, was also among them. Now that the Sea Creature clan is invading on a large scale, you all immediately summon the guards under your command, about half of them, and quickly follow me to support. Sir, according to the spy's report, the escape plan of Lan Shi and others may be launched in the near future. If we evacuate so many guards rashly, I'm afraid. Qin Gang was shocked when he heard the words, then he cupped his fist and said to Jiao Chan uneasily. It's okay, I have also considered this matter. But at present, Sir Siren King suddenly went out, and the entire seabed is enchanted by the other party. The Sea Emperor Palace is also in danger. If the Sea Monarch Palace is breached by the Sea Clan, how can there be an intact egg when the nest is overturned? Hiding in the mineral vein will only lead to death. According to the time provided by Yan Luo, Lan Shi's plan should be launched in a month. It shouldn't be a big deal to take away nearly half of the guards here. Jiao Chan waved his hand and said. After Qin Gang and others looked at each other, they could only bow and say yes. Later, under Jiao Chan's command, Qin Gang and another guard leader, and the remaining half of the guards were left in the mineral vein to continue to monitor the actions of the slave miners. He took away nearly 100 mine guards and a giant beastkin that was originally guarding the exit. He hurriedly left the underwater mineral vein through the teleportation array and rushed to the Sea Emperor Palace. Half an hour later, the mighty Sea Creature Clan army finally came to the destination of this trip. Outside the underwater world under the jurisdiction of Siren King, hundreds of thousands of elite troops of various tribes immediately surrounded the underwater world where the Sea Emperor Palace was located. At this moment, the sky above the underwater world was completely covered by a dense swarm of black demon birds. Bird cries rose and fell, and as they circled around, they completely sealed off the sky above the entire sea. In the deep sea, at the front of a giant boat full of golden scale Sea Creature Clan, a Sea Creature Clan old man wearing a golden crown looked at the 5 dragons swimming on the 5-color light curtain that shrouded the underwater world. He immediately sneered and waved his arm without saying a word. The giant boat behind him suddenly sounded a passionate horn. Then there was a fluctuation behind it, and the other dozens of hill-like giant boats rushed forward. After the spikes inlaid on the surface of the front flashed, thousands of blue light beams blasted out at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they hit the 5-color light curtain with a rumbling sound from far away. At the same time, there was a thunderous sound. Dense blue light arcs blasted out from the weapons of the blue armored soldiers on the dozens of giant boats. As they condensed, they turned into a giant lightning arc that was more than 1,000 meters long. It also hit the 5-color light curtain in a flash. Immediately, an earth-shattering noise was heard. On the light curtain, clusters of huge light balls immediately appeared out of thin air, and they burst open one after another. They turned into circles of astonishing fluctuations that spread wildly in all directions. The momentum was astonishing. At this moment, a few dragon roars came out, the 5-color light curtain just shook slightly, then it was safe and sound in the bursts of fluctuations, but its light seemed to be a little dimmer than before. Then a giant crimson dragon in the light curtain suddenly paused, then it opened its mouth. A red light beam of 100 meters thick blasted straight at a giant boat outside the light curtain. Boom! A layer of dark blue light curtain immediately appeared on the giant boat. Under the intertwining of red and blue, the entire giant boat trembled slightly. Some of the Sea Creature Clan soldiers who were closer to the light curtain were suddenly wrapped in flames without any warning. They turned into charcoal in an instant. At the same time, the teams of Beastkin Clan guards and the 5-color enchantment array also waved the trident in their hands in a shout, releasing rays of light to launch a counterattack outside the light curtain. At the same time, in the secret room under the Sea Emperor Palace, Qing was still chanting in his mouth, but there was a pale green talisman array in front of him, and it was slowly rotating. Suddenly, the green talisman array stopped abruptly, and it made a buzzing sound. Qing was overjoyed when he saw this, and he suddenly pointed at the talisman array. Poof! A blue beam of light rushed out from the center of the talisman array. After it condensed, it turned into a dragon phantasm covered with light blue scales. Qing, what happened? You actually used your life-saving feather. After the dragon phantasm appeared, it immediately asked in human language. Sir Siren King, it's not good. The Sea Region royal family has gathered the other 10 Sea Creature Clan tribes, and they have already arrived at the Sea Emperor Palace. I hope Sir can return quickly. Qing hurriedly reported. At the same time, in the sky above the sea that was far away from the deep sea world, Siren King, who had transformed into a dragon, heard the words of Qing from a small transparent bird in front of him. He couldn't help but look gloomy, and he didn't speak for a long time, just in the underwater world, when the war between Beastkin Clan and Sea Creature Clan started. In a remote corner near the Sea Emperor Palace, 2 slender figures flashed out quietly, running toward the Sea Emperor Palace one after another. Under the faint light of the surrounding buildings, it was Chili and Callan who had previously disappeared. At this moment, the two had changed into 2 green tight leather suits. Chili, who was walking in front, released her mental power while running, always paying attention to the surrounding movements. Callan, who was following closely behind, flashed her eyes. After coming to the Sea Emperor Palace, Chili immediately flashed in from an unknown small door. Callan suddenly turned around and glanced at the dense Sea Creature Clan army outside the 5-color light curtain in the sky. There was a complicated expression on her face, but after gritting her teeth, she also quickly stepped into the small door. In the magnificent Sea Emperor Palace, because of the war outside, there were almost no guards in the spacious passage. After the few maids saw Qili, they also bowed to greet, and they didn't dare to ask anything. But these women, under Qili's expressionless sudden attack, were killed one after another. Even their corpses were instantly turned into ashes. In the end, after a series of twists and turns, the two finally arrived at a rather exquisite and elegant hall. After Qili looked at the hall coldly, she bypassed the main seat in the middle and came to a stone pillar. She took out a blue shell and shook it gently. Pooh! The blue shell lit up, and a blue rune flew out from within before vanishing into the stone pillar in a flash. After the stone pillar trembled slightly, a layer of crystal light flowed on the surface of its body, and a small door immediately appeared. Let's go. When Qili saw this, her face was happy. After giving an order, she took the lead. Callan's brows knit together tightly when she saw this, but she could only follow closely behind. After that, the two of them walked down a blue stone staircase behind the door and entered a tunnel that looked like an ice cavern. On the other side, in a long and narrow cave in the deepest part of the deep-sea mineral vein. Lan Shi, who was sitting cross-legged alone, suddenly opened his originally closed eyes, and he stood up and said faintly, "That's right. It's about time. We should move." Although the voice was not loud, it was like thunder in the ears of others. Everyone in the cavern felt a chill in their hearts, and their gazes fell on him with a whoosh. As a result, this crystallization period powerhouse turned a blind eye to everyone's eyes. He walked to a stone wall not far away in a few steps, then he raised his hand and punched without saying a word. Pung! The seemingly inconspicuous stone wall suddenly flashed with a layer of white light the moment it came into contact with his fist, forcefully blocking his fist on the outside. Seeing this, Lan Shi's eyes narrowed, and he chanted in a low voice. At the same time, a dazzling light flashed on his fist, and a strange shock wave rolled out immediately. A muffled sound, the white light curtain shook for a while, then it shattered together with the stone wall behind it, causing the surrounding gray mist to tumble endlessly. Behind the stone wall, a huge dark passage was revealed. The passage was filled with rolling gray mist. No one knew where it led to. This sudden scene made everyone here dumbfounded. And Lu Ming, who was in the crowd, although his expression remained unchanged, he was also very surprised. When he first entered this cave, he had already released a huge mental power to scan the surroundings. At that time, he didn't find that there was another world behind this stone wall. It could be seen that the white light curtain on this stone wall was definitely not an ordinary enchantment. Just as everyone in the cave was shocked, Lan Shi said faintly, "Follow me," then he strode into the passage, and his figure disappeared in it. Seeing this, others couldn't help but look at each other. Many people showed a hint of hesitation on their faces. Although according to Lan Shi, because Yan Luo betrayed first, he did not tell the true plan of escape, but Yan Luo's words before his death still made many people suspicious. But at this moment, a gray figure flickered in front of everyone. A young man actually entered the passage without hesitation. It was Xian Yuan who had been silent before. Seeing this, Lu Ming frowned, he was a little surprised. But after the first person followed him, the others looked at each other, and someone immediately laughed and followed him. When the others saw this, they immediately entered without hesitation. At this time, even though they were still somewhat skeptical about Lan Shi's escape plan, at this moment, no one had a better choice in this dilemma. After all, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, no one was willing to stay in this dark mine for life. Lu Ming stood aside. After most of the people entered the passage, his eyes flashed, and he also entered silently. The passage became wider and wider. In less than 10 minutes, the length and width were about 50 to 60 meters. The walls of the passage were all flashing with a strange gray crystal light. Lu Ming had never seen it before. The grayish-white mist permeating the passage seemed to be emitted through this kind of rock, which made Lu Ming a little curious. But in this case, it was impossible for him to knock down a few gray rocks and study them carefully. This passage seemed to have been slowly extending down like this, and the deeper they went, the deeper they went. Everyone didn't know how deep they were under the mineral vein. Time passed little by little. Everyone walked for more than 2 hours. Everyone just silently followed the figure of the old man in front of them and kept walking forward. But when everyone's eyes suddenly lit up, a huge underground world appeared in front of him. Lu Ming's gaze swept around, only to feel that as far as his eyes could see, there were pieces of gray stone walls like the previous tunnel, and there were some unknown plants growing at the bottom of the stone walls. In the middle of the underground world, it was occupied by an extremely huge underground lake. This lake occupied 80% of the ground of the entire cave, and it was several miles wide. The lake water was cold and dark, and there was a layer of extremely thick gray mist lingering above, exuding a pungent smell. A person suddenly took a few steps forward and abruptly lifted his foot to kick, causing a piece of dead wood on the ground nearby to shoot out like a sharp arrow. After the force was exhausted, it immediately fell into the lake. An amazing scene appeared. The seemingly light withered wood sank straight down the moment it came into contact with the lake water. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but show a hint of horror on their faces. On the shore of the lake where everyone came in, there was a pale golden array standing there. In the array, there were more than a dozen stone platforms of several 10 meters high, faintly arranged into a strange shape. On the stone platform, there was a golden flag inserted, exuding a faint golden light. At this moment, Lan Shi, who was standing at the forefront, suddenly turned around and said to the people behind him blankly, "This is the entrance to the escape route that I finally found after many years of searching. It is a weak node at the intersection of the underground abyss and the local mineral vein. As long as we can break this node, we can enter the abyss where the evil beasts come from. Then, I will find other nodes in this abyss, then I will try to return to other places, then I can regain my freedom again." As soon as this was said, it naturally caused a commotion among the crowd. "Senior Lan, once we enter this abyss, we will face the evil chi erosion everywhere. With Senior's cultivation, you may not have to worry, but not only that, there are also those overwhelming evil beasts, which are even worse than the evil disaster. If you encounter them in this mineral vein, there is still a place to retreat, but in the abyss, once you encounter them, there is only a dead end. Also, the abyss is boundless. How can we find a node to return to other areas with just a few of us? Yeah, this method is a bit too risky," some people who seemed to have some understanding of the abyss asked one after another. Facing everyone's doubts, Lan Shi flipped his hand, and a white domino and a bottle of pitch-black gourd appeared in his palm. He glanced at the person who spoke and said slowly, "This is a kind of protective spiritual weapon that I sacrificially refined with the evil beast's bone. As long as you wear it, you can resist the evil chi erosion. As for this gourd, it is a kind of spiritual liquid that I refined with the collected evil beast's blood essence. After consuming it, your aura will become the same as the evil beast for a short time. During this period, you will not be attacked by the evil beast. After you enter this abyss, I will distribute it to everyone, and I will also help you to remove the bloody enchantment in your spiritual sea. As for how to find other nodes in this abyss." As the old man said until here, his voice paused, and a sneer appeared on his face. "Since you want to get out of this mineral vein and regain your freedom, you still want to take no risk at all. How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? However, since I can find this node, after entering the abyss, I naturally have 70% to 80% confidence to find another node. What you have to do now is to help me get through the node in front of me. As for other things, it is not too late to talk about it after entering the abyss." After that, Lan She stood in the same place, quietly waiting for everyone's decision. This naturally caused a commotion among the others. After Lu Ming frowned, his lips moved slightly. He immediately asked Xian Yuan quietly, "Brother Xian, I don't know how much you know about this abyss. Can you tell me a thing or two?" After all, he had just entered the seabed mineral vein not long ago. Except that he knew that there would be evil beasts in this bottomless abyss, and they came from the bottomless abyss, he really didn't know much about it. Xian Yuan had been here for some years, so he should know it quite well. Sure enough, after Xian Yuan was silent for a while, he spoke in a calm voice. "Speaking of this bottomless abyss, I also learned about it from Yan Luo. It is said that this seabed mineral vein was discovered by Siren King more than 100 years ago. At the same time, a large group of evil beasts was found wandering under the mineral vein. After Siren King sent his men to search, they found the existence of the abyss. Therefore, Siren King, who was still at the crystallization period at that time, joined forces with several other crystallization period Beastkin clan powerhouses to cast a spell. They tore the space connected to the abyss and entered it. As a result, when everyone stepped into the abyss, they found that it was a strange space similar to the netherworld. The space was not only filled with a lot of Xianxia, but there was also the evil qi formed by the energy of a large number of dead ghosts. This evil qi may be a great supplement for ghosts, but for mortals and ordinary cultivators of other races, it is extremely poisonous. It is specially used to pollute the soul of people. It can't be easily touched. As long as ordinary people inhale it, their divine thought will be greatly damaged. Their soul will also disintegrate, and they will never be reincarnated. No one knew where the evil beasts in the abyss came from. They had flesh and blood. They didn't seem to be ghosts, but they were not afraid of the evil aura at all. Instead, they could survive by absorbing the evil aura. At the same time, this evil beast was extremely brutal. As long as it found out that it wasn't its own kind, it would rush up. Even if it barely got some distance away, it would still chase relentlessly. In this regard, Brother Lu should also have a deep understanding. Xianxia paused when he said this. Yes, these evil beasts are really hard to deal with. However, this thing seems to be mostly at the condensation state. If several crystallization period existences join forces, even if they encounter the evil beasts, it should be enough to protect themselves. Lu Ming recalled the scene of escaping from the previous evil disaster, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. On the contrary, it is said that when those Beastkin clan crystallization period powerhouses entered this space, they discovered the existence of the evil aura before they had time to do more investigation. Except for a few powerhouses such as Siren King who reacted slightly faster and immediately blocked the divine thought sea with their powerful divine thought power, the rest still inhaled a few mouthfuls which caused their cultivation to be greatly reduced. In the end, under the siege of a large number of evil beasts, several people died on the spot. Only a few people such as Siren King worked together to tear the space to return to the seabed mineral vein, and they set up a strict enchantment around the mineral vein to prevent the evil beasts from crossing the space. That's why the evil beasts can't freely enter the mineral vein area like before. They can only break into the mineral vein by chance when the enchantment is weak every once in a while. Xianxia said so many words in one breath, which made Lu Ming finally have a little understanding of this abyss. He also knew why other people were so afraid to enter it. The legend about this abyss was not a big secret here. People who stayed here for a long time would naturally know about it. It seems that this trip is really hard to say whether it is a blessing or a disaster. After Lu Ming thought again, a thoughtful look flashed on his face. After Xianxia hesitated for a while, he actually transmitted his voice again. Although there is no basis, some people say that this bottomless abyss is actually the underworld where the 6 paths of reincarnation is located. However, this kind of rumor is naturally nonsense. After all, this underworld is completely inhabited by ghosts after death. It is just a legend, and no one has really seen it. When Lu Ming heard the words underworld and ghost, he couldn't help but be shocked. It should be known that the reincarnation of the spirit referred to by ordinary cultivators referred to those with strong enough spirituality who could reincarnate themselves. If they were lucky enough, they could even awaken some memories of their past lives and a small part of their cultivation experience, allowing them to go further on the path of cultivation. Since he advanced to the condensation period, he was naturally qualified to inquire about many materials that Spirit Apostle couldn't access in the scriptures pavilion of the sect. Among them, the information about the underworld was from a very old classic. According to the classic, the ghosts that ordinary cultivators talked about were 2 completely different concepts from the ghosts in the underworld. The former was a creature produced by a large amount of Xianxia. It could take shape with the help of the corpse and bones. It could even condense into a real form directly in the Xianxia. It had different sizes and shapes, and it could be divided into countless subtypes. The latter was a real creature. After death, a bit of spirituality fell directly into the underworld. With the power of Xianxia, it turned into a soul-like existence again. Most of them maintained the same appearance as when they were alive. Because the 2 also needed the help of Xianxia to exist, ordinary people could easily confuse the 2. As for the ghosts mentioned earlier, most of them had real physical bodies. Only a small number of malicious ghosts had incorporeal bodies, but most of them were strangely shaped. The ghosts that mortals in the secular world usually talked about were just a wisp of soul that had not completely dissipated for some special reasons after death. Therefore, the ghost netherworld that the savage ghost sect could control was naturally the former. As for the 9 netherworld that the latter mentioned, there had been rumors since ancient times. It was said that only the truly powerful could enter this world as a living person, so it had always been extremely mysterious. Very few people knew about the situation in this world. They only knew that this world was divided into 9 great nether regions by a river of spirits, and each region was ruled by a king of spirits. As for the specific information about the 6 paths of reincarnation, there was no more information. When Lu Ming was thinking with a weird expression, the others were finally convinced by Lan Shi. Most of them expressed their willingness to enter the abyss. After all, the people present were not weak ones selected from Lan Shi's mine. After thinking about it carefully, they would understand that since Lan Shi was willing to enter with them, he naturally had some confidence in this trip. Otherwise, he would be taking his life as a joke. So under Lan Shi's arrangement, everyone walked toward the big array in front. Lan Shi's figure flashed, and he stood on a stone platform in the next moment. On the other stone platforms, after he directly named the names, he also arranged more than a dozen people with strong attack power to stand on them. When he called Lu Ming, he flicked his sleeve robe, and a blue light flashed out of it. It turned into a small blue sword and flew toward him. Lu Ming just reached out to catch it in surprise, then Lan Shi's voice transmission sounded in his ear. This is an intermediate grade spiritual sword that I have hidden. You can use this sword to perform the sword controlling technique later. This action naturally aroused some bewilderment from the others. However, under such circumstances, no one would ask anything. For those who had not yet been assigned to the stone platform, Lan Shi instructed them to attack the enchantment together when the breaking of the array began. Lan Shi saw that everyone was in place, and they were all eager to try, so he said solemnly, I have specially studied the barrier here. Although it is much weaker than other places, because of the enchantment near the mineral vein, it will be divided into 3 layers. Later, I will break the first layer and reveal the second layer. You can attack it with all your strength to break it. As for the 3rd layer, I have other ways to break it. After that, he made a gesture with both hands, and a low and obscure chant came out of his mouth. He launched a dozen symbols in a rather strange order. Each of them accurately hit on the golden formation flags on the stone platform where everyone was located. Suddenly, these formation flags shook, and a burst of golden light flashed. Golden light silks with the thickness of a thumb shot out from the center. As they intertwined above everyone, they instantly turned into a golden light array of more than 100 meters in size. Seeing this, Lan Shi suddenly spat out a cluster of blood essence, which turned into a blood mist and went into this golden light array. In an instant, there was a buzzing sound in the air, and the light array suddenly burst into a dazzling crystal light. Everyone closed their eyes as they were caught off guard. Because Lu Ming had taken Wuhua pill before, he could see the next process clearly with his eyes focused. After this golden light array absorbed Lan Shi's blood essence, it suddenly rotated. It rose under Lan Shi's control and slowly moved to the top of the lake. At the next moment, Lan Shi's hands glowed with a faint golden brilliance. At the same time, the golden light array resonated with this. Circles of golden light flew out from the center, and it slowly went into the seemingly empty space. After a few seconds, Lan Shi's hands retracted the golden light, and the golden light array of more than 100 meters had completely disappeared above the lake. Boom, an earth-shattering noise, the space above the lake suddenly became distorted and blurred. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst out, tearing open a silver light curtain of half an acre in size. Everyone standing on the stone platform had opened their eyes at this moment. Seeing the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but look surprised. Now, start attacking immediately. Lan Shi saw this situation, and he shouted with a pale face. Lan Shi only said such a sentence to everyone, then he flashed to an open space under the stone platform, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes. There were already 2 intermediate-grade spirit stones in his hands. He began to adjust his breath and restore spiritual power as quickly as possible. At the same time, the people on the stone platform who had already been ready also channeled their mystic arts to launch a sharp attack on the newly appeared silver light curtain. The first to launch an attack was Xianxia. Just as Lanxi's voice just sounded, a faint yellow light appeared on his body. He leaped up, holding a huge iron rod in both hands. He aimed at the center of the silver light curtain and smashed it in the air. At the next moment, countless black rod shadows transformed like a hill, hitting on the silver light curtain. Waves of air immediately exploded on the light curtain, resounding throughout the entire cave, and vaguely forming a black and misty wind that swept in all directions. Xianxia still didn't care. His hands were still attacking crazily. After the muscles on his body suddenly became thicker, black spirit patterns faintly appeared on his body surface. After the Golden Scale Clan woman moved, she floated lightly in the air. She flipped her hand, and an ancient mirror was held in her hand. Poof! Countless tiny light spots were ejected from the mirror. They gathered in the air and condensed into a golden light beam in the blink of an eye. It blasted over in a flash. On a nearby stone platform, the woman named Xianxia took out a flag with a black mist in her hand. She waved it desperately, and countless black mist gushed out from it. It turned into a strange bird with a ghost-faced eagle body. It set off a strange wind and pounced at the silver light curtain. At this time, there was also a burst of flying sand and stones on the other side of the stone platform. At the same time, there was a puff-puff sound. Several sea creature clan people each held a giant bone bow. They released a series of colorful arrows that blasted into the distant void like meteors. Their movements didn't seem to be fast, but every attack made the silver light curtain tremble. The power was extremely powerful. The other slave miners by the lake also took out their treasures at this time and joined the attack. Although their attacks were obviously not as good as Xianxia and the others, they had more people, and they attacked at the same time. From a distance, it looked like a five-color cloud flying in the sky, and the momentum was even more powerful. Amid a series of explosions and rumbles, the silver light barrier finally began to twist and distort. When Lu Ming saw this, he no longer hesitated. Without saying a word, he shook his wrist and a blue light flashed in his hand. He wiped a finger on the small blue sword in his hand and poured all his Li into it. After the small blue sword trembled, it suddenly emitted a bone-chilling cold air. Lu Ming shook his wrist expressionlessly, and dense sword shadows immediately appeared. He suddenly loosened his 5 fingers, and all the sword shadows immediately shot through the air. They merged into one on the way, and they instantly grew in size. In the blink of an eye, they grew in size and turned into a 300 to 400 meters long misty blue light sword. An ear-piercing screech, after Lu Ming channeled a symbol, the blue light sword suddenly turned into a crystal rainbow that swept away. After a flash, it slashed on the light curtain that was already somewhat distorted. Boom, there was an earth-shattering noise. After the huge light sword slashed on the silver light curtain, it became a little shaky. Lu Ming stood on the stone platform. He moved his arm expressionlessly, and he pointed in the air with a finger. After the blue light sword bounced away, it circled and slashed again. After a while, the silver light curtain on the lake finally collapsed with a crisp sound under the bombardment of various attacks. Before Lu Ming and the others had time to rejoice, at the place where the silver light curtain collapsed, blood-light silk suddenly appeared out of thin air. They were constantly intertwining and wandering like a living creature. They actually formed a bloody light wall here. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately stopped his attack. The others were also shocked, and most of them stopped their movements. But there were still 2 people who seemed to be excited to attack. They almost subconsciously raised their hands and shot a gorgeous arrow at the bloody light wall. The other 2 raised their hands and launched a large crimson thunder fire. A strange scene appeared. As soon as the 2 attacks arrived in front of the blood-colored light wall, they strangely disappeared into it with 2 pu sounds. Then there was a loud rumbling sound inside the light wall. With a flash of light, 2 bloody light beams were launched from it. After a flash, they appeared in front of the 2 people. The 2 slave miners' faces suddenly changed drastically. They knew that it was bad. One of them immediately shook the bone bow in his hand, and it transformed into a white light curtain. It made a strange sound to protect himself in it. The other opened its mouth and spat out a burst of scarlet flames, which swept toward the pillar of light. But at the next moment, the 2 light beams suddenly dispersed and turned into dense blood silks. With a chee-chee sound, the crimson flame and the white light curtain were instantly penetrated. They wrapped the two people tightly. From a distance, they looked like two blood cocoons. The two struggled desperately in the blood cocoons and shouted loudly, but under the continuous entanglement of the blood silks, they couldn't move in an instant. The few people next to them were shocked. When they just wanted to help, the blood silks suddenly tightened their clothes. The two blood cocoons immediately exploded on the spot with a bang, turning into two clouds of thick blood mist. A bloody smell immediately filled the entire cave. At this time, after the bloody light wall flashed a few times, it returned to its original calmness. What the hell is this? Is it a living thing? All this happened in just a few seconds. The people on the surrounding stone platform couldn't help but take a deep breath. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Most of them secretly rejoiced that they didn't take action rashly just now, but there were also people who were friends with the two slave miners. They asked angrily. What living thing? It's just a blood miasma. Although this thing can't have any spirituality, once it is attacked, it will instinctively attack all living things near it. If I didn't enter this place, it would be easy to break this thing with the help of the treasure. Now, I can only spend more effort. And I made it clear that I will deal with the third enchantment. Since they are unwilling to listen, they can't blame others. Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said slowly. As he stood up, his figure suddenly blurred, then he appeared strangely in front of the two sea creature clan people who were standing side by side not far away. His two big hands opened his 5 fingers like lightning, and he grabbed the two skulls unexpectedly. Senior Lon, what are you doing? The two members of the sea race turned pale with fright, but they were unable to move as if their bodies were weighed down by 10,000 kilograms. They immediately cried out and asked. What am I doing? Of course, I want to take out the forbidden blood talisman to help everyone escape. What, didn't you say? Before the two of them spoke, Xianxia's eyes flashed fiercely. He squeezed his 5 fingers hard. Under a huge force, the two heads suddenly burst open. At the same time as the two headless corpses fell, Xianxia's hand suddenly changed quickly. A blood essence suddenly gushed out of the necks of the two corpses, and it condensed into 2 clusters of blood balls in the blink of an eye. They floated in the air after a spin. A blue light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He tapped twice in the air, and the blood balls turned into 2 unknown bloody runes out of thin air. After he channeled them, they grew to the size of 10 meters out of thin air, and they began to flicker wildly. Xi and Yuan and others were naturally shocked when they saw this bloody scene. Otherwise, he just said escape with the help of the forbidden blood talisman. I'm afraid there would be a big mess again. At this time, Xianxia didn't care about the others. He flicked his 5 fingers and chanted an obscure spell. The 2 bloody runes blasted out in 2 bloody rainbows, and they flashed into the bloody light wall. After the blood-colored light wall was integrated into the blood-colored runes, it immediately flashed with light. After Xianxia pointed in the air, it turned into a blood-red liquid and dissolved. In front of everyone, there was a space crack of more than 100 meters. It was very narrow, and it looked dark inside. This made everyone overjoyed, but looking at the space crack in front of them, there was a hint of hesitation. Xianxia seemed to be prepared for this. He just flicked his sleeves and immediately threw out a bone ball. After this thing just spun in front of the space crack, it suddenly turned into a small skeleton puppet and flew directly into the crack. Then Xianxia himself made a gesture and closed his eyes slightly. In an instant, everyone stared at Xianxia's face without blinking. After all, whether the space crack was safe or not, it determined the fate of everyone present. Very good, it is very safe there now. There is no trace of the evil beast. This crack should last for about an hour. Everyone can take a domino card and spiritual liquid from me now. After a short rest, you can enter it quickly. Xianxia loosened his gesture, opened his eyes again, and said slowly to everyone. As soon as this was said, it naturally made everyone ecstatic. Xianxia walked slowly to the entrance and sat down cross-legged again. He waved his big sleeve, and a pile of leather bags suddenly appeared in front of him. This time, without Xianxia urging anything, someone immediately stepped forward to get the things. After Ming took a bag, he scanned it with divine thought. He found a domino card and a bottle of spiritual liquid refined from the evil beast's blood, then he found an open space and sat down. Half an hour later. Let's go. She suddenly stood up, took out a domino card, hung it around his waist, then turned around and flashed into the crack. The others also stood up with a shiver in their hearts, and flew toward the spatial rift one after another. Just as Lu Ming and others were about to enter the abyss. The battle between Sea Emperor Palace and Sea Creature Clan was still in full swing. Roar, a deep-sea giant beast of 100 meters in size, was shrouded by the black mist spat out by a huge black dragon in the light curtain. Countless pustules appeared under its skin, and it died in a moment. The black Wyrm also let loose a shrill dragon roar before being struck by a dozen or so thick pillars of light in unison, upon which it disintegrated into specks of light. At the same time, on the square high platform in front of Sea Emperor Palace, the white-haired hunchback old man's face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind him, several Beast King clan guards, who were originally holding black formation flags, also self-destructed one after another. At this moment, the five-color true dragon array that enveloped the entire underwater world only had one green dragon left. It was still wandering, and it kept spitting clouds of green gas to reinforce the defense. It no longer went out to fight the enemy at all. But even so, the five-color light curtain with amazing defensive power was only left with a faint layer of green at the moment. The Sea Race army launched several waves of attacks, and after losing 2 giant ships and more than 10 giant sea beasts, they were finally only one step away from breaking through the five-colored light curtain. The entire underwater world was immediately in a precarious situation. At this time, on a sea surface that was not far from the underwater world, Yi Tianmei's green clothes fluttered in the wind. At this moment, she was stepping on a silver giant sword, quietly floating in the air more than 1,000 meters high. She looked at the direction of the blue light tide that suddenly turned back not long ago, and her eyebrows frowned slightly. She seemed to be thinking about something. Her eyes flashed, and she made a gesture with one hand. The silver giant sword under her feet immediately turned into a crystal rainbow and blasted away in the direction she came from. Less than half an hour later, the woman appeared on a reef of tens of meters in size. There was an unconscious blue-armored sea creature clan guard lying in front of her, and there was a trident inserted into the rock not far away. At this moment, Yi Tianmei was pressing a jade hand that emitted silver light on the top of the sea creature clan's head. Her beautiful eyes were slightly closed, and she was chanting. After a few seconds, the face of the sea creature clan guard was distorted. With a muffled sound, his head suddenly burst open. However, Yi Tianmei's body just flashed with a silver light, and the splashing red and white matter bounced away. Her body was not stained at all. They actually chose to attack Siren King's nest at this time. The sea creature clan is really unexpected, but it might be an opportunity for me. Yi Tianmei stood up, looked at the direction of the Sea Emperor Palace and murmured. Afterward, she raised her hand and shot out a fireball, which immediately turned the blue armor sea creature into ashes. She turned into a cluster of silver light and flew toward the direction of Sea Emperor Palace quietly. Ayo! A dragon roar resounded. A green giant dragon actually soared into the sky from the light green light curtain. After hovering in the air, it suddenly rushed toward the giant boat in front of it. Just as the giant dragon was about to collide with the giant boat, the giant dragon burst out a dazzling green light, then a space fluctuation that seemed to tear the sky and earth came out of the center. After an earth-shattering explosion, a layer of dark blue light curtain appeared on the giant boat, then a round of green and blue sun appeared out of thin air in front of the giant boat. It turned into a halo and rolled away. The dark blue light curtain on the surface of the giant boat only lasted for a few seconds, then it shattered inch by inch in the explosion. When the green light dissipated, the sea creature clan people on other giant boats discovered that the green giant dragon and the giant boat disappeared at the same time, leaving only a large ruin. Many sea creature clan guards on the giant boat were directly turned into ashes by the amazing explosion just now. At the same time, the green light curtain that was almost transparent also collapsed after the explosion of the green giant dragon. On the square high platform in front of the Sea Emperor Palace, as the last team of Beastkin clan guards waving green formation flags turned into a cloud of blood mist, the hunchbacked old man standing in the middle of the high platform suddenly took a few steps back. After spurting a few mouthfuls of blood into the sky, he immediately collapsed on the high platform. His breath became faint, and he could no longer stand up. With the complete collapse of the five-color true dragon array that shrouded the entire underwater world was immediately exposed to the vast army of the Sea Creature clan. The previous Beast King clan guards had already retreated behind the dense underwater buildings under the command of several high-level Beast King clan masters. They continued to attack the Sea Creature clan outside the enchantment with the enchantment light curtain on each building as cover. Seeing this scene, the old man with the golden crown on the giant boat behind the Sea Creature clan ordered to launch the second wave of attack to completely destroy all the buildings and enchantments on the periphery of the underwater world. Suddenly, the island-like giant sea beasts and the remaining giant ships began to march toward the center of the underwater world while withstanding the dense attacks of various spells and mystic techniques. In the shouts of countless Sea Creature clan guards, the momentum of the Sea Creature clan side rose several times for a while. They easily tore apart several layers of Beast King clan's defense. On the side of Siren King Legion, the elite force that was originally ready to go was finally dispatched. Under the lead of several huge bronze chariots, countless beast-shaped puppets roared at the back, and they confronted the giant sea beasts and the giant boats of the Sea Creature clan. For a time, the light beams and arrows of both sides were intertwined with each other. The light was monstrous, and it even triggered bursts of earth-shattering sound. The sound of fighting was endless. For a time, the defense of the giant boats of the Sea Creature clan was broken by the Beastkin clan, and the dense anaconda and beast-shaped puppets suddenly swarmed up, fighting with the Sea Creature clan guards above, or, a large number of anaconda were easily crushed by the giant sea beasts, and a large number of them were killed or injured. Or, hundreds of beast-shaped puppets tore a dozen Sea Creature clan guards into pieces. On the other side, a beast-shaped puppet that looked like a giant monster appeared at the edge of the Sea Creature clan's giant ship in a flash. With a wave of its giant palm, it killed dozens of elite Sea Creature clan guards in one breath. But then the beast-shaped puppet was attacked by the Sea Creature clan guards on the nearby giant boat, and it was smashed into a pile of scrap metal. Not far away, dozens of Sea Creature clan guards standing on the giant sea beasts were attacked by several high-ranked Beast King clan guards behind the buildings. In a blink of an eye, there were only 7 or 8 people left. At this moment, the giant sea beasts roared and opened their mouths. A strong suction force emerged spontaneously, sucking out several Sea Creature clan guards hiding behind a building. Some of the Beast King clan guards were smashed into pieces by the Sea Creature clan warriors on the back of the giant beast when they were close to it. The rest of the Beast King clan guards were directly swallowed into the mouth of the giant beast. Then the Beast King clan king, under the wave of the giant beast's arms, the light curtain on the 2 buildings in front of him was broken like tofu. Under the fierce attack of the Sea Creature clan army, the bronze chariot and beast-shaped puppets on Siren King's side suffered heavy casualties in a blink of an eye. There were only a few left. The Sea Creature clan side also suffered a lot of casualties under the successive victories. However, as the enchantments connected to the buildings were destroyed easily, the encirclement was constantly shrinking. In a blink of an eye, nearly 50% of the building enchantments had been destroyed. At this moment, the old man with the golden crown and the 6 figures with powerful aura behind him still did not make a move, as if they were waiting for something. At this moment, a clear flute sound sounded. Another wave of one-horned anacondas that originally surrounded the underwater palace rose up one after another, circling and flying. They rushed toward the Sea Creature clan giant boat and giant beast like a tide. Under the overwhelming pressure, most of the Sea Creature clan army was shrouded in it. The Sea Clan's guards on the giant ships and the giant beasts frantically tried to dodge, but under the concentrated attacks of the single-horned water serpents, they still suffered heavy casualties, and those who were touched by the water serpent's venom immediately had their bodies fester and die. Under the leadership of some high-rank commanders, the Sea Creature clan guards were also unwilling to be outdone and counterattacked. Countless sword shadows came from the giant boat, and countless one-horned anacondas were slashed into pieces on the ground. It seems that we can't hold on any longer. If the anaconda army is defeated, it will be a big trouble. I don't know if Xianxia has contacted Sir Siren King. In a building hall, a Beast King clan muscular man with thick black hair on his face said to an old man with white hair and beard with a worried expression. Xianxia has previously sent a message. It seems that he has contacted Sir Siren King, and he is rushing back here. For now, we can only give it our all and try to buy enough time. I hope that Sir Siren King will not come back too late. After the Beastkin clan old man hesitated for a moment, he said with a stern look in his eyes. His voice was extremely sharp. In this case, it seems that I can only summon those guys together. Otherwise, with just a few of us, we can't hold on at all. Another short Beastkin clan man suggested with a very gloomy face. The other two were startled when they heard the words, but after glancing at each other, they nodded silently. Not long after, when the anacondas were beheaded one by one, and most of the beast-like puppets were left, there was an earth-shattering roar from the land behind the Sea Emperor Palace. Then 7 or 8 mountain-like behemoths emerged from the ground, and they quickly soared into the air, rushing toward the sea creature clan army. They were 8 giant beasts with a height of 3,000 to 4,000 meters. They were blue in color, had strange horns on their heads, and had a dragon head and a horse body. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura of the crystallization period later stage. On the ground not far behind these giant beastkins, a pale silver talisman array appeared silently. The 3 crystallization period beastkin clan members who were discussing things in the hall were sitting cross-legged in this talisman array. At this time, some of the aggressive sea creature clan soldiers naturally changed their direction and aimed at these giant beasts. However, when they found that ordinary spiritual weapons and spiritual attacks had no effect on these Kirin-like giant beasts, these giant beasts rushed into the front line of the sea creature clan army while withstanding all kinds of attacks. In an instant, a giant boat was besieged by several giant beasts. The blue light curtain was broken in a rumbling sound, and it became fragmented. Hundreds of sea creature clan soldiers on it were sucked into the stomach of the giant beasts. This scene made the face of the old man with the golden crown in the distance change a few times. With a wave of his hand, a group of crystallization period powerhouses with various scales on their faces stood out, and they directly rose into the air and rushed at the giant beasts at a fast speed. In the icy cave passage at the bottom of the sea, Chili stood in front of a layer of white light curtain enchantment with a gloomy face, and Callan stood not far behind her with a blank expression, quietly watching her actions. In the previous half an hour, Chili was blocked by this enchantment that suddenly appeared. As she was anxious, she used all her means. However, no matter what kind of spells and various talisman magical weapons, they could only leave some faint traces on this cold light curtain, but they couldn't shake it at all. After Chili's face was uncertain for a while, she suddenly clenched her silver teeth, opened her mouth, and spurted out a black light ball that exuded a soft light. It was a cluster of true spirit flame that she had refined for many years. She made a gesture enchanted, then the light ball suddenly turned into a black flame that surged at the cold light curtain in front of her. The white light curtain was suddenly submerged by a black fire sea of several 10 meters in size. At the same time, it exuded a suffocating heat wave. Seeing this, Callan couldn't help but change her face slightly. She subconsciously took half a step back. As the white light curtain was burning fiercely, mysterious runes appeared on the surface. As the crystal light flowed, it desperately resisted the erosion of the life flame. Seeing this, Chili immediately channeled her spiritual power into the flame, constantly increasing its power. Following a dull thump, the glacial light barrier finally exploded amid the flames, transforming into specks of crystalline light that disappeared into thin air. Chili glanced at the ice shards all over the ground, then she looked up and found that there was a crystal tunnel behind the light curtain. The walls of this passageway were just like the road they came from before, all covered in a layer of frost, but it was a bit thicker than before. As soon as they approached, a bone-piercing chill hit them in the face. At the other end, there was the entrance to an ice cave. "Let's go." A hint of joy flashed on Chili's face. She instructed without looking back, then she walked forward. Callan followed them silently. The passageway was not long. After a while, the two stepped into an ice cave with the size of an acre. After Callan glanced around, she finally stopped at the icicle erected in the center and the woman in palace dress who was sealed in it. After the muscles on her face twitched, a hint of pleasure flashed in the depths of her pupils. Then, her figure moved and flew toward the opposite side like a gust of wind. But at this moment, a burst of buzzing sound suddenly sounded. Behind the icicle, a 10 meters large array that had been set up suddenly lit up, causing a wave of spatial fluctuations around it. As the light flashed, a handsome young man in white robe appeared in the center of the array. It was Siren King himself. As soon as the young man appeared, his eyes immediately looked at Qili with no expression. Qili's figure froze, and she suddenly stopped stiffly in the same place. Her face was pale. And Callan was also shocked. Her eyes were also full of fear. "Tell me, why did you betray me?" Siren King just asked the beautiful woman in red clothes faintly, but his eyes turned to the woman in the icicle. There was a rare warmth in his eyes. "Hee, betrayal. Man proposes, God disposes. In the end, all my efforts will be in vain." Qili looked at the young man in white robe in front of her blankly, and she muttered to herself. Suddenly, she chuckled to herself, then she laughed wildly. There was a hint of sadness in her laughter. Jialan, who was not far behind her, felt even more depressed after hearing it. As the young man in white robe heard the words, he frowned slightly. He looked at the woman again with a flash in his eyes, but he didn't say a word. He was still waiting for the other party's reply. Qili suddenly stopped laughing and sighed. Then she said with a cold expression, "That's right. Qili was originally a rogue beastkin. She was floating in the sea. She was originally at peace with the world. After nearly 1,000 years of cultivation, she stepped into the crystallization period. In order to get more training resources, she became the subordinate of Sir Siren King. But did you know that since I saw Sir for the first time, I fell in love with Sir? Soon after, I secretly made a vow in my heart. Even if my cultivation can no longer improve in this life, I will help you to achieve the elixir state. Over the years, I searched for treasures for you everywhere, followed you to explore the abyss, helped you kill the sea creature clan, and went deep into various islands regardless of the danger to catch the slave miners that meet your requirements. I helped you to build your current force." Speaking of this, Qili's voice paused, and her face suddenly changed into a resentful expression. She continued viciously, "But Sir Siren King, you treat me like a straw. Except for assigning tasks, you have never summoned me in private, and you didn't even look at me. I fought for you, and I was seriously injured several times, but I never got the slightest love from you, but you love a living dead. Is it that I, Qili, am not beautiful? No, it's that you are too cold and heartless. Although I don't know the origin of this woman, she is 100 times stronger than her in every aspect. Sir even intends to find a human race woman who looks similar to her as a dual cultivation partner. Have you ever considered Qili's feelings when you do this? I don't believe that after so many years, you really can't feel my affection for you. What can this woman give you? She is just a dead thing in the ice. Enough. You are not allowed to insult her." As Siren King heard the words, his face suddenly turned gloomy. He just raised one hand, and suddenly a blue demonic wind rose. An invisible force suddenly fell on the woman, and it rolled her up. Then, she fell heavily on the ground like a sandbag, making her spurt out a mouthful of blood. "You don't let me say it, but I will say it." Qili, who fell to the ground, after her body trembled, she actually slowly climbed up from the ground. She pointed at the icicle with a finger, and her eyes were full of madness. "I know that the real name of this frozen person is Jean Ling. Her body is actually a blue sea golden crystal dragon, and she is also a natural wedding dress spiritual body. As long as I use Callan's succubus physique, I can devour her soul, so that I can occupy this body. When I become the second Jean Ling, haha, very well, it turns out that you came here with such a plan. In that case, I have nothing else to say to you." When Siren King heard this, his pupils immediately turned cold. A layer of green gas appeared on his face as he said slowly. Then a huge breath burst out from his body. After a circle of air waves rolled around like a hurricane, his figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Qili like teleportation. His white robe shook. Bang! Qili, who did not dodge at all, was smashed by his palm. Her body burst open in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood mist. A cloud of black gas suddenly blasted out from it. It was the soul of the crystallization period beastkin cultivator. Qili Siren King raised his hand blankly and opened his 5 fingers. The black gas was sucked into his palm, and it couldn't move at all. At this moment, Siren King glanced at the black gas that was struggling desperately in his hand, but there was a strange expression in his eyes. After a while, he said faintly, "You are right. She is indeed called Jean Ling, but she is not my lover, but my sister. The reason why I can achieve the only Jean Dan realm in the sea region is because of the beastkin nucleus left by her to break through the bottleneck and enter the realm. If you have committed other crimes, I may spare your life, but since you have the idea of killing her, then don't blame me for being ruthless." As soon as the voice sounded, the young man in white robe clenched his 5 fingers, and a cluster of dazzling blue light burst out from his palm. After a woman's scream, the black gas immediately turned into a green smoke in the blue light and disappeared. A Beastkin clan cultivator of the crystallization period was destroyed so easily. After Siren King did all this, he sighed softly, then he turned to look at where Callan was. At this time, Callan took advantage of the conversation between Chili and the young man in white robe to quietly retreat to the entrance of the ice cave. When she saw Siren King looking over, her face changed drastically. She immediately made a gesture, and several dazzling lights blasted out from her body. In an instant, the graceful figure transformed into more than a dozen figures under a ripple, and they blasted into the tunnel at the same time. Callan used the succubus technique in a hurry, and she did not hesitate to use her spiritual power to the extreme. She planned to escape. But at the next moment, Siren King's figure just moved, and his figure penetrated through the heavy ripples without any warning. A big hand that was emitting blue light swept, and several phantasms with the same aura as his body collapsed in an instant. He grabbed Callan's real body. Then the young man in white robe carried the woman with one hand. After a flash, he returned to the original place like a ghost. "Senior Lon, Junior didn't know anything beforehand, and I didn't do anything. Chili forced me to do all this." Jia Lan's delicate body was completely bound by an invisible force. Although she was greatly frightened in her heart, she still spoke quickly. "Since Yi Tianmei, the most suitable candidate, ran away, then I can only borrow your body." Siren King glanced at Callan in his hand. He didn't care what she said at all. His face had already returned to expressionless. As he opened his mouth, a cluster of blue light spurted on the pale and beautiful face of the person in his hand. Callan opened her mouth, but before she could say what she wanted to say, she fainted. At this time, the young man in white robe walked to the icicle with the woman in his hand. He stretched out his other hand and gently stroked the face of the woman inside the icicle. His gesture was extremely gentle, as if he was afraid to wake her up. At the same time, he said softly, "Sister Ling, I've let you wait long enough. Soon, we should be able to reunite." As he spoke, a glint flashed through his eyes, and a bright light suddenly erupted from his palm, emitting faint blue ripples. An amazing scene appeared, the icicle melted at a speed visible to the naked eye in the ripples of the blue ripples. The young man in white robe, who had been calm, gradually had beads of sweat on his forehead at this moment. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed. At this moment, there were 2 women lying in front of the young man in white robe. It was the woman in the palace dress who was frozen in the icicle and the woman Callan. Under the 2 women, there was also a small array that exuded silver light faintly appearing. The young man in white robe shook his sleeve, and he took out the painting scroll that exuded a faint silver light. He threw the painting scroll in front of the woman in the palace dress without saying a word. The painting scroll floated above the woman, and it unfolded like a waterfall, revealing a portrait that was exactly the same as the woman below, but it was becoming more and more blurred at this moment. The young man pointed a finger at the painting, and he chanted a mysterious incantation. The painting suddenly shone brightly with silver light, and itself detonated. A cloud of extremely weak black chi escaped from it, and it disappeared into the body of the woman in the palatial dress down below in a flash. At this moment, a jade pendant hanging on his waist suddenly buzzed on its own. Seeing this, Siren King's face immediately changed. He moved his arm and grabbed the jade pendant in his hand. As a result, a white light flashed on the jade pendant, and an extremely urgent voice came out, "Siren Demon Emperor, it's great that you're back. The Sea Race Army has already..." Before he finished speaking, the white-robed young man squeezed the jade pendant with his 5 fingers expressionlessly. Afterward, the young man suddenly paused, and his 10 fingers flicked toward the formation below the woman in a blur. At the same time, he began to chant. A faint ringing sound rang out from the formation, and brilliant silver light suddenly erupted from it, enshrouding the palatial woman within. Right at this moment, the white-robed youth spat out the word rise. There was a burst of golden light all over the woman's body, and a ball of black gas that was slightly larger than before slowly appeared on her forehead. This black mass of chi flickered, and the aura it emitted was extremely weak. The white-robed young man looked dignified. He stretched out an index finger, carefully pointing at Callan on the side. When the black mass of chi finally came above Callan's forehead, the white-robed young man also gently pointed at her with his other hand. Then the black gas flashed into Callan's forehead. At this time, Siren King immediately chanted, and a golden talisman suddenly flew out of his body. After a flash, it stuck on Callan's forehead, and a faint golden light flashed. Then Callan's body trembled slightly. She actually sat cross-legged on her own. At the same time, unknown golden spirit patterns appeared on her body surface, instantly covering her whole body. The white-robed young man slapped at the silver formation below again. Poof, the silver formation immediately made a clear sound, then dense silver light silks were ejected from it. After entangling Callan in the middle, it instantly wrapped her into a 10 meters high silver cocoon. After doing all this, the white-robed young man seemed to be relieved in his heart, and he murmured, "This woman's soul has been suppressed by this talisman and the formation at the same time. In this way, I will be able to see Sister Ling again soon. It's a pity that I can't find a more perfect body for you this time." After saying this, the young man glanced at Callan with a nostalgic gaze. He suddenly waved his big sleeve, and his figure disappeared in a blur. At this time, in the battle of the underwater world, the Sea Creature clan had already gained the upper hand in the situation that the Sea Creature clan king and the 6 pseudo-pellet state powerhouses had yet to make a move. They finally narrowed the encirclement to a place only a few miles away from the Sea Emperor Palace. On the side of Siren King, after several crystallization period powerhouses summoned 8 giant beasts with a dragon head and a horse body, they still continued to fight with the Sea Creature clan with 4 sky puppets. Bang bang, there were several loud noises. On the side of Sea Emperor Palace, a towering puppet with a height of thousands of meters easily blocked a round of attacks launched by a giant boat and a giant beast in front of the Sea Creature clan soldiers with its giant left arm blurred. Then, its 2 giant eyes glanced forward, shooting a dazzling golden light beam that made the Sea Creature clan soldiers dizzy. A harsh whistling sound sounded, dense white blade light immediately surged out from the giant blade on the puppet's left arm, turning into a white blade sea. It instantly drowned a giant boat in it. With just a ripple of spiritual light on the surface of the giant ship, it turned into a pile of rubble with a muffled sound in the sea of blades. The Sea Creature clan guards on it were chopped into several pieces before they could even scream, creating a layer of blood mist. Under the illumination of the golden light, although the giant sea beast couldn't open its eyes, it let out a furious roar toward the sky. Under the drive of its instinct, the scales that covered its entire body suddenly glowed with halos. Under the sweep of the white blade light, a series of metal clashing sounds were heard, and it managed to resist the attack of the sea of blades. But the Sea Creature clan soldiers standing on it were not so lucky. Although most of the blade light was blocked by the giant beast under their feet, those who were touched by the blade light were immediately engulfed and smashed into pieces. In just a few seconds, the Sea Creature clan soldiers on its back were also wiped out. When the giant beast opened its eyes, it saw that the puppet in front of it had already arrived in front of it at some point in time. The giant guillotine in its hand was already hovering above its head, and it was chopping down like a mountain. With a muffled sound, the giant beast was split in half by the giant guillotine like it was made of paper. It fell to the ground with 2 muffled sounds. Its body protection aura couldn't resist at all in front of the heavy blade. Then, the giant puppet lifted its feet again. In the deafening roar, it returned to its previous position and stood still. In a secret chamber in the head of this puppet, some demonic beast guards with spirit patterns engraved on their faces were constantly replacing the waste spirit stones around them with high-grade spirit stones that were faintly glowing. Roar. On the other side, a Chilan giant beast rushed into the Sea Creature clan's giant boat army like a tide. It turned into a cluster of blue crystal light and rushed over like lightning. Suddenly, a giant boat was smashed into pieces, and the Sea Creature clan soldiers on it fell down like raindrops. The Chilan beast suddenly stopped and turned around. It opened its huge mouth and spat out a huge burning blue fireball. The fireball exploded into countless blue flames. Immediately, many guards were wrapped in a strange blue color as soon as they came into contact with it, and they instantly turned into piles of ashes. Seeing such an amazing attack, the sea creature clan guards who were lucky enough to survive falling straight from the giant boat to the ground couldn't help but become abnormally pale. Facing another blue fireball spurted out by the beastkin, their faces were filled with despair. At this moment, there was a swoosh behind him. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The owner had green scales on his face. He was a sea creature clan powerhouse exuding the aura of the crystallization period later stage. As soon as this person appeared here, he groaned and made a gesture with one hand. Suddenly, countless red light spots appeared in the nearby air. They swelled up and turned into a green lotus the size of a palm. It spun rapidly and exuded an invisible suction force. Under the suction force, the blue flames immediately sank into it like moths to the fire, and they collapsed and extinguished in the lotus. At this time, there were a few whistling sounds. Next to this sea race powerhouse, a figure flashed, and suddenly, another 3 sea race powerhouses appeared. After the 4 of them just looked at each other, they dispersed as if they had a tacit understanding. They wandered around the Chilan giant beast in front of them, and they launched attacks with the spiritual weapons in their hands from time to time. However, under the amazing defense of the beastkin, it seemed that they couldn't hurt it at all. Seeing this, the Chilan giant beast was furious. Suddenly, its eyes condensed fiercely. It stomped on the ground and pounced at one of the sea creature clan powerhouses. The sea creature clan powerhouse seemed to have expected it. With just a blur of his figure, he avoided the giant beast's attack. The other 3 powerhouses took advantage of this opportunity. Suddenly, they shook their sleeves, and a talisman that exuded a strange green light flew out of their hands. When they got close to the Chilan giant beast, they burst open. 3 green hurricanes were formed instantly, and they spun quickly around the Chilan giant beast. An invisible force was formed out of thin air, trapping it tightly and constantly squeezing it in the middle. Seeing this, the Chilan giant beast didn't panic at all. Instead, the scales on its back shone brightly, transforming into a blue light shadow that blocked its body. When the 2 sides collided, there was a loud rumbling sound, the blue and green lights staggered for a while, and the hurricanes were blocked outside. They couldn't get close at all. Seeing this, the previous sea creature clan crystallization period powerhouse let out a cold snort. He rubbed his hands and raised them. Suddenly, dense green light spots appeared in front of him. They turned into a few fist-sized green lotuses and attacked the trapped Chilan-like giant beast. Under the intertwining of the hurricane and lotus at the same time, the momentum was astonishing. After a deafening explosion, the dazzling green light completely submerged most of the giant beast. The beast's body flashed with blue light. As it spun wildly, it still blocked all the attacks outside. The original blue body seemed to be more transparent. On the other side, the crystallization period powerhouses of 8 clans seemed to be activating a battle formation that emitted silver light, surrounding the 2 Chilan-like giant beasts in the middle. The 2 Chilan-like giant beasts were brandishing their claws in the formation, but they couldn't get out of the silver light curtain for a while. On the ground nearby, a large number of sea creature clan people and giant beasts' corpses were scattered on the ground, almost soaking the sand below. Not far away, next to several giant ships, above a giant array of hundreds of sea creature clan guards, suddenly, a gust of purple demonic wind rolled up. Countless purple crystal lights appeared out of thin air in the wind and quickly gathered together. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 meters long purple crystal ice spear appeared out of thin air. Under the control of the sea creature clan guards below, it was thrown at a Chilan-like giant beast that was trapped in front. With a flash of the ice spear, it turned into a purple rainbow and disappeared in the air. The next moment, the space in front of a Chilan-like giant beast fluctuated, and the purple ice spear blasted out from it. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. With a flash of purple light, the crystal ice spear pierced through the Chilan-like giant beast's body like lightning, then it burst open. The giant beast first trembled, then it roared toward the sky. The giant hole on its body quickly healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was as if it had never been injured. But its body became transparent, and its aura was much weaker than before. The same scene happened in several other places in the encirclement of the sea creature clan army. Under the absolute advantage in numbers, the sea race used the method of 3 or 4 crystal-level powerhouses to deal with one Qilin giant beast. With the help of the formation laid by the sea race guards, they quickly consumed the power of the Qilin giant beast. As for the 4 towering puppets around the Sea Emperor Palace, they found that they couldn't go too far away from the Sea Emperor Palace. Other than sending some guards to attack from a distance, they were actually temporarily put aside. At the same time, in the boundless gray sky, there was not a single cloud to be seen. Instead, it was replaced by rolling black fog that filled the entire sky, giving off a heavy and oppressive feeling. Below the sky, on the barren and cracked land, there seemed to be nothing but rugged black boulders. Lu Ming and the others were flying at a low altitude above the land. At this time, they had been in the abyss for a while, and they were already dozens of miles away from the node that connected to the deep-sea mineral vein. When they entered, they found that there was a basin deep in the center, and as Xianxia said, they did not encounter an evil beast. Not long after everyone entered, the spatial crack mysteriously closed up and disappeared. At that time, Xianxia took out a disc-shaped spiritual weapon and gestured everyone to follow closely, then he took the lead to fly away. Lu Ming and the others naturally could only follow behind, and they channeled the dominoes on their waists to form a gray-white light curtain to cover themselves to prevent the evil chi from eroding them. Their journey was quite smooth. At least so far, they had not encountered any danger. This made many people who were originally worried, but they breathed a sigh of relief. They also had a little more confidence in Xianxia out of thin air. But Lu Ming seemed very calm on the surface, but he became more cautious in his heart. He did not hesitate to release part of his mental power to be vigilant of all the movements around him. At the same time, there were already 2 superb spirit stones in his hand. They were constantly replenishing the spiritual power consumed in his body, keeping his body and mind in an energetic state. Judging from his countless life and death experiences in the past, it was at this time that he was more likely to lose his life if he was careless. After all, the bottomless abyss wasn't a friendly place. If they could find another node so easily and escape safely, it would be impossible for them to do so. He would be the first to not believe it. There were a few other people in the team, including Xianxia. Their faces were still as dignified as before, which was quite different from the others. However, what Lu Ming didn't know was that not only him, but Xianxia, who seemed to be bowing his head to observe the disc in his hand, also sneered secretly. He also secretly remembered Xianxia and the others in his mind. After everyone walked forward for a while, Xianxia's figure suddenly froze in front. He raised his head and looked forward solemnly for a moment, then he suddenly said faintly, "It turns out to be the evil beast C. You all quickly drink the spiritual liquid and stop moving forward temporarily." Everyone was shocked when they heard the words. They stopped and landed on the ground. They quickly took out the bottle of spiritual liquid refined from the evil beast blood essence that Xianxia had previously obtained. Lu Ming also took out a black gourd, pulled out the stopper on the gourd, and took a big gulp like everyone else. Suddenly, a thick and stinky liquid flowed down his throat into his abdomen, turning into a cluster of coolness that quickly spread to his limbs. The spiritual liquid in this gourd, the slave miners had naturally checked it many times. After absorbing it and confirming that there was really no harm, they only dared to drink it now. At the next moment, Lu Ming felt that the pores of his body slowly released an evil beast-like aura. At the same time, the surface of his skin turned into a layer of grayish-white like dead skin. The surrounding people were the same. For a time, the crowd was filled with an evil beast aura. Lu Ming made a sound of surprise in his mind. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, just by the detection of mental power, it gave him the feeling that he was surrounded by the evil beast horde that day. At this moment, everyone stared at the grayish-white mist that suddenly appeared in the distance with a pale face. They were all a little anxious in their hearts. Along the way, everyone also encountered some evil beast horde, but most of them were small in number. There were only 10 to 20 of them, and the highest cultivation was only the intermediate stage of the condensation state. Therefore, everyone did not take the spiritual liquid at that time, but they worked together to wipe out these evil beasts in an instant. After all, although the spiritual liquid could imitate the evil beast's aura and make them immune to attacks, it could not last long, and the quantity was limited, so they had to use it sparingly. However, the evil sea in front of them was a completely different concept from the evil beast horde. At least the number of evil beasts must be more than 1,000 to be called this. In the time it took to take a few breaths, the fog in the distance was already right in front of him. Even if Lu Ming and others were prepared in their hearts, they couldn't help but take a deep breath after seeing the situation in the grey mist. However, as far as their eyes could see, there were tens of thousands of evil beasts rushing in their direction desperately, setting off a monstrous grayish-white mist that kept rolling. These evil beasts, the small ones were only a foot in size, and the big ones were like a hill. Among them, there were some evil beasts such as wolfhounds and toads. Lu Ming and others were very familiar with them, but some other strange evil beasts were very unfamiliar to them. Most of these evil beasts were at the condensation state early stage. Only a few of them had reached the intermediate and later stage. They either ran wildly on all fours, flew directly with wings on their back, or rolled with bursts of grayish-white mist wrapping their whole body. At such a close distance, the rumbling sound of the evil beasts rushing resounded throughout the wasteland. Everyone could only stand still in place, letting these evil beasts roar past them from both sides. All kinds of violent aura swept toward everyone. Even with Lu Ming's calmness, he couldn't help but change his expression when he came into contact with so many evil beasts at such a close distance. He felt suffocated in an instant. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After glancing at the others, he found that the other slave miners were even worse. Some people even held the spiritual weapon in their hands tightly, gritting their teeth and staring at the evil beasts passing by. They could barely restrain the urge to escape into the sky. Others didn't even dare to breathe. Their hands were clenched into fists. Their nails were deep into their palms. There was a faint trace of blood flowing out, but they didn't realize it. However, this group of evil beasts was also very fast. In a blink of an eye, the huge evil beast horde turned a blind eye to everyone and passed by more than half. Only then did many people finally let go of the worry that had been weighing on their hearts. But at this moment, suddenly a strange howl came from the back of the evil beast horde. Then the sound came from, and the sky suddenly darkened. 6 huge python heads of several 10 meters in size appeared behind the evil beast horde. These 6 heads were all wrapped in glistening yellow scales. The 12 eyeballs were all incomparably grayish-white, and the light silver pupils inside were incomparably slender. Under the 6 heads, there was a giant body that looked like a giant lizard. As the 4 giant feet ran wildly, it rolled up a cloud of dust and followed the other evil beasts to this place. Its 6 big mouths opened and closed, revealing the giant blade-like fangs. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but change his face. When others witnessed this scene, they even took a deep breath. Not good, it seems to be the evil beast of the crystallization period. Everyone be careful. Although my spiritual liquid can hide from ordinary evil beasts, I don't know if it is effective on this crystallization period evil beast. But even so, I advise you not to act rashly. Lan Shi, who was standing in front, narrowed his eyes and suddenly said so. As soon as this remark came out, there was a commotion among the crowd. They couldn't help but look at this crystallization period evil beast with a little panic. Lu Ming was also shocked, but after thinking quickly, he grabbed in the air with one hand, and there was a bone all that was a few inches long in his hand. At this time, the 6-headed evil beast had already knocked away the other evil beasts in front of it like an evil wind, and it rushed to the front of everyone. Looking at its rampage, it didn't look like it wanted to avoid the crowd at all. Such a scene naturally caused many people's faces to immediately turn pale. At this moment, a blue-haired beast-kin clan man in the front position of the crowd finally couldn't bear the huge pressure brought by the giant beast. He suddenly crushed a talisman in his hand. His whole body was wrapped in a blue light, then he turned into a light ball and flew to the side. Roar! The giant python head of the 6-headed evil beast suddenly opened its mouth and sucked in the direction where the blue-haired man escaped. Poof! A yellow glow rolled out from the giant mouth, and it covered the man in an instant. Senior Lan, save me! After the blue-haired man made a heart-wrenching cry for help, his body suddenly trembled and flew back. He fell directly into the giant python's mouth, and he was chewed and swallowed by it. Seeing this scene in front of him, Lan Shi was expressionless. He didn't intend to save him at all. The people behind him couldn't help but take a deep breath. However, because of this person's disturbance, the evil beast's momentum changed. It strode past the crowd in an instant, and it didn't mean to stop at all. Such a scene naturally made several other slave miners who almost wanted to escape just now. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat, and they felt lucky in their hearts. Thus, everyone continued to stand there motionlessly like stones in a river. After a few minutes, the last row of evil beasts also passed by the crowd and gradually went away. Only then did everyone relax, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Most of their clothes were already soaked in sweat. After the evil beast went far away, Xianxia flew up again without saying a word and continued to fly forward in the direction pointed by the jade plate in his hand. After everyone looked at each other for a while, they could only fly into the air one after another and follow closely behind Xianxia. At this time, Lu Ming let out a light breath. The bone all that he was holding tightly in his sleeve suddenly disappeared without a trace. In the underwater world, there was a loud rumbling sound. A Qilin giant beast that was trapped in the formation, under the overwhelming attacks of several sea-race crystallization period powerhouses and sea-race guards in the distance, its almost transparent body finally burst open like glass. At this point, not a single Qilin beast could be found on the battlefield. After an hour of hand-to-hand combat, the Sea Creature Clan army had killed all the resisting Beastkin clan in the underwater world after paying the price of several crystallization period cultivators falling. The remaining few crystallization period Beastkin clan powerhouses, such as Xianxia, were gathered in a small open space in front of the Sea Emperor Palace. They formed a small array, barely relying on the enchantment of the Sea Emperor Palace and the 4 giant puppets to resist the attacks of the Sea Creature Clan. But fortunately, although the Sea Creature Clan's attack was abnormally fast, in the previous battle, some crystallization period powerhouses were also killed. Most of the others also lost most of their spiritual power, so they couldn't break through their joint attack for a while. Zhentian, Meng Zhao, the two of you go and take down the Sea Monarch Palace. On the giant boat behind the Sea Creature Clan army, the old man with the golden crown of the Sea Region royal family finally became a little impatient. He immediately ordered gloomily. "Yes, Your Majesty." A figure flashed behind the old man. A rainbow-robed woman and a sea-race burly man appeared behind the old man. They cupped their fists and responded. They were the 2 famous pseudo-pellet state hall masters of the Sea Region royal family. The old man with the golden crown didn't let them make a move. Naturally, he intended to let the 6 hall masters recharge their strength to deal with the final battle with Siren King. However, just when the 2 hall masters of the Sea Creature Clan were about to fly out of the giant boat, a figure flickered at the gate of the Sea Emperor Palace. A young man in a white robe appeared silently. Siren King. When the old man with the golden crown saw the young man, he immediately exclaimed. Xianxia and the others turned their heads and saw this, but they were surprised. "You have worked hard. Leave the rest to me." Siren King's face was a little pale. After saying faintly to Xianxia and the others, his figure blurred and disappeared in place. At the next moment, the sky above the Sea Emperor Palace fluctuated. The young man in a white robe appeared there like a ghost. His robe was fluttering without wind. His eyes glanced at the Sea Creature Clan army not far away, taking in the current situation of the underwater world. The originally prosperous and majestic underwater world had long been unrecognizable at this moment. Except for the Sea Emperor Palace and the 4 half-squatting puppets around it, the rest of the places had already become pieces of broken houses and ruins. At this moment, on the ruins of these former buildings, there were either densely packed Sea Creature Clan giant boats and giant beasts, or corpses and countless broken limbs all over the ground. There were also the wreckage of some giant chariots and giant boats. All of these scenes displayed how intense and horrifying the battle from before was. Looking at the underwater world that he had painstakingly built for hundreds of years being destroyed by the Sea Race army in a day, the handsome face of the white-robed young man seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. His somewhat desolate figure was hanging alone in the air. With the surrounding Sea Race army and the ruins as the background, it actually gave off an inexplicable sense of poignant beauty and solemnity. "Good, very good. I didn't expect that you can actually force me to this point." For a moment, Siren King's expression returned to normal, and he said faintly. "Humph, our royal family has painstakingly planned this siege for more than 10 years, so we can succeed in one fell swoop." Siren King, today is your death anniversary." The old man with the golden crown on the opposite giant boat snorted coldly. Although the voice was not loud, it clearly reached everyone's ears. Then the old man raised one hand again, and a loud horn sounded behind him. Under the sound of the horn, the sea creature clan army that had originally surrounded the Sea Emperor Palace retreated like a tide in an instant, expanding the encirclement more than doubled. At the same time, 6 figures behind the sea creature clan army flashed like lightning. The next moment, they appeared around the young man in a white robe. The breath that everyone exuded was vague. They were the pseudo-pellet state hall masters of the 6 sea region royal families, including Xianxia. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Siren King's eyes. As he was about to say something, there were a few loud rumbling noises in the sky. Everyone in the sea creature clan army felt a huge shock in the space behind them, then the sky above their heads was suddenly covered by several huge black figures. The entire sky became dim for a moment. After a few seconds, when the black figures passed by the nearby sky, everyone suddenly discovered that this huge figure turned out to be a giant beast with a mountain-like body. The giant beast at the front was a giant octopus covered with purple demonic patterns. The front of its head was inlaid with a beautiful face of a woman, but its 8 limbs that were more than 1,000 meters long extended and retracted, and its body rushed forward for 1,000 meters. Its momentum was extremely astonishing. The sea beast that was originally under the feet of the sea creature clan soldiers actually trembled slightly at this moment, and it made a whining sound. "It's the holy beast." Suddenly, someone in the sea creature clan shouted out. His voice trembled slightly because of excitement. As soon as this sentence came out, it immediately caused a commotion in the sea creature clan army. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but become a little fiery. Only the sea creature clan people understood what it meant when the holy beast that these people worshipped for generations was dispatched. In addition to this human-faced octopus, there were a pair of snow-white giant sharks, several golden flying fishes with fleshy wings on their backs, a looming cuttlefish and a total of 12 holy beasts. Seeing this scene, Siren King, who was floating in the air, couldn't help but look gloomy. But at the next moment, he raised his eyebrows and sneered. Suddenly, he raised his arm toward the sky, and a huge aura suddenly soared into the sky. When he opened his 5 fingers, his palm was immediately covered with a layer of faint blue flowing light. This flowing light was flowing erratically like a living thing. As the water light rippled, it rotated around the palm, and it spun faster and faster. It actually formed a huge pale blue vortex in an instant. After the young man in white robe groaned, there was a loud rumbling sound at the center of the vortex. Circles of blue air waves swept around like a hurricane, causing his black hair to flutter in the wind. At the same time, the seawater held up by the blue light curtain above the palm suddenly surged, and it also formed a vortex. Blue light silks penetrated the light curtain and went into the vortex on Siren King's palm. They faintly condensed into a cluster of fist-sized blue liquid. It was crystal clear like a crystal. At this moment, the young man in white robe raised his arm and waved it in the air. As the light blue flowing light stagnated, the huge vortex on his palm collapsed and disappeared, leaving only a dozen drops of blue liquid floating quietly in the air. Poof! A blood silks blasted out from the young man's wrist and flashed into all the blue liquids, turning them into a bright red color instantly. The young man in white robe made another gesture and pointed in the air. The ball of crimson liquid then transformed into a dozen or so crimson WYRMS in the blink of an eye. Initially, they were only around a foot in size, but they swelled to around 400 to 500 feet in size in the blink of an eye. These bloody dragons circled around Siren King. Judging from the aura they exuded, each of them actually had the strength of the early stage of the crystallization period. Not only that, after Siren King flicked his sleeve again, his hand lit up. He actually took out an inch-long flag covered with pale silver spirit patterns. He threw it into the air, and it became as tall as a pavilion after it swayed in the wind. After the young man in white robe chanted an obscure spell, the giant flag shone brightly in silver light. At the same time, on the surface of the flag, mysterious runes were flowing. Dense silver light spots flew out from it, and they flashed into tall puppets wearing silver armor. They were all 20 meters tall, expressionless, and they were holding blades in both hands. There were hundreds of them. For a time, the bloody dragons around the young man in white robe kept wandering, and the silver puppets covered the entire sky above the Sea Emperor Palace. The momentum was extremely astonishing. After Siren King summoned many silver armor puppets, he threw the silver flag that had lost its light above his head, then he took out a crystal-clear short ruler from his sleeve. With just a slight shake, a little blue light appeared around him, and it turned into a monstrous wave that wrapped him up. At the same time, he flicked the short ruler with a finger. After a clear sound, dense blue light flew out from the giant wave. After it condensed, it turned into a blue spear that was several 10 meters long. All this happened in a split second, making the sea creature clan people around speechless. Go! After the young man in white robe groaned, a dozen blood dragons immediately charged at the surrounding holy beasts with more than 100 silver armor puppets. The dense spears that were originally stagnant in the surrounding air made a whistling sound as he waved his sleeve. They turned into blue rainbow that blasted at the location of the 6 pseudo-pellet State Hall Masters, and they disappeared into the air along the way. At the next moment, the space in front of the 6 pseudo-pellet State Hall Masters fluctuated, and a cold wind rolled up. In the blink of an eye, a crystal-clear spear appeared with the wind, and it was launched at the 6 pseudo-pellet State Hall Masters with a dazzling blue light. When the blue spear was still several 10 meters away, these sea creature clan powerhouses could already feel an extremely cold pressure coming at them. Among them, Xianxia, who was dressed in a colorful robe, couldn't help but change her expression when she saw this. She grabbed in the air with one hand, and countless silver lightning arcs surged out, condensing a 10 meters long lightning spear that was surrounded by lightning. With a flick of the woman's wrist, the thunder spear whizzed out and flew toward the blue long spear. However, her face couldn't help but change drastically in the next scene. As soon as the thunder spears touched the blue spears, they burst apart as if they couldn't stop the spears at all. In a hurry, she waved her sleeve and took out a pale green mirror. She threw it in front of her, and her 10 fingers kept moving. The mirror spun in mid-air, sweeping up a series of azure gale force winds. At the same time, the woman hurriedly retreated and tossed out several talismans, which exploded, transforming into layers of light barriers that enveloped her. Pung! Several loud sounds were heard, due to the interference from the azure gale force winds released by the woman. A few of the blue spears were deflected slightly, but there were still several spears that struck her protective light barrier in a flash, upon which the barrier instantly exploded. Immediately, a blue light flashed, and clouds of blue ice mist instantly appeared. With a roll, the woman was sealed in ice, turning into a crystal-clear blue ice cube. But after a few breaths, there was a crisp cracking sound. The blue block of ice shattered inch by inch, revealing a woman in a colorful dress with silver arcs all over her body. Just as a hint of joy flashed on her face, thinking that she had resisted the blue ice spear attack, she suddenly found that several more blue ice spears flashed in front of her. She could only let out a cold snort and cast another spell to deal with it. The situation of the other hall masters not far away was similar to this woman. They were only able to resist the attack of this seemingly endless blue spear after summoning their mystic arts and spiritual weapons. For a while, they were unable to attack the young man in white robe in the center. The 6 hall masters looked at the young man in white robe who was casting spells with ease, and they couldn't help but be shocked. Only then did they know that the spiritual power of the Jin Dan stage was far beyond what they could imagine. After all, if they were the ones casting such a terrifying spell, their spiritual power wouldn't be able to support more than a few rounds. At this time, the bloody dragons had already rushed in front of them. When the purple octopus saw the 2 blood-colored giant dragons and more than a dozen silver-armored soldiers coming straight at it, its eyes flashed with green light on its beautiful woman-like face. Its 8 thick tentacles stretched and contracted, and its huge body retreated for hundreds of meters. At the same time, it spat out a cloud of purple-gray smoke. It was extremely stinky and spread in the air. It was nearly 100 meters in size, covering a large area of the void in front of it. As the smoke tumbled, there was a burst of crackling sound from it. Countless purple electric arcs were looming in it. After 2 loud dragon-like roars, the 2 giant blood-colored dragons plunged into the smoke. The purple-gray smoke tumbled for a while, and it became less in an instant. The bodies of the 2 giant dragons were looming in it, and they were sucking the smoke around them. In the blink of an eye, the purple-gray smoke that shrouded a large area of the sky was swallowed by the 2 bloody giant dragons. At the same time, its body swelled up wildly. It grew more than half its size like a balloon, and its original crimson body was even slightly purple and transparent. At this moment, the other dozen silver-armored soldiers also rushed to the front, and they passed through the already thin mist without stopping. They flashed out from behind the bloody dragons, and the two sabers slashed at the huge body of the holy beast that was emitting a cold light. The sea creature clan holy beast didn't seem to expect that its mist would be broken in an instant. After a roar, the 8,000 meters long tentacles were blurred and slammed at the silver-armored soldiers like raindrops. Each hit seemed to have the power of 1,000 caddies, causing the surrounding space to be distorted. In front of this huge tentacle, the silver-armored soldiers were as small as ants. Under the pressure of the huge force, they had no way to retreat. Immediately, loud banging sounds came out one after another. Under the slap of the tentacles, the silver-armored soldiers were blasted backward like sandbags. They directly fell heavily on the stone ground 100 meters away, smashing out a deep pit of different sizes. But these puppets ran out of the pit after a while as if nothing had happened. They turned around and rushed toward the holy beast again. Seeing this scene, the beautiful face of the sea creature clan holy beast seemed to be a little red. It couldn't help but wave its tentacles more densely. Although most of the attacks of the silver-armored soldiers were repelled, there were still some that got close from time to time. Under the cross-slash of the two sabers in its hands, blood bloomed on the silver-armored soldiers' bodies. With its steel-like defense, it couldn't resist the double sabers of the silver-armored soldiers like paper. Although the wounds were nothing to their massive bodies, the silver-armored warriors gradually gained more and more potholes on their bodies as they were continuously sent flying. Their movements also began to slow down. At this moment, the two bloody dragons had already swallowed the previous purple-gray mist completely, and they joined the attack with a swing of their tails. Under the joined efforts of the two bloody dragons and a dozen silver-armored soldiers, they were obviously still not the opponent of this huge holy beast, but they still entangled the holy beast for a while, making it unable to get close to the young man in white robe. The same scene was repeated in the other 11 battles. This Siren King, with the help of real pellet state and many puppets, actually suppressed 6 pseudo-pellet state and 12 holy beasts by himself, and he was still able to deal with them easily. This kind of unexpected result not only surprised and delighted the crystallization period Beastkin clan, but the face of the old man with the golden crown who was watching the battle on the giant boat became a little ugly. After pondering for a moment, he coldly snorted and said, "That's right. I didn't expect the Gene Dan realm to be so powerful. This is just the 3 apertures inferior grade Gene Dan that can be condensed with the help of external forces. If it is the superior grade Gene Dan, wouldn't the strength be unimaginable? I don't know if the backup we prepared is really useful. Your Majesty, don't worry. This scoundrel has already fallen into our trap. In ancient times, the poison we prepared was able to kill a legendary celestial phenomenon realm existence by catching him off guard. Even if it is only an incomplete version now, it should not be a big problem to deal with an inferior grade Gene Dan." A rather thin old man behind the old man with the golden crown suddenly replied with a smile. It was Li Kuan. "Very good. I have been planning for this battle for decades. Now it seems that the success or failure depends on this move. If it succeeds, you will have great credit. Not only can you be the guest elder of our royal family, you will naturally get more benefits when we reward you. Well, now it is time to let those poison men out." The old man with the golden crown glanced at him and said slowly, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Kuan is loyal to the royal family. I will live up to Your Majesty's expectations." Li Kuan was overjoyed when he heard the words. He quickly cupped his fist and replied respectfully. At this time, another golden scale clan old man with grey hair next to him flipped his hand and took out a blood-red gong. After he sounded it, a dozen tall sea creature clan men wearing only shorts flashed out from the cabin at the back of the giant boat. They walked to the front and stood in a row. Every one of these people exuded a powerful aura that was not inferior to the 6 pseudo-pellet state hall masters, but all of them had a blank expression. They were bald, and their bodies were covered with densely packed black blood vessels. They looked very hideous and terrifying. At the same time, as soon as they appeared, a disgusting stench spread on the giant ship. The old man with the golden crown frowned slightly after hearing it, Then he waved his hand at the gray-haired old man without saying anything. The old man understood, and the gong in his hand sounded fiercely again. But these dozen sea creature clan people's eyes suddenly lit up with a layer of red light. They rose into the air and appeared silently outside the 12 holy beasts. They rushed straight to Siren King in the middle without stopping. Next, a strange scene appeared, one of the sea race people with a huge figure. When he was flying halfway, his body flashed with a black light. With a muffled bang, he exploded and turned into a cloud of black poisonous fog. Then there was a series of muffled sounds in other directions. These sea creature clan people also exploded. As the black poisonous mist rolled, it formed a huge black mist circle, and it quickly gathered in the middle like a living thing. The holy beasts and the 6 hall masters who were fighting seemed to have a premonition. They actually left the battle and retreated quickly. In a blink of an eye, the bloody giant dragon, silver armor warriors and Siren King were drowned by the black poisonous mist. When the young man in white robe saw this situation, a sneer flashed on his face. He didn't seem to care at all. Just as he was about to channel the crystal-clear ruler in his hand and order the bloody dragon puppets to take the opportunity to pursue, his face suddenly changed after inhaling a trace of black mist. The young man in white robe suddenly grabbed on his body like lightning. He actually took out a golden wood that was as thick as a chopstick, threw it out, and smashed it with a punch. It turned into a pile of golden powder that scattered in the wind. Then he waved his sleeve again, and a blue light curtain appeared out of thin air, instantly covering himself in it. The old man with the golden crown watched this from the giant boat, but he clapped and laughed. Haha, sure enough, this man really got such a eerie sandalwood spiritual wood in his early years. Little boy Lon, although you have been treating it as a secret after you got it, and you didn't tell anyone at all, I didn't expect your confidant, Chili, to tell me everything. If I didn't set up a trick to make Li Kuan surrender to you and deliberately spread the news, how would you be fooled to keep this wood close to you? You really believe in using your body to cast the ancient curse. It's really ridiculous. Your Majesty is wise. Although Siren King is a Jin Dan state powerhouse, he can only surrender in front of your Majesty. Although he knows that the only effective way to resist this curse is to bring this rare spiritual wood with him, he doesn't know that after the fragrance of this wood fuses with the poisonous mist formed by the poisonous man's blood, it will increase the toxicity by several times. Even the Jin Dan state powerhouse can't resist it at all. Li Kuan also looked happy as he said respectfully on the side. At the same time, the bloody dragons that were swallowing the mist in the black mist actually made a whining sound and struggled. The originally slightly transparent bloody shell made a sizzling sound under the erosion of the poison. Its body suddenly shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a moment, it turned back into a lifeless black liquid. As for the silver-armored puppets, their movements were only slightly sluggish, but after being swept up by the black poisonous mist, their seemingly indestructible suits of armor were all corroded and melted away. In an instant, their movements became extremely sluggish, and they plummeted from the sky one after another, completely immobilized. Siren King, who was supposed to be invulnerable, was instantly wrapped in the black mist like maggots. The blue light curtain that was originally released on his body surface couldn't stop it at all. His handsome face suddenly turned pale like paper. In just a few breaths of time, his aura had weakened by half compared to before. The young man in white robe immediately flashed a fierce look in his eyes. As he groaned, a layer of blue light appeared around his body, forcing the surrounding black poisonous mist away a little. After a blur, it suddenly turned into 100 meters blue dragon. With a dragon roar that resounded through the sky, it rushed out of the mist and blasted straight into the Sea Emperor Palace. At the moment when Siren King showed his true body, the 6 hall masters who had retreated suddenly turned around as if they had expected it. They turned into 6 rainbow and chased into the palace. Sir Siren King. Several crystallization period generals such as Qing Qing couldn't help but feel anxious when they saw the scene. The original battle situation had a slight turnaround, but it was completely subverted in an instant. After they immediately looked at each other, they suddenly channeled their remaining spiritual power and dispersed. At this time, they could only find a way to survive. However, after being attacked by the dozen holy beasts, they were either killed or captured immediately. No one could escape safely. Subsequently, the Sea Creature clan army that had retreated in the distance immediately surrounded the Sea Emperor Palace under the command of the old man with the golden crown. At this time, the king of the Sea Region royal family breathed a sigh of relief. He said loudly with joy, "From now on, there will be no Siren King in this sea, but only our Sea Region royal family." As soon as his loud voice sounded, there was a burst of cheers in the battlefield. The Sea Creature clan guards who looked solemn initially all showed excitement and relief on their faces. After the old man with the golden crown finished speaking, he stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the direction of the Sea Emperor Palace in the center of the encirclement again, waiting for the good news from the Sea Emperor Palace. In his mind, Siren King was already poisoned. He naturally couldn't escape the joint pursuit of the 6 Hall Masters. As long as this Beastkin clan Jean Dan was killed, their battle would be considered complete. As a result, after waiting for a quarter of an hour, there was finally movement in the originally quiet Sea Emperor Palace. 6 crystal rainbows with powerful aura flashed out again, and they blasted back to the giant boat where the old man with the golden crown was. After a while, on the giant boat, a woman in a colorful robe stood in front of the old man with the golden crown, reporting something. The other 5 pseudo-pellet state powerhouses of the Scale clan stood respectfully behind the woman. "What, he ran away? How is this possible?" The old man with the golden crown only heard a few words, and his expression suddenly became shocked and angry. "Your Majesty, after we tracked him all the way, we found that Siren King sneaked into the depths of the ground, and he took a woman of our clan with him. When we followed the aura to a deeper secret room, he actually tore the void directly from an array that had been set up and entered an unknown space crack. After he entered, he destroyed the entrance abruptly. Your Majesty, when I was caught before, I seem to have heard that there is a rare seabed mineral vein under this Sea Emperor Palace, and the depth of this mineral vein seems to be connected to an unknown bottomless abyss." Li Kuan on the side saw this, and he added carefully. The old man with the golden crown was stunned after listening. At the same time, next to the big hole at the entrance of the seabed mineral vein, the corpses of the mine guards were lying on the ground. Blood flowed all over the ground, and the air was filled with a strong bloody smell. Even the 12 huge humanoid puppets were split in half at this moment, lying on the ground and unable to move at all. As for the mine guard leader named Chen Gang, his head was separated from his body in a pool of blood. His face was distorted with fear. Not far from his corpse, Yi Tianmei in a green robe was standing. She waved one hand, and the 9 silver sword lights that were flying in the sky behind her suddenly stagnated, then they flashed into her body. Then, she raised her hand and grabbed in the air on the ground. A small golden sword and a crimson leather armor flew out of Chen Gang's corpse at the same time, and they fell steadily into her hand. The woman glanced at the 2 things, frowned slightly, and kept them away. Afterward, her beautiful eyes flashed. She shook her hand, and a silver light flashed in the air. Bang! The semicircular blue light curtain that originally covered the big hole on the ground next to her suddenly shattered. Yi Tianmei's figure flashed, and she went directly into the deep hole silently. In the bottomless abyss, a group of slave miners led by Lan Shi had just avoided a large group of evil beasts, and they were hurrying on a gray land. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound in the sky more than 1,000 meters in front of them. Then, there was a violent space fluctuation, and a white space crack appeared out of thin air. Then a white shadow flickered, and a young man in a white robe holding a woman staggered out of it. This young man was handsome, but his face was extremely pale. There seemed to be a few traces of blood on his white robe. This person floated in the air. He first took a long breath, then he glanced at the slave miners below him. He immediately showed a hint of surprise on his face, but he immediately looked as usual. He said faintly, "Oh, it turns out to be you guys. This is really a bit unexpected." Lu Ming and others looked at the young man in a white robe who suddenly appeared in the air. They were dumbfounded. They almost thought that they were dazzled. This young man was naturally Siren King who escaped to this place through the array under the Sea Emperor Palace. At this moment, after his eyes flashed, he looked at Lan Shi in front of everyone, and he said calmly, "I originally thought that you would have the idea of this abyss, but I didn't expect you to really do so, and you even brought so many useless people. This is quite different from your original temperament." When Xianxia saw the young man in a white robe, he was also extremely shocked. But at this moment, after listening to the other party's words, his face immediately became very ugly. At the same time, his mind turned quickly. Although his plan couldn't be said to be flawless, after many years of planning, all aspects were still considered quite carefully. Especially the timing of the plan, it should be said that he was very confident. But he didn't expect to meet Siren King here. After all, according to his calculation, at this moment, the sea creature clan should be pressing the border, and the battle should be the most intense. With the strength of both sides, it was by no means possible to determine the winner in such a short time. It seemed that there were some unknown changes in the battle above, and the hearts of Lu Ming and others sank even more. These slave miners who could follow Xianxia into this abyss were originally the best among the slave miners. Whether it was their cultivation or experience, they were relatively extraordinary. Otherwise, they would not be chosen as companions by Xianxia. But in the face of Siren King, a Jingdan state powerhouse, they would never expect to have the slightest chance to escape from the opponent. In this way, everyone who thought that they had left the underwater mineral vein and could have a chance to regain freedom naturally showed despair. In Lu Ming's heart, he also secretly complained. I don't know why Siren King suddenly tore the space and appeared here. Thinking back to the time on Buyuan Island, so many crystallization period powerhouses were vulnerable in front of him, let alone now. But who is the woman in Siren King's arms? Although he couldn't see clearly because she was half-hugged, the figure was definitely not Yi Tianmei, but it still gave him a very familiar feeling. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly spoke with a relaxed expression, "What's wrong? Everyone, don't panic. Don't be fooled by his big words. This Siren King is strong in appearance at this moment. I'm afraid he can't protect himself, so he tore the space and came here. If we join forces to fight, it is still unknown who will die." As soon as this remark came out, it immediately caused a commotion among the crowd. Although many people still couldn't believe what he said, there were also several people with strong mental power who had faintly seen some clues from the sudden appearance of Siren King. Lu Ming was naturally one of them. With his powerful mental power, under observation, although he couldn't see through the cultivation of the young man in white robe floating in the air, he found that under the appearance that seemed to be the same as before, the aura that he exuded seemed to be mixed with something else. It seemed to be entangled together. Siren King listened to Xianxia's words, and his expression did not change at all. After glancing at everyone, he said faintly, "I am indeed unwell. However, if you think that you can really fight me with just them, then you can go ahead and try." Although Siren King's voice was not loud, as soon as it entered everyone's ears, there was a loud buzz like a thunderbolt in the clear sky. Most people's divine thought was immediately in a trance. Some people with weaker mental power even felt powerless. But Lu Ming just frowned when he heard this, and he immediately acted as if nothing had happened. With his powerful mental power that was no less than the crystallization period, as long as Siren King didn't deliberately use mental mystic arts against him, this kind of mental pressure naturally wouldn't have much effect on him. Although it did not take long for everyone to return to normal, this sudden change caused some of the people who were originally tempted to look at the white-robed young man with fear in their eyes once again. Although Xianxia was also not affected, his face couldn't help but look a little ugly. But after a moment of hesitation, he suddenly said to the air again, "Siren King, although I don't know why you suddenly appeared here, no matter how injured you are and how much power you can preserve, this is the abyss. But this is the abyss. You should know better than me what the consequences will be if we act rashly." "Oh, then what suggestions do you have?" Siren King heard this, but he looked indifferent. A blue light flashed on his body, and his figure blurred. He appeared in front of Xianxia the next moment. "Since you didn't attack us the moment you saw us, you probably don't want to waste your magic power on us. After all, your greatest enemy is the sea race. In this case, why don't we cooperate for the time being?" Xianxia was shocked. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, but he said euphemistically. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he finally saw the unconscious woman in Siren King's arms. It was actually Callan. He was confused and extremely surprised. However, there was not a trace of blood on her originally beautiful face. Her eyes were tightly shut, and the aura she gave off was faint. Just as he was feeling bewildered, the white-robed young man suddenly spoke. It seems like you know a lot of things. But since you have stayed in the depths of this mineral vein for so long, you must not have come to this abyss rashly. You should have a way to determine where the other nodes are, right? Siren King snorted and said, but his eyes glanced at the disc in Xianxia's hand intentionally or unintentionally. In recent years, I have indeed studied related mystic arts. As long as there is no accident, finding the node is only a matter of time. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately replied without thinking. Very well, as long as you can take me to find the node to leave, I will no longer trouble you. Moreover, if there is any danger along the way, I will naturally help. After Siren King listened, he said with a slight hesitation. No problem. But about the matter of Sea Emperor Pill, should there be an explanation? After Xianxia listened to Siren King, his face was happy, but he immediately thought of something. He rolled his eyes and said. This thing is refined by me, so there is naturally a way to detoxify it. It's just how can I bring this kind of elixir with me now? After leaving this place, I will naturally give you the detoxification method. Siren King snorted and said. Okay, I hope Sir Siren King can abide by this agreement. Xianxia frowned as he heard the words, and he finally said with a wry smile. After Siren King sneered, he didn't say anything more at all. When everyone heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Many people even showed a hint of joy on their faces. Although Siren King was obviously seriously injured at the moment, and his cultivation had dropped a lot, otherwise, he would definitely not talk about any deal with them. But everyone still understood that a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. This Siren King was a powerhouse of the Jingdan state. Even if his strength was greatly reduced at the moment, he was still not comparable to the ordinary crystallization period. With the help of such a powerhouse, the chances of everyone escaping from this place were naturally greatly increased. Of course, there were also quick-minded people who immediately made up their minds to escape from the abyss to avoid Siren King. At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly asked, Senior Siren King, where is my master's junior Yi Tianmei at the moment? The person who spoke was Lu Ming. At this moment, he looked at the Sea Region King with a calm expression. Siren King was startled when he heard the words, but after looking at him meaningfully, he didn't mean to hide it. He said faintly, Your master's junior is very alert. She had already escaped from the Sea Emperor Palace before I had an accident. Is this true? Lu Ming was shocked. Do you think I will deceive a condensation state cultivator like you? Siren King's face finally showed an impatient look. When Lu Ming heard the young man's words, he was really overjoyed. He cupped his fist and stopped talking. So in the following time, after Xianxia and Siren King discussed the escape, the two sides continued to move toward the depths of the abyss in a rather strange atmosphere. However, no one dared to get close to Siren King. Although Lu Ming was still surprised why Callan fell into the hands of this Jingdan State Beastkin cultivator, he naturally couldn't ask anything in this situation. Fortunately, looking at the young man in white robe who was holding her carefully, he didn't have to worry too much about her safety. In a small cave in the deep-sea mineral vein, Yi Tianmei, dressed in a green robe, was standing in the middle of the cave with a cold expression. 9 silver flying swords were floating around her body, making the temperature in the cave suddenly drop to the freezing point. After a search in the mine before, she didn't find Lu Ming's aura through the magical weapon. So the crystallization period female sword cultivator caught several slave miners in a row in a fit of anger, and she interrogated them here. In the mine, no one could stop her when Xianxia was not there. At this moment, there were several slave miners kneeling in front of him. They were all from some small forces, but all of them looked extremely nervous as they were talking about something. Senior, please spare my life. I have seen Lu Ming before, but I haven't seen him recently. A slave miner who looked like a sea creature clanman said with a slightly trembling voice. Not only him, a large number of slave miners have not appeared in front of people during this time. Now many people are secretly talking about this. Another Beastman clan slave miner quickly added. Yeah, the missing people seem to be the ones with higher cultivation here. Even the crystallization period predecessor with the highest cultivation in this place disappeared together. Some people said that they might have escaped by some unknown means. A human clan old man also said. After Yi Tianmei heard it, she was naturally surprised. But thinking about the previous performance of this man, she felt that it was very possible. This made the woman feel at ease again. At this time, the battle above was most likely about to end, but she couldn't stay in the depths of the mineral vein for a long time to continue to search for the whereabouts of Lu Ming. Therefore, after Yi Tianmei hesitated for a while, she told these slave miners in front of her that there was a war in the underwater world, and the enchantment and mine guards outside had been solved by her. Then, she left. When these slave miners heard Yi Tianmei's words, they were naturally surprised and happy. When the woman went far away, they looked at each other and immediately ran away without saying a word. It didn't take long for all the slave miners in the mine to know the news. Immediately, hundreds of slave miners rushed out of the exit hole under ecstasy, a few days later. In the abyss. At this moment, Lu Ming and his team of about 20 people were walking in an endless desert like a long snake. The long footprints left by the crowd often disappeared without a trace after a gust of wind. Above the desert, it was still a gray sky shrouded by a rolling mist. It was just that the sky at this moment was darker than before. The sand that made up this desert was not dark yellow like the desert outside, but a kind of gray-white fine gravel. Therefore, rather than calling it a desert, it was more like a lifeless black and white world. As far as the eye could see, the desert was empty and spacious. There were no longer those huge black-colored rocks in the wasteland earlier. Instead, what replaced them were many large and small grayish-white sand dunes. As the waves of cold wind swept down, it caused the desert, which was originally difficult to determine the direction, to become even more confusing. Along the way, everyone encountered the evil beast sea several times and several crystallization period evil beasts, but with the experience of the first time, under the circumstance of consuming the spiritual liquid, they naturally survived without any danger. It was just that at this moment, the spiritual liquid held by everyone was only about half a gourd. But under Xianxi's solemn explanation, and after showing the disc in his hand, it showed that it was not far away. Naturally, no one had any objections. Just in order to save spiritual power, everyone didn't fly, but they walked. After all, in this desert where the cold wind blew from time to time, flying was a very consuming and dangerous thing. Xianxia naturally still held the disc and walked alone in the front. Siren King, who had reached a temporary agreement with him, carried Callan and walked behind with a blank expression. The rest of the people faintly pulled a small distance from the two and followed behind. In the middle of the team, a young man in a gray robe with a blue spiritual sword on his waist was walking forward step by step. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, he looked calm on the surface, but his thoughts were turning quickly in his mind. In the 2 days since they stepped into this desert, they had never encountered an evil beast sea like before, and the frequency of encountering small groups of evil beasts had gradually decreased. However, the evil beasts' ranks were getting higher and higher. The condensation period later stage was also becoming common. No one knew if everyone was numb to this or they didn't notice it, but no one mentioned it. Xianxia naturally wouldn't take the initiative to explain anything. Judging from Xianxi's previous behavior when he saw Siren King, he must know something about what happened in the Sea Emperor Palace, but he didn't know how he got this news. What happened outside that could make Siren King, a Jindan powerhouse, have to flee into the abyss? When Lu Ming was thinking, Xianxia at the front of the team suddenly said in a deep voice, "Stop moving forward and quickly drink the spiritual liquid. The 2 evil beasts that appeared in front of us should be no less than the crystallization period." Lu Ming was shocked in his heart. As he looked around, he saw that at the intersection of the desert and the sky, there were 2 hurricanes, one thick and one thin, flying toward his team. After a few seconds, they became clear, and an astonishing breath was faintly exuded from them. Others were shocked. As they were preparing to act according to the instructions and take out the black gourd to drink the spiritual liquid, another magnetic voice said calmly, "Let's save some spiritual liquid. One of the evil beasts of the intermediate stage of the crystallization period has obviously discovered us. Leave this one to me. I will lure it away later. You all just focus on the early stage evil beast behind." The person who spoke was Siren King, who had stopped behind Xianxia. As he spoke, he had already carried Callan with his left hand, and his other hand grabbed in the air. He had already taken out a crystal-clear short ruler, then his figure blurred and disappeared. In the short period of time that they were talking, a thin gust of wind had already arrived not far away from them. There was a loud air-piercing sound for a while. A dense swarm of gray wind blades shot forth from within the hurricane, covering the sky and covering the earth. There were over 1,000 of them, and they gave off the feeling that they were unavoidable. Everyone was shocked. As they retreated, they cast some magic weapons and spiritual weapons to resist. For a time, in the originally monotonous desert, there was suddenly a colorful blindly wandering. As soon as Lu Ming thought about it, black gas suddenly emerged from his body, and he protected himself in it. At the same time, purple scales appeared on his palms, and they turned into countless claw shadows that clawed at the front. For a moment, loud clanging sounds rang out, though seemingly incomparably sharp wind blades were all shattered with a single grab. Xianxia, who was not far away, waved the huge iron rod in his hand tightly. With his huge strength, he actually blocked most of the wind blades. Only a few wind blades almost missed his body because of the angle, but under the protection of his aura, he wasn't injured at all. The few people around him were not so lucky. Except for one person who only suffered some minor injuries with the help of a small shield spirit weapon and a more agile movement technique, the others were cut into several pieces by the wind blades and died a violent death due to the lack of spiritual power or the inability to dodge in time. In just a few seconds, more than half of the more than 20 slave miners present were dead or injured. When the remaining people just recovered from the wind blade attack, they saw that the two hurricanes were still gone. Instead, it was replaced by a giant python-like evil beast that was 100 meters long. It was surrounded by black and yellow gas. There was only one vertical eye on its head, and it exuded a strange light. A little further away, Siren King, who was holding a woman in his hand, was using the small ruler to condense a huge blue ice spear in his hand. He was constantly attacking another giant python-like evil beast that was more than 1,000 meters long. Even though the evil beast looked ferocious, it was constantly frozen and kept breaking the ice. There were many blood holes in its body in an instant. It had no power to fight back. Seeing this, Lu Ming was shocked. At this time, Xianxia had turned into a cluster of blue light and rushed out, fighting with another smaller evil beast. There was already a bronze ancient mirror in his hand. As he cast it in the air, it immediately transformed into a series of yellow mirror shadows. There were hundreds of them. The dense wind blades that the evil beast spouted from its mouth hit the ancient mirror, and they disappeared in a flash. As Xianxia groaned, clusters of golden light were ejected from the mirror shadow, blasting at the opposite evil beast overwhelmingly. Seeing this, the dragon also made a sharp roar. After the huge body turned around, it released countless wind blades that were thicker than before. They went toward the golden light clusters. In the continuous bursting sound, the wind blades and golden light were intertwined immediately. The momentum was amazing. Seeing this, Lu Ming flicked his sleeve without saying a word. The small blue sword immediately flew out with a clear sound. After it circled in the air, it turned into a blue crystal rainbow. Although Xianxia and others did not dare to get close, they also made gestures and waved the spiritual weapons in their hands to release various long-range attacks. This python-like evil beast could only resist Xianxia's spiritual weapon. Now that so many attacks were added at once, it naturally couldn't withstand it immediately. But there were also several clusters of golden light that rushed out of the wind blades and blasted on the body of the dragon evil beast. Circles of dazzling golden light immediately burst out, and it finally broke through its protective aura, leaving a few 10 meters large holes on its huge body. The dragon evil beast let out a tragic roar, and its body spewed out several yellow liquids. Right at this moment, another black crystal rainbow rushed out of the wind blade's obstruction and circled around the beast's neck in a flash. It actually cut open a deep bloody groove, and more liquid immediately sprayed out from it. Such a scene instantly caused many people to be astonished. Xianxia even subconsciously glanced at Lu Ming, and a strange expression flashed in his eyes. After this evil beast suffered such a painful attack, it was completely enraged. After a scream, a gray light flowed on its body surface, and the wounds on its body surface slowly healed. At the same time, its tail swung forward and smashed like a giant stick. Seeing this, Lu Ming's figure flashed without thinking. He rushed out 100 meters away with an afterimage. Xianxia and others also immediately dodged in horror. But there were still 2 slave miners who couldn't dodge in time. They were hit by the huge python tail, and they immediately turned into two lumps of meat sauce. At this time, Lu Ming and others launched an attack again without hesitation. Countless sword lights swarmed at the dragon evil beast. Although it couldn't hurt the evil beast, it slowed down the healing speed as it was restrained. Seeing this, Lan Shi's 10 fingers became blurred. The bronze ancient mirror once again launched a round of golden light cluster attack, making a few more bloody holes on the evil beast's body. At this moment, Lu Ming's face flashed fiercely. He made a sword gesture with one hand. After the small blue sword buzzed, it followed the golden light cluster and stabbed into the evil beast's body. It flashed into one of the bloody holes at an incredible angle. Then, as he moved his mind, the flying sword rampaged in the evil beast's body. After the evil beast let out a heart-wrenching scream, its body suddenly fell from the air, and it rolled desperately on the ground. Lan Shi and the others were delighted when they saw it. They immediately channeled various spiritual weapons and mystic arts desperately without sparing any spiritual power. In the blink of an eye, the evil beast was riddled with holes. The yellow and black gas on its body surface trembled, and it became only a thin layer. At this moment, on the top of the evil beast's huge head, there was a sudden poof. The small blue sword actually pierced through the top of its skull. The beast screamed and collapsed to the ground, unable to move. However, Lu Ming was also shocked to see that the evil beast was still alive after suffering such a heavy injury. At the same time, Lan Shi's 10 fingers moved continuously, condensing more yellow mirror shadows in the nearby air. When the evil beast was seriously injured, he waved his sleeve robe, and dense golden light clusters surged down. The huge body below was instantly drowned in the light clusters. Xian Yuan and others nearby naturally attacked desperately. When the golden light faded, the crystallization period dragon evil beast of 100 meters had turned into coke on the ground. It could no longer move. Seeing this scene, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lan Shi looked at Lu Ming with a deep meaning. Lu Ming looked as usual. He waved his sleeve and retrieved the blue flying sword hanging in the air, then he turned his gaze to another battle a little further away. At this time, the battle between Siren King and the intermediate stage of the crystallization period evil beast was also coming to an end. Under the almost endless blue-eye spear attack of Siren King, even though the intermediate stage of the crystallization period evil beast was full of magical powers, it couldn't cast any of them at all. It was already riddled with scars. Several times, this evil beast wanted to find a chance to run away, but after Siren King suddenly threw a few more ice spears, it was forced back. Finally, after this evil beast turned into an ice sculpture again, but it couldn't break out of the ice immediately. Siren King's eyes flashed, and he grabbed in the air with one hand. Under a violent space fluctuation above the huge ice sculpture, a blue palm of a few 10 meters flashed and slammed down. Bang, there was a cracking sound, the evil beast's huge head and the blue ice on its body surface were easily smashed, turning into crystal light spots that dissipated in the air. At the next moment, the evil beast's corpse, which was nearly 1,000 meters in size, fell into the desert below, setting off a burst of flying sand and stones. Seeing this situation, Lan Shi's eyes flickered slightly. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh lightly. Seeing this situation, others couldn't help but be afraid. This Jing Dan state powerhouse could exhaust the spiritual power of an intermediate stage of the crystallization period evil beast when he was seriously injured, and he easily killed it. From the beginning to the end, the evil beast didn't even touch his sleeve. If he really fought with it as Lan Shi said, the consequences could be imagined. In this way, everyone dealt with the remains of the two crystallization period evil beasts and divided them up, then they immediately continued on their way. However, because a lot of people died in the previous battle, the atmosphere in the team naturally became more and more depressed. After a few more days, seeing that the spiritual liquid in the gourd was about to be exhausted, everyone finally walked out of the endless desert under the leadership of Lan Shi. Without the invasion of the cold wind, everyone naturally began to rise into the air again and flew at a low altitude. After crossing a small plain with unknown low shrubs and a swamp full of miasma, everyone entered a gray hilly area, and they stopped in front of a black mountain not far away. The mountain was not too high. It was about 7 or 8,000 meters. It was dark all over, and it was surrounded by a gray mist, making the mountain looming, giving a strange feeling. At this moment, the disc in Xianxi's hand at the front suddenly made a low buzzing sound, and it flashed slightly. Seeing this, Xianxi immediately bowed his head and checked it carefully, then he announced with joy, "I've finally found the other node. If I'm right, the location of this node should be behind this mountain." Then, he soared into the sky and flew forward impatiently. Others had already seen the strangeness of the disc in his hand. Most of them already had some speculations in their hearts. After getting confirmation from Xianxi, they were naturally overjoyed and flew over. But when Siren King saw this situation, he suddenly looked down at Callan, who was still unconscious in his arms. He frowned slightly and didn't say anything, but his body flashed in blue light. He also followed slowly. Lu Ming looked at the black mountain in the distance, but his pupils couldn't help shrinking. For some reason. The moment he saw this mountain, there was an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. However, when everyone else was already moving forward, Lu Ming only hesitated for a moment, then he bit the bullet and followed up. After all, in such a dangerous place, it would be too impractical to leave the group and travel alone. But he quietly fell from the middle of the team to the back unknowingly. At the same time, his lips moved a few times silently. Xianxia, who was also flying in the middle of the team, suddenly heard Lu Ming's voice transmission. After his figure paused slightly, he continued to move forward as if nothing had happened. However, his speed had slowed down a bit unconsciously. After a while, he fell to the back of the team. However, Siren King turned his head after a while. After glancing at Lu Ming intentionally or unintentionally, he continued to move forward blankly. Lu Ming was shocked in his heart. Judging from the unfathomable strength of Siren King, it was not impossible to say that there was a way to detect his previous voice transmission. He thought so in his heart, but he still didn't show any strange expression on his face. He just silently flew side by side with Xianxia at the back of the team. Half an hour later, everyone finally bypassed the previous black mountain and came to an open flat land behind the mountain. As far as the eye could see, there was a forest of grayish-white stones. From afar, it seemed as if one could not see the end of it with a single glance. When Lu Ming saw these stone pillars, he couldn't help but be slightly startled. This stone forest actually vaguely gave him a familiar feeling. It actually reminded him of the location of the sect of Yuan Mo sect in the Yunchuan continent. The location of the sect of Yuan Mo sect was also a similar large stone forest and some strange mist. It was just that the stone forest of the sect was all huge stone pillars inscribed with many black spirit texts, and the mist came from these spirit patterns. The stone forest here was just some irregular tall and strange stones. There was no sign of human intervention at all. However, even so, Lu Ming still had a bad feeling in his heart. But at this moment, Xianxi stopped in front of the stone forest. After looking down at the disc in his hand, he pointed in the direction of the stone forest without hesitation and said with certainty, "The node we are looking for is somewhere in front. As for the exact location, we should know after we go in." As soon as he spoke, he took the lead to fly in the direction of the stone forest. The other slave miners were excited, and they all followed. When Lu Ming flew into the stone forest, his eyes flickered, and he quietly released a wisp of mental power. As a result, he found that this stone pillar seemed to be formed naturally, but it was messy. It seemed that there was no rule to find, and there was nothing strange. This made his heart slightly relaxed, then he and Xianxia followed behind everyone without saying a word. As a result, after a while, everyone came to an empty place in the stone forest, and there was a tall square altar standing there. It was 200 or 300 meters high. The surface was covered with a thick layer of dust. No one knew how long it had been here. In the center of the altar, there was a black stone tablet. There were some vague black-purple spirit patterns on it, but it looked very blurry. What's going on? How can there be such a weird thing here? Seeing the thing in front of them, someone was naturally shocked, and he couldn't help but ask Xianxi. How would I know? This is also the first time I came here. It may be just a coincidence. But I can be sure that above this altar is where another node is. Xianxi shrugged and denied. Afterward, he pointed the disc in his hand at the top of the altar, made a gesture, and a white light flashed into the disc. Immediately, runes emerged on the surface of the disc. After a tremble, a white light beam was ejected, and it flashed into the space above the stone tablet. Poof, the space in that area fluctuated violently, and immediately, a hazy white vortex could be faintly seen. After a blur, it turned into a layer of condensed light curtain. It really is a node. According to my experience, this node is already very fragile because of the long time. At this time, you don't need to save spiritual power. Just attack with all your strength. The exit is in front of you. Xianxia said solemnly, then he waved his hand and motioned everyone to start attacking. After the slave miners saw the white vortex that just appeared in the air and clearly felt the space fluctuations emanating from it, they no longer doubted Xianxia's words. But immediately, under the great joy, everyone channeled all their spiritual power and cast various spiritual weapons and mystic techniques, fiercely attacking this node. For a time, the light flashed on the field, and the rumbling sound was deafening. Various magic blade lights went into the light curtain, causing a crystal light to flow on the surface. However, just as others were trying their best to attack, there were still a few people who didn't make a move. In addition to Lu Ming and Xianxia standing behind the crowd, the third person was the Golden Scale clan woman named Zhi Ming. The fourth person who didn't make a move was naturally Siren King, who was holding Callan, except when he first saw the ancient altar. He raised his eyebrows slightly, but he didn't move at all. Lu Ming looked at the familiar black and purple spirit patterns on the stone tablet, but his eyes flickered. Seeing this, Xianxia's face turned gloomy. After slowly glancing at the four people, he finally stopped on the Golden Scale clan girl, and he asked coldly, Zhi Ming, why haven't you made a move yet? Don't you want to go out? The sea creature clan girl, who seemed to be very respectful to him, looked uncertain when she heard the words. She looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia, who also didn't make a move, and Siren King, who was not far away. She suddenly sneered and said, make a move? Do you want to wait for us to exhaust our spiritual power? Then you can easily kill us and then sacrifice us all? Her voice was not loud. It was almost drowned in the numerous attacks of the crowd, but it was like thunder in the ears of other slave miners. Everyone who was making a move was taken aback. They all stopped what they were doing and looked at Xianxia. Their eyes were naturally full of surprise. What sacrifice? What are you talking about? Don't you want to leave this place? Xianxia's face did not change, but he said faintly. Humph, at this time, you still want to deceive me. Do you really think that no one knows that you secretly built the altar in the secret cave? I have seen this altar with my own eyes. Compared with the one here, except that it is much smaller and there is an additional stone tablet on it, the other styles are obviously the same. The young lady of Golden Scale clan said with a sarcastic expression when she heard that. When Xianxia heard this, his face changed slightly for the first time. But before he wanted to say anything, Siren King, who had been silent next to him, suddenly said, Xianxia, summon that thing out. Although my spiritual power is greatly reduced now, I can still clearly sense its existence. As soon as the voice sounded, the young man in white robe suddenly looked down at the altar. Almost at the same time, the seemingly solid ground near the altar suddenly became soft like sand. Under a violent tremor, there was a sudden boom. A huge pit appeared with the altar as the center. Meanwhile, the altar itself was still standing firmly in its original spot. Several slave miners who were closer to the front were shocked. They immediately flashed and wanted to retreat. But at this moment, there was a chi-chi sound, a black light flashed, countless black silks suddenly blasted out from the depths of the ground, piercing through the bodies of these slave miners like lightning. Suddenly, several screams came out, and these slave miners immediately turned over and fell to the ground. Their bodies were instantly entangled by black threads, and as they twisted, they released wisps of strange black smoke. They did not manage to struggle for a few moments before their eyes glazed over and they stopped moving. The flesh and blood on the surface of their bodies swiftly withered, and they turned into dried corpses. The entire altar suddenly became extremely soft, and a series of rumbling sounds rang out. All of the dust on the surface of the altar began to fall off, revealing countless wriggling pieces of bloody flesh. The stone tablet at the center of the altar also curled outward, and the shriveled corpses were dragged into the deep pit amidst the surging black gas. All this happened in an instant. The other slave miners who were a little further away were naturally shocked and angry when they saw this. They all made gestures and retreated. As for Lu Ming and the others who were standing a little further away, they could clearly see everything that happened in front of them. A ferocious giant face made of sand and stone suddenly appeared in the open space in front of him. Its appearance was like that of a ferocious ghost, and the huge pit in front of them was only its giant mouth, while the altar and the stone tablet were transformed from its tongue. But just at the moment when the other slave miners just retreated, Lan Shi, who was standing still, suddenly waved his arms with blue light flashing. Two invisible giant forces immediately hit the nearest people. His figure shook, and he disappeared in a blur. The next moment, he had appeared above the giant ghost face in front of him. He looked at the crowd blankly with his hands behind his back. There were a few sounds, the few slave miners were caught off guard, and their bodies were directly blasted into the air by the giant force. Another clump of black thread shot out from below, binding all of them tightly. Following that, a huge silhouette flashed past, and all of them screamed miserably before disappearing without a trace. They were actually rolled away by the giant tongue below. The seemingly clumsy tongue was actually as fast as lightning. At this time, the two eyes in the giant face opened, and there was a chewing sound. Looming in the air in the distance saw this, and his face changed slightly. With his eyesight, he didn't even see the movement of the tongue just now. It wasn't until this time that the remaining slave miners reacted, and they immediately cursed in anger. Two of them were originally Lan Shi's confidants. After these two people escaped from death, they were even more furious. At this time, everyone understood that Lan Shi brought them here with bad intentions. However, there was indeed a spatial node in the sky above them, so they were quite reluctant to leave just like that. After all, they didn't know how to find the space node in this vast abyss. Secondly, in the absence of spiritual liquid, if they encountered the evil beast sea again, there would only be a dead end. For a while, even though these people hated Lan Shi, they were in a dilemma. At this time, Lan Shi said faintly, "This old man promises to help you escape from the underground mine and find a way to leave this place." Now that the node was here, how could it be a lie? Whether you can leave this place alive will depend on your own abilities. Then, ignoring the people in front of him, he suddenly lowered his head and said solemnly to the huge face below, "Senior Gili, Junior has brought you enough blood essence according to the agreement. Isn't it time for you to fulfill the promise you made to me?" "Kaka, little kid Lan, I can't believe you actually managed to do this. Back then, when you accidentally contacted me, I didn't really have much hope. Don't worry, as long as I get this blood essence, I can unlock part of the seal on my body and restore part of my cultivation. At that time, it will be enough to help you break through the current bottleneck. With my help, you can even advance to the Jin Dan stage in the future without any obstacles." The huge face below squirmed for a while, then it suddenly made a humming strange laughter. Following that, the entire face suddenly shrank toward the center amid a series of rumbling sounds, then slowly emerged from the ground. In the end, it turned into a giant head that was 70 to 80 feet tall, and its entire body was made up of mud and rocks. Black spirit patterns appeared on the surface of its body, and it exuded a faint black gas. In its two huge eye sockets, there were two silver flames the size of washbasins beating endlessly. "Very good. Junior would like to thank Senior Gili first. However, among these people, there is a Jin Dan state powerhouse. Senior should be more careful." Lan Shi heard this, and his expression was relaxed, but he still reminded. "A mere Jin Dan state? You are talking about this Beast King clan little guy, right? Not to mention that he obviously has a physical problem now. Even if he is in his prime, I won't put him in my eyes. In my memory, this little guy was like an ant to me. I can blow his soul away with one breath, and he will never be reincarnated." The huge face turned slightly and glanced at the young man in white robe in the distance. He snorted and said. His tone was extremely arrogant. As soon as these words came out, the remaining slave miners including Xi and Yuan couldn't help but look at each other. Most of them didn't really believe this. In his words, the only Jin Dan state in the sea region actually became a little guy. Then aren't we condensation state cultivators even more worthless? Since Lu Ming discovered the appearance of this huge face, he stared at the black spirit patterns on its body surface. His eyes flashed as he was thinking about something. No matter what kind of existence you were in the past, you are only at the crystallization period later stage now. You actually dare to be so arrogant. The young man in white robe in the sky heard this, and his face suddenly turned gloomy. In the next moment, he grabbed at the air with one hand and a crystal-clear short ruler appeared in his palm. With a slight wave, a blue ice spear that was several tens of feet long appeared in front of him. With a shake, the spear let out a shrill screech as it was hurled at the giant face that had transformed into a head. With a flash of crystal light, the ice spear blasted at the huge head. The huge mud head looked ferocious. It opened its mouth and swallowed the ice spear directly, then it made a strange laughter while chewing. The taste is not bad. Why don't you throw a few more out and let me enjoy it? Seeing this, Siren King's eyes twitched, and his expression finally became dignified. Although it was only a test just now, the power of the ice spear had reached its peak. At its peak, it was able to suppress 6 pseudo-Dan stage powerhouses at the same time. Now that it had been swallowed by this monster in such a way, it was a bit too shocking. Xianxia saw this scene in front of him, but he breathed a sigh of relief. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Even other people couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the scene. Suddenly, 2 slave miners turned around and sat down without saying a word. They actually planned to escape. Seeing this, Siren King's eyes flashed with cold light. He waved the crystal-clear short ruler in his hand, and 2 ice spears blasted out. Puff puff. The ice spears penetrated the bodies of the 2 escaping slave miners in a flash, and they turned into 2 crystal-clear ice sculptures. Anyone who dares to retreat will be killed. For now, only by working together to kill the monster and Xianxia in front of us can you really leave this abyss. Otherwise, do you really think this monster will let you escape easily after spending so much effort to bring you here? Siren King's eyes glanced over the remaining slave miners such as Lu Ming and Xianxia, and he said without any emotion. As he spoke, the giant head rolled its giant tongue in its mouth without saying a word. It sucked the 2 falling ice sculptures into its mouth and chewed them. His face showed a look of enjoyment as if he was tasting delicious food. This made Lu Ming feel a little creepy when he saw it. Several other slave miners witnessed this scene, and their faces were pale. In a short period of time, there were less than 10 people on the field including Siren King, Lu Ming and Xianxia. In order to regain freedom, these slave miners came all the way from the deep-sea mineral vein. They thought that they could successfully escape, but who knew that they would face such a scene? Xianxia, the culprit of all this, had already retreated to the sky behind the head when Siren King attacked the giant head. He had a faint smile on his face as if he was waiting for them to perish. Do it. Before waiting for the remaining slave miners to think more, Siren King frowned, and his face suddenly turned gloomy as he groaned. At the same time, he threw Callan in his arms backward, and his other hand clapped in the air. Suddenly, a blue demonic wind suddenly rose, turning into a layer of light curtain that wrapped the woman tightly, and she was suspended in the air. After the young man in a white robe did all this in a flash, the crystal-clear ruler in his hand suddenly burst out a few dazzling lights. With a shake of his wrist, countless ruler shadows streaked across the air in front of him. Suddenly, ice spears that were several times thicker than before appeared densely. After a tremble, all of them shot through the air. Siren King's attack this time was obviously with his full strength. At the same time, Lu Ming, who was not far away, narrowed his eyes. He flicked his sleeves, and the small blue sword appeared in his hand. He made a gesture without saying a word. The small blue sword made a clear sound, then it turned into a crystal rainbow in a burst of aura that surged at the giant head. He turned out to be the first person to follow Siren King to attack, and he used the most powerful sword controlling technique as soon as he made a move. The whole process was done in one go. There was no hesitation at all as if he was ready to make a move long ago. On the other side, Xianxia raised his eyebrows. He placed the iron rod horizontally in front of him, then he swiped it with one hand glowing. After a bang sound came out, a golden glow rolled out from the front of the iron rod. It actually condensed into a golden sharp spear head out of thin air. With a low shout, the veins on both of his arms bulged. With a flick of his wrist, a dazzling spear shadow appeared in front of him. After it suddenly converged, it turned into a dense wave of dazzling golden light and shot out at the same time with a chi-chi sound. At this moment, Xianxia finally revealed his true strength. The primordial chaos refined iron rod in his hand was obviously not just heavy. The Golden Scale Clan girl took off a crystal ring from her finger with a solemn face, threw it above her head, and made a gesture with one hand. The ring spun in the air. Poof, it turned into a cloud of blue water mist that wrapped around her body. A blue glow immediately lingered on the surface of her body. The woman's 10 fingers flicked quickly, and the glow turned into several blue anacondas that pounced at the opposite side. Seeing this, the remaining slave miners were emboldened, and they immediately launched their most powerful attacks. A sea creature clan slave miner's eyes flashed. He grabbed forward with one hand, and a huge bone bow appeared in his palm. As his other hand moved, a purple arrow appeared between his fingers. He quickly pulled and put it down, and the arrow turned into a 10 meters long purple light that blasted out. A certain alien clan slave miner patted the leather bag on his waist with a ruthless look, releasing several beast-shaped skeletons. He bounced up as soon as he landed. His entire body was shrouded in black gas as he pounced forward. Another person, with a pained expression, took out a broken glyph. After making a hand sign and throwing it, it immediately turned into a giant green blade in midair. After a thunderous sound, it chopped down towards the opposite side, covering the sky and covering the earth. After a Beast King clan slave miner rolled on the ground, he directly revealed his true form. It was a fire lion with a crimson mane. With a roar, he suddenly spurted out a series of huge fireballs. The last person took out a cloth bag full of black spirit patterns. After throwing it in front of him, a large group of black-winged beastkin insects flew out of the bag. After circling in the air, they turned into a dark cloud that swept forward. The buzzing sound was endless. Those who could follow Xianxia deep into this place and still keep their lives were naturally not weak. After seeing the ferocious means of the monster named Geely in front of them, plus the threat of Siren King, they naturally wanted to fight desperately. They no longer had any backup plan. What's more, there was only a dead end if they retreated. If they fought hard, there might be a chance of survival. After all, Siren King had shocked the sea region for so many years. He naturally made them more fearful than the monster in front of them. Seeing this situation, the giant head laughed wildly. It opened its mouth and immediately spurted out pieces of black and purple light from its mouth. It was dancing up and down for a while. Where this light passed, the blue crystal rainbow flashed, and it immediately lost its brilliance and fell down. The dense ice spears shattered out of thin air, and the golden light released by Xianxia dissipated silently. As for the puppets, arrows of light, secret techniques, and insect swarms released by everyone else, all of them were swept away by the light without any resistance before being devoured by it. Then the silver flames in the eyes of the giant head condensed. When it opened its mouth again, it spurted out endless black silks like a black tide. Seeing this situation, Siren King's face changed. He waved the crystal-clear ruler in his hand, and layers of blue cold light rolled out. The black silks that approached were turned into huge ice. But at the next moment, these black silks trembled and broke out of the ice. But at this time, after the young man in white robes' figure became blurred, he had already retreated backward. Callan, who was wrapped in blue light and floating in the air behind him, seemed to be enchanted by some mystic art. She actually followed him closely. Lu Ming had already felt something was wrong when the flying sword lost contact with him. He made a prompt decision and retreated for 100 meters. Finally, he avoided the attack before the black silks arrived. At the same time, he secretly held a bone wind all in his hand. He was looking at the front with a gloomy face. Xianxia shouted and waved the iron spear in his hand tightly. It turned into a dense golden light that forced the black silks in front of him to shake slightly. Then, he took the opportunity to flicker back a few times. He barely escaped to a place not far away from Lu Ming, but his back was already soaked with cold sweat. The Golden Scale clan girl panicked. Although she resisted for a moment with the help of the water wall created by the ring in front of her, she was penetrated by the black silks in the next moment and entangled tightly. As the other slave miners were horrified, they also used their spiritual talismans to resist desperately. In just one encounter, all the spiritual talismans burst open after the black silks flashed. The moment these slave miners touched the black silks, they all fainted strangely. Then the huge head pulled back several people, including the Golden Scale clan girl. It slowly swallowed these slave miners into its mouth. It chewed carefully as if it was tasting some kind of delicacy in the world. Lu Ming was extremely shocked at the moment. He originally wanted to summon the flying skull and bone scorpion, but he immediately threw it to the back of his mind. As his mind turned sharply, he immediately had the idea of escaping far away. Since this monster named Gili really had strength far beyond his imagination, even if Siren King, the Jin Dan realm, made a move, it seemed that there was no possibility of winning. He naturally couldn't wait to die here. As long as he was alive, although the hope was very slim, it was not impossible to find another node in the abyss. Lu Ming's face changed several times. When he was about to take action immediately, he and Xianxia suddenly heard the voice transmission of the young man in white robe. I have something that can definitely hurt this monster. But before that, you have to help me distract Lan Shi's attention. Otherwise, if he reminds this monster, then it will be a big trouble. When Lu Ming and Xianxia heard this, they were naturally shocked. Lu Ming was a little skeptical. Xianxia, who was not far away, seemed to have thought of something. After a fierce look flashed in his eyes, he nodded slightly, then he threw the iron spear in front of him. After making a gesture with one hand, the two ends of the iron spear kept extending and bending. At the same time, the runes on the surface of the spear turned into a pitch-black giant bow. Xianxia groaned. As the muscles on his arms bulged, he pulled the bow open. Moreover, a dazzling golden light arrow appeared on the giant bow. The aura it exuded was so strong that even the crystallization period powerhouse didn't dare to ignore it. Seeing this, Lan Shi's face changed drastically. This was because the direction the golden arrow of light was aimed at was where he was. Seeing this situation, Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He put away the bone wind all that he was holding tightly in his hand, then he quietly took out the yellow turbaned soldier talisman from the Sumera snail and threw it out. At the next moment, a golden armored man with a face similar to Lu Ming appeared in front of him with his fists clenched. Siren King glanced at it from the corner of his eyes, and he couldn't help but make a sound of surprise, but then he looked at the giant head in front of him as if nothing had happened. The crystal-clear ruler in his hand emitted layers of faint blue light as if it was accumulating some kind of power. Lu Ming didn't look at Siren King much. He just took a step forward, and there was a dragon roar and tiger roar in his body. At the same time, black gas rolled out from his body, transforming into a black mist dragon and a black mist tiger. After the two circled above Lu Ming's head, they went into his arms, forming two black marks. Lu Ming shook his wrists, and his two arms thickened in a crackling sound. Layers of dragon scales appeared on his fists, turning them into a ferocious black-purple appearance. After a blur, dense black-purple fist shadows appeared in front of him, and they surged toward Lan Shi in the air. On the other side, a golden light flashed in Xianxuan's eyes. He loosened the bowstring in his hand. Poochie, a gust of wind blew, and a dazzling arrow shot out like a thunderbolt. Even though Lan Shi knew that the other party was just two condensation period intermediate stage cultivators, he didn't dare to underestimate this situation. After a groan, he flipped his hands, and a flag about 10 meters long appeared in his hand. It was embroidered with an unknown silver flower. As he waved, palm-sized silver flowers bloomed in front of him, and they flashed into layers of silver light curtain, covering his whole body tightly. He didn't have the slightest intention to fight back. Obviously, this crystallization period powerhouse was planning to let Gili deal with the two personally as long as he resisted this wave of attack in front of him. At the next moment, the golden rainbow transformed by the golden light arrow flashed and hit on the light curtain defense released by Lan Shi first. Boom, a deafening loud noise. Where the light arrow landed, it burst open immediately. Both gold and silver light bloomed at the same time. But in just a breath, the silver light decreased sharply, and it was completely drowned by the golden light. Several crisp sounds came out, the light curtain in front of Lan Shi was shattered by 6 layers in an instant, and the remaining light curtain was buzzing wildly. Just at the moment when the golden light faded, the dense fist shadows, accompanied by a dragon roar and tiger roar, hit on the remaining light curtain overwhelmingly. There was a continuous bang-bang sound on the light curtain. In a moment, white marks appeared on these layers of light curtains at the same time. After a loud boom, all the light curtains burst open at the same time. Lan Shi was shocked when he saw this. Without thinking much, he put the flag in front of him and channeled his spiritual power to transform into silver flowers again. Only then could he resist the remaining fist shadows, but his body was also forced to take a few steps back by the remaining power. Under the joint attack of Lu Ming and Xianxia, they almost hurt Lanxi, the crystallization period powerhouse. But because of this, after Lanxi had a cold sweat on his back, he couldn't care about Siren King for a while. He just stared at the direction of Lu Ming and Xianxia with a vigilant face. He waved the blue flag in his hand desperately again, transforming several layers of light screens in front of him. At the same time, the huge head below simply ignored what happened above its head. It was just tasting the delicious food in its mouth wholeheartedly. After it swallowed the last unconscious slave miner into its mouth and chewed, the 7 slave miner including the Golden Scale Clan woman had all died here. At this moment, Siren King, who had been watching this side coldly, finally made a move again. Siren King suddenly waved the short ruler that was already shining in blue light in his hand. A faint blue light flashed in front of him. After his figure turned blurred, he disappeared on the spot. Seeing this, the giant head on the other side let out a burst of strange laughter. After turning its head slightly, it opened its huge mouth, and another wave of black thread surged out like a tide, covering the empty space on the side. As a result, there was an earth-shattering noise. A silver fire wave of several 10 meters high suddenly rose from the black silk net. It rolled out and destroyed all these seemingly invulnerable black silk in the blink of an eye. In the center of the fire wave, Siren King in a white robe, holding a lotus-like silver flame in one hand, emerged. After smiling strangely at the giant head close at hand, he suddenly threw the flame in his hand out, leaving a series of silver phantasms in the air. He flicked back instantly, and he looked at the opposite side with a strange gaze. The giant head almost subconsciously opened its mouth and sucked the silver flame in, then it laughed and said, "My filthy divine light has been sacrificially refined for many years. It can pollute everything in the world. Any spiritual weapon will lose its spirituality once it is stained. What other treasures do you have? Just use them." "No. Senior Gili, that thing is the Putua flame of Buddhism. You can't swallow it." There was such a big movement below. Finally, Lanxi, who was in the air, glanced at this side. As a result, he saw the scene of the giant head swallowing the silver flame. He immediately exclaimed in shock. "Putua flame." After the giant head heard it, it was obviously startled, but before it could react, there was a burst of Sanskrit sound suddenly coming from its body. As soon as this sound came into the ears of the people present, there was a feeling that all the troubles that lingered in everyone's heart were swept away. This Sanskrit sound seemed to have the incredible effect of purifying divine thought. At the same time, on the surface of the giant head, faint silver Sanskrit suddenly appeared. As the array intertwined, a silver lotus the size of a bowl was condensed from it. The petals bloomed one by one, and they turned into clusters of silver flames at the next moment. They merged and connected with each other, turning into a turbulent silver fire sea. It also continuously spewed out waves of silver flames, and in an instant, the entire head was completely submerged. The surface of the rock was melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lanxi, who was in the air, saw this scene, and his face suddenly changed. He turned around one by one without saying a word. A silver light flashed around him, and he blasted away into the distance. But after Siren King snorted coldly, he suddenly waved his sleeves. The crystal-clear short ruler slashed across in the air, and 8 blue spears were transformed. As he waved, the spears formed a line and blasted toward Siren King's direction. But after a few crisp pung-pung sounds, a pu sound came out. The layers of light curtain on Lanxi's body surface were all shattered by these ice spears, and the last one flashed past his shoulder, turning half of his body into an ice sculpture. Even though Lanxi was in extreme pain, he still clenched his teeth and crushed a jade pendant in his sleeve. Immediately, a 5-color glow wrapped around him and continued to fly away. But at this moment, suddenly a shrill scream came from the nearby space. A white light suddenly blasted. After a flash, it directly penetrated the 5-color glow and Lanxi's protective aura. It went in from one side of Lanxi's head, then it blasted out from the other side with a trail of blood. The white light then spun and exploded into countless bone shards. After Lanchi screamed, he fell directly from the air and fell heavily to the ground. He could no longer move. At this time, Lu Ming in the distance let out a long breath and put away the other several inches long totem in his hand. This Lanchi was unexpectedly killed by a bone awl. The young man in white robe saw this scene, and he was a little surprised. After a snort, his sleeve suddenly flicked, and another ice spear blasted like a meteor. Pung! A cloud of green gas just flew out of the mouth and nose of Lanchi's corpse, and it was instantly extinguished by the ice spear. Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression moved slightly, but when his gaze fell on the silver flame that no longer made any sound, he couldn't help but feel a trace of horror in his heart. Just what kind of divine object is this Putua flame? It actually managed to kill this seemingly powerful monster so easily in just one move. I didn't expect there is really a Buddhism sacred item like Putua flame in this world. I thought it was just fabricated out of thin air in the ancient books by those ancient believers. Xianxia, who was nearby, also put his giant bow aside and murmured with a surprised look. As Lu Ming heard this, his heart moved. As he was about to ask, the young man in white robe who was standing in front of the silver flame suddenly changed his face. He stomped on the ground with one foot, and his body blasted backward. After 2 flashes, he returned to his original position. He hugged Callan who was suspended in the air, then he turned into a rainbow and flew toward the direction where everyone came from. Siren King's movements were extremely fast, just like a flash of lightning. Just when Lu Ming and Xianxia were surprised by this, the giant head's strange laughter came from the raging silver flame again. Tisk tsk, I didn't expect you little guy to have a Buddhist spiritual flame in your hand. If my body is really a pure ghost, I'm afraid I really can't escape death. But unfortunately, my current appearance is just an incarnation condensed by some local yin qi. As soon as the voice sounded, there was a buzzing sound in the silver flame, then a rune chain that was as black as ink was spouted out. With just a flash, it crossed thousands of meters in the air, and it blasted toward the young man in white robe who had already fled to a black spot. Siren King, who was holding Callan, was trying his best to escape with the escape light. As he felt the whistling wind behind him, his face changed drastically. The crystal-clear short ruler appeared in his hand again. As he channeled his spiritual power, the short ruler flew backward. It became 100 meters huge, and it spun wildly. It immediately set off a monstrous blue cold wind, whistling toward the black rune chain that was galloping. With the sound of walla, the black rune chains that broke through the air were frozen by the hurricane. They formed a long blue ice strip in the shape of a shining dragon in the air, exuding a trace of cold air. Siren King took this opportunity to cast a talisman. The escape light speed increased several times, and he was 1,000 meters away in an instant. But at this moment, there was a series of crisp sounds coming from the transmission array not far behind him. In just a breath's time, the sparkling and translucent ice had already shattered. After the black rune chain became blurred, it disappeared into the air again. The young man in white robe was shocked, but before he could take any action, the nearby air fluctuated. The black rune chain shot out in a flash, and it turned into layers of phantasms that entangled him. Siren King felt that his arms were tight, and his body stagnated. Then, he and Jiaolan were tied up firmly. They couldn't move at all under the mountain. Then, under a huge force, they were instantly pulled to the place where they came from. In just a few seconds, Siren King and Callan appeared again in the position before they escaped. At this time, Siren King's pale face was very gloomy. After being tied up by the rune chain, Angelina burst out several times in his body. His body also flashed wildly in blue light, trying to break free forcibly. However, this talisman chain was extremely strange. Regardless of whether it was his powerful physical strength or the pure Fali in his body, once it was activated, it would dissipate on the surface of his body like a clay ox entering the sea. It was completely unable to display its true effect. At the same time, the raging silver flame suddenly converged, and a cloud of black mist appeared out of thin air. After it condensed, it spread out again, turning into a huge and distorted face. It was just that this time, the face was condensed by black gas. There was a smug smile on it, and it looked a little blurred. Such an amazing change was naturally beyond the expectations of Lu Ming and Xianxia. However, the two were not ordinary cultivators. Their reactions were also extremely fast. Almost at the moment when Xianxia escaped without saying a word, the two also turned around and fled without saying a word. The black mist on Lu Ming's body rolled, and he immediately rolled up the golden armor puppet, turning into a cloud of black gas and flew away. Xianxia shook the black giant bow in his hand without hesitation, and it turned into a black giant rod again. As he groaned, he bent his arm and threw it in another direction. Swoosh! The black giant rod blasted away with a black phantasm, and it expanded in the wind. Xianxuan's figure was blurred in place. The next moment, he appeared on the giant rod that was 100 meters away. He blasted away like an arrow. Go! This time, the black giant face didn't say any nonsense. He just groaned, and 2 rune chains were spurted out from his mouth. They disappeared into the air in front of him. Xianxuan only heard a whistling sound in his ears, then he was tied up by the rune chains that penetrated from the nearby air. After condensing the spiritual power in his body, he fell from the air with the giant rod at the same time. After Lu Ming sensed the space fluctuations coming from behind, his face changed drastically. He made a gesture, and the golden armor rune soldier that was flying with him suddenly grew in size. After his arm turned blurred, he suddenly pounced backward. At the same time, he launched countless golden fist shadows, vaguely forming a golden hurricane that blocked behind Lu Ming. Poof! The black rune chains that shot out from the air behind turned a blind eye to the golden hurricane, and it directly penetrated the head of the golden armor rune soldier. After another blur, it appeared strangely on Lu Ming's body. It also entangled him and tied him up. At the moment when the golden armor rune soldier's vital point was pierced, the golden hurricane in front of him turned into golden light spots and dissipated. It returned to a yellow talisman that fell down. Yellow turban soldier talisman. When the black giant face saw the spirit patterns and the little golden man pattern on the yellow talisman from a distance, it seemed to be surprised and delighted. A ray of light rolled out from its mouth, then it took the talisman to its side and swallowed it. After a few seconds, when Lu Ming and Xianxuan appeared in front of the black giant face again, they couldn't move at all like the previous Siren King. The 3 of them looked at each other, and they couldn't help but smile bitterly. As for Callan, although she was still unconscious under the rune chain, she seemed to be unaware of the outside world. At this time, Lu Ming had naturally recognized the rune chain that bound him. It was exactly the same rune chain that suppressed the ancient troll giant foot that he saw in the secret realm of the demon-subduing tower of the Prime Demon sect. It was just that the rune chain was colorful, and the one that bound him was black and shiny. Other than that, the 2 were almost exactly the same. Lu Ming's face was uncertain, and he vaguely thought of something in his mind. But then, after the giant face lost its original mudstone body, it didn't seem to be interested in swallowing Lu Ming and others immediately. After it glanced at the prey in front of it, it actually chanted in a low voice. Lu Ming and others only felt that their bodies were light, and they immediately floated up. They followed the giant face and flew to the mountain not far away. Lanqi's corpse was also rolled up by a rune chain, and it also followed a few people. When the giant face approached the mountain, it suddenly opened its mouth, and a black and purple light swept out. It flashed into the mountain. In the violent roar of the huge mountain, a stone face with a height of more than 10,000 meters appeared on the mountainside. It was exactly the same as the black face in front of him. Its huge mouth slowly opened, revealing a deep green stone passage of several 10 meters high. After the black giant face finished doing all this, its figure instantly shrank, turning into only 10 meters in size, and it immediately floated toward the entrance. Lu Ming and others involuntarily entered the passage under the pull of it. As soon as they entered, the light coming from behind slowly became smaller, and the entrance to the mountain gradually closed. Then Lu Ming and others flew slowly along the passage under the lead of the black face. They suddenly went down and suddenly went forward. After a long time, after a series of turns, they finally came to a huge stone cave that was thousands of meters in size. According to Lu Ming's judgment along the way, this place should be in the center of the entire mountain. In the center of the cave, there was a black altar that looked exactly the same as the one in the secret realm where the giant foot was sealed in the Prime Devil sect. On the altar, there was a magic formation inscribed with countless huge spirit patterns. In the center of the grotto, there was a black altar that was the same as the one in the secret realm where Prime Demon sect sealed the giant foot. There was an array inscribed with countless huge spirit patterns on the altar. There was a jet black horn on its huge head, and it had a head of long silver hair that resembled messy grass. A layer of black scales covered most of the surface of its head, and its body was faintly shrouded in a gray aura, causing it to appear extremely mysterious. The huge array below was also vaguely incomplete. At the edge of the array, there were a few deep claw marks that were as deep as a foot. It looked very mysterious. The huge array below was also vaguely incomplete. At the edge of the array, there were a few deep claw marks that were as deep as a foot. It looked very eye-catching. After Lu Ming saw the hideous appearance of the giant head and the sober altar, his heart immediately thumped. This is really the place where the ancient giant demon is sealed, and it is the most important giant demon's head. It seems to be awake now. It is obviously broken free from part of the seal. No wonder it can directly use its incarnation to stir up trouble outside. When Siren King and Xianxia saw this giant demon's head, they were naturally surprised. Obviously, the two also recognized the origin of the sealed giant demon's head at a glance. Siren King's face instantly became abnormally gloomy, and Xianxia's face instantly turned pale. The black face led everyone to the front of the giant head, and with a pu sound, it turned into a black mist and drilled into the giant head's head. Pung pung. The bodies of Lu Ming and the others, plus Lan Shi, suddenly fell straight down uncontrollably, slamming heavily on the ground. At the same time, in the air where the black face originally was, there were fist-sized crystal blood clusters. There was a hint of black gas on the surface. It was the blood essence of the slave miner that was swallowed by it. In addition, in the center of the blood cluster, there was a yellow talisman floating in the sea. It was the yellow turbaned soldier talisman. The ferocious head that was sealed on the altar slowly opened its eyes after the black mist went into it. Immediately, two clusters of silver flames jumped up. Its eyes were exactly the same as the previous giant black face. The gaze of the giant head slowly swept over Lu Ming and others, and it finally fixed on the blood clusters in the air. He suddenly opened his cavernous mouth, and a burst of black and purple light swept forth, sucking in all of the balls of blood essence in midair. As a result, every time a cluster of blood went into the giant head, there was a burst of blood light on the surface of the giant head. Its aura also faintly improved a little. As all the blood essence was swallowed, the eyes of the giant head flickered, and it began to struggle madly. The array on the altar, which was originally quiet and motionless, immediately buzzed. The white rune chains exuded 7-color crystal light, and they began to shrink and tighten quickly. The giant head's face suddenly showed a painful expression, but it made a thunderous roar in its mouth. Bang bang bang. 3 sounds came out. After the time it took to finish a meal, the 3 white talisman chains on the giant head were forcibly broken off. The giant head opened its mouth again without saying a word, spitting out a few blue demonic flames. It instantly rolled the broken rune chains into it, and it actually sacrificial refined it on the spot. But the rune chains that were originally milky white began to shrink and swell regularly in the black demonic flames, and it dimmed a little bit. In just a few moments, the talisman chains that had been broken became as black as ink. After the giant head laughed strangely, it sucked the refined rune chains and the demonic flames into its mouth. The ancient cultivator had originally used the artifact to seal the giant demon's head, but it had been refined into his own weapon. It turns out that this place is actually the place where the ancient giant head is sealed. Siren King Xianxia only knew the origin of the thing that bound him, so he was naturally shocked and angry. Lu Ming's mind turned quickly. He simply closed his eyes and sank a wisp of divine thought into the sea of consciousness to check the celestial tablet again. At this moment, on the stone tablet that was black on top and white on the bottom half of the golden hourglass pattern was already filled with a thick layer of silver gravel, and only a quarter of the upper half was left. After the previous 2 experiences of absorbing the demonic chi from the troll's limbs, Lu Ming naturally knew that his only hope of survival was whether or not he could activate the mysterious bubble. After gritting his teeth in his heart, he poured his spiritual power into the celestial tablet. At this time, the troll's head, which had finished sacrificing the 3 rune chains, immediately glanced at Lan Shi's corpse in front of him, and his face looked ruthless. He suddenly opened his mouth and sucked Lan Shi's corpse over. As his mouth closed and closed, he chewed hard, and it made a horrible crunch sound. A moment later, the giant head swayed and opened its mouth again, spitting out a bloody meatball that was 10 feet in size. A pungent smell of blood immediately spread out in the cave. Such an amazing scene, not only Siren King and Siren King's eyes flashed. Even Lu Ming also opened his eyes and looked at the meatball carefully. He saw that the surface of the bloody meatball was covered with crisscrossed bloody veins. As soon as it landed, it rolled a few times before it was fixed in place. Then, the blood sphere expanded and contracted as if it had a life of its own, and the sound of a heartbeat could be heard from it. After a few seconds, the heartbeat sound became clearer and clearer, and the frequency became faster and faster. Such a strange scene, even Siren King's face couldn't help but turn a little blue. As the blood ball trembled, the surface began to eject several bloody light beams. As the light beams became more and more dense, they gradually connected into a cluster of bloody light, drowning the huge blood ball in it. Boom! A loud sound rang out. The bloody light faded away, and the original bloody meatball had disappeared, but there was a pungent bloody mist at its original location. In the bloody mist, a thin figure was struggling to stand up. When the bloody mist drifted away, Lu Ming and others were stunned to find that Lan Shi, who was originally dead, suddenly stood up again in front of everyone. At this moment, Lan Shi's body, which was originally riddled with holes, was as good as before, but his grey robe was already tattered. It was still stained with a lot of sticky blood, and his body was surrounded by a black gas. His appearance was a lot more ferocious than before. His skin was covered with light black spirit inscriptions, and a thin layer of green scales appeared on his arms and thighs, and it was flickering with a strange light. However, his eyes were muddled, and there was no longer any spirituality to speak of. As soon as Lan Shi appeared, he made a low beast-like roar. Looking at Lu Ming and the other two who were tied up in front of him, his eyes were full of crazy bloodthirst. Obviously, he had lost his mind, he even lost the ability to speak, he was actually half demonized directly. At this time, the giant demon head sneered and said to the demonized Lan Shi, "Little friend Lan, I promised you that as long as you help me do this, I will help you become an existence of the Jing Dan stage. Although you died first, I will let this puppet made of your flesh and blood become my first incarnation. As long as I give it some time, it will also have the strength of the Jing Dan stage. So, I didn't break my promise to you." Lu Ming and others discovered that the demonized Lan Shi in front of them not only retained his early stage of the crystallization period, but the aura he exuded was even stronger than when he was alive. After the giant demon head finished speaking, it seemed to look at Lan Shi from head to toe for a while, then it glanced at Lu Ming and the others with its huge eyes. When it looked at the young man in white robe, a smile appeared on its face, and it nodded with satisfaction. When it looked at Xian Yuan, it just glanced at him with an indifferent expression, but when it finally looked at Lu Ming, its nose suddenly twitched, and it made a soft sound. The demonized Lan Shi, who had a dull expression, suddenly walked to Lu Ming, tore off the leather bag on his waist, and opened it on the spot. As a result, two black gas rolled out, and Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull suddenly appeared from it. As soon as Bone Scorpion landed, it saw Lu Ming's current appearance, and it had a general understanding of the situation at the scene. Its eyes flashed with green light. Accompanied by a strange hissing sound, its figure turned into a phantasm. At the same time, the snake head behind it blurred, and it immediately turned into dense black silks that penetrated the demonized Lan Shi. Demon Flying Skull also looked hideous, and its long hair turned into a silk net that covered the demonized Lan Shi. Seeing this scene, the demonized Lan Shi groaned, and his two arms became blurred in the black light. Bang bang, two consecutive loud noises came. Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull were hit by a fist full of black spirit patterns at the same time, and they were knocked back for several 10 meters. After the two rolled a few times in the air, they looked embarrassed, but their hidden fierceness was also aroused. They immediately changed their direction again and pounced at the demonized Lan Shi. But at this moment, the giant demonic head locked by the rune chain glared. The black gas on its body surface suddenly rolled, and it released a terrifying demonic pressure. It pressed down like a mountain. Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull in the air stagnated, and they immediately fell to the ground like dead objects. It was just that. The demonized Lan Shi walked slowly with no expression. As his two giant palms grabbed, he grabbed the tail of Bone Scorpion with one hand and the hair of Demon Flying Skull with the other hand. He lifted the two up, shook his arm, and a 5-element shock wave surged out, making the two weak and unable to move. Then, he turned around and went back. When it walked to the front of the huge head, it stretched out its 2 arms. Bone Scorpion and the demon were still unable to move. The giant head's eyes flickered with silver light. After carefully looking at Bone Scorpion and demon flying skull in front of him, he muttered to himself with a strange expression. Unbelievable. One was just a low-level devil, yet it had my aura. The other was just a low-level ghost creature, but it gave me a sense of closeness. It even gave me a feeling of being a descendant. Let me think. By the way, a small finger bone of mine was cut off by a powerful enemy in the place of Xianxia in my early years. This ghost creature must have swallowed this thing, so there would be such a mutation. Kid, have you seen the other parts of me that are sealed? The last sentence was the giant head yelling at Lu Ming, who was not far away. When Lu Ming heard this, he felt like he was suddenly enlightened. It turned out that this bone scorpion had such an opportunity in its early years, so it could be so different. Not only it could constantly evolve, but it could also attract abnormal thunder calamity. It was far from comparable to other ghost creatures of the same kind. Yes, I have seen the other parts of you that are sealed. After Lu Ming was silent for a while, he admitted frankly. As soon as this was said, it couldn't help but cause Xian Yuan next to him to look surprised. Siren King also glanced over with some surprise. As the giant head heard the words, it immediately moved its attention away from Demon Flying Skull and Bone Scorpion in front of it. It asked in a hurry, "Very good. You quickly tell me the situation and whereabouts of my other limbs. If it is confirmed to be true, I may let you live. But if you dare to hide anything, I'll make you wish you were dead." The giant demonic beast's expression seemed to be a little nervous, but there was a hint of excitement in its words. Seeing this, Lu Ming flashed a trace of strangeness in his eyes, but he slowly replied, "That was when I traveled in a place called Yunchuan Continent a few years ago. When I explored a secret realm with others, I accidentally found a space node in a remote corner. I wanted to explore it out of curiosity. As a result, I found an altar that was exactly the same as here, and there was a giant foot sealed on the altar." Lu Ming said half-truthfully to delay some time. At the same time, he carefully recalled the situation when he encountered the giant demonic foot in the secret realm of the Yuan Mo sect. At the same time, he was a little uneasy. Now that I have seen the true body of the giant demon, why didn't the mysterious bubble appear on its own this time? Looking at the current situation, it seemed that he really didn't have much time to delay. Yes. That must be my sealed foot. Continue, did you find anything else? The giant demonic head nodded again, and a smile appeared on its face. When I found it with my companions, I was amazed by the powerful breath it exuded, so I didn't dare to approach it rashly. I just observed it for a while, and then left directly from the entrance. Other than that, there is no. Lu Ming's expression remained unchanged, but he gritted his teeth in his heart. Finally, he released a spiritual power to the celestial tablet in his sea of consciousness, and it was activated. Although he didn't know whether this approach was really effective, at this point, this was the only chance to wake up the mysterious bubble. As a result, at the next moment, a soft poof sound came. There was a strange movement in his spiritual sea. A bean-sized crystal bubble appeared in a flash, and it rotated quickly in a slight flash. The celestial tablet in his sea of consciousness suddenly shone brightly, and the same strange purple spirit text appeared on the surface of the tablet, dancing wildly. "Junior, you are courting death." The giant demonic head was still smiling a moment ago, but the next moment, it almost instantly sensed the strangeness of Lu Ming's breath. It immediately roared angrily. Suddenly, it opened its mouth, and a thick black silk as thick as a wrist ejected from it. In a flash, it was close to Lu Ming. It was about to penetrate his forehead and kill him on the spot. At the same time, the black rune chain that had originally bound Lu Ming also suddenly tightened. A huge force came, and his body was about to be directly strangled into several pieces. But Lu Ming's body trembled, and a layer of black flame suddenly emerged from his body surface. As soon as the rune chain touched it, it instantly turned into a pile of ashes. Then, a crystal light flashed between his eyebrows, and a slightly rotating bubble phantasm appeared there silently. The thick black thread flashed, and with a poof, it directly disappeared into the bubble phantasm, leaving no trace behind. When the giant demonic head saw this scene, it was suddenly shocked. There was a vague ominous premonition in its heart. It groaned almost without thinking, then it released all the extremely pure true demonic chi that had been accumulated in its body for many years. A black gas condensed on top of its head. After it circled, it turned into a monstrous black waterfall, rolling at Lu Ming aggressively. For a time, the entire huge cave was filled with an incredibly powerful and tyrannical aura. Seeing this, Siren King's face immediately looked solemn. Under the pressure of this powerful aura, Xianxia let out a muffled groan, and his face became as red as rouge. But the crystal bubble phantasm in front of Lu Ming's eyebrows just spun. As soon as the black waterfall approached it, it was immediately attracted by some strange force, and it was continuously injected into it. This monster's true demonic chi was completely absorbed in the blink of an eye. At the moment when the demonic chi was absorbed, Xianxia and Siren King couldn't help but look relieved. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming with a hint of horror in his eyes, while Siren King's face was changing. No one knew what he was thinking. This is impossible. The giant demonic head was shocked. It almost couldn't believe what it saw, but at this time, the mysterious bubble phantasm just trembled, and it actually released a crystal white light. It covered the giant demonic head that couldn't move like lightning, then the white light pulled out a small green phantasm from its head. The face of the little green person was exactly the same as the face of the giant head, but there were more than a dozen black mini rune chains wrapped around its body. It was desperately resisting the pull of the white light, but it was still flying toward the bubble inch by inch. This small green figure was formed from a wisp of the giant demon's soul that was left in his head. After being sealed in this place for many years, it had gradually grown to such an extent. Moreover, it only had a small portion of the ancient giant demon's memories left behind. The giant demonic head that lost its soul, the silver flame in its huge eye sockets suddenly extinguished. Although its expression was still hideous and terrifying, it had completely lost its original vitality. The little green person phantasm had an unbelievable expression on its face. After a sudden groan, the demonized Lan Shi, who was standing still, suddenly threw bone scorpion and demon flying skull to the ground, then he turned into an afterimage and rushed toward Lu Ming. Obviously, this giant head soul also saw that as long as Lu Ming was killed, his crisis would most likely be resolved. For some reason, the mysterious bubble phantasm didn't respond to the demonized Lan Shi who was rushing toward him. It still pulled the little person phantasm calmly. Lu Ming only felt a strong wind in front of him, then the demonized Lan Shi appeared in front of him with a hideous face. A demonic hand blurred, then it turned into a sharp blade that went straight to his chest. It was as fast as lightning, so Lu Ming had no time to react. Bang, there was a loud noise. Lu Ming's chest felt hot. His whole body seemed to be hit by something, and his body flew out like a sandbag. At the same time, the sparkling bubble phantasm shook slightly, making the white light that was emitted slightly dimmed. It actually allowed the little green man transformed by the giant head soul to break free a little. The little green man was overjoyed when he saw this, and he shouted at the demonized Lan Shi again. When Lu Ming's body was about to hit the wall behind him, he channeled his spiritual power in anger to stop his body from flying backward. He looked down again, and he suddenly found that his chest was already badly mutilated. As a precaution, the scarlet dragon scales that were covering the vital parts of the body had already been shattered by the shockwave. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this situation. But as soon as he raised his head, he saw the demonized Lan Shi once again rush to him like a ghost. He stretched out his arm and grabbed at his chest fiercely. However, fortunately, at this time, he finally had time to punch his fist covered with scales at this claw. As a result, after a ping sound, he only felt his fist heat up, and the outermost layer of the scales on the surface of the surface was forcibly torn by the opponent's 5 fingers. At the same time, a violent force surged from the opposite side, and his body was sent flying again. Poof, Lu Ming's body fell heavily on the wall behind him, then he fell to the ground below. Fortunately, his physical body was also extremely strong. He didn't suffer any serious injury under this collision, but his mind was shocked, and he felt a little dizzy. However, his heart skipped a beat and sank straight down. With his current physical strength, coupled with the assistance of Tiger Dragon Hell Prison and Crimson Hydra Scales, he actually had no power to fight back in front of the demonized Lan Shi. This is really incredible. If that was the case, wouldn't he really lose his life here? At this moment, a cold voice that was almost inaudible suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Demonization. Lu Ming suddenly felt a boom in his ears. In an instant, he felt that something in his body was ignited. After falling heavily to the ground, a layer of black flame appeared on his body surface, burning fiercely. At the next moment, his face showed a trace of pain. After his body made a crackling sound, it actually grew a lot. The injury on his chest was instantly healed, and faint purple spirit patterns appeared on his skin. From a distance, Lu Ming at this moment had transformed into a hideous appearance that was somewhat similar to Lan Shi. At this time, he only felt that a murderous and bloodthirsty desire was constantly surging in his mind, but his physical body was full of endless power. He actually screamed unconsciously. At this moment, although Lu Ming's divine thought was extremely clear, he couldn't control his body anymore. At the moment when he just completed the transformation, Lan Shi with a violent look had appeared in front of him again, and he grabbed his head with lightning speed. There were many black marks in the air. After the demonization, Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely. He moved his arm almost without thinking, turned into an afterimage, and punched at the opponent fiercely. He even hit the opponent's chest fiercely. Boom! A loud sound rang out, a gray shadow flashed in front of Lu Ming. The demonized Lan Shi's body trembled, and he was blown away for a few 10 meters away. This scene not only stunned Siren King and Xianxia, but the little green phantasm in the white light also changed its face. Before it could instruct Lan Shi again, the next scene shocked it even more. As soon as Lan Shi stabilized his figure, Lu Ming appeared in front of the demonized Lan Shi again after a blur. He raised his hand and launched another punch without saying a word. Seeing this, the demonized Lan Shi groaned. His two arms suddenly waved forward like lightning. One of his hands clawed at Lu Ming's fist, and the other claw swept at Lu Ming's waist. A strange scene appeared. Lu Ming's black light flashed, and he penetrated through the opponent's palm without any hindrance. His entire arm burst open in an instant. Flesh and broken bones scattered everywhere. At the same time, Lan Shi's other claw had just penetrated Lu Ming's protective aura and grabbed his waist, but then he found that the opponent's skin became extremely greasy in an instant. His seemingly sharp 5 fingers actually slid on it as if it was not affected by the force at all. Lu Ming's other arm suddenly made a burst sound. It suddenly rotated to the back of Lan Shi's neck at an incredible angle. He suddenly grabbed and twisted, then he threw Lan Shi into the air like lightning. The demonized Lan Shi's head first twisted 180 degrees, then he only felt that his body was light, and he flew into the air. Then Lu Ming stomped on the ground with both legs. With a whoosh, he appeared in front of Lan Shi again. He grinned hideously. His two arms suddenly blurred, and his two palms with 10 sharp blade-like nails turned into countless claw shadows that clawed at Lan Shi. There was a continuous sound of cracking in the air, and the demonized Lan Shi's blood splashed out immediately. After just a few seconds, the figure in the air flickered, and Lu Ming appeared with blood all over his body. In the void above, the demonized Lan Shi had been torn into pieces. Broken limbs, flesh, and broken bones fell like raindrops. In the void of the entire cave, there was a thick bloody smell everywhere. From the demonization of Lu Ming to the counterattack, and then to the outcome, it only took a few seconds. And Lu Ming himself witnessed the whole process of the bloody battle between himself and Lan Shi from a strange perspective that was similar to a bystander. The process of the battle between the two was extremely simple. It was almost just a straightforward exchange of fists and claws. However, these incomparably sharp hand-to-hand combat methods made Lu Ming's heart palpitate, and he was extremely shocked. For the first time, he knew that the power of the physical body could be so powerful. A hidden door in his heart was quietly opened unknowingly. Xianxia, who was near the altar, was already stunned by the fierce and bloodthirsty battle just now. An existence as powerful as Siren King couldn't help but look at Lu Ming with fear and doubt in his eyes. No! The little green man phantasm, who was shrouded in white light, screamed. Its voice was extremely shrill. The nearby white light fluctuated violently, which made it unable to stabilize its body. It was rolled up by the light and pulled into the crystal bubble phantasm that was still left on the altar. At the moment when the little green man phantasm disappeared, Lu Ming's cold gaze swept around. At this moment, even an existence like Siren King couldn't help but change his face after being swept by Lu Ming's emotionless gaze. Xian Yuan's face even turned a little pale. His whole person seemed to fall into an ice cave, and his back was covered in cold sweat. At this time, both of them had naturally seen that Lu Ming had lost his mind at the moment. Judging from the brutal situation after his transformation, it was not surprising that he would tear them into pieces immediately. However, Lu Ming just glanced at the Tuan Callan who was still unconscious next to Siren King. Finally, his eyes fell on the altar in front of him, on the giant head that was motionless in the seal array. The demon flying skull and bone scorpion that were previously thrown in front of the giant head had recovered their ability to move at the moment when the little green man was absorbed. But demon flying skull looked at Lu Ming with awe at this moment. It was still trembling and didn't dare to move. On the other hand, bone scorpion beside him looked at its master with two green lights flashing on its head. It seemed to want to pounce on him, but due to its instinctive fear, it didn't dare to step forward. Lu Ming didn't look at the two spiritual pets. His figure flashed, and he walked to the altar in a few steps. He moved his arm and inserted it into the giant eye of the giant head. After grabbing back, he took out 8 fist-sized purple crystal stones. With a shake of Lu Ming's hand, he put the purple crystal stones into his mouth one by one. He chewed them in big mouthfuls and swallowed them into his abdomen in a few bites. Every time he swallowed a purple crystal stone, the purple spirit patterns on the surface of Lu Ming became clearer under a burst of purple light. Although Lu Ming still couldn't control his body, he could clearly sense that every time he swallowed a purple crystal stone, the bloodthirsty consciousness in his body also grew stronger at the same time. He didn't figure out what was going on in the current situation, and he knew that it was not a good sign to continue like this. But no matter how he channeled his mental power, it was still useless. He couldn't regain control of his demonized body at all. As he was shocked, he could only helplessly watch himself swallowing all the purple crystal stones into his stomach. After repeating this several times, when Lu Ming stretched out his arm from the other giant eye again and took out the last 3 or 4 purple crystal stones, the larger crystal stones in the giant head had been eaten up. After Lu Ming swallowed all the crystal stones, he didn't care about the giant head in front of him. The skin on the face of the giant demon head seemed to have become a little dim because these crystals were hollowed out, and the black gas that originally lingered around it also became faintly discernible. At this moment, after the purple spirit patterns on the surface of Lu Ming flashed, he suddenly raised his head and made a few chilling groans at the sky. His figure turned again, and his eyes looked at the young man in white robe on the ground not far away. Although Lu Ming, who was demonized, was acting with a murderous intention at the moment, and he had no wisdom at all, he still subconsciously had a great hostility to Siren King. When Lu Ming flashed a murderous light in his eyes, he strode toward the young man. Seeing this, Siren King's face turned a little blue. Before he waited for Lu Ming to approach, blue light suddenly flashed in his eyes. A powerful beastkin aura burst out from his body. The black rune chains wrapped around his body also broke free after his arms turned blurred. The young man in white robe moved and immediately stood up from the ground. As soon as the young man in white robe leaned forward, he was about to grab Callan in front of him. It turned out that after the little green man was sucked into the mysterious bubble phantasm, the rune chain that had been sacrificial refined immediately lost its spirituality. Its power was greatly reduced, and it could no longer trap Siren King. But at this moment, Lu Ming had already turned into a purple shadow and rushed in front of him. His 5 fingers had already made a screeching sound as he grabbed at Siren King. Even if Siren King's cultivation was far better than Lu Ming, he couldn't help but have goosebumps under this grab. He couldn't take care of Callan on the ground anymore. He could only retreat backward in a flash, barely dodging this blow. He made a dragon roar on the way, and his body shone in blue light. He turned into a 100 meters long dragon covered with blue scales. Siren King was really helpless to do this. Originally, with his Jin Dan state cultivation, if his spiritual power was at its peak, he wouldn't be afraid even if he was more powerful after demonization. At this moment, not only was he seriously injured, but he was also poisoned. He needed to use most of his spiritual power to suppress the spread of the poison in his body. In the previous battle with the Troll's Head incarnation in the Stone Forest, he had already consumed most of his spiritual power. Therefore, he had no choice but to show his true body and fight the demonized Lu Ming head-on. Speaking of it, this Jing Dan state powerhouse was really unlucky. The treasure he relied on the most was the Xianxia needle. If it wasn't because he was at the critical moment of advancing to a higher level, not only could he not take it out to fight with the enemy, but he also had to train it carefully in his body. Otherwise, he might not know who would win when he fought with the Sea Creature clan. Of course, even so, with Siren King's Jing Dan state and the dragon's body, his physical strength could be imagined. Lu Ming missed his attack. Facing the blue dragon that suddenly appeared in front of him, he didn't care about it. The purple spirit patterns on his body flashed, and he turned into a purple shadow again. The pair of sharp claws in his hands grabbed at the blue dragon. Chi-chi sounds of something tearing through the air could be heard. The blue Jiao dragon raised both of its forearms and used its crystalline blue claws to defend itself. Pung, pung. Two loud sounds rang out, the space around the two of them trembled violently. Although the flood dragon's claws managed to block demonized Lu Ming's attack, the latter's sharp claws flicked out from his fingers and slashed at the claws. Instantly, 5 bloody grooves were clearly visible. The blue Jiao dragon growled, and its scaly tail swept across like a blue shadow. At the same time, it opened its mouth and shot a thick blue light beam at the demonized Lu Ming. However, the purple spirit inscriptions on the surface of Lu Ming flowed. His body shook slightly, and his body twisted into a strange angle, causing the light beam to pass through the void left by him and fall into the air. The other hand reached out to the void in front of him, and a claw light flashed. The tail of the blue Jiao dragon flew back for 100 meters as if it was hit by a heavy blow. Lu Ming loosened his clenched 5 fingers, and several light blue scales fell to the ground along with a large piece of flesh. As soon as the blue Jiao dragon stabilized its body, a trace of fear finally flashed in its eyes under the sharp pain of its tail. At this time, after a purple figure flashed in front of it, Lu Ming appeared in front of it again with a smirk. He waved his hands without saying a word, and a series of claw lights made a whistling sound in the air. The blue Jiao dragon's face sank. It hissed and ignored the claw lights that were grabbing at its body. Instead, it waved its arms, and a pair of dragon claws slashed at the head of Lu Ming as fast as lightning. Before the dragon claws reached the opponent's head, 2 low muffled sounds had come. The blue Jiao dragon felt a pain in its body, then it felt cold. Several scales were grabbed off again. At the same time, Lu Ming gave a low strange smile. His body blurred, then he disappeared from the place and appeared a few meters away. At this time, the Jiao dragon's claws just fell, but it missed. Not long after, outside the Black Mountain peak, there was a loud boom. Under a burst of flying sand and stones, a large hole of several meters in thickness burst out on the surface of the mountain. A blue Jiao dragon and a young man in a gray robe with purple spirit patterns on his body came out one after another. It was Siren King and the demonized Lu Ming. The two were actually fighting fiercely. They returned to the original stone forest from the sealed place in the Black Mountain peak. In a blink of an eye, the two chased for thousands of meters, and they appeared at the location of the previous altar again. At this moment, on the rocky ground, the silver flame transformed by Putua flame was still burning fiercely, and it did not weaken at all. In the void above, a thick layer of white light curtain was still flowing. A cluster of blue clouds flashed past, and the figure of the blue Jiao dragon appeared under the node light curtain. Previously in the cave, after the two only fought for a short time, the dragon transformed by Siren King was injured under the ghostly attack of the demonized Lu Ming. Even the scales on his body were scratched off by the pair of sharp claws. Therefore, when Siren King saw that things weren't going well, he could only retreat while fighting. After several unsuccessful attempts to take Jiao Lan away, he could only take the opportunity to break through the mountain wall and try to escape first. The demonized Lu Ming chased out without hesitation. Siren King was already covered with bruises at this moment. This was the first time he was so embarrassed since he advanced to the Jing Dan state. As he just took a deep breath, the figure behind him flashed. An arm covered with purple patterns stretched out like lightning. It suddenly grew a lot and pierced into the vital part of his body. This arm appeared so strangely that it almost stuck close to his body. Siren King was shocked, but he couldn't avoid it at all. He could only clench his teeth and barely changed his position in a hurry. Bang! Lu Ming actually grabbed the tail of the dragon under the blood light. Then a ruthless expression flashed in his eyes, then he held it with both hands and spun it crazily. The blue dragon was caught off guard. It turned into a blue phantasm while spinning, and it was getting faster and faster. It even made the nearby void whistling sound. Siren King himself only felt that the surrounding scenery was blurred. His divine thought was spinning for a while, and he couldn't control himself at all. Swoosh! Lu Ming suddenly loosened his hands, and the dragon blasted into the sky. An earth-shaking, mountain-shaking sound rang out. The blue dragon actually smashed on the light curtain at the space node, causing the light curtain to shake violently, then it fell heavily to the ground. Its eyes were closed and motionless. At this time, Lu Ming raised an arm, and his 5 fingers suddenly became thicker. The tip of his nails actually faintly emitted a few inches long purple light. After a flash, he appeared beside the paralyzed dragon, and he grabbed it with lightning speed. He actually wanted to dig out its heart. But at this moment, the dragon suddenly opened its eyes and spat out an unknown golden rune. It hit the demonized Lu Ming's abdomen at an incredible speed. As the rune flashed, it turned into a cluster of golden light and burst open. Lu Ming's body shook, and he flew out with a muffled groan. Then Siren King no longer hesitated. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out another yellow rune. As a result, it turned into a thick silver lightning arc in the air. At the next moment, there was a thunderous sound. The silver lightning arc actually slashed on the node behind him. As the silver lightning on the surface of the white light curtain flashed wildly, an irregular big hole was directly pierced through. The blue dragon transformed by Siren King below turned blurred, then it turned into a blue rainbow and went into it. The demonized Lu Ming in the air stabilized his figure with the flow of spirit patterns on his body. His body flashed with purple light, and he returned to his original position like a ghost. He wanted to go into the node together. But at this moment, the surface of the light curtain fluctuated, and the hole was instantly healed. Lu Ming was startled at first. Even though he was furious, when he was about to attack the light curtain, there was a sudden thunderous roar in his ears. After his face changed suddenly, he lost consciousness and fell heavily from the air. On the way down, his body suddenly shrank. The purple spirit patterns on his body surface faded away in an instant. The 10 fingernails also disappeared at the same time. He actually returned to his original appearance. Boom! Lu Ming's body fell heavily to the ground, and he smashed out a huge pit, then he was motionless. In the huge cave in the Black Mountain Peak. Xianxia looked at the altar blankly. He looked a little unbelievable about what happened just now. Callan, who was lying beside him, was still unconscious at the moment, but her ring finger moved slightly inadvertently. Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull that were previously suppressed by the giant demon head, and then they didn't dare to move under the powerful aura of the demonized Lu Ming. After Lu Ming left, they regained their freedom and rushed to the altar. Demon Flying Skull's green hair suddenly blasted out, and it flashed into the giant demon head's ears, nose, and mouth. Then, it tore out a dozen bean-sized purple crystal grains and put them into its mouth with a face full of joy. After a few crisp chewing sounds, it swallowed all of them without leaving anything behind. Then with another shake, it directly pounced on the surface of the giant demon head. It opened its mouth and bit on the skin, absorbing the remaining blood essence. On the other side, Bone Scorpion had already used a pair of giant pincers to tear open the soft and collapsed skin of the giant demon head, revealing the crystal skull inside. It bit down without hesitation. The seemingly hard giant demon skull softened under the erosion of the purple venom secreted by Bone Scorpion's mouth, and it was swallowed into its abdomen bit by bit. Of course, the main reason for this was that the demonic aura of the giant demon head had been absorbed by the bubble phantasm. What was left at the moment was just an empty shell. Otherwise, if it was before, no matter how sharp the teeth of the 2 spiritual pets were, they wouldn't be able to break the skin of this giant demon head at all. Xianxia looked at what Demon Flying Skull and Bone Scorpion did on the altar, and he couldn't help being a little dumbfounded. Lu Ming looked at the gray mist in the air and the black and white stone tablet in front of him, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time, he had once again entered the mysterious space. The scene of his previous battle with Xianxia and Siren King was still fresh in his memory at this moment, and it gave him a very strange feeling. On the one hand, he was still immersed in the pleasure of having incredible physical power. On the other hand, he began to have a deep fear of not being able to control his body after demonization. When he finally pulled his thoughts back from the previous scene, calmed his mind, and turned around to do something, the expression on his face froze. He saw a young man who looked 13 or 14 years old looking at him blankly at a place that was less than 10 meters away from him. The young man was dressed in green clothes, and his face was exactly the same as Lu Ming a few years ago, but his pupils were flashing with gold and silver aura, giving people a cold feeling that no one dared to approach him. What made Lu Ming even more shocked was that when he released a wisp of divine thought to scan the place where the young man was, he found that there was nothing in front of him, as if there was no one there. "May I ask Senior's name? Why are you here?" Lu Ming was not an ordinary person after all. Although he was shocked, he quickly recovered and asked with a forced smile. At the same time, he took 2 steps back silently. "Who am I? I don't know either, but since the day I was born, I've seen this thing constantly changing hosts. Among them, there have been demons, monsters, mortals, ghosts, but among them, the longest can last for thousands of years. The shortest is that the moment it is possessed, its blood essence and magic power are directly sucked dry. However, among these hosts, there are only 7 or 8 people including you who can get the initial recognition of this thing and see me with their own eyes. You can call me Luo Hu." The young man's eyes flashed as he looked at Lu Ming, and he spoke slowly. There was a strange ethereal feeling in his words. It made people feel that the voice seemed to be in the sky, but it also seemed to be right in front of them. "It turns out to be Senior Luo Hu. Although I don't know who Senior is, you are the one who reminded me outside, right? If it weren't for Senior's help, I'm afraid I would really be killed by the troll." When Lu Ming heard what the young man said, he showed a look of realization, and he replied respectfully. "Hee, I didn't help you at all. It just stimulated the power of the true devil hidden in your body. However, the consequence of doing so is to speed up the process of your demonization. Before that, if you allow your body to demonize on its own, it will take another 5 to 6 years. In addition, if you can't suppress the backlash of the true demonic power one day, once you really become a demonic creature without intelligence, I will also suppress your soul here, and this thing will find the next suitable host." After hearing Lu Ming's words, Luo Hu suddenly grinned, revealing his white teeth. True devil's power. Host. Monster. Although Lu Ming was experienced and knowledgeable, he could not help but be dumbfounded when he heard this series of shocking words. "Don't worry. Since I am willing to appear in front of you, I will naturally answer some of the questions in your heart. How about this, as the price for finding so much true demonic aura this time, I can answer 3 of your questions and give you a benefit." The last time I talked to a host that I could communicate with was thousands of years ago. The young man said faintly. "Since Senior said so, then I won't be courteous. Junior wants to know what kind of existence this thing is, and what is its origin." After listening to the young man's words, Lu Ming was surprised, but after his face changed for a while, he gritted his teeth and asked. "You are very smart. You actually ask such a question directly. But unfortunately, I don't know the origin of this thing. I can only speculate on my own. It is probably some kind of treasure refined by a powerful person." Luo Hu first praised him, but then he gave an answer that made Lu Ming dumbfounded. "Senior's answer is a bit too casual," Lu Ming said with a wry smile. How is it simple? Of course, I will answer whatever you ask. But what I don't know, it's useless for you to ask. Okay, you can ask the second question." The young man in green clothes snorted coldly and replied with a straight face. "In this case, Junior wants to know what the specific effect of this thing is." Lu Ming was silent for a while, then he gently stepped on the ground with one foot. He continued to ask. "Seal." Luo Hu just spat out 2 words faintly. This made Lu Ming completely speechless. When he wanted to ask more details, he saw that the young man looked up at the sky, obviously unwilling to answer related questions. As for the previous 2 questions, one was almost not answered, and although the other was answered, it was almost equivalent to not asking. It still made him confused. As a result, Lu Ming was naturally more cautious about the 3rd question. After thinking about it again and again, he spoke very solemnly. Junior would like to know, what exactly is the demonization that Senior spoke of? In addition, since when does Junior have this so-called true demonic power? I don't know if you still remember the experience of almost being possessed. This time, the young man in green clothes just hesitated for a moment, then he stared at Lu Ming's face and asked slowly. Of course I remember. Could it be that the possessor has something to do with the true demonic power in my body? Lu Ming was startled when he heard the words. The other disappeared Lu Ming that he saw in the mysterious space that day appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but feel a trace of lingering fear in his heart. He nodded and replied. That thing that tried to possess you was actually a fragment of a devil's soul sealed in this place. It's just that it still underestimated the power of this treasure. Even if the split thought could temporarily occupy your body, it was still sucked into this space by the power of the seal and strangled on the spot. However, it was not reconciled after that, so when you entered this space again, you witnessed the situation of the demonic soul trying to break free from the seal. Although the split thought was still shattered by the power of the seal on the spot, there was still a remnant demonic thought that sneaked into your divine thought when you were unprepared. This demonic thought then returned to your physical body with the body of divine thought that you transformed. Then, as it absorbed the aura of heaven and earth from the outside day by day, it produced a trace of pure true demonic power. The young man in green clothes said slowly. It turns out to be like this. I was wondering how the thing that possessed me that day would suddenly disappear. And in this space that day, there was indeed a cloud of black gas that entered my body. Lu Ming's face changed drastically. Although the power of the soul in this demonic thought has been completely destroyed by the power of the seal, and there is no wisdom to speak of, it has completely broken away from the control of the demonic soul. But because of this, it will continue to produce the true demonic power according to its instinct, and it will quietly strengthen in your body. Of course, this process is very slow. It should erupt after a few years to let you demonize for the first time. No, your situation is a bit special. It is different from the demonic slave you killed. You should still be half demonized. However, as long as there is a precedent of the first half demonization, there will naturally be a second, a third time in the future. Although each half demonization will make you extremely powerful, and you can exert your physical power to the extreme, it will also make your temperament extremely bloodthirsty. At the same time, it will be more and more difficult to restore the body of a normal person, and eventually you will really lose control of your own body. If one day you can't suppress the outbreak of the true demonic power, the demonic thought in your body will devour your soul instinctively and completely turn into a real monstrous demonic creature. Luo said blankly again. When Lu Ming heard this, his face had already turned a little blue. Although he had a bad feeling in his heart after hearing about demonic thought and demonic soul power, he never thought that the real situation would be so bad, but then again, if it weren't for the other party to stimulate the true demonic power in his body, he would have already become the food of the troll head. How could he know these things here? After Lu Ming thought about it, his mood finally calmed down a little. He immediately continued to ask without much hope, since Senior knows the reason for Junior demonization, I wonder if there is any way to deal with it. Somewhat out of Lu Ming's expectation, the young man named Luo glanced at Lu Ming and actually replied, let's go. There is no other way except to suppress it with spiritual power. In this case, Junior must ensure that his own cultivation grows above the true demonic power produced by the demonic thought in his body at all times. Otherwise, there is no suppression at all. Lu Ming sighed and said with a wry smile. This demonization, he was lucky to be able to recover his sanity, indicating that this true demonic power definitely did not exceed the suppression ability of his cultivation. After all, according to the other party, it would take a few years for his half-demonization to really break out. But if he couldn't improve his realm as soon as possible, how could he know that he could return to normal after the next demonization? The young man in green clothes just glanced at Lu Ming coldly and did not answer anything. I wonder if Senior has a real way to remove this demonic thought. Lu Ming thought quickly, then he took a deep breath and asked again. After Luo, who was silent for a long time, he said faintly, the origin of the demonic soul that previously attacked the seal is extraordinary, so even if it is only a trace of demonic thought, it is very difficult to deal with. Generally speaking, there is no way at all. However, if you can cultivate to the rumored mystic enlightening realm one day, maybe there should be a way to expel this true demonic thought by yourself. Mystic enlightening. Lu Ming was startled again when he heard this. Oh, I forgot, your current cultivation is too far away from this realm. Besides, this sea region should be a remote corner of the cultivation world. There are not many real cultivation sect at all. It is normal for you not to have heard of it. The highest level you know should be the Jing Dan realm, right? In fact, above the Jing Dan realm, there is the celestial state, and above the celestial state is the mystic enlightening realm. If you can cultivate to this level, there should be some possibility to get rid of this demonic thought. Luo Hu replied noncommittally. Celestial state, mystic enlightening. After listening, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but murmur. Among the countless islands and alien races in the entire sea region, for so many years, there was only one Jing Dan state powerhouse, Siren King. According to the news from Masters Junior Yen and the Sect Master, Siren King didn't have many subordinates. It couldn't be compared with the sea region royal family, not to mention that there were many vassal sea creatures such as the 3 clans of Yunchuan. This Siren King alone suppressed the original overlord of the sea region. He didn't hesitate to make an agreement with the human clan of the Yunchuan continent and go all out to fight against them. It could be seen that this Jing Dan state was terrifying, and it was only a 3 apertures lower grade Jing Dan that was formed with the help of foreign objects. Lu Ming now heard that there were 2 higher realms above it, which was naturally far beyond his imagination. He had never heard of this before, and he had no impression of it at all. Most of the highest level of cultivation classics recorded in the classics of major sects stopped at the crystallization period. Even the Jing Dan state techniques were rarely heard of. As such, the Tongxian realm was naturally a little too far-fetched for him. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. Now it seems that Junior still has a glimmer of hope. After Lu Ming's face changed several times, he could only reply with a wry smile. Well, your 3 questions have been asked. Now it's my little gift for you. After saying that, the young man in cyan clothes flashed and appeared in front of the celestial tablet. He raised his palm and touched the stone tablet. A closed black vertical eye pattern suddenly appeared above the golden hourglass. This celestial tablet is actually a part of this treasure. Only after you have absorbed spiritual power for more than 3 times and help it find enough true demonic aura, the stone tablet will officially appear. This means that you have been recognized as an official host by this thing. Originally, when this tablet appeared last time, I should have appeared, but because the energy provided by the previous host was insufficient, I can't condense this body in front of you. I can only sleep more to make up for it. Next, I will give you a few words of advice. Perhaps it will help you live longer. Please give me some pointers, Senior. Lu Ming perked up when he heard this. You don't have to be so polite. It's my duty to tell you these things. Moreover, it was not easy to find a suitable host for this thing. I also don't want you to be sucked dry the next time we meet, just as I have someone to talk to and understand the situation in the outside world. In this way, I will also be forced to fall into a deep slumber. Alright, I will only say these words of advice once, and I can only say some things that can be said. My birth seems to be to guide you, my hosts, so my words and actions will be greatly restricted. Even if I wanted to tell you more, it would be impossible. As the green-clothed youth spoke, he seemed to have thought of something bad, and his face suddenly became a little gloomy. When Lu Ming heard this, although he was shocked, he naturally nodded. Seeing this, the green-clothed youth continued expressionlessly, first of all, although I don't know the origin of this thing, I have always called it a cage. Regardless of whether it is me or the devil's soul sealed here, this place is indeed a special cage. And my advice to you is, first, do everything possible to quickly improve your spiritual power cultivation, and second, try to find some true demonic aura. The former can provide more energy for me and the cage, and it can let you stay in this space longer and get more benefits. The function of changing the flow of time, you must have experienced the beauty of it, so I don't need to say anything more. However, every time this kind of spiritual power absorption is a reaction of this treasure according to some rules. I can't specifically control it. I can only advance it, but I can't push it back. When the gravel in the hourglass on the celestial tablet dries up, it is the time when this treasure absorbs spiritual power. And the amount of spiritual power absorbed each time is about twice as much as the last time, but at the same time, as the basic reward for providing spiritual power, the cage will also purify the spiritual power provided by you and return half of it. And when your magic power is insufficient to satisfy the one-time absorption requirements of the cage, your lifespan and blood essence will be directly absorbed to replenish it, until you are completely sucked dry. Even your soul may become a part of the energy replenishment of this treasure. Of course, if you want to temporarily enter this space, as long as you pour spiritual power into this celestial tablet, you can naturally come here. It's just that the time you stay is very short. Lu Ming listened carefully. His expression was a little uncertain at first, then he frowned for a while, then he showed a hint of understanding. As the green-clothed youth said until here, his voice paused slightly, then he said with a dignified expression, as for the true demonic aura needed by the latter, it can be used to repair the seal of the cage to prevent the demonic souls from escaping. This cage seal is very special. I don't know what it is made of, and only the true demonic aura can repair it. It has been formed for a long time, and it has been incomplete since I was born. That's why you were possessed last time and personally witnessed the scene of the seal being broken. If the seal is intact, this kind of thing can't happen. And the one who did this is just a few thoughts of a certain demonic soul that is sealed here. This demonic soul's main soul has been suppressed in the deepest part of the seal and can't move. However, because of your several efforts, a small part of the seal has now been repaired, so it should be fine in a short time. But after a long time, it's hard to say. And the only way for them to really get out of the cage is to directly possess the current host of this thing, which is your physical body. So if you don't want to be a vessel for others, you have to find more true demonic aura to repair the seal. Don't think that just relying on a few talismans and a few trifling spirit tools will be enough to stop the devil soul from taking over your body. Once the devil soul's main soul breaks through the seal, even if you have a high-grade magic weapon with you, you still won't be able to resist it. And if you can repair this seal, I will also give you great benefits. Lu Ming was a little dumbfounded. After a while, he said with a wry smile, in this way, although Junior has been admitted by Senior Luo Hu, there is no benefit at all except knowing that I may be sucked dry or be possessed by the demonic soul sealed here. Who said there is no benefit? Didn't I say that I will give you a small gift? Luo Hu raised his eyebrows and patted the black vertical eye pattern on the celestial tablet with one hand. He said with a strange face. This is, Lu Ming looked at this weird pattern, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Hee, don't ask much. You will know it soon. Luo Hu smiled, and he suddenly pointed at the vertical eye pattern on the stone tablet with a finger. Immediately, the celestial tablet trembled slightly, and the black vertical eye came alive at once. It slowly opened, revealing the silver pupils inside. After turning around, it just stared at Lu Ming in front of him. After Lu Ming's eyes subconsciously looked at the vertical eye, he immediately felt his divine thought boom. His whole body floated. There was a weird feeling of his soul leaving his body. After the surrounding scenery became blurred, he actually reappeared in the cave where the giant demon head altar was previously sealed. And not far ahead from him, the demonized Lanxi, whose body surface was covered with black spirit patterns, was staring at him fiercely. When Lu Ming saw this situation, he was naturally shocked. He almost subconsciously stepped on the ground, and his figure retreated backward. At the same time, several critical parts of his body were covered with several layers of crimson hydra scales. At the same time, the demonized Lanxi's figure suddenly blurred, and he appeared in front of him like a ghost the next moment. He raised one hand, and a black light flashed. A demonic claw covered with black spirit patterns stabbed at his chest fiercely. His movements were as fast as lightning. Although Lu Ming, who was in the air, felt something was wrong, his hands couldn't keep up with the opponent's movements at all. He could only thicken the scales on his chest in a hurry. There was a loud bang sound. Lu Ming felt a pain in his chest as if he was pushed out by a huge force. His retreating figure flew back for 100 meters under this blow, and he hit the rock wall behind him, causing a human-shaped pit of a foot deep to appear on the rock wall. He was actually embedded in it, and he was stunned by the huge force. His chest was badly mutilated, and he couldn't move for a while. As a result, before Lu Ming calmed his mind and just wanted to get up, a black shadow flashed in front of him, and the figure of the demonized Xianxia appeared in front of him. Lu Ming's expression changed abruptly. He thought it was bad. He just raised his hand covered with scales to resist. Gotcha! He only felt a chill on his shoulder, and an unbearable pain came. As he glanced sideways, one of the gangster's arms had been torn off by the demonized Xianxia, and he threw it aside casually. His heart sank. Before he could think more, there was another soft bang in front of him. The protective aura shield was instantly broken by something. A palm covered with black patterns, like a sharp blade, had pierced through his chest at lightning speed and was pulled out with a swoosh, bringing a mist of blood. Lu Ming only felt a sharp pain in his chest, then he immediately fell into darkness. As he was shocked, the five-color glow in the darkness rolled again. After his divine thought buzzed again, he opened his eyes and woke up. He suddenly found that he was still in the mysterious space, and the black vertical eye on the stone tablet in front of him was slowly closing, and it finally returned to the appearance of a slit. The young man in green clothes standing next to the stone tablet looked at him faintly, but his face was slightly paler than before. Lu Ming stretched out his hands and looked at them. He touched his chest and thought for a while, then he was enlightened. It turned out that the thrilling experience he just had was just a dreamlike illusion, and all this seemed to be given by the black vertical eye on this celestial tablet. Although Lu Ming's time in the illusion was only a short moment, the process of fighting with the demonized Xianxia during this period was extremely real. Even when his arm was torn off and his chest was pierced, he could still feel the coldness and pain clearly. He still had some lingering fear. At that moment, he really thought that he was going to die. At this time, the young man in green clothes in front of him coughed lightly and explained. "How do you feel after experiencing elusive demonic pupil? This gift is not bad, right? This item can replicate any of the fierce battles you've experienced before, and it can pull your divine sense into the illusion created by it, allowing you to have a fierce battle with a powerful enemy from before. There is such a treasure." Hearing Luo Hu's explanation, Lu Ming couldn't help but be overjoyed. You know, no matter how good the magical power, mystic arts, spiritual weapon was, if it was not tested in actual combat, it would not be effective. Even if a cultivator practiced well at ordinary times, he often did not perform well in actual combat. It was considered good if he could exert 10% or 20% of his usual ability. If he faced a life-and-death situation, he might even be at a loss, and he couldn't even perform the gestures smoothly. From this, the importance of actual combat could be seen. And generally speaking, the stronger the opponent, the more the life-and-death situation, the more potential it could stimulate. It might even help him break through some bottlenecks. If it was really as Luo Hu said, this elusive demonic pupil could replicate the previous actual combat scenes at will, then the improvement of personal strength could be imagined. If you want to achieve the repeated effect of elusive demonic pupil, there are actually a lot of restrictions. First, it is necessary to inject a lot of mental power into the black vertical eye on this celestial tablet because the existence of the illusion depends on the maintenance of mental power. Once the mental power is insufficient, the illusion may collapse at any time. The stronger the opponent, the more mental power needed. Secondly, the demonic eye of illusions could only copy scenes of intense battles that left a deep impression on the user. Other experiences could not be copied. The abilities that can be replicated in the illusion can only be the mystic techniques and spirit weapons that the opponent has shown in front of you. If there are any trump cards and hidden cultivation, it can't be replicated. The young man in green clothes looked at Lu Ming with a faint smile and added. Then, Luo Hu casually told Lu Ming some of the side effects of demonization and told him to take care of himself. After listening to these words, Lu Ming still wanted to open his mouth to ask something, but the other party suddenly shook his sleeve, causing him to black out. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the pit under the abyss node. As soon as he regained consciousness, immediately, he found that his body was in extreme pain all over, and he had no strength at all. His spiritual power was emptied and reduced to the extreme. He could barely keep himself from falling into the spirit apostle stage. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and calmed his mind. After a few wry smiles in his heart, this was probably the side effect of the half-demonization that Luo Hu mentioned. He took out a few recovery elixirs and swallowed them. After adjusting his breath for a while, he barely stood up. At this moment, the black mountain not far away suddenly trembled slightly, and then there was a loud noise like an earthquake. In an instant, there were faintly cracks on the surface of the mountain. Lu Ming was shocked, and he quickly stabilized his body. He looked up abruptly, but he found that the white light curtain at the node in the sky also flashed slightly, and then a crack appeared with a click. Lu Ming was shocked, and he immediately realized that he couldn't stay here for a long time. He immediately flew to the Black Mountain with spiritual power. After a while, he appeared in the sealed place in the belly of the mountain for the first time. At this moment, in the cave, Xianxia had also broken free from the rune chain on his body. After seeing Lu Ming suddenly appear, he couldn't help but take a few steps back in shock, but after looking at Lu Ming for a while, he said with a sigh of relief, "Brother Lu, are you okay?" After Lu Ming demonized just now, the bloodthirsty and tyrannical scene had been deeply engraved in Xianxuan's heart, so when he saw Lu Ming again now, he couldn't help but look a little unnatural. "Brother Xian, leave quickly. This place is about to collapse, and the space node outside is also about to collapse." After Lu Ming yelled, his eyes glanced quickly, and he immediately found Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull that were motionless on the altar for some reason. After scanning with his mental power, he immediately felt that the two spiritual pets were fine. They seemed to just fall into a deep sleep. His figure moved above the two. With a wave of his sleeve, he put the two into the leather bag. He also put away the yellow turban soldier talisman that fell on the edge of the altar. He then grabbed Jia Lan, who was unconscious on the ground, turned around, and flew outside. Xianxuan naturally felt the vibration of the mountain. After hearing Lu Ming's words, his face suddenly changed drastically, and he quickly followed up with a flicker. In just a moment, the Black Mountain showed signs of collapse in the tremor. As the two of them flew at high speed, they soon rushed out of the mountain and appeared below the stone forest spatial node again. At this moment, in the air above, the white light curtain where the space node was located was covered with countless fine cracks, and the space vortex that was faintly visible behind also trembled slightly. In a hurry, Xianxuan poured all his spiritual power into the chaos essence refined iron rod in his hand. As he shouted, his arms shook, and the chaos essence refined iron rod set off layers of dark rod shadows. Boom, it hit on the white light curtain in the air. The white light curtain was already on the verge of shattering. Under this violent blow, it immediately shattered inch by inch, revealing a big hole. "Let's go." Lu Ming moved his arm without thinking, but he threw the unconscious Callan out first. Her delicate body flashed in the air, then she went into the big hole on the white light curtain. Boom, a loud noise came. Lu Ming hurriedly glanced back, and he immediately found that the Black Mountain finally began to collapse in the rumbling sound. The place where the troll was sealed for many years had come to an end now. After taking a deep breath, he and Xianxuan did not dare to stay any longer. They flew up and flashed into the white light. Immediately, the light flashed in front of them, and they were wrapped in a violent space fluctuation. They suddenly felt dizzy. In the sky above a nameless emerald green mountain, a ray of light suddenly emerged. As the space fluctuated, two figures suddenly appeared in the air. It was Lu Ming and Xianxuan who escaped from the stone forest. As soon as the two appeared, they quickly stabilized their bodies and landed steadily on the mountain peak. Looking at the scene in front of them and recalling what they had experienced along the way, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Their expressions were greatly relaxed. No matter what kind of danger they had experienced before, they finally escaped. Finally, we completely left the underwater mineral vein. Sure enough, the air outside smells more comfortable. Xianxuan took a deep breath and said with a smile on his face. "Yeah, strange, why isn't Callan here?" Until this moment, Lu Ming nodded first, but after looking around, his expression immediately became solemn. Before he escaped from the space node, he obviously sent the unconscious woman out first, but there was no trace of her aura on the mountain peak. Not only Callan, but Siren King also came out from the same space node, but he was nowhere to be seen at the moment. "Do you think that Siren King and that woman are somewhere else?" Xianxuan looked around, and his divine thought swept around. He was also startled. Within a few miles, there were only the aura of the two of them. Lu Ming thought for a moment. After turning around and looking at the destroyed space exit in the air, he faintly understood what was going on. It seems that the space node may be a very rare living node. Its exit connects to many external spaces, and the coordinate position should be changing every moment. Therefore, Siren King and Callan who escaped first should be teleported to different places. Because we both entered at the same time, we were sent to the same place. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he said slowly. It should be like this, otherwise it doesn't make sense. Xian Yuan's eyes flickered a few times, then he nodded in agreement. Will something happen to her? Lu Ming couldn't help but worry a little. Brother Lu, don't worry. This world is so big. How can it happen to send the fairy to a dangerous place? Although Xian Yuan was a little curious about the relationship between Lu Ming and Callan, he was very sensible and didn't ask anything. I hope so. Lu Ming could only think like this. It's just that we don't know where this place is. We don't have much spiritual power left. Let's meditate and rest first. After recovering, we will make the next step. Xian Yuan suggested. All right. Lu Ming naturally agreed. At the same time, on the open space in the center of an island surrounded by seawater, Callan, who had been unconscious, finally woke up after her beautiful eyes trembled slightly. Benefactor, you're awake. A gentle voice sounded by his ear. Jialan was startled and hurriedly sat up. Not far in front of her, a nun was standing there. She was wearing a green robe and a gray hat on her head. Her appearance was delicate, but her expression was very gentle. Who are you? Where is this place? Callan looked at the nun, and her expression couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. Her mind was blank. After a while, she asked in a daze. This Sea Heart Island is where I usually cultivate. May I know how to address Miss? Why are you here suddenly? The nun was slightly startled, then she asked with a gentle smile. Who am I? Why am I here? Facing the nun's inquiry, Callan couldn't help but be taken aback. She was tongue-tied, and her mind was almost blank. Not only she couldn't remember her name, but she also had no memory of the current situation. Seeing this situation, the nun's expression moved slightly, and she was shocked. After staring at the other party for a moment, she realized that Callan's expression didn't seem to be deliberately pretending. As her mind turned quickly, she launched a symbol into Callan's body, then she grabbed her wrist and diagnosed carefully. After a while, the nun's expression moved. She already knew that although Callan's body was fine, her soul was abnormally shaken for some reason. It was obvious that she had lost her soul. What surprised her even more was that during the diagnosis process, she actually found that although this woman's cultivation was only at the condensation state, her mental power was abnormally strong, and she also had the rare succubus physique. Female benefactor, there seems to be a change in your sea of consciousness, which caused you to lose all your memory. Do you really not remember where you came from at this moment? The nun's voice was not loud, but it was gentle and pleasant. Callan frowned slightly after listening, but she still shook her head after a while. Her eyes were a little confused. The nun smiled slightly, gently helped her up, and said softly, "It's okay, I have a little medical skills. If Benefactor trusts me, you can follow me back to the sect first. I will try my best to help you recover your memory." Sect? Callan couldn't help being a little puzzled. Yes, I come from the Xianxia nunnery. I wonder if Benefactor would like to join our sect. The nun nodded. She seemed to think of something and asked again. Although Callan lost her memory, she still instinctively felt that the nun in front of her had no malice. In addition, when she looked up, all she saw was a strange scenery. She felt a trace of fear in her heart for no reason, but the nun in front of her seemed to be able to give her a sense of security. She only hesitated a little, then she nodded. If that's the case, then I will trouble Master. The nun was overjoyed and said, "That's great. Let's go back to the sect now. I believe Uncle Master will welcome you when he sees you." After that, he waved his long sleeve, and the horsetail whisk in his hand turned into a green light that carried the two of them. He circled in the air and flew to a certain place in the sky. On the way, Callan learned from the nun that this place turned out to be the South Sea region closest to the Middle Sky continent, and Xianxia Nunnery was one of the top 10 sect in the South Sea region. On a sea surface a long distance away from the island where Callan was, a crystal blue escape light flashed. It was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already escaped thousands of feet away. Although the escape light was fast, there were faint signs of instability. Upon closer inspection, one could see that within the blue light was a handsome young man in a white robe. His face was a little pale, and his white robe was covered with bloodstains. His shoulder-length hair was a little messy, and there were a few faint bloodstains on his cheeks. It was Siren King who escaped from the space node of the endless abyss. At this moment, there was a strange chirp from the sea 1,000 meters away behind him. The sound was hoarse and harsh. At the same time, a fierce and powerful aura came along with it. A silver giant eagle the size of a loft was flying fast, but its target was the young man in a white robe in front. The silver giant eagle's wings were more than 100 meters long when stretched out. When the wings flapped, it could set off several hurricanes, and it stirred up a wave on the sea below. Its speed was almost the same as Siren King in front. On the back of the giant eagle, there seemed to be a vague figure of a Taoist priest sitting cross-legged. Although the distance between the two was far, the Taoist priest did not seem to be in a hurry. He just allowed the giant eagle to pursue him at a steady pace. In this way, the two figures disappeared at the end of the sky in a blink of an eye. On the other side of the sea, on the Emerald Mountain peak, Lu Ming and Xianxia were meditating somewhere to restore their spiritual power. Although the natural aura here was relatively thin, it was many times better than the mineral vein in the deep sea that they had stayed in before. With the help of elixir and after meditating, their spiritual power had recovered a little. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of fighting under the mountain peak. There was also a faint crisp sound of weapons colliding. Lu Ming and Xianxia suddenly woke up. After looking at each other, they seemed to see a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Listening to this sound, it seems that someone is fighting, and there seems to be a lot of people. Xianxia raised his iron rod and said vigilantly, "This is the first time we have seen other people here since we came here. Why don't we go and take a look first?" After Lu Ming's face changed for a while, he suddenly stood up and said slowly. The two immediately flew down the mountain quietly. After a while, they came close. They saw that in an open space in the dense forest at the foot of the mountain, there were a dozen chi cultivators fighting with each other. Most of these people were low-rank and middle-rank chi cultivators, and most of the things in their hands were ordinary talisman weapons. Judging from their clothes, they seemed to be divided into two factions, and they were fighting together. The people on one side were all wearing fiery red clothes, and most of them were waving a talisman weapon with red light in their hands. As they chanted, crimson sword lights mixed with fireballs were constantly blasting at the other group of people. The other side seemed to have more people, but their clothes were messy, and their weapons were also strange and different. In the middle of the fighting crowd, two people who looked like leaders were fighting fiercely. One was a big man in red clothes with a fierce face, waving a red long spear in his hand. As he waved, a red sharp light blasted out. The other person was a woman who looked like a young woman. Her weapon was a pair of emerald green blades. Her figure was quite agile. As she dodged, she was equally matched with the big man. Lu Ming saw that this group of people were not even Spirit Apostle, and he couldn't help but secretly sigh in relief. It seemed that these people were the local low-rank cultivators, but he didn't know why they were fighting here. Since this group of people's cultivation was so low, the two of them naturally didn't bother to hide their figures. They swaggered out from behind the tree and walked over slowly. After a while, the big man in red clothes with a lot of blood on his body saw the existence of Xianxia. After a loud shout, he rushed over with a huge machete of 10 meters in his hand. Xianxia didn't look at the big man, but when the big man got close and the machete in his hand was about to fall, he raised his hand and punched out. As the fist shadow passed, the air shook. Under a huge force, the machete in the big man's hand had been shattered inch by inch, and his body was blown far away in a scream. Then Xianxuan's expression changed, and he suddenly changed his fist into a palm. He waved at another man in green clothes not far away, and a huge suction force rolled him up. He flew over involuntarily, and he landed in front of the group with a thud. A condensation-state aura suddenly burst out from Xianxua. The man in green clothes' expression changed greatly, and he almost fell to the ground. Xian Yuan snorted. When he wanted to interrogate, Lu Ming, who was standing on the side, suddenly turned to face a dense forest nearby. He said loudly, "This friend, you have been watching for a long time, why don't you show yourself?" Xian Yuan's expression changed. He flipped his hand, and the chaos essence refined iron rod appeared in his hand. "Haha, don't misunderstand, I didn't mean to peep, please don't blame me." A hearty laughter came. A green figure flickered, and a middle-aged man swept out of the forest. This person was wearing a light green robe with a high bun on his head. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to be a middle-aged man with a scholarly face. Judging from the aura he exuded, he was also a condensation period cultivator, but he didn't release all his spiritual pressure, so he couldn't see his specific cultivation. As soon as this person came out, the two groups of people who were fighting fiercely suddenly stopped fighting under the shout of the muscular man in red clothes and the young woman. The two groups of people obviously also discovered the difference between Lu Ming and Xian Yuan, and they couldn't help looking at each other for a while. "I really admire the strength of Mr.'s mental power." Wei Yun of the Chongfeng Association greets the two misters. The man in green robe ignored the two groups of people. He walked to the front of the two in a few steps and bowed with a smile on his face. "Mr. Wei is overpraising me. It's just a coincidence." Seeing this, Lu Ming didn't have any strange expression on his face, and he also politely returned a salute. Seeing this, the man in green robe continued with a slight smile, "May I know how to address you too? This Xiaofan Island is under the jurisdiction of our Chongfeng Association. Now it is blocked from the outside by an enchantment. Logically speaking, entering this island from the outside should trigger the enchantment, but I haven't received the relevant warning. This is a bit strange. To be honest, we also came to your island in a daze. There are some reasons that I'm afraid I can't explain clearly." Xian Yuan and Lu Ming looked at each other, then they put away the iron rod in their hands and replied with a laugh. The man in green robe was startled when he heard the words, but he immediately raised his brows. A hint of realization flashed across his face. "It turns out that you two should come here from the space crack. No wonder you didn't touch the enchantment. There are indeed a lot of space cracks in this area, but there are often foreign cultivators who wander here." The man in green robe said it easily, but after Lu Ming and Xian Yuan heard it, they were still taken aback. The space crack was extremely rare in the sea region. Lu Ming only heard about it from some ancient books recorded in the sect. But looking at the middle-aged man's indifferent look, it was really beyond their expectations. "In this case, we are ignorant. May I ask Mr. Wei, is this the sea region?" Xian Yuan asked politely. "Sea region? I have never heard of this name. This Xiaofan Island is an island offshore of the Middle Sky continent. It is located in an archipelago in the South China Sea." The man in green robe looked at Lu Ming and replied with a light smile. "Middle Sky continent?" Lu Ming and Xian Yuan looked at each other in horror. They were also well-informed people. Even in a remote place like the sea region, they had naturally heard of the name of the Middle Sky continent. The Middle Sky continent could be said to be the real prosperous place for cultivators. It had a vast area, and there were countless cultivation sects of various sizes. It was the birthplace of the human race since ancient times. Lu Ming had been yearning for the Middle Sky continent for a long time. The founder of the Savage Ghost sect, Grandmaster Luin, was from the Taiqing Gate of the Middle Sky continent. Later, he wandered to Yunchuan Island and founded the Savage Ghost sect. The Darkbone secret art and Tiger Dragon Hell prison that he cultivated also came from the Middle Sky continent. However, even though both of them had heard of the Middle Sky continent, and they had the urge to go to the Middle Sky continent to see it, they were still a little shocked that they appeared so strangely near the sea of the Middle Sky continent. "If the two of you really came from other areas through the crack, I'm afraid it won't be easy to go back." Wei Yun looked at the expressions of the two, and he faintly guessed it and asked. Xian Yuan nodded with a wry smile. He did not deny anything this time. "It's nothing. Our Chongfeng Association is also one of the major local forces. It is originally formed by many casual cultivators, so we don't reject foreign cultivators." The man in green robe said with a smile on his face. "Oh, since your association can seal the entire island, it seems that your power is indeed not small. I wonder who these people are." Lu Ming's heart moved when he heard the words. After slowly glancing at the chi cultivators not far away, he asked seemingly casually. These people are just two groups of mortal forces attached to my Changfeng Association. They are fighting here today to compete for the mining rights of a spirit stone vein, and I happen to be in charge of supervising this matter. Sorry for disturbing the two of you. Wei Yin followed Lu Ming's gaze, glanced a few times, and replied casually, then he waved at the place where the two groups were. The macho man in red robe and the young woman in green clothes immediately understood when they saw this. They quickly ran over and bowed respectfully to Wei Yun. Senior Wei. Humph, the two of you are having a duel, yet you did not restrain the gang members properly and offended two esteemed guests. Why aren't you going to apologize? Wei Yun snorted coldly with his hands behind his back. The expressions of the two immediately changed greatly. They immediately bowed to Lu Ming, and Lu Ming in fear and trepidation, repeatedly apologizing. It's just a small matter. You don't have to blame them. Lu Ming said without changing his expression when he saw this. Xian Yuan was non-committal. Forget it. Since this is your first offense, I'll forgive you this time. However, starting from this month, the monthly payment of spirit mines under your name will be increased by 10% as punishment. As for the duel, we'll find another time. Now, take your people and leave, the azure-robed Taoist priest instructed in a cold voice. The macho man in red robe and the young woman in green clothes looked bitter when they heard the words, but they did not dare to argue. They quickly bowed their heads and retreated. They were obviously very afraid of this middle-aged man in green robe. After dismissing these two groups of people, the hostility on Wei Yun's face was swept away. He turned around and continued to talk to Lu Ming and Xian Yuan. Lu Ming also took this opportunity to inquire about the situation in the South China Sea region. In general, the forces in the South China Sea region are diverse. If you don't rely on one of them, it is not easy to survive. I can see that both of you have extraordinary cultivation. Since it is your first time coming to our South China Sea region, why don't you come to our association as a guest? Our association produces a kind of spiritual tea called Black Star. It also has a miraculous effect of nourishing meridians. You can have a good taste of it. After Wei Yun talked with the two, he finally revealed the purpose of making friends. Brother Lu, what do you think? Xian Yuan glanced at Lu Ming and sent a voice transmission with a spurious smile. It's our first time coming here, so we should be careful. But looking at this person's words, he shouldn't have any bad intentions. I guess he just wants to rope us in. It's not bad to go and see the situation. After all, if we really want to establish ourselves here, I'm afraid it is necessary to join a force. Lu Ming thought for a moment and replied with a voice transmission. Since you are so polite, then we will accept your invitation. After Xian Yuan listened, his eyes flashed, and he said to Wei Yun with a laugh. Not at all. It is the honor of our association that both of you can come to our association. Wei Yun was also overjoyed when he heard the words. After that, he raised his hand, and an inch-sized ring with green light flew out of his sleeve. It spun in the air, then he grabbed it with one hand. He launched a symbol into it with the other hand. There was a burst of green light in the ring. After a crisp bird chirp came out, a green glow rolled out and turned into a green bird with a size of 10 meters. It had a slender neck, it was actually a green crane. After the three of them rode on the back of the spiritual bird, the Taoist in a green robe groaned. The green crane immediately spread its wings and flew away from the island in a cluster of green light. On the back of the spiritual bird, Wei Yun probed about the background of the two and the sea region, but Lu Ming and Xian Yuan naturally didn't want to say much, so they just answered vaguely. Seeing this, the man in a green robe stopped asking, and he began to introduce the situation of the Changfeng Association. Our association has a history of more than 100 years. At present, in addition to the president of the crystallization period early stage and two vice presidents of the condensation period later stage, there are also some hall masters and guests. There are about 30 to 40 people. They are all at the condensation period early and intermediate stage. The rest are some small forces attached to our association. In other words, our association is also one of the largest forces in this archipelago. I didn't expect your association master to be a senior of the crystallization period. It seems that your association is really full of talents. Lu Ming replied with a smile. The strength of the Changfeng Association is almost the same as that of the Savage Ghost sect. Not at all. Brother Liu has overpraised, but among the forces of the South China Sea region, our Changfeng Association is the organization with the most casual cultivators joining. Unlike other gangs, there are many rules to restrain the members, and there are also many benefits. Once you become a guest elder, not only you can read the ancient books in the library for free, but it will also be much cheaper to buy various cultivation resources in some shops opened by the association. In addition, many condensation state cultivators will also regularly exchange cultivation experience with each other, and the president will occasionally come forward to give us some pointers, so there are so many people joining our association. As the Taoist in a green robe said until here, after a pause, he said with a sincere expression, with the cultivation of the two of you, if you are willing to join our association, you will definitely be a senior guest. The treatment will be generous. What do you think? I appreciate Mr. Wei's kindness, but I'm used to being free. I'm afraid I can't be restricted. Lu Ming yawned and replied. Xian Yuan also sneered and didn't say much. Wei Yun was not angry when he saw this. Instead, he changed the topic and introduced the situation of the entire South China Sea region to the two. Lu Ming learned from the following introduction that the South China Sea region was generally ruled by the so-called Top 10 sect. These Top 10 sect had a long history, and each sect had a Jindan state cultivator. In addition, the South China Sea region was only separated by a river from the Middle Sky continent. Most of them were related to some of the 10,000 years old sects in the Middle Sky continent. Under the Top 10 sect, there were many small and medium-sized sect forces, and the Changfeng Association nominally belonged to the Purple Night Temple of the Top 10 sect. This Purple Night Temple was a Taoist sect famous for its talisman technique in the South China Sea region. The talismans it made were very famous in the South China Sea region. Even the sect inland of the Middle Sky continent didn't want to buy from overseas. For small and medium-sized forces like the Changfeng Association, they must pay a certain amount of tribute to the sect to which they belonged every year, and the Top 10 sect was responsible for ensuring that these small and medium-sized forces would not be annexed and threatened by other major sects. It was worth mentioning that the cultivation resources of the South China Sea region could only be regarded as ordinary compared with other areas of the Middle Sky continent. However, there were several extremely rare water attribute ores and some specialty elixirs that were not available in other places. As the Taoist in a green robe talked, Lu Ming and Xian Yuan gradually had a general understanding of the South China Sea region. Wei Yun was quite good at talking, and his conversation was quite humorous. The three of them chatted while rushing, so it wasn't boring. In this way, after the giant bird flew over some islands, it finally came to the sky above a giant island with a radius of more than 100 miles after half a day. Two friends, below is the headquarters of my Changfeng Association, Qingyu Island. Wei Yun pointed to the island below and introduced with a hint of complacency on his face. Lu Ming and Xian Yuan looked in the direction he pointed, and they saw a lush scene on this Qingyu Island. The whole island was long, one end was wider, and the other end was narrower. From a distance, the entire island was quite like a big green fish. What was more special was that a long and narrow strait in the center of the island divided the head and tail of the big island into two from the middle. Wei Yun continued to drive the spiritual bird to continue flying while he introduced, this Qingyu Island is limited by this strait. It is divided into two parts, the East Island and the West Island. The East Island, which is the head of Qingyu Island, is where the headquarters of the Changfeng Association is located. It is said that there is a spiritual vein deep underground. Most of the disciples and guests of the Changfeng Association live here. The West Island is more messy, mainly some casual cultivators gather here. As the two listened to Wei Yun's description, they found that most of the buildings on the island below were built with green boulders, but it was quite strange that they were all domed structures. At this moment, it was almost dusk. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the domed buildings on the entire island couldn't help but have a faint halo like the scales of a fish. It was quite a different scenery. Not long after, the big spiritual bird that the three of them rode slowly landed on the easternmost part of the island, in front of a tall building built against the mountain. Please. After Lu Ming and Xian Yuan got off from the green crane, Wei Yun also flew down in a flash. He waved his sleeve and threw out the ring, keeping the spiritual bird in it. Then, he took the two to the huge building with a smile on his face. Looking around, the Changfeng Association's headquarters was quite majestic. The main building was made of huge blue stones of several 10 meters high. It was hundreds of meters high. There were also many other low-rise buildings around. People were coming and going, which was quite lively. It seemed to vaguely form a small town on the periphery. Outside the headquarters, there was a circle of walls made of black boulders, and there were 2 guards in green suits standing at the entrance. Under the leadership of Wei Yun, Lu Ming entered the city gate without any obstruction. After a few turns, they came to an elegant courtyard next to the headquarters. In front of the courtyard stood a green boulder with the words Changfeng Elegant Garden written in gold. This is where we receive our esteemed guests. Fellow Taoists, please take a short rest and have a taste of our spirit tea. After Wei Yun brought the two to an elegantly decorated stone pavilion, he clapped his hands. After a while, a beautiful maid served a pot of fragrant tea, then she summoned a young man who looked like a servant. She whispered a few words and let the young man leave first. Lu Ming and Wei Yun were drinking tea in the pavilion while chatting with Wei Yun about some special customs on Qingyu Island for a while. Lu Ming listened to Wei Yun's eloquent narration of some of the anecdotes of the South Sea region. He didn't feel bored under his witty words. He was tasting the spiritual tea in the cup. This spiritual tea called Black Star was not only fragrant, but when he opened the lid, he saw that the tea was black all over. The tea leaves were floating in the black tea like stars. It also had a bit of elegance like peeping into the night. After a few minutes. Haha, Mr. Wei, I heard that you invited 2 friends with extraordinary cultivation today. The president is not on the island, so I have to come and meet them first. A hearty laughter came from outside the courtyard. A yellow figure flashed at the door, and a muscular man had already appeared in front of him. Vice President Fan. Wei Yun quickly stood up. Lu Ming hurriedly looked at the person. He saw that the muscular man was wearing a yellow robe. He was very tall and had a square face. His face looked a few years younger than Wei Yun. But listening to Wei Yun's address, this person was the vice president of the Changfeng Association, a figure of the condensation period later stage. When the burly man approached the 3 of them, an aura as heavy as a mountain assaulted them. It was as if the person standing in front of them was not a person, but a towering mountain. With one look, they could tell that he had cultivated some kind of special cultivation technique, which was why he gave off such a peculiar feeling. Vice President, these 2 are Mr. Lu Ming and Mr. Xianxia. Wei Yun introduced with a smile. Nice to meet you. Lu Ming and Xianxia naturally stood up and cupped his fist at the muscular man. Haha, you 2 don't need to be so polite. I'm Fan Zheng, the vice president of the Changfeng Association. The muscular man in yellow robe laughed. Then the 4 of them sat down, and someone naturally served tea. After they greeted each other politely and introduced each other's names, Wei Yun also roughly told the story of meeting Lu Ming and Xianxia. Fan Jing looked solemn and said, in this case, it is the first time for the 2 of you to come to the South Sea region. In this case, I won't beat around the bush. Mr. Wei should have already mentioned to the 2 of you that our association is currently seeking talents. Are you interested in joining the Changfeng Association as a guest? When Lu Ming heard this, he glanced at Xianxia. As he was about to speak, Fan Jing waved his hand and said, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me say a few more words before making a decision. I only want to emphasize 2 points. First, our Changfeng Association also has some status among the islands in the South Sea region. As a guest, not only can you get a spiritual vein cave house belonging to our association as a place to practice, but you can also get a lot of cultivation resources every month. Second, compared with other organizations, our association has very few restrictions on guests who do not hold specific positions. If you are not satisfied, you can even quit at any time. As long as you promise not to join the hostile forces of our association, there will be no future trouble. You 2 might as well stay in our association for a year and a half. If you are not used to it, you can leave at any time. No one will stop you at all. After listening to these words, Xianxia couldn't help but look a little moved. Seeing this, Lu Ming hesitated for a while, then he asked again, "The conditions offered by your association are indeed generous, but I want to ask, if the Changfeng Association fights with hostile forces, must the guest elder participate in it?" Fanjing was startled when he heard the words, then he said with a smile, "If our association really encounters any trouble and really needs you two to help, you can decide whether to agree or not. Our association will never force you, but if you are willing to help, we will thank you later." When Lu Ming heard this, he finally showed a hint of satisfaction. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Xianxia, then he nodded and said, "In that case, we can agree to temporarily join your association and become guests." Fanjing was overjoyed when he heard the words. After all, Wei Yun had already told him that Lu Ming and Xianxia were both condensation period intermediate stage cultivators. For the Changfeng Association, once two guests with such cultivation level joined, the increase in power would be immediate. For Lu Ming and Xianxia, they just came to this unfamiliar South Sea region. The most important thing now was to familiarize themselves with the situation here as soon as possible, restore their spiritual power, and make follow-up plans. As for the so-called top 10 sect in the South Sea region, it was definitely not easy to enter. For other small and medium-sized sect, they were not familiar with the place, so they naturally could not be easily restrained by some sect and be involved in the power struggle. In the following time, the muscular man in a yellow robe introduced the specific treatment of the guests to the two. The guests of the Changfeng Association also had high and low levels. The condensation period early stage could become an ordinary guest elder. Lu Ming and Xianxia were both at the condensation period intermediate stage, so they naturally became the senior guest elder without a doubt. The treatment of the senior guest was quite high. They could receive a basic tribute of more than 100 spirit stones every month. The spirit stones on Lu Ming and Xianxia had been used up in the underground mine and the abyss. Although these spirit stones were not much, it solved some urgent problems for the two now. In addition, the independent cave houses that the Changfeng Association promised to assign to each guest elder were built on the underground spiritual vein in the east of Qingyu Island, which was carved on some mountain cliffs near the headquarters of the Changfeng Association. It was said that in addition to a quiet room for cultivation, the cave house was also attached with an acre of medicine field. The closer the cave house was to the center of the spiritual vein, the richer the spirit was. With the identity of Lu Ming and Xianxia as the senior guest elder, the cave house should be in a good position. After the introduction, Fanjing asked Wei Yun to take Lu Ming and Xianxia to go through the admission procedures and the procedure of choosing a cave house. Wei Yun readily agreed, then he left the stone pavilion with Lu Ming. 2 hours later, the two of them arrived at a certain hall and picked out their cave abodes. Because Lu Ming's cultivation technique was relatively special, he chose a cave house with heavy yin qi. In this regard, the hall master in charge of this matter seemed to have been instructed by Vice President Fan in advance, so he readily agreed. What made the two slightly surprised was that the Changfeng Association was quite considerate to arrange 2 young and beautiful maids for them to serve their daily needs. Of course, these maids were not cultivators, they were just cultivators among mortals. Seeing this, Xianxia immediately chose 2 of the plump maids with a smile and hugged one in each hand. After bidding farewell to Lu Ming, he went straight to his cave house under the leadership of a spirit apostle. Lu Ming smiled slightly when he saw this, and he also took the other 2 beautiful maids and flew away from the headquarters under the leadership of another person. Not long after, Lu Ming landed in front of a cave house on a mountain wall, opened the door with an enchantment token, and walked in directly. The entire cave house was not small. It was a few acres in size, and it was fully equipped with facilities such as medicine shops and secret rooms. The natural qi and yin qi here were quite thick, which was very suitable for cultivation. As Lu Ming was satisfied, he immediately dismissed the spirit apostle who led the way. After giving a few instructions to the 2 maids, he directly entered the cultivation secret room and closed the stone door. This secret room was not big. It was only 80 meters in size, and the furnishings were quite simple. Except for a pale yellow futon and a white wooden bed, there was nothing else. Lu Ming was also satisfied with all these arrangements. He slightly checked the silver spirit patterns engraved on the surrounding stone walls and the ground. After confirming that it was just some ordinary defensive partition enchantment, he was relieved and sat cross-legged on the futon. As Lu Ming flicked his sleeves, several formation flags flew out one by one and were neatly inserted on the ground in the surrounding corners. It also formed a pale white light curtain, completely isolating everything in the secret room from the outside world. Only then did he sit cross-legged with peace of mind. While adjusting his breath, he absorbed the spiritual chi from the outside into his body to restore spiritual power. At the same time, he began to check the situation in his body. Last time in the mysterious space, Luo Hu once said to him that although the physical body was extremely powerful when demonized, once it returned to normal, it would leave a lot of sequelae on the body. Along the way, Lu Ming did not have the chance to properly inspect it. When he scanned the inside of his body with divine thought, his face couldn't help but look a little ugly. At this moment, the situation in his body was a bit worse than he originally expected. Not only many meridians in his body were damaged and atrophied due to the forceful infusion of unknown energy several times the limit when demonized, but there were also many hidden injuries in his muscles and bones. Fortunately, his physical body was strong enough now, and his recovery ability was beyond ordinary people. Otherwise, it was not impossible for his physical body to immediately collapse and disintegrate at the moment of demonization. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. It was impossible to fully recover from these various injuries in a short time. He could only nourish his body repeatedly with gentle spiritual power for a long time, and then supplement it with the power of elixir. He couldn't delay it any longer. Fortunately, he had joined the Changfeng Association. In the current situation, these conditions were easy to meet. Even so, it would probably take 2 to 3 months. The bloody enchantment that was originally planted by Qing Qin in his body was removed by Lan Shi personally when he entered the bottom of the abyss. However, the black mist transformed by the Sea Emperor pill still existed in his internal organs, so there was no obvious change. The unknown insect eggs that Lan Shi distributed in the past plus those collected from the fallen slave miners in the abyss could be maintained for half a year as long as they were consumed on time. However, if he wanted to completely remove it, it seemed that he could only wait for his internal injuries to recover before thinking of another way. Then he used his divine thought to explore Bone Scorpion and Demon Flying Skull in the leather bag around his waist, and he found that the two were still unconscious. He was anxious to escape from the note at the beginning, so he did not carefully check the specific situation of the two. But now in retrospect, the coma of the two must be related to the disappearance of the giant demon wreckage on the altar. There were similar precedents for both of them. As Lu Ming thought of this, he was relieved. He was quite looking forward to what kind of amazing changes would happen when Demon Flying Skull and Bone Scorpion woke up. Lu Ming calmed his mind and silently channeled the spiritual power in his body. The next moment, a black mist diffused from his body and instantly enveloped his entire body. The news that the Changfeng Association had recently recruited 2 guest elders of the condensation period intermediate stage spread on Qingyu Island soon after. Not only some mortal forces, but even some of the hall masters and guests in the association began to secretly inquire about the news of Lu and Xian. However, as soon as the 2 newly promoted guest elders entered the cave house, they immediately began to cultivate behind closed doors, which disappointed some people who were interested in getting to know them. For these things, Lu Ming naturally didn't know anything. He was immersed in cultivation and recovery. As the saying goes, cultivation has no time. In a blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this time, Lu Ming really didn't take a step out of the cave house. He was wholeheartedly recuperating his injuries. The 2 maids didn't dare to disturb him at all. They just planted a batch of seemingly ordinary but commonly used herbs in the medicine field according to his instructions. On this day, in the secret room, Lu Ming, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. The black gas on the surface of his body rolled and spread out, covering the entire stone room. After a while, they condensed again, turning into a black mist dragon and a black mist giant tiger. They danced around his body, faintly making a dragon roar and tiger roar. With a thought, the mist dragon and mist tiger turned into billowing black gas and disappeared into the top of his head like a whale sucking in water. Only then did Lu Ming stop the sign. After he clenched his fists, a burst of firecracker-like sounds immediately rang out. When he felt the enormous power coming from his body, he couldn't help but smile. Until today, his spiritual power had finally fully recovered, and the internal injuries caused by the demonization were finally completely healed. As for the remnants of the bloody light cluster in the sea of consciousness, there was finally no trace of it under his efforts. During the days in the seabed mineral vein, although his spiritual power did not increase at all, after eating those evil beast jerky, the potential of his physical body was further stimulated. Now that his injuries were healed, he actually felt that he was not far from the second level of the Tiger Dragon Hell prison. When he mastered the second level of this technique, it should be a good opportunity for him to break through to the condensation state later stage. As Lu Ming thought so, he immediately flicked his sleeves to collect the surrounding formation flags, stood up, and walked out of the secret room slowly. Walking outside, Lu Ming was startled. He saw a girl in green clothes sitting in the outer hall of the cave house, dozing off with one hand supporting her head. This dozing girl was one of the maids assigned to him by the Changfeng Association. Her name was Lian Er, Lu Ming usually cultivated behind closed doors. He just told her to dismiss all visitors, and he didn't allow her to step outside the secret room. He didn't say much to her. As for the other maidservant named Hong Er, she was currently in the herb garden. At this moment, suddenly a familiar voice came from the entrance of the cave house through the enchantment. "Brother Lu, have you come out of seclusion? This is the third time I have come here." Lian Er, who was dozing off, woke up with a start. Her bright eyes looked over in panic, but she saw Lu Ming standing in front of her with a spurious smile. She immediately screamed and stood up quickly. Her ears were already flushed, and she hurriedly bowed to Lu Ming. Lu Ming waved his hand and gestured for her to call the person in. After Lian Er bowed, she hurried to the entrance of the cave. In less than a moment, a tall, thin figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. This person was wearing a light green robe. It was Xian Yuan, who dressed as a guest of the Changfeng Association. After Xian Yuan looked at Lu Ming for a moment, he said with a smile, "Brother Lu, you have been cultivating behind closed doors for a long time. If it wasn't for your maid telling me, I really thought you had left without saying goodbye." Lu Ming waved his hand and let Lian Er retreat, then he smiled indifferently, "Brother Xian, I have suffered a lot of internal injuries before, so it naturally took a lot of time to recover." Looking at Brother Xian, "Your injuries have already recovered, right?" "Hee, I didn't suffer any serious injuries, but my spiritual power consumption was more serious. It took me a month to recover." Xian Yuan did not hide it and replied frankly. Next, the two talked and laughed for a while, but when they talked about the experience in the underwater mineral vein, they were naturally quite emotional. Now in this strange place in the South Sea region, Lu Ming would only be so relaxed and familiar with Xian Yuan. After all, both of them came from the sea region, and they were companions who went through trials and tribulations together. After a while, Xian Yuan's expression condensed, and he talked about some of the news he had inquired after coming out of retreat. After all, with his character and cultivation, he quickly fought with many guests of the Changfeng Association with just a few tricks. In the past 2 or 3 months, he had also inquired a lot of information from other guests. It turns out to be like this. It seems that Wei Yun and Fan Jing of the Changfeng Association were so eager to rope us in, and they even provided such favorable conditions. There is a reason for it. After listening, Lu Ming said with a frown. Of course, they recently had a big conflict with another major force in the archipelago, the Golden Jade League, over a rare water jade vein mine. The Golden Jade League is one of the top 10 sects, the affiliated sect of the Tianxiang Pavilion. The leader of the Golden Jade League is also a crystallization period cultivator. His power is not weaker than the Changfeng Association, so he naturally won't be afraid of the Changfeng Association. However, the president of the Changfeng Association went out a few years ago for something. I don't know why he hasn't returned yet. Everyone in the Changfeng Association is very uneasy because of this. Some people even secretly speculate that the president may have fallen. Xian Yuan snorted and said slowly. Lu Ming sighed and said, as the saying goes, the world is impermanent. The path of cultivation is like this. Not to mention the cultivator of the crystallization period, even the cultivator of the Jindan state may not be able to do everything as he wishes. Xian Yuan's heart moved. He knew who Lu Ming was referring to. After thinking about it, he continued, because of this, the 2 vice presidents of the Changfeng Association have been desperately developing their forces in the past 2 years. Because of this, the two vice presidents of the Changfeng Association have been desperately developing their forces in the past 2 years. On the one hand, they recruited casual cultivators of the condensation period as guests with favorable conditions. On the other hand, they are also asking for help from the Purple Night Temple in case of any accidents. But the casual cultivators they recruited with benefits, it is still uncertain whether they can help in the real war. Lu Ming said faintly. As far as he was concerned, he didn't have any sense of belonging to the Changfeng Association. As for the other guest elders, they probably wouldn't do their best for the Changfeng Association. The vice presidents and hall masters also know that our guests are unreliable, but they have no other choice. After all, there is no crystallization period powerhouse in the association at the moment, so they can only recruit as many condensation state spiritual masters as possible. Xianxia nodded and said so. And, for this matter, we just need to adapt to the situation and act according to the circumstances. Lu Ming nodded thoughtfully. Of course. By the way, I have also inquired about the Sea region's intelligence from others during this time. Xianxia sneered and changed the topic. When Lu Ming heard the word Sea region, his heart couldn't help but move, and he quickly said, Has Brother Xian found anything? No, I have asked most of the guest elders, and I have also inquired with the two vice presidents. No one actually knows about the Sea region. Xianxia said with a wry smile. As Lu Ming listened, he naturally frowned again. However, I had no choice but to go to the Changfeng Association's book collection pavilion and desperately checked some classics. Fortunately, I still found a record. Xianxia took out an old book, turned to a certain page, and handed it over. Lu Ming reached out and took the book, then he read it carefully. According to the records in the book, this information was written by a human clan crystallization period predecessor thousands of years ago. This predecessor was actually the same as Lu Ming. He also accidentally wandered to the South Sea region through the space crack. However, the more Lu Ming read, the more gloomy his face became. According to the predecessor in the book, the Sea region was extremely far from the South Sea region. If he wanted to go back, he had to cross more than a dozen huge sea regions. Each of these sea regions was not smaller than the Sea region, and there were even many areas ruled by foreign races. In general, if he wanted to go to the Sea region from the South Sea region by sea route, it was simply a matter of life and death. The crystallization period predecessor could only dispel the idea of going back. After living in the South Sea region for hundreds of years, he died on an island in the South Sea region. Lu Ming closed the book, and he was naturally speechless. Xianxia told Lu Ming some of what he had seen and heard on the island during this time, then he got up and left. Lu Ming sent Xianxia away, and he returned to the secret room with a gloomy face. After he sat cross-legged on the futon and thought for a long time, he suddenly smiled bitterly. The joy of recovering his power had long disappeared at this moment. Although there was some progress in returning to the Sea region, this news was equivalent to nothing for the current Lu Ming. If he didn't have enough strength, he would be courting death if he went back rashly. His top priority was to improve his cultivation and strength as soon as possible, not to mention the matter of returning to the Sea region, even the matter of suppressing the demonization that Luo Hu said required him to constantly improve his current cultivation. What's more, the South Sea region where he was now didn't seem to be so peaceful. If he didn't have the power to protect himself, he might not be able to hold on until the next absorption of spiritual power by the mysterious bubble. Lu Ming thought about this, and he immediately made a decision. He took out a black shield from the Sumeru snail. The 9 skull patterns on it were lifelike and extremely weird. The thing in Lu Ming's hand was the superb spiritual weapon, 9 Skulls shield. Then he flipped his other palm, and golden light flashed in his palm. It was another superb spiritual weapon, golden fallen sand, that he got from Yanju that day. Since these 2 superb spiritual weapons were obtained, he hadn't had time to refine them. The original golden spirit sword and crimson hydra leather armor had been lost. At this moment, it was just a good replacement. 3 days later. In the center of the secret room, on the open space in front of Lu Ming, a complex array of 20 meters was engraved. As he continued to make gestures, it was glowing with a gray light. In the center of the array, the 9 Skulls shield was suspended in the air. At the same time, countless blurry black runes appeared on the surface. As they connected with each other, they condensed into layers of blurry runes. There were a total of 35 layers. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, and his gestures suddenly stopped. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence, which turned into a layer of blood mist in front of him. He then pointed to the air with one hand, and the blood mist went into the Nine Skulls shield. At the next moment, the Nine Skulls shield began to tremble slightly, and it made a buzzing sound at the same time. The outermost enchantment on the surface gradually became clear. Seeing this, Lu Ming's 10 fingers changed without saying a word. He launched a series of gestures while chanting at the same time, and there was a low chanting sound. This refining method was learned from the flame cultivation scripture. It was specially created by Yan Ju for the Nine Skulls shield. As long as the process was not disturbed, the refining should be very smooth. Therefore, not long after he started sacrificial refining, the first layer of enchantment had already shown signs of loosening. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with joy. He immediately accelerated the spiritual power in his body, and his gestures continued to change. Half a month later. In the air of the secret room, under the golden light, the golden sand was swirling wildly in the air amidst the whistling sound. Under the golden sand, Lu Ming sat cross-legged with concentration. He made gestures with both hands, and there was a low chanting sound from his mouth. Condense. His eyes flashed, and he launched a symbol into the golden sand in the air. There was a burst of golden light in the air. As it condensed, it transformed into a golden spear of several 10 meters long. It shuttled back and forth in the air, making a sharp whistling sound and leaving a dazzling golden afterimage. Lu Ming's 10 fingers continued to change hand seals like wheels. The golden sand in the air flickered with golden light, suddenly turning into a huge golden fist, and then into a golden hammer with a powerful aura. It was extremely marvelous. Return. Lu Ming groaned again. He stopped making gestures and waved one hand. The sand in the sky condensed and turned into 11 soybean-sized golden sand. They spun in the air and fell into his palm. Lu Ming looked at the golden fallen sand in his hand, and he couldn't help but show a smile on his face. Then he threw with his other hand. As his mind moved, a billowing black gas suddenly flew out of his sleeve robe, and it turned into a black vortex that rotated in the air. As the black gas tumbled, there was a buzzing sound. It was the superb spiritual weapon, Nine Skulls shield. Okay, I finally finished sacrificial refining these 2 superb spiritual weapons. This Yanju is really worthy of the name of the forging Grand Master. The forging technique he left is really useful. Otherwise, I really don't know how much time it will take. Lu Ming looked at the shield in the air and muttered to himself. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the shield back again. After looking at it slightly, he put the 2 spiritual weapons back into the Sumera snail. The loss of the golden spirit sword and the scarlet serpent leather armor caused his strength to drop a lot. Now that he had refined these 2 superb spiritual weapons, not only did he make up for the previous gap, but he was also better than them in terms of quality and quantity. This made him happy and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The only regret was that this Nine Skulls shield was not a sword weapon. Otherwise, if such a superb spiritual weapon was used with the sword controlling technique, the power could be imagined. Lu Ming stood up immediately. After keeping the array, he walked out of the secret room slowly. As a result, as soon as he went out, he found that the maid, Lian was standing outside with an anxious expression. When she saw Lu Ming coming out, she was shocked at first, but she immediately walked forward with joy. She bowed and said respectfully, "Senior Lu, you finally came out. What's the matter?" Lu Ming asked calmly. "This is the case. Today, Vice President Fan asked someone to pass a message. The envoy of Purple Night Temple is about to arrive at Qingyu Island. The 2 vice masters summoned all the guests above the condensation period intermediate stage to accompany him." Lian said. "Okay, I got it." When Lu Ming heard Purple Night Temple, his heart moved, and he replied without thinking. When Lu Ming walked out of the cave house, he found that an ordinary disciple of the Chongfeng Association was waiting at the door. Seeing Lu Ming, he immediately walked forward and said respectfully, "Senior Lu Ming, the vice president is already waiting for you in the main hall of the headquarters. I will lead the way for you." Lu Ming naturally had no objection. Under the guidance of the other party, he immediately flew into the air and flew straight to the tall building where the headquarters was located. After a while, he appeared in a majestic hall in the headquarters. The entire hall was rather spacious, and it was over 300 m wide. Moreover, no matter if it was the surrounding walls or the ground, they were all built from a single piece of azure-colored rock, and there were a few fist-sized luminous pearls embedded in them, causing the hall to be extremely bright. In the middle of the hall, there were 2 rows of green jade tables and chairs. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 people dressed as high-rank guests sitting in 2s and 3s. Some were whispering with their heads lowered, and some were resting with their eyes closed. Xianxia was also among them. He seemed to be chatting happily with the person next to him. At the end of the 2 rows of seats, there were 2 macho men in green robes. Lu Ming had already seen one of them. It was Vice President Fan Jing. The other was a macho man with a red face, a high-nose bridge, and quite majestic. He should be another vice president of the condensation period later stage of the Changfeng Association. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the hall, he attracted the attention of some guest elders in the hall. "This is guest Lu, right? I'm Chu Ling. I was cultivating behind closed doors a few days ago, so I didn't have the time to visit you." When the red-faced macho man saw Lu Ming, his eyes lit up. He immediately got up and cupped his fist at Lu Ming from afar. He announced his name loudly. "Mr. Chu is too polite, I should be the one to visit." Lu Ming quickly cupped his fist and replied politely. After chatting with him for a while, he smiled and greeted Fan Jing next to him before walking toward Xianxia. "Brother Lu, you are late." As soon as Lu Ming sat down, Xianxia turned his head and said with a smile. "Why, hasn't the envoy of Purple Night Temple arrived yet?" Lu Ming smiled slightly, but he asked about the envoy. "He should be here soon." Xianxia shook his head. "This is the elder Lu that Elder Xian often mentions." "Nice to meet you." Another guest elder who had just talked and laughed with Xianxia suddenly cupped his fist at Lu Ming and said. This person had a jade-like face. He looked like he was only 25 or 26 years old. He wore a green robe, and he looked elegant as if he was a worldly elegant playboy. "Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Guanyu. He is also a newly promoted guest in our association." Xianxia introduced him to Lu Ming with a smile. After this person smiled slightly, he just wanted to say a few polite words to Lu Ming. Suddenly, footsteps came from the door, then a young Taoist who seemed to be in his 20s came in from outside the hall. "Sir Envoy came from afar, and we didn't go out to welcome you. Please forgive us." Fan Jing and Chu Ling, who were sitting in the middle, had already stood up at the same time and greeted him. The other people in the hall also stood up one after another. Most of them looked at the envoy with a hint of respect in their eyes. After all, for most of the Changfeng Association's guests from the South Sea region, Purple Night Temple was definitely a behemoth that ordinary casual cultivators were in awe of. "There's no need to stand on ceremony, fellow Taoists." The young Taoist priest smiled and casually saluted everyone. Lu Ming looked at the person silently. He saw that the Taoist's face was quite handsome. He was wearing a purple robe with a row of curved talisman patterns embroidered on the cuffs. Judging from the aura he exuded, he was also a condensation state cultivator. When the young Taoist sat down, Fan Jing introduced the guests on both sides to him with a smile. Most of the others were also respectful to the Taoist. The young Taoist looked polite as if he was very kind to people, but Lu Ming could see a hint of contempt in the depths of the other's eyes from time to time. After a while, the young Taoist's gaze swept across everyone present, then he said to Fan Jing and Chu Ling beside him with a light smile, "Before I came, my master was still a little worried, but now it seems that it is unnecessary. The Changfeng Association has developed really well in recent years. With so many friends joining, our strength has greatly increased compared to previous years." Fan Jing and Chu Ling were happy. As they were about to answer a few words, the Taoist in a purple robe changed the topic and continued. "However, the key to a sect is still to look at the core combat power. I think you two also think so, right?" Fan Jing was speechless for a while when he heard the words, but Chu Ling on the side said yes. At this time, Xianxia whispered to Lu Ming in a low voice, "Hee, It seems that this Purple Knight Temple is arrogant and disdains forces like the Changfeng Association. I'm afraid they may not be willing to help them deal with the Golden Jade League seriously. Yes, once these two forces have a conflict, I'm afraid that we, the guests, will inevitably be involved in it. Although the Changfeng Association promised not to force the guest elders to stay, the actual situation is still unknown. We also need to make some preparations. When Lu Ming heard the words, his face didn't change at all, but he also quietly replied with a voice transmission. End of chapter 438. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.